desolate, wind-swept space, in Twilight Land, in No Man's Land, two hurrying shades met face to face and bade each other stand. Space, Twilight Land, No Man's Land. You'll find it between the stars, in the frozen polar wastes, and inside the soul of every man.
You have to help us, Pappy.
You forget. I'm not Pappy. I'm not George Papadopoulos any longer. I've become something else.
You're still an officer in the United States Air Force. You took an oath to defend your country.
But I don't have a country anymore.
Your country is still the United States.
Why are you so excited? In just a little while, the United States will no longer exist.
Our mystery drama, Arctic Encounter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The roof of the world, those frozen, silent polar wastes. Or are they wastes? These vast, illimitable prairies of snow and ice. It is said that beneath them lie the greatest riches of the earth, the oils, the metals, all the sinew and substance of modern civilization. And perhaps here are even hidden the ancient secrets of the planet itself. At any rate, the stillness is broken every day by the noise of the airplanes as they fly back and forth, looking, listening, charting, recording. The airplanes which show the white stars of our Air Force and the red stars of theirs.
Bunny Hutch, calling White Rabbit.
This is White Rabbit, Bunny Hutch.
Location check.
Coordinates 34 and 16.
Activity?
Negative.
Roger.
Hey, Dawson, what's for chow at the base?
Betty, you shouldn't ask.
Yeah, what's the movie they're showing?
Betty, you shouldn't know.
Gonna be one of those nights, huh?
Roger. And out.
Well, Pappy, another action-filled evening awaits us at the base.
You wanted action? You should have joined the Marines.
Bite your tongue. Besides, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
Yeah, so I've heard.
It is true that on this assignment I do not get to practice my avocation as frequently as I would prefer. However,
we must all make sacrifices for our country.
what are we doing up here inside this frosted-over refrigerator, Pappy?
Ours not the reason why, Chappie.
Here we are, Pappy and Chappie, the Happiness Boys.
You remember the Happiness Boys?
I never even heard of them.
They were a team. 40, 50 years ago on radio.
See? You have to be kidding. I just made that up.
No, it's true. I read all about them. Billy Jones and Ernie Hare. Snappy songs and patter. And there was Uncle Don.
Happy you never cease to amaze me.
This is Uncle Don, your Uncle Don. Hello, little friends, hello.
Where do you get all of this?
Research.
You are a very deep person.
What else is there to do up here but read? You got to try it, Chappie.
Well, I did try it. I actually read a book once. I wouldn't want to go through it again.
What time do you have?
1,300 on the head.
That's what I thought. Well, I wonder where they are. What could have happened to Ivan?
Yeah, now that you mention it, what indeed?
You don't see him, do you?
Nope. At exactly 1,300, he's supposed to be visible at 11 o'clock.
No sign of him. Do we report it?
Why should we?
Tell me honestly, if we were to spot him right now, would we report it?
Well, you know we would.
Okay, tell me why.
Well, you know why.
Tell me.
Because if we do spot Ivan, that's a happening.
And if we don't spot him?
That's a non-happening.
Well, I'll tell you who would disagree with that.
Who?
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Well, now, don't bring your English friends into this thing.
He once wrote a story in which every night this dog would bark. Now, you follow this?
It's not all that hard.
However, on this particular night, the dog did not bark.
He didn't?
He did not. Which is just as significant as what may be happening out here.
In what way?
Each day for the last 30 days on patrol, we fly by Ivan. Today, we don't. Why not?
Okay, why not?
I don't know. Could it be significant?
Let's throw it at Dawson. Maybe we can ruin his day. White Rabbit, calling the hutch.
This is Bunny Hutch. Come on in, White Rabbit.
I have an unusual occurrence to report.
Proceed, White Rabbit.
The dog did not bark.
Yes?
That's it.
What's it?
That Spaskov 2-motor observation plane we fly by over coordinates 3416 and 1300. Well, it's first time in 30 days that we haven't seen him. I thought you'd like to know.
I'm going to put you in for the Legion of Merit.
Thank you. Now, can you tell us a movie for tonight?
Sherlock Holmes and the Hound of the Baskervilles. This is Hutch over and out.
You know, Dawson, he must think we're crazy.
Look, in this outfit, if you're not crazy, you go crazy. Well, what do you suppose did happen to Ivan today?
Well, they could have changed the patrol route.
I don't think so. Not till we do. The idea is to keep an eye on us.
Yeah, just like we're keeping an eye on them.
Naturally.
Maybe Ivan goofed and got themselves sent to Siberia.
From here, that would be a promotion.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about Ivan. One of them might be an Olga.
What's this?
If you listen real close to their messages, one of them sounds like a dame.
Dame with a deep voice.
Oh, they all got deep voices, those Olgas. I mean, they're built. Did you ever see pictures of them sweeping the snow off of the streets? Those are large ladies.
On the other hand, some of them are frail and wispy, floating little ballerinas.
Yeah, I like mine somewhere in between.
So you think one of the Ivans is an Olga, huh?
You could win money on it.
Why you say that?
Instinct. Just let there be a dame within 1,000 miles.
Well, if she is, she's probably the only one.
I wonder how I could meet her.
Chappie, with all the dames that we have in the United States of America...
Now, Pappy, you're taking an isolationist, a chauvinistic point of view.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to offend you.
Why are we here? To maintain peace.
Any fool knows that.
What better way to promote peace than for people to come together and really get to know each other? Now, you take this, Olga. I bet she's just as anxious for a few laughs as we are. Yeah, I can see her now. Dark hair, black eyes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was always my type. Oh, Olga, we're such fools, you and I. Why are we being kept apart?
Don't tell me you're in love with her already.
How long do you think it takes, Pappy?
Chappie, take a look. Far distance.
What?
2 o'clock on the ground.
Yeah?
What do you think it is?
What do I think? What? Oh.
Check it through the glasses. That's not my imagination, is it?
No, that's something, all right.
Let's have a good look.
It looks like a plane.
Not in one piece, either.
It's Ivan, all smashed up.
It's a Spaskov 2-motor.
It must have come down hard, too. Do you think anyone's alive there?
No, there's something funny going on. We should have heard a distress signal.
Maybe he didn't have a chance.
If he's down, it's a cinch he's missed out on a checkpoint. His base should be trying to reach him.
I don't hear a thing.
Call the hutch. Tell him what we got.
I sure hope Olga's okay. White Rabbit, calling the Bunny Hutch. Come in, Bunny Hutch. Bunny Hutch?
What's the matter?
I can't raise the bass. Come in, Bunny Hutch. This is White Rabbit.
Hey, the lights are.
What the...
The radio's dead.
What?
Chappie, we're losing power.
What's going on?
Everything's out.
We're going down.
Chappie, ease back on her. Back.
What's happening, Pappy? What's going on? Pappy, yeah. You okay?
I don't know. I feel kind of numb. How's the plane?
I think we're in one piece.
Well, that's something. I suppose there's any point asking about the radio.
You can ask.
Well?
Everything's out. And I can't get anything started.
How could we lose all our power?
I don't know. It's as if...
As if what?
As if somehow, suddenly, it all just drained out. I know that sounds crazy.
What can we do?
I don't know.
I don't either. Just asking to pass the time.
Pappy, is anything broken?
I don't think so. I just feel nothing.
Can you move?
Yeah, maybe if you help me.
The question is, where would we go? Well, we just have to sit tight. Gonna freeze.
Without power, we can't make any heat in here.
Now, look. We got these lanterns in the emergency locker. That's what they're for, to give heat. There's plenty of blankets and some food.
How far do you figure we're from base?
Oh, 250 miles. We can hold on.
Yeah.
In about an hour, they'll be out looking for us.
Wonder how Ivan's doing.
I'm going to go look. Now, let's get those heat lanterns going first.
Chappie, how do you account for the fact we both came down in exactly the same spot?
I don't know.
There a reason?
I don't know.
There is such a thing as coincidence, but suppose it isn't a coincidence. Then what?
Well, then, it's one for the deep thinkers, which lets me out. All right, I think I got the lamps burning. Things will be nice and warm when I come back in.
Nice and warm. Be lucky if we can hold the temperature above freezing.
Well, that's cozy for this neighborhood. Hold the fort.
Now, listen, don't stay out there too long. Just a quick look and back. It's 70 below out there.
You know what they say. It's a nice, dry cold.
Be careful.
Why? What could happen? Boy, it's cold. How do you get this thing open? The door should swing it. It's jammed. Boy, I don't see how anybody could be. Hey! Oh, it's Olga. Olga, hold on. I'll get you loose from there. Come on. Now, Olga, listen, do you speak, what's the word? Panamaya English, Olga?
English? Yes.
Yeah, are you okay, Olga?
Yes.
Good.
Oh, Dmitri.
Who?
Dmitri, the navigator, Dmitri Denisova. Where is Dmitri?
I don't know. I don't see anyone else.
But
maybe he went for help.
How? Where?
Well, I don't know. But he isn't here.
He was hurt. I heard him. He could not have gone.
But he is gone.
Oh.
I mean, the way you must have come down and the shape the ship is in, you're lucky to be alive. Can you move?
Yes. Okay.
Now listen. By any chance, would your radio be working?
Radio? No. All here is dead. All power is, how do you say in English, kaput.
Yeah. Well, that's just great.
Great?
I was hoping we could use your radio to call for help.
Help?
Yeah, we need help.
But I do not understand. Are you not the help?
Oh, no. You see, we're in the same fix that you are. We lost all our power, too.
Oh, you lost the power?
Yeah, everything. It just died on us. I guess the same thing must have happened to you.
You lost the power?
That's what I'm telling you.
Then it is true.
What's true?
The rumor.
What kind of rumor?
There is something out here.
Yeah? Well, what about it?
Something that will destroy us all.
We've been looking at the world in terms of absolutes. We and they. We and they dominate the core of every dispute. We and they are the two superpowers. Each of us can unleash the forces that can completely destroy the world. Now, is there a third party that has dealt himself, or which has dealt itself, a hand in the game? We'll play Showdown in Act 2. The cold, frozen, forbidding north. The wasteland of snow and ice. And yet, man has ever been drawn there. But unlike the forests that can be cleared, and the deserts that can be watered, the north will always resist and reject us. Nothing of ours can take root or hold fast. The north, indifferent, implacable, ready to make of each visitor a victim.
It is said something is here that can destroy us all.
Sure, but that's old stuff. Cold, exposure, starvation.
No. Something.
All right, what? What is it?
I do not know. It is a rumor.
Who started it?
Who? Who starts rumors? Do you not have rumors in your Air Force?
Oh, sure, lots of them.
Can you tell? Do you know who starts those rumors?
Sure, I do.
You?
Sure. I have to do something for a laugh.
Yes, but this is not a rumor to have fun.
No. So what kind of rumor is it?
Something is here that will kill all life.
What?
They say something from out there.
Out where?
The stars.
Space?
Space, yes, space.
Well, why not?
Oh, you believe?
I'm ready to believe anything.
They say it landed here, or fell here.
It could very well be.
Oh, you will not say to anyone I said it to you.
Mum's the word.
I have told a secret.
It's safe with me.
Nichevo.
What does that mean?
It means it does not matter. Nothing will now matter.
Oh, come on. I admit things appear to be somewhat bleak. However, let us look at the bright side.
We shall not leave here alive.
Don't say that.
It is true.
Now, don't say that. I mean, my outfit, your outfit, they know pretty much where we are.
No, nothing can save us.
Look, the cold is starting to bite through. We'd better get over to my ship.
But you have no power.
We've got lanterns, we've got blankets, we've got food.
And soon it will be gone.
Hopefully, by that time...
A few more hours of life. Yes, we shall cling to a few more hours of life.
You better help me swing the door shut. What? The lamps. The lamps are out.
The fuel. It must be gone.
No, it's only been a couple of minutes, and there was plenty. Wait a minute. Pappy? Pappy?
Pappy?
George Papadopoulos, my pilot. He's gone.
Gone?
Pappy! Pappy, where are you?
He went perhaps to look for you.
He knew where I was going.
Oh.
Besides, he was hurt. He couldn't move.
Like Dimitri.
Do you have a weapon?
A revolver.
I've got a 45.
What good?
I don't know. Let's see if we can get the lanterns going before it gets too cold in here.
No, they cannot. They cannot burn.
Why not?
You see, they are not burning now.
Well, they could have gone out by some fluke or accident.
They will not light again.
We can try. Now, first you have to pump this gadget here. Hey, there isn't any fuel. But the tanks were full.
Yes. It is the something that is out here.
We're on that again, huh?
It must be something that eats fuel and energy.
Olga, we have to raise the base. Your place or mine. That's a laugh.
What is?
Well, what I just said, your place or mine.
Why is that a joke?
Well, it's funny because of the circumstances.
Yes?
It's all right. Maybe one day I can explain it.
No, explain now. This is the only day. An hour, 2 hours. We will freeze.
Olga, somehow we are going to get that radio started.
No.
We'll figure a way.
We must not.
We must not?
We must not try to fix the radio.
But why?
Because if so, we will call for help.
Well, sure. That's the idea of the thing.
We must not call for help.
What, you mean we should freeze to death? Starve?
Why have you fallen from sky?
Because we saw your ship on the ground.
Yes. And when you came near, what happened?
We crashed.
Yes. The something that destroys our plane destroys also yours. Now will come other airplanes to find us both. And when they see us and come close, then the something makes them crash also.
Yeah. Well, we wouldn't be able to fix the radio anyhow. What is this something?
Oh, who can say?
And we might have had a beautiful friendship.
No.
No? Why no?
You are not a serious person.
And I take it you are?
Oh, yes. Very serious. You are, what word do I want? Frivolous.
That's right. That's absolutely true.
You admit, then?
Yeah, that's why we'd be so good for each other.
We have 1 hour, 2, maybe 3 hours to live. Shouldn't we talk this way?
Why not?
So personal?
Well, what else should we be talking about?
We should have discussion on, you would call it dialectical materialism.
All right. Dialectical. Why you begin.
Nichevo.
Yeah, my sentiments exactly. Olga, listen.
I have to say something. My name is not Olga.
You didn't?
No. I am called Praskovia.
Ah.
Praskovia Alexandrovna Sorokin.
Do you want me to call you whatever that is?
No, it's better Olga.
My name is Stuart Maitland Chapman III, but you can call me Chappie.
Chappie?
It's close enough.
I am honored to make your acquaintance.
I can see your eyes are blue. But underneath your helmet, what color is your hair?
Blonde.
Yeah. When I think of what might have been.
What might have been?
Had we met under different circumstances.
But under different circumstances, how could we have met?
Yeah, I guess that's part of the problem. We had to have a disaster. Well, what are we going to do about it?
Do?
We can sit here, maybe hold hands, and wait till we freeze to death. Or...
Yes. Or
we can fight it.
Fight what? Who?
Whoever and or whatever is doing this to us.
How?
I was afraid you'd ask me that. Look. What made both our ships come down? What robbed us of all of our fuel, of our energy?
Something. A something?
All right, okay. Let's try to find that something and destroy it or shut it off.
But where is it?
And where is your man Dmitri and Pappy? I mean, what could have happened to them?
I am cold.
Yeah, we're starting to feel it. And it won't get better. Look, while we can still move, while we can still care, do you want to try to go out there and find it? Fight it or whatever?
Yes. How quiet. How still. There's not even a wind.
Nope, just cold. And the cold is enough.
Oh, the silence. It frightens you?
Honey, everything out here scares the daylights out of me.
No, Choppy. You are brave.
Yeah, crazy describes it better.
Oh, Choppy.
What is it?
My hand.
Your hand?
The wrist.
What's wrong?
I'm feeling pins.
What?
Pins, many pins, 100 pins, 1,000, sticking at my wrist.
No, don't take your glove off.
My wrist.
If you expose any part of your skin.
But the pins.
Do you have a wristwatch?
Yes.
Now move back here, quickly. Is it better?
Yes.
Now move back further. Okay, how does it feel?
The pins, they are no longer. It is gone.
Okay, now we know for sure it's something. It goes for metal, for fuel, for energy, for I guess anything. Everything.
Choppy. Blue. Thing.
What?
In front of you. 20 meters. A thing. It is like a...
Hey, it's like a box.
Yes.
But it isn't blue. It's turning red.
Choppy, I feel warm.
Yeah, so do I.
It means we begin to freeze.
No, it isn't that kind of warm. It's not like you feel pleasant and drowsy.
It is hot.
Why should we feel hot? Does it have anything to do with that thing?
It becomes more and more red, as if it burns.
That thing? It's causing everything that's happening. Must be a piece of machinery of some kind. What do you think?
Yes.
Well, maybe there's a switch. Maybe there's a way to shut it off.
No, you cannot go near.
I'll have to.
No, Choppy, return.
Oh.
Choppy.
The needle. I feel needles sticking.
Return, Choppy, return.
Oh.
It is what I felt, no?
Yeah.
It has gone. The pain.
Well, I guess you can only get so close and then... Wait a minute. Maybe we can destroy it.
How? No.
We'll have to do it from here. You've got a revolver. I have a .45. Let's shoot at it.
But what if...
Yeah? What if what?
I do not know.
Honey, what have we got to lose? Are you a good shot?
I am expert.
Here goes.
Chappie.
What the...
Don't shoot, Chappie. Don't shoot.
What? It's Pappy.
Don't shoot.
Hold your fire, Olga. Hold your fire. Pappy? Is that you?
It sounds like Pappy. Whatever did happen to him anyhow. But as our friends look in every direction, there is absolutely no sign of Lieutenant George Papadopoulos or of Captain Dmitri Andreev either. There is only the endless frozen waste, the shattered remains of the two military observation planes, and a box, which first appeared to be blue, but now is glowing a fiery red. This is the picture. Hold it in mind for the next few minutes, and then we shall return with Act 3. As I was going up the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd stay away. Well, Lieutenant George Pappy Papadopoulos, United States Air Force, is definitely not there. And while Lieutenant Stuart Maitland Chapman doesn't exactly see him, he hears him, which can be classified as the same basic type of problem. All right?
Don't shoot, Olga. Don't shoot. Is that you, Pappy?
Yes. Yes, it is me.
Where are you?
That's a good question.
Well, do you have a good answer?
I have an answer. I don't know how good it is. On the other hand, good or bad, I'm not sure those are distinctions that matter too much anymore.
Pappy, don't try to kid the troops. This is me you're talking to.
I'm aware of that.
What's the drill?
I'm a part of it.
You're part of what?
It's hard to explain.
Yeah, but it's not impossible. Where are you?
Obviously, I'm here.
I was right, Pappy. One of the Ivans was an Olga.
Yes. And the other one is called Dmitri.
Olga, where's his voice coming from?
From... Oh, it cannot be.
From where, Olga?
Her name isn't Olga. It's Praskovia.
Right now, that's not the problem. From where, Olga?
It comes from the box.
That's what I thought. Are you in there, Pappy?
Yes.
It cannot be. It is impossible.
His voice. It must be a tape.
Dmitri told me all about her.
Pappy, what is this?
I'm trying to explain it. This is a thing.
What kind of thing?
Like... You could call it a world.
What do you mean? A world?
A world. Like the one you live on.
You said a world like the one we live on?
Right.
Does that mean it's another one?
Yes. You could say that.
Oh, Pappy, for crying out loud.
Choppy, you must be calm.
You realize he's my best friend and I can't understand a thing he's talking about.
Why is so difficult? A world. Another world. So?
Where is it, Pappy? Where is it and where are you?
The box.
The box?
What do you think this box is?
Well, it looks like...
It looks like computer from Sputnik.
That's right.
A Sputnik?
A satellite.
Ours or theirs?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It was dead.
It was dead?
Yes. It just floated in space until...
Well?
Until this wandering world...
What wandering world?
Well, it's a kind of...
A kind of what?
I'm looking for a word to describe it.
I must be crazy. I'm hearing things.
Intelligence. That's the word.
A world of intelligence?
Yes.
Well, what kind of a world is that?
Just thoughts, ideas.
What kind of thoughts and ideas?
Everything. All kinds of images and fancy
And what else?
Nothing else.
Nothing else? I mean, that's enough to make up a whole world?
Yes,
She understands.
our world is ideas. But to support ideas, we need, how do you say, physical bodies.
This is another world. Another civilization.
I still don't understand it.
This is a world of pure intelligence. It doesn't need bodies. It's evolved far beyond that point.
But you haven't told me where it is.
Yes, I did. It's in that box.
The whole world? In that small box?
How much space do you need for an idea?
How did it get here?
The satellite was in space. It attracted this floating world.
Yeah? Why?
Because
Why?
I think this is something he doesn't want to tell us.
I will tell you. Because it doesn't make any difference now. The world, this world, it needs nourishment. And
I think I know where you're headed, Pappy.
it takes its energy wherever it can find it. It floats or wanders or prowls through space and feeds on anything it can turn into mental energy.
How did it get here?
The satellite died and it fell and landed. The world, my world.
Your world?
Yes, Chappie, I'm part of it now.
But you're an American.
No, I'm part of a different world.
But what are you doing?
Well, what are you doing? You're living. The same thing with us. We live. That is, we try to maintain life just as you do.
Don't say we and you like that.
But it is we and you now. We seek sustenance, nourishment, just as you do.
Oh, come on, Pappy. It's all a joke. It's a big gag.
No, it isn't.
There's a punchline. There has to be a punchline somewhere.
We feed on energy. All energy. Animal, vegetable, mineral, just as you do.
Can you understand him, Olga?
Yes, I believe I understand.
And what we consume, what we are nourished by, becomes a part of us. Adding to us another intelligence. The difference between us is that what nourishes you becomes a part of your body. What nourishes us becomes a part of our intelligence.
Are you telling me this thing, this intelligence, this world killed you?
No. It saved me.
Saved you?
I was dying. So was Dmitri. So when it came, I couldn't resist. The way you can, still.
What do you mean, still?
You see, the intelligence that I'm part of is nourished now. All the energy from the two planes, from Dmitri, from me. It is filled with fire, creative fire. Even you can feel the glow. But soon we will need more. And from hot red we shall recede into cold blue. And then?
Yes? Then?
Then you will become weak. From hunger. From cold. And you will not have the strength. You will also become part of this world.
No.
It isn't bad. Not at all.
We have to fight you, Pappy.
How? How can you fight me?
Olga, we have to get out of here. Do you understand?
Yes.
In a few hours, my base, yours, will send out search planes. Those planes, if they fly by here, they'll be brought down by this thing.
We must not be here.
They must spot us away from the range of this thing.
How far can you go, Chappie? How far in this cold? A mile?
He's right, but we have to do something.
Yes, but what?
It doesn't matter. Soon you'll be one of us.
Us.
Be grateful. We will save your life.
Oh, sure.
Instead of dying of the cold, you'll be rescued by our world. You'll be part of the intelligence. I would have died. Dmitri would have died.
No.
There's nothing you can do about it in any event, Chappie. You see how the red is fading? Soon we will need more energy. You will become colder and weaker.
And the others?
What others?
You know what others. Your old buddies, the guys in your outfit.
I no longer have an outfit. Why can't you understand
They'll
that?
fly by. They'll see the wrecks. They'll come in closer. They'll be trapped and destroyed just as we were.
Not destroyed. Just changed. Changed.
Olga, can you think of something? What can we do?
Chappie, do you realize this is the first time in your life you ever asked a woman for advice?
Well, maybe she's the first one I ever met who I felt like asking.
Why do you think you can ask me?
Well, because... Oh, come on.
Tell me,
Well, it's because... Well...
I understand. It is difficult for you to say it.
Maybe.
It's difficult for me also.
What's going to happen to us?
Nothing. You'll both blend into this one great intelligence. You'll be part of this world.
No.
Choppy, it is getting cold.
It is.
See, the box is now turning blue.
Olga, we have to do something.
Oh, let us sit close to each other and wait.
Wait for what?
Oh, Nichivo.
No, we have to fight. Pappy.
Yes.
Come on, Pappy. You have to help us fight this thing.
Chappie, I am this.
No, not you. You're Lieutenant George Papadopoulos, the most popular guy in the 199th Squadron.
No.
You can't drop it like that. Your friends, your country. I mean, you can't cast them aside like a snake gets rid of a skin. You took an oath.
You don't understand.
What's there to understand? A guy betrays his country. That's clear enough, and it's bad enough. But you're even worse.
Don't say that, Chappie.
Don't you call me Chappie. That's for my friends. Lieutenant Chapman to you. I'll tell you why you're worse. It's not just your country you're selling down the river, but it's humanity. It's your own kind of people.
Listen to me. This is a whole new...
A whole new nothing. You say every word is a word of ideas. Well, you're right. But your ideas belong to this world. The stuff you grew up with, your friends, your family, the Air Force.
Chappie.
You know I'm right. All those memories, all the things you like, the happiness boys and Uncle Don and Sherlock Holmes.
Chappie, don't. I can't help
You
you.
have to.
They won't allow it.
They?
Me, the rest of me, the part that was once them, is trying to stop me.
Is there anything that we can do?
Yes.
Tell us. Just tell us.
I'm being drowned and they're taking the words from me.
What words?
The words I can't tell you.
Try, Chappie.
Those words are gone. But remember the first thing I said to you.
Pappy. The first thing he said to me. What was the first thing he said to me? We met at the base and he said to me, "What's your name, sport?" That's what he said.
What's your name, sport? Oh, what is sport? Oh, athletic, no?
That's not what he means. But it's the first thing he ever said to me.
No, not the first thing he ever said, but not the first thing he said now.
First thing he said, he said, don't shoot, Chappie, don't shoot.
He's right. But why? Why don't shoot? Because shoot can hurt, destroy, maybe the bomb.
Hurry, before it gets too cold to hold the guns. Hurry!
Chappie? I think you're going to be all right. You were picked up before the frost could really get you.
Olga.
The girl? Well, actually, her outfit landed the same time we did. They took her, we took you.
Listen to me. There was this thing from space somewhere. It lives on energy. It drained all the power from the engines, the radio, from everything.
Uh-huh.
Don't look at me like that. That's why we crashed.
You crashed because you had a power failure.
How do you account for Ivan?
Well, I guess he must have had one, too.
Isn't that maybe just too much of a coincidence?
Life's made up of coincidences.
Okay. Pappy. Why couldn't you find Pappy?
Well, he must have wandered off.
And Ivan, what was his name? Dmitri. Did he wander off, too?
It's the only explanation.
Look, I am trying to give you the real explanation. Did you find a blue box?
Sure. It was a broken old computer housing from a space satellite.
Dawson, I am trying to explain to you.
And Chappie, I'm trying to explain to you. Leave well enough alone. Yes, of course. When it has to do with space and phenomena of that nature, the official reply is always a rather evasive, let well enough alone. Officially, there are nothing but denials when questions of space, UFOs, the Bermuda Triangle, are brought into question. The powers that be seem to ascribe them all to the imaginings of well-meaning but deluded folk, like you and me. I'll be back shortly. whatever became of Lieutenant Stuart Maitland Chapman and Praskovia Alexandrovna Sorokin, or, if you will, Chappie and Olga, you can understand how difficult it would be for them even to encounter each other again, much less engage in a courtship. This, of course, shows most poignantly that the greatest distances are not in outer space, but right here, between one side of a frontier and the other. If you're a romantic and want to believe they surmounted all the considerable problems and got together, why then, believe it, with my blessing. Our cast included Mason Adams, Mandel Kramer, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The night is filled with 1,000,000 stars, said the poet. How does he know? Has he counted them? We raise the question not to embarrass the bard, but in the interest of accuracy. Because there are more than 1,000,000 stars. Why, there are more stars than anyone could ever imagine, let alone count. And if each star is a sun, more or less like ours, and has planets revolving around it, more or less like ours, doesn't it stand to reason that out there somewhere, there may be people more or less like us?
Doctor, he comes from a planet somewhere.
He does?
Yeah, they're looking for a place to colonize.
They are?
Like the explorers came here from Europe hundreds of years ago. And they're going to take over.
How do you know?
He told me. Doctor, he told me.
Uh-huh. You get a good night's sleep.
But I'm not crazy. Don't treat me like I'm crazy.
Well, don't force me to.
Our mystery drama, Identified Flying Object, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Unidentified flying objects, visitors from outer space. Yes, the curiosity is piqued, the imagination is fired. Creatures from other worlds. Can they come here? Will they come here? Perhaps they are here already. Do they mean us good or ill? I don't know, but I can tell you this. If a flying saucer were to land at high noon on the busiest intersection of the city, here is what would probably happen.
What's this crazy-looking thing supposed to be? It's got to be a publicity.
What do you say, Johnny? Let's move it, huh? Come on, move it. Look, Johnny, I'm talking to you. Don't you understand English? You're blocking traffic, okay? So just move this heap, whatever it is, right out of there, huh? huh? How'd you like to amana to the judge?
Who's the arresting officer?
Patrolman Maxwell Pinchot, Traffic Z, Your Honor.
What kind of a summons is this, officer? You don't designate the year, the make, the model of the car?
Your Honor, I could not determine that information.
What kind of an answer is that, officer? All these facts are clearly stated in the registration.
He don't have any registration.
What?
What kind of a case have we got here? A man is arrested for blocking traffic. To begin with, we don't know what kind of a car it is. Secondly, we don't...
Excuse me, Your Honor, but I wouldn't exactly swear it was a car.
You wouldn't exactly swear it was a car. Well, what kind of vehicle was he using to block traffic? A truck?
No, Your Honor. I would say it looked more like a flying saucer.
A what?
A flying saucer.
Officer Pinchot, are you a well man?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Mentally?
I believe so.
You know, and I know, there's no such thing as a flying saucer, isn't that a fact?
It is.
Well, then how could that vehicle be a flying saucer?
Oh, I didn't say it was a flying saucer, Your Honor. I said it looked like a flying saucer.
Very well, let's begin all over. What's the defendant's name?
He wouldn't tell me his name.
What kind of an answer is that? His name has to be on his driver's license.
Oh, he don't have a driver's license.
What kind of... Who is the defendant?
It's him, Your Honor.
Well, now, what kind of way is that for him to dress? What kind of courtroom do we have here where a man can come waltzing in wearing his nightgown? What's your name?
He won't answer that, Your Honor.
Please remain silent, officer, and give him a chance to answer. What's your name?
Amana.
There you are. That's his name. Amana. All right, Mr. Amana. Now we're getting somewhere. Where do you live?
Amana.
What have you got to say for yourself?
Amana.
Yes, we know that. We've been there. Now, we have to move on. Now, let's have your story.
Amana.
You speak English?
Amana.
Or do you speak any other language?
Amana.
Let's get some interpreters up here.
Habla español.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Sagen Sie Français?
What kind of case is this? What is this? A courtroom of the United Nations. Impound the vehicle, whatever it happens to be, and remand the accused for psychiatric observation.
And now, the news. Still, the lead item is the story, or more accurately, the non-story of Amana. Is he a visitor from another planet? Is that saucer-shaped thing actually a spaceship? As you know, there has been a tight curtain of security wrapped around this entire affair, but now the wraps will be removed, partially at any rate. With me in this studio is an official of the SIA, Colonel Alonzo Hawk. Colonel, what is your opinion concerning Amana?
We're not even sure that's his name.
But we understand he keeps repeating those words.
Oh, yes, he does.
Well, if it's not his name, sir, what is the significance of those words, the sounds?
We are virtually certain they are significant, although it's possible that they may not be.
Yes. Now, the materials of the spaceship.
The alleged spaceship?
Yes. We understand that they are made of elements that can be found here on Earth. Iron, copper, magnesium, and so on.
Yes.
Then shouldn't this prove that the vehicle does not come from outer space?
No.
No.
It may only prove that the same or similar elements may exist on other planets.
Colonel Hawk, are you saying that we have a visitor from another world?
No.
Then what are you saying?
Nothing.
Colonel, shouldn't the absence of an engine or any other visible means of propulsion prove that the vehicle could not have traveled any great distance?
Yes and no.
Oh.
It may use a form of energy that is unknown to us here on Earth.
Then you are saying it is from another world?
It may be. Then again, it may not be.
Well, thank you, Colonel Hawk, for being with us and providing us with a most incisive analysis.
Dr. Newdale? Yes, I'm with a patient now. Well, I couldn't say. It's a complicated situation. We made any progress? Absolutely none at all. When can we expect any? I have no idea. Certainly. Anytime. Goodbye. What am I going to do with you?
Vur-i amana.
Yes, I know. Well, now, let's try this. You see, this is a board. A board. In it, there are holes. You see? Holes. Some of the holes are round, like this, you see? And some are square. Square, like this, you see?
Vur-i amana.
Indeed. Yes. And these are called pegs, you see? Pegs. Pegs. Never mind. I know the rest. At any rate, see now, look. I take a round peg and I insert it into a round hole. Then I take a square peg and insert it into a square hole, you see? Now.
Vur-i amana.
Yes. But vur-i amana is not the issue. Now, go ahead. See if you can fit the pegs into the holes.
Vur-i amana.
Dear. You could be from another planet. So you should be intelligent enough to pick up some of our language or teach us of yours. Can you say anything else but Vur-i amana?
Vur-i amana.
This could all be some sort of publicity stunt. But what?
Vur-i amana.
On the other hand, it's entirely possible that you're just a nut. A plain, simple, common, ordinary nut.
Vur-i amana.
All right, yes. We'll try again tomorrow. Although I wish I knew just what it is we're going to try.
Vur-i amana.
Yes. Well, we'll try again tomorrow. We'll try something.
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Newdale. I thought you'd be finished in here.
I am, Molly. I suppose I am.
Well, I can come back and clean up later.
Oh, that's all right. I was about to leave.
Oh, well, how is he, Doctor?
I wish I knew.
Is he really from some other place?
Molly, your guess is as good as mine.
You gotta admit, he keeps the room clean.
Yes, he does.
He ain't as messy as some. He don't give me no trouble.
Oh, well, good night, Molly. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Doctor. So, how you doing today?
Vur-i amana.
Yeah, and Vur-i amana to you. And listen, just between you and me, what's your angle, huh? I mean, what are you scheming to...
Vur-i amana.
Look, we heard that before 1,000,000 times.
Vur-i amana.
All right, don't get excited.
Vur.
Okay, Vur. So, what are you trying to tell me?
Vur-i amana.
Take it easy, calm down.
Amana.
Hey, look, they got straitjackets, padded cells, bathtubs full of ice. Now, you don't want any of that.
Vur.
Just sit down, huh? No, don't try to say anything. Let me get you a drink of water. Just sit there quiet. That's it. Now, don't you feel so much better?
Well, how are things at the nut house today, Molly?
Oh, I don't think that's a nice name for it.
Oh, okay. How about funny folk?
Oh, look, Pops. It's just a place for a lot of poor, unfortunate people.
Yeah, and you're one of them.
Here, pass me some soup.
Who you going to meet working in a place like that, huh?
Pops, I'm 43 years old. Who'd I ever meet anywhere?
Oh, soft pedal that over 40 bit. Now, you can still pass for 35, Molly.
Look, what other job could I get, huh? I never had a chance to go to school.
You could take a secretarial course.
Yeah, and get a job pounding a typewriter? I can make as much at the hospital, and it's got a good pension.
Pension? Hey, you're starting to talk like an old lady.
Well, some women are going to have to go through life alone. I'm one of them.
This isn't fair. You could make such a great wife for some guy.
You know something? I'm just beat.
You didn't finish your supper.
I'm not hungry.
Hey, you sure you okay, Molly?
Yeah. I don't know, it's just that I'm so sleepy all of a sudden.
Yeah, you don't look so good.
Something's come over me. I need some sleep.
Should I call the doctor?
No, just help me into bed.
Molly, wake up now. You're having a nightmare, honey. Molly.
Yes.
Molly, get up. Molly, you okay? You're screaming, Molly. Molly, what is it?
My head, it feels bigger. Does it look bigger?
No.
Oh, it must be. There's so many things in it. So many things that were never in it before.
Molly, should I take you to a doctor?
No.
But Molly, honey. Wait. That's what that nut, the one who was in what was supposed to be a flying saucer, kept saying, isn't it? What are you saying? Molly, what are you saying?
What is she saying? And what does it mean? What language is it anyway? And how did she learn it? Those are all good questions, and they all have good answers. We shall give you all the pertinent details when I return shortly with Act 2. Look skyward at all the stars and beyond. Dream and wonder about other worlds. Where are they and what are they? And is it possible that someone, somewhere, at another point in the universe, also speculates about the stars and dreams and wonders just as we do? Will we ever know?
Molly, what were you saying? What kind of language?
Nothing.
But I heard you.
I was just dreaming.
No. This was after you woke up.
Was it?
Yeah.
But you know how it is. Sometimes you can look like you're awake, but you're really still asleep.
No, you said this thing that sounds like what that nutter or whoever from the flying saucer kept saying.
I did?
Yeah, plus some other gibberish.
Pop, I can't imagine what you're talking about.
Molly, Molly, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm scared.
Yeah, so am I.
What does it mean?
I don't know. But there's one way to find out.
Oh, good morning, Molly.
Good morning, Dr. Nudell.
Oh, is Miss early for you?
Early?
Aren't you supposed to come in around noon?
Oh, well, I don't have very much else to do, Doctor.
You're a very devoted person, Molly. But I'm afraid you're working too hard. You don't look well.
Well, I feel fine. Honest.
As long as you're here, spend a little time with Vori Amana, you know, the one from outer space. Or maybe he isn't either.
Oh, all right, sir.
He seems to like you. That is, he always smiles when you come into the room.
Oh, sure, Doctor.
Who knows? Maybe you can find a way to reach him.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about, therapy.
Uh-huh. Sometimes it's better that way.
Vori Amana.
Vori Amana. I am the conqueror.
Vori Ivora.
Vori Ivora. I am from Ivora.
Vuna Aina Ildura.
Vuna Aina Ildura. We rule the universe.
I have reached you. Of all the minds on this entire planet, I have reached yours.
What language are we talking?
Ivora, the most beautiful of all the tongues in the universe.
Ivora.
I am Mor-El, and you are Molly. What does Molly mean?
What does it mean?
Every name must have a meaning.
I don't know. I guess it just means Molly.
My name, Mor-El, means the king's son.
You're the son of a king?
Yes.
Oh. Well, what are you doing here?
You see, I wear the blue robe. It is the color for the reconnaissance scout.
Oh.
I search the universe for a planet for Ivora to conquer and colonize. And I have found one.
You mean Ours?
Yes.
Well, what's going to happen to us, the people who live here?
I suppose you'll have to be destroyed.
Just like that?
That's what happens all the time, doesn't it?
What are you talking about?
History.
What do you know about history?
I know all about your history.
You do?
I've been studying it.
How?
You see, I can reach into a person's mind, and I can see everything he knows.
Oh.
So, all the while Dr. Nudell has been talking to me, I suppose you could say, I've been picking his brain. I know everything he knows about history. On your planet, men killed off animals at first. Then stronger groups of men killed off weaker groups and took their land, didn't they?
Well,
So we conquerors from Ivora will not be doing anything strange or unusual, will we?
You're going to kill all of us?
I'm sorry. And it isn't because we hate you. Ivorans don't hate anyone. It is against our religion.
Well, if you're so smart and so strong, why do you let yourself be kept here in this place like a prisoner?
I could leave here any time I chose.
You could?
Yes. I could transport myself to my spaceship and just take off for Ivora.
But why are you telling me all this?
Because I have to have someone to talk to.
How do you know I won't tell everybody about your plans?
That really doesn't matter.
Now, look, you're only one person. They could stop you.
At this stage of things, I suppose they could.
Then why did you tell me? You know I'll tell the doctor, the police.
Yes. Well, maybe I know something you don't.
What?
You'll have to find that out for yourself.
You see, Doctor, what he's trying to tell you is that he's the conqueror.
You've been speaking to him?
Yes, sir. I know the language.
You do?
Yes, he comes from a planet somewhere called Ivora.
Ivora?
That's right. And they're looking for a place to colonize. I guess it's like the people from Europe came here hundreds of years ago.
Continue.
And they're going to take over.
Take over?
You could say like we did from the Indians.
This is what he told you?
Yes. Well, we have to do something about it.
Do something?
Yes, because if we don't, the people from Ivora, they'll come here and kill us all. I thought I'd better tell you, Doctor.
Yes. I'm glad you did.
But you don't believe I'm telling you the truth, do you?
I believe you're telling me what you think is the truth.
Oh.
Molly, you've been working very hard, too hard.
You think I'm crazy, is that it?
I think you're overtired and overworked.
But it's the truth. I spoke to him.
I can arrange to get you some time off, with pay.
Yeah. I see where this is going.
Molly, it happens to all of us. Sometimes to me.
What happens?
You spend so much time with unbalanced people that now and then you sort of go off the deep end yourself.
And that's what you think is happening to me?
Well, you know I like you. I wouldn't lie to you.
Then how do you explain the fact that I can speak Ivoran?
Ivoran?
The language of Ivora. I know I speak it perfectly. Better than I speak English. I never even went to high school. I had to go to work. I don't know very much in English. But in Ivoran, I know everything. I speak so beautifully. I say things that sound so smart. The prettiest words roll around in my head. Vur I Linana, I am the queen. Vur I Laila Lea, I am queen of beauty and delight. Where would I ever get to think things like that?
Well, I'll look into this thing.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it.
Doctor, I work here. I know how you talk to the other crazies.
I still think you should take a little time off.
Let's go. Move that heap.
Oh, are you Officer Pinchot?
Maxwell Pinchot, that's me.
Well, could I talk to you?
What do you want to know?
You remember the person who you arrested because he was in that flying saucer?
I wish I had it to do all over again. I'd have looked the other way.
Well, he's dangerous.
Yeah?
I have to tell this to somebody. And you're a cop. He's the advanced scout from a place called Ivora. They're going to kill each and every one of us.
Is that a fact?
Yes, he told me.
He didn't tell me.
Well, that's because he couldn't communicate with you.
And he can communicate with you?
Oh, please, believe me. Do something about it. You're a policeman.
Now, lady, don't you worry about a thing. I'll do something. Believe me, I will.
Oh, you don't believe me. I can tell. You won't do a thing. Sir, Your Honor, Judge.
What?
I'm sorry to disturb you at your dinner, but I must talk to you. It's a matter of life and death. Please listen.
What is this?
Well, it's that man. You know, the flying saucer person.
What are you talking about?
The one who keeps saying, Vur-i Amana. That means, I am the conqueror. He's going to take over the earth. We have to stop him.
What kind of a restaurant is this where a man can't even have his dinner without being disturbed?
Your Honor, it's true. Every word is true.
What kind of entertainment are they putting on? What kind of an act have you got there, madam?
It isn't an act. Oh, you don't believe me. No one believes me.
You have to quit that job.
All right, Pops. Let me alone.
You know, Dr. Nudell called up. You're under a terrible strain.
I am. And it's your fault.
My fault?
Your fault, the doctor's fault, the police. Everyone laughed at me. Nobody wants to believe me. Nobody.
Honey, because it's such a crazy story.
Well, does that mean it isn't true?
Now, what you need is some rest.
Rest? We're all going to rest forever. We're all going to be killed.
Molly.
Why don't people believe me? Everyone treats me like I'm some kind of nut.
Okay, Molly, maybe you're right. But there's nothing that you, as an individual, as one single solitary person, can do about it. You have to face it.
I'm facing it.
Good. Now, you have to accept it.
No, that's the one thing I won't do. I won't accept it.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
You had a difficult time.
Oh, I sure did.
I told you there is something you would have to find out for yourself.
I sure did.
Nobody believes the prophet of doom. Your people, they don't want to stop me and Ivora from taking over the earth.
That's because they don't know any better. But I do.
And therefore, you have decided to stop me.
How did you know?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Yes.
You're going to kill me.
I have to kill you.
They won't believe the reason. You know that.
I know that.
You'll spend the rest of your life in an insane asylum.
I'd be doing that anyhow. So, I got myself a gun.
A gun?
This one, here.
I see. You're going to kill me.
Oh, it's nothing personal. It isn't because I hate you. I don't hate anyone. But I have to kill you. That's all.
Murder. If it's to be done at all, perhaps it's best if it's done reluctantly. Yes, it doesn't change anything, and it doesn't really do the victim any material good. But at least it gives the thing a certain sense of style. Well, this is only the end of Act 2. Just the right point to kill off a major character. Will it happen? We'll know that shortly when I return with Act 3. You know what they say. If you want to make sure a thing is well done, then do it yourself. Of course, murder is another story. Or is it? When you think how cheaply life is held in some quarters, when you consider how many people are killed carelessly, needlessly, it's rather easy to ask, what's one more life? Yes, it's easy to ask, but so hard to answer.
Well, go ahead. Kill me.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
I understand. That's a very primitive-looking weapon. How does it work?
I don't know. All I have to do is aim at you and pull the trigger, and the bullet comes out and kills you.
Whatever it is, get it over with.
I will.
So? What's your problem?
A problem?
Why don't you activate that weapon?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I should kill you.
Oh, there's no doubt of that.
But somehow I just can't do it.
You can't.
The thought of taking a human life.
But don't you understand? The fate of your world and everyone in it is at stake.
I know.
Something is wrong with me.
What?
Ever since I landed on this planet, I have no word for it in Ivora.
A cough?
Yes, cough. It's an ugly word for an ugly feeling. Why, what is it? I think I'd better activate my mental computer.
Your what?
Here, you call it the brain.
Oh.
That's because you don't use it very much. But I'll get all the facts on this thing, this cough.
Oh, it's no big deal. Practically everybody around here coughs.
What's that?
That? Boy, everybody knows what that is.
What is it?
Are you kidding? It's a sneeze.
It's a sneeze? Why does it happen?
Well, it could mean you're coming down with something.
Coming down with something?
Like an illness.
Illness?
Or there's some kind of irritation in the air.
Oh, I have a great deal of work with the computer. I can see that. Cough, sneeze, illness, irritation.
What am I standing in like a dummy for? Why don't I kill you?
Well, it would seem to be the smart thing to do. I know you have what we would call moral considerations, but you really should do it.
Why are you telling me that?
Because I like you.
You like me?
Tell me, I don't know how these things are on Earth, but are you still of childbearing age?
What kind of question?
I have to know. I am Morel, a crown prince. I would have to have an heir to the throne. No, but what's the use? I'll never be king.
Look, just hold on a minute. I don't follow all this.
You would have to come back with me.
Back where?
Home to Ivora.
What makes you think I would?
It's in your mind. You're thinking about it.
I'm thinking no such thing.
Well, you're not aware that you're thinking it. Why do you suppose you don't want to kill me?
Well, I'm not the kind who...
You can tell yourself that. But you know it isn't true. Why do you think I stay here? Well, 2 reasons. First, I'm learning all about this Earth. And second, I see you all the time.
Oh, there's nothing special about me.
There's nothing special about me either.
Oh, how can you say that?
It's true.
Nothing special about you. Why, you can travel through space. You can read people's minds. There isn't a single person on this Earth who could even come close to you.
Yes, I may be far and away the smartest person on planet Earth. But back home in Ivora, I guess I'm just the dumbest.
Oh, I can't believe it.
When I was born, there was great rejoicing because there would now be an heir to the throne. Why do I do this? Why? What is the word?
Cough. No, it's nothing. Almost everybody on Earth coughs. So you were telling me when you were born there was great rejoicing or something.
It didn't last.
Oh, why not?
Because it soon became obvious that I was very stupid.
Oh, I listen to the things you say. You're brilliant.
For Ivora, I'm stupid. And everybody knew it. No, you can't keep a thing like that secret, you know.
What happened?
They decided to make me a reconnaissance scout for outer space exploration.
Well, you can't be stupid and do that.
But don't you see, the whole thing is a fake.
I don't understand.
There never was such a thing as outer space exploration. They created the operation just for me.
But I don't know what...
But it was to give me something to do, something harmless, and also to get rid of me.
Are you telling me the truth?
Oh, if you could read my mind, you'd know it's the truth. Outer space exploration. For what?
Didn't you say to look for other planets to colonize?
But there are no other planets fit for human habitation besides Ivora. Everyone knows that.
There's this place, Earth.
Yes, and I found it. It proves they were wrong. Oh, how positive they were. All the experts, all the scientists. There is no other planet in this or any other universe that has the proper temperature, terrain, water, carbon-oxygen atmosphere to sustain human life as we know.
Oh, they believed that?
They still believe it. According to their calculations, they can prove no other suitable planet exists.
But you found one.
I know, but they don't believe me.
How can they not believe you?
Because you don't know. Oh, you don't know.
What don't I know?
How stupid they think I am. I'll prove it. I'll call the base. I'll open my mind and let you listen. Just stand still. Why do I do that?
I told you it's because you...
I'm waiting for the computer, and then I'll get a complete analysis. Now, I'm calling the base. You must stand perfectly still. Close your eyes. Try to think of nothing, and you will hear.
Hear what?
This is Morel, calling the base at Ivora. Calling the base at Ivora.
Base at Ivora. Come in, Morel.
I have great news. I have landed on a planet suitable for colonization.
Really?
Yes. Proper atmosphere, suitable terrain, acceptable climate.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Prince Morel, how long have you been out in space on this tour?
5 years.
It's possible you have contracted a kind of illness known as space illusion.
But I'm telling you, I have found
I'm
this...
sure you think you have.
But it is true.
You've been out in space too long. You're suffering from space illusion. You must return for a computer adjustment. Order from the base. And sign off.
There. You see?
How can they be so mean?
This is what I've had to put up with all my life. Will you help me?
Well, help you do what?
Come back with me
Where?
to Ivora. When they see you, they know that I'm right.
But then they'll come back here and kill everybody.
Oh, we'll make better use of this planet than you will.
That doesn't give you the right to take it.
I know you'll come with me. I see it in your mind. You want to come.
No.
It's your only chance to know love. And it's my only chance, too. Back home, no other girl would look at me.
Well, I like that.
Yes, you'll come with me. I'm calling the base. Base? Morel calling the base.
Morel, what is it this time?
You can stop patronizing me. I'm coming back with proof. Proof. Morel out. There. I told them. Oh, what a triumphal entry we shall make. The Crown Prince and his consort. Why do I do that? Wait. My computer is about to speak.
What are you talking about?
Quiet. It reports that sneezes and coughs are phenomenon caused by the polluted air and water of the planet. Although originally it's a pure atmosphere, it is now completely overloaded with sulfides, methane, ammonia, hydro and fluorocarbons, among a host of other noxious and poisonous substances. That's enough. I don't want to know anymore.
More air. What's the matter?
Oh, the whole thing has collapsed. I said I found a planet we could colonize. I went on record. I challenged the base. And now, it isn't true.
It isn't?
Now I know why I cough and sneeze. You heard the computer. Soon, this place will be too poisonous for life. Now, I can't go home.
I thought I'd find you here, Molly. Molly, I thought about what you told me. I believe you.
You believe me?
Yes. The way you put that vocabulary together, now you're not a linguist, and yet it follows basic laws of language.
But I
You could be right. And so I spoke with Colonel Hawk of the FIA. They want to hear more.
Well...
If you are right about Morel here, or whatever his name is, being the advance scout for an invading alien army...
Yes, if I am right.
Well, I'm a doctor. I don't want to think about it. But I also live on this planet. I have a responsibility.
Will they have to kill him?
I don't know. This whole business, it's out of our hands. We'll have to do what's best, whatever it is.
Then you must go home, Morel. If you stay here, they'll kill you.
I don't care.
I care.
You care?
I care. And I'll go back with you.
You will?
Yes. You can read it in my mind, can't you?
Huh. I can read that you want to do it. But that doesn't mean you will do it.
I will. Now, how can we go back?
Get me a suit of clothes, can you?
Yes.
No one will know me if I'm dressed like everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know the vehicle is in a place called the impounded lot. I can see it. There's a tag on it that says, release on payment of $50. Do you have $50?
Yes.
Then we can go.
You see how easy it is? Oh, how brilliant you are.
No, I can't go back.
Why?
Why? When I get back, I'll be the laughing stock of the entire planet.
But I don't care. You'll be alive.
But you have no idea how dumb I am. I am just not smart.
Oh, well, you no longer have to be concerned about that.
I don't?
No. From now on, you don't have to be smart. You know why? Because you're going to have a smart wife.
These women. Maybe that's the great secret. Maybe a smart wife is all it takes. Anyhow, we don't know how things worked out when they got to Ivora because we weren't there. But if we ever do get the facts, we'll be glad to fill you in with another story at another time. I shall return shortly. Sometimes you have to believe that the whole business is a matter of packaging. Consider, if some half-mad, half-literate, well, we might as well even say half-wit, were to come staggering into some remote hamlet and swear that he had seen a flying saucer, why, on the basis of his completely unsupported statement, millions would believe him. On the other hand, if a flying saucer were to land on the busiest intersection of the city, it might not even draw a passing comment. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, Gilbert Mack, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man is the only living creature who has the power to leave the earth poorer than he found it. Indeed, there are those cynical souls who insist that the sun and the moon and the stars might have disappeared long ago had they been within the reach of predatory human hands. Now, wait a minute. We did reach the moon. Well, we can only wait and see. And hope.
Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, never. These are fine people. I have every respect for a man of science, such as yourself. Come inside. Meet everyone. Friends, we have here Dr. Carstairs.
How do you do?
Now, Leopold, now.
Hey. What was that for?
That was for nothing. Now we shall get down to business. Again, Leopold.
Our mystery drama, The Vanishing Point, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let sleeping dogs lie, said Mr. Dickens, and it may, on balance, be good advice. However, it would be much better if we could let lying dogs sleep. Much more conducive to our peace of mind, if not to the peace of the world. We are in the ancient German city of Munich. They like their festivals here, especially in October. And we're in the midst of one right now, in this mammoth beer garden just to our right. Now, there's a man, about 45-ish, and somehow you can tell he's an American, coming down the street. He pauses at the entrance, but no, he keeps going. He's evidently looking for an address. Has he found it? He stops at a very old and narrow house, and he looks for, finds, and pulls at a bell.
Yes?
I wonder, could you help me? Fräulein, is it?
Yes?
I'm not even sure I know how to explain this.
No?
You do speak English?
Oh, yes.
That is rather fortunate. My German leaves a great deal to be desired. This is 71 Koln Street. Kolnstrasse?
Yes.
There was someone who lived here a long time ago. This goes back many years, even before the war. I'm sure he wouldn't be alive today. Why do I say that? He could be. He would be in his 80s, perhaps his 90s. I wonder if by chance you might know something about him. His name is, or was, Franz Wilhelm Klust. Does that mean anything to you? Franz Wilhelm Klust. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it right. Perhaps it's Klust.
Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Yes.
No, I do not know the name.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I just thought I might find someone who could shed some light. I had this address, and that's all. Now I don't even know where to look.
You might ask at the town hall.
I did, and this was his last known address.
I see.
I'm so sorry I disturbed you. Dearest Millicent, the convention is not as stimulating as I had hoped, but things may pick up a bit tomorrow when I read my paper on dislocated ionic particles in a negatively charged nucleus. I thought I would look up a certain Professor Klust, whose monograph impressed me so much, but no one seems to know what became of him. Actually, I may be wrong, but I think there's a conspiracy of silence surrounding him. Just a minute. Someone seems to be knocking on the door. I haven't the faintest notion who it might be, but I shall find out. Yes?
You are Herr Dr. Willis Carstairs?
Yes, but I'm not a doctor of medicine. I have a PhD in physics. I explain this because so many people
You
think
have
that
been inquiring for a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Oh, yes. Won't you come in, Mr.
Kellner.
I mean, Herr...
Kellner. Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Danke. Thank you.
Well, now, what can you tell me about Professor Klust?
First, you must tell me why you are so interested.
Oh, certainly. I was doing research on, I suppose you could call it, displacement. Oh, that was quite a while ago, and I'm no longer actively concerned with it.
Displacement?
It's a highly technical and theoretical thing. Are you involved with science in any way, Herr Kellner?
No.
Well, it has to do with the disappearance of matter. At any rate, I came across a monograph by Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust of the University of Munich, written in the 30s.
And?
And what? It seems to me I'm being interrogated.
Oh, you must excuse me. You see, I am his nephew. He's an old man.
Ah, then he is still alive.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, that's marvelous.
But he is not strong. And so I wish to make sure that those who call him have an interest that is, how would you say, legitimate.
Of course. As I said, at one time, I was interested in his specialty. But I've since gone on to other things. And I just happened to be here at a conference. I remembered Professor Klust. Do you suppose I could see him?
Well, yes. Now that you have established your credentials, you'll be most welcome.
Thank you. When might I be able to see him?
Now.
Now?
When one arrives at Professor Klust's age, one does not make long-range appointments.
I suppose not.
Unless you have another engagement.
No. I can think of nothing else I'd rather do.
Then I shall take you to him.
Is it much further?
No.
It's very kind of you to undertake such a long trip.
It will give my uncle pleasure.
I only read that one paper of his, but it showed such brilliance. And I never heard of him before or since. Why isn't Professor Klust better known?
Who can say? Science is perhaps like other fields. You must know how to succeed.
That's true.
And this is his house.
We seem to be in the country.
My uncle needs the air. He always loved Einsamkeit. Aloneness.
Solitude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you shall see him.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's beautiful here. Lovely place to work. Is your uncle still active?
Very much so, yeah. Very much. Please come in. I should like you to meet my cousin, Leopold.
How do you do?
Yes, Leopold.
What is this?
Einmal. No, einmal.
No. What happened? Where am I?
Try this cold compress. You feel better.
Wait. You and that...
Leopold?
Yes, that gorilla.
Please. While Leopold is unable to speak, his hearing is perfect. He doesn't like to be insulted.
What have you done? You brought me here and broken my jaw.
No. Leopold is very scientific. There's no lasting damage. Pain, yes, but for a purpose.
Oh, what purpose? You bring me, you lure me here under false pretenses.
No, you are the one who travels under Willis Carstairs.
Me?
This is why it was necessary for Leopold to teach you the rules.
What rules?
That we are serious people. That you must answer at once and truthfully.
Answer what?
The question. Why do you wish to see Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Well, sometimes you read something and you are impressed by the brilliance of the mind that wrote it. Isn't that so?
It would be better if you answered my question instead of asking one of your own.
But that's it. I was very much impressed at the time. It must have been 10... No, it was 12 years ago. And I just never forgot it. That's really all.
We are still, I see, at the very beginning of things. Leopold?
No.
Dr. Carstairs.
What?
You must wake up.
Wake up?
Are you all right?
No, I'm not all right.
Come.
Where? Wait. I know you. You're the woman who answered the door when I asked for Professor Klust.
Yes.
Would you mind telling me just what...
There is no time. You must leave.
Oh, yes, I'm willing to do that.
Good. I have an automobile outside. You can walk?
I can even run if I have to.
Well, then hurry.
Who are you?
I cannot say.
And those men?
I cannot tell you.
And what is this thing about Professor Klust?
I do not know.
Madame, I am grateful to you for getting me out of there. Although for all I know, you're the one who may have got me in there. However, you and I both know you're not telling me the truth.
Let me give you a word of advice. Forget everything that happened tonight.
Forget?
It was only a mistake on everyone's part. Therefore, it is best forgotten.
I was beaten up. Do you expect me just to forget that?
Well, sometimes that is the wisest thing.
Look here, Miss Fräulein or Frau or whatever. There's something going on here that's wrong. That's criminal. I do not intend to make believe it never happened.
You are warned. If you intend to make a fool of yourself, no power on the earth can stop you.
And so, Herr Inspector, you see, I felt it my duty to report this to the police.
Yes, of course. Quite right.
I haven't the foggiest notion what those people are up to. Do you?
It is important first to see if we have all the facts in hand, nicht wahr?
Certainly.
Now then, you are Willis Newton Carstairs, American citizen, doctor of physics, teaching at the University of California.
Yes.
You are attending an international convention of physicists here in München. And on the night of May 21st, on or about 7 p.m. on 1900 hours, you called at 71 Kölnstrasse to inquire as to the whereabouts of a certain Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust.
That's right.
Now then, may I inquire, why do you wish to see this Professor Klust?
If he's still alive, I'd like to discuss some ideas with him. He has a great mind.
Oh, yes?
And if he's dead, I just thought I'd like to chat with some of his associates, or people who knew him. I had no idea it would stir up such a hornet's nest.
Well, you did wise to report the matter. We shall try to find these people and ascertain what is happening here.
But, Inspector, tell me, why should there be this fuss about Professor Klust?
Well, I could not say.
The man was an obscure physicist. Why should the merest mention of his name get me into so much trouble? Hello?
Professor Carstairs?
Yes, this is he.
This is Inspector Müller of the police.
Oh, yes, Inspector.
Yes. We have your 3 people in custody.
Already? So soon?
Yes. Could you find it convenient to come down to police headquarters?
Of course, Inspector. At once.
Thank you. Ah, Herr Dr. Carstairs, it's so good of you to come. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Now, these 3 people, I trust you know them.
Oh, yes.
We have Fräulein Erika Bauer, we have Werner Kellner, and last but not least, Karl-Heinz Leopold.
Yes.
I have here your deposition, your story, this paper. And also, I have on my desk this paper. It is a deposition sworn to by this lady and these 2 gentlemen.
Yes?
Yes. There seems to be an Unstimmigkeit here, a discrepancy.
A what?
Well, it would seem, Herr Doctor, that they tell me a different story.
A different story? How can that be possible?
Well, they respectfully beg to differ with a distinguished visitor to our country. But they insist that you are not telling the complete truth.
Yes, perhaps we should have known. Things were moving much too smoothly, much too swiftly. Something had to be out of joint somewhere. What is this complete truth that our hero is supposedly not telling? Indeed, what is a complete truth to begin with? Truth is not divisible. A half-truth must eventually become a whole falsehood. But this is philosophy, and right now we're in a police station, and in a foreign country at that. You'd better not miss Act 2. these things go. You have half a dozen witnesses to an event. When you finish collecting testimony, you may very well wind up with a half a dozen different stories. No two eyes will see exactly the same sight. No two ears will hear exactly the same sound. Sometimes you wonder how it's possible to prove anything at all in this world of ours.
What do you mean they tell a different story, Inspector? I told you what happened.
Herr Kellner, shall you repeat your sworn statement?
Yeah, Inspector. On the night of October 21st, I was in Schanzer's beer garden on Kölnstrasse. I go there to listen to the music and enjoy a glass of beer.
Yes, continue.
The place, it was filled with a crowd. And I noticed this gentleman.
That isn't true. I was never in such a place.
Please, remain silent, Herr Doctor. You have already made your statement. Continue, Kellner.
Yeah, very good. I am standing at the bar next to this gentleman, and he says to me, I could tell he was an American by the way he spoke.
Well, hiya, pal.
Pal?
Buddy. Chum. Comrade.
Comrade. Yeah.
Have a beer.
Thank you. I have one.
Bottoms up, old comrade. Hey, say that, bartender. Another round over here. Hey, listen. Do you know where there's any action around here?
Action?
Hey. I don't mean noise. I mean action. Where a fella can act sociable. Meet people. After all, I'm a guest in this country, huh? I'd like to meet the people, if you know what I mean. I'm a completely respectable guy. Look. See? My card.
Yeah.
Willis Newton Carstairs, Ph.D., University of California. See?
Yeah. I am going to a social gathering of friends. You could call it a party.
Hey, sounds great.
Perhaps you should like to come.
Hey there, old comrade. What are we waiting for? It's a lie.
Now, Herr Doctor...
I never went into that beer garden. I don't talk the way he said I did.
We deal here with a sworn statement.
The entire thing is a tissue of falsehoods.
We shall continue with Herr Kellner's affidavit.
But it isn't true.
Please, Doctor, you must at least have common courtesy.
You cannot place me in a position where I'm supposed...
I must insist on silence. Yes, continue, Herr Kellner.
Thank you. And so, this gentleman and myself left the beer garden. It was to be a gathering of intellectual people. Fräulein Bauer here writes poetry, and I thought they would like to meet an American professor. And so I brought him to Fräulein Bauer's apartment. At once, I was sorry, because he behaved very badly.
Hey, who's she?
Fräulein Bauer, may I present Herr Dr. Carstairs?
How do you do?
Everyone I can, baby. Hey, Kellner, old comrade, is she a live one?
I beg your pardon, Herr Doctor.
Come on. Is there anything doing here?
Werner, who is this person?
Hey, don't pull that on me. I know what kind of a joint this is. Come on over here, sweetie.
How dare you?
Herr Doctor, I must ask you to leave. There seems to be a mistake.
What do you say, Erica, baby?
Please, leave this place at once.
Hey, take your hands off.
I must ask you to...
I said get your hands off.
Your hands! Prince Otto, do something!
Come on, I'll take on the whole pack here.
He was like a madman. It took 4 or 5 men, finally, to subdue him.
Do you actually believe this, Inspector? There isn't a word of truth in it.
Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, do you, either of you, wish to bring charges?
Do they wish to bring charges?
No. True, he behaved in the most swinish manner, but he was drunk.
This affair might do him some damage at home.
Then you are willing to forget?
Yes.
But I'm not willing to forget.
Well, in that case, I shall detain you no longer, Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, and Herr Leopold. Good day.
Good day.
Good day, Herr Dr. Carstairs. And if I may suggest, keep away from strong drink. It can create illusions.
Inspector.
Herr Doctor, the affair is closed.
Closed?
Yes. And consider yourself fortunate to be out of it. So cheaply. Yes, we were informed of the incident, as a matter of course, here at the consulate.
Were you?
It concerned an American citizen.
Why haven't you done anything about it?
My dear fellow, what do you suggest?
In the first place, I suggest you don't call me your dear fellow.
Now, Dr. Carstairs...
Anytime anyone says to you, my dear fellow, it's a sure sign that you're about to be brushed off.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but you're going to do it. In the end, you'll tell me to go home and forget it, won't you?
Now, look here, my dear... Dr. Carstairs...
whose side are you on?
Side? Well, it's obvious what happened. You got drunk. You became obstreperous.
I don't drink enough to get drunk, and I'm never obstreperous.
Well, perhaps not at home, but when a man finds himself in a foreign country, his inhibitions...
I'm telling you the truth.
Dr. Carstairs, if you persist, you'll attract notice in the papers. The word will get home. Things could become very awkward for you.
But I am telling you the truth.
It doesn't matter.
The truth doesn't matter.
Doctor... just give people a chance to believe the worst and they'll do it. It's human nature. Now, you think about this very carefully and you will see that I'm really concerned with your best interests. My dear fellow, I really am.
The head of the department is on sabbatical leave, Dr. Carstairs. I am Professor Lisa Lotte Schmidt. May I help you?
I'm interested in a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust.
Oh, you are going back a long time.
Do I detect a slight tone of disapproval, Professor?
Those days are finished, thankfully. That era is gone, and Klust is dead.
Well, I hadn't expected that he would still be alive.
What is it you wish to know about him?
Some time ago, I had come across a monograph he had written in the 30s on displacement.
Yes.
It had some very original ideas.
However, let us only speak well of the dead.
What are you trying to tell me, Professor?
You say it was written in the 30s, and that is correct. The late 30s. By that time, Klust was running things, academically speaking.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
As an American, you would not. You take academic freedom for granted. Klust was a powerful man in the party. He ran purge after purge in the university. I remember it well. I was a student here then.
It's hard to believe that such a brilliant scientist would
He wasn't that brilliant. If you wanted to teach, you would collaborate with Herr Professor Klust.
Are you saying, then, that the ideas in that monograph were not his?
I only know that the original research was started by a physicist named Neumann, who died of mysterious causes.
Oh?
Have I disillusioned you, Doctor? I'm sorry.
And whatever became of Klust?
He died near the end of the war, we think.
Isn't anyone sure?
Oh, things were hectic, confused in those last days. There was a rumor that the Soviets carried him off. I do not think so.
You don't?
He was not that good a scientist. Forgive me, I am prejudiced. I never liked the man.
Well, even if he were still alive, he would be a very old man.
In his 70s. Do you think that is old?
Dearest Millicent, I'm beginning to see daylight. Although I must tell you, I still do not know what to make of it. Here is what happened. Trying to be as unobtrusive as possible, I decided to revisit the neighborhood where I had gotten myself into trouble the first time. I passed by the beer garden, and it was packed solidly with people. I decided to go inside. I was hidden by the crowd, and although it was noisy there was one voice that was very, very familiar. It seemed to stand out.
Listen, friends. We shall succeed. Yes, we shall be a great nation. But we are a great nation. We shall be the greatest nation of all. We shall conquer through science. We have the greatest scientific genius of the world has ever known. He has been working with us, for our cause, all his life. Soon, he will be ready.
Yes, Herr Doctor. What may I do for you?
You might curb your impatience.
I beg your pardon?
You consider me a fool, a troublemaker.
Oh, Herr Doctor.
You consent to see me because it might be awkward not to.
Would you suppose you state your business?
That's better. Abrupt. Impersonal. First, are you aware of the existence of a political party called the National Restoration?
Yes.
Is it a neo-Nazi party?
Not just neo-Nazi, but neo-everything.
Were you aware of the fact that Werner Kellner, Karl-Heinz Leopold, and Erika Bauer are members?
The National Restoration is a completely legal party.
So were the Nazis.
Please, may I ask where this is going?
Why do you suppose they beat me up?
We have already been through all of that.
Come, Inspector. You know perfectly well I was telling the truth.
In the absence of disinterested witnesses, it was the word of 3 against the word of 1.
Have you listened to the propaganda of the National Restoration Party?
Oh, Herr Doctor. The streets are filled with all sorts of... there is such a marvelous American word for it. Kooks, yes, on the left, on the right, wherever you turn. Now, who has the patience to listen? Who can even hope to understand what they're saying?
I do. I understand what they're saying.
Yes, is that a fact?
They're saying they have a weapon that can conquer the world.
Is that what they're saying? Yes, it did seem that was what our friend Kellner seemed to be spouting back there in the saloon. But wasn't that just beer hall talk? And what if it was? Does that mean it shouldn't be taken seriously? Just how seriously is what you shall discover in Act 3. We constantly teeter between sense and nonsense, and the problem is, it's difficult many times to distinguish one from the other. Especially the way perceptions, conditions, and styles and attitudes keep changing. But haven't we the right to expect that a learned, dignified, conservative professor of physics would be aware of the difference? It all depends.
You're saying they have a weapon that can conquer the world?
I heard Kellner make that statement.
May I ask where?
In a beer garden.
Oh.
Look, Inspector, just before the war, in this very city...
that was before my time.
There was a professor of physics named Franz Wilhelm Klust.
Yes, I read about him. He died at the end of the war.
And that has never been established as a fact.
Please, if there is a point to all of this, make it.
The war is over. Klust is presumed dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right with him. There's a possibility he could be prosecuted for war crimes. He goes into hiding, but he needs help. He gets it from the newly formed National Restoration Party.
You have the facts to support this contention?
The years go by. The original Restoration Party members get old, pass from the scene. New ones join up. But the constant, the unifying force is Klust. He is working on the weapon that will make all things possible. The party members have one grand mission: support Klust, protect Klust, maintain a secrecy that will allow him to work, to finish, to perfect the weapon.
Yes, once again, the facts.
Suddenly, a shocking event occurs. One night, a stranger knocks on the door and inquires for Klust. Why? All these years, everyone thought Klust was dead. Obviously, the stranger must be a spy. So, they lure him to a lonely spot, where they try to force the truth from him. Then they decide to release him to see if he can lead them anywhere. But he doesn't. They are relieved. Obviously, he was telling the truth. He was just an innocent, blundering foreigner.
I must keep insisting. The facts.
Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust is working on a weapon which could very well change the course of history.
Yes, Herr Doctor, we shall look into the matter.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
But I cannot understand, Dr. Carstairs.
Just see that this is published, Professor Schmidt.
You are saying here that you believe you can complete the final formulation of Professor Franz Wilhelm Kluse's theory? Is this true?
I'm not sure.
Then why should we print this in our journal?
Professor Schmidt, I have been to the police and to the politicians. The first consider me a drunk. The second insist that I'm a fool. You must help me.
Dr. Carstairs, there is no real evidence of any...
There are times when a scientist wants to be accepted on faith. Dearest Millicent, and now we shall find out. The journal appeared this morning. By this time, they will have read my article. If, indeed, there is a they, as I believe there is. Perhaps I shouldn't be doing this, but I cannot help myself. I cannot stop myself. I keep hoping now that I have been wrong. Millicent, there is a knock on the door. I knew there would be. I don't know what it means. I only know someone is knocking on the door. And now, of course, I must answer it. I've been waiting for it. Dear Millicent, to be continued. I hope. Just a moment. Herr Kellner and Herr Leopold. Won't you come in, gentlemen? I've been expecting you.
Herr Doctor, both Karl-Heinz here and myself, we are armed.
I understand.
And so, shall you come quietly?
The quiet way is always the best way. This seems to be a familiar neighborhood.
Yeah. There's the beer garden and Fräulein Bauer's house.
And unless I'm wrong, Professor Kluse as well. He's been here all these years, hasn't he?
We have built for him a very comfortable laboratory below the house.
And no one ever suspected the old man was still here, still alive. Well, what do you want with me?
The old man, yeah, he is old. And from time to time his age, how can I say it, interferes, gets in the way.
I see.
He needs help. And because you have claimed that you are familiar with his work, you have been chosen to assist him.
At the point of a gun. And suppose I refuse?
You will be shot.
Obviously, you're up to no good.
Oh, I disagree. We wish to do good for all humanity.
And to prove it, you threaten to kill everyone who refuses to help you.
Humanity must always pay a price for progress. We have arrived. Escort your guest inside, Leopold. Yes, down here we are truly away from the world. Step inside, please. Here is the professor's living room and study. See how comfortable.
Oh, yes.
And that door, it leads to his laboratory. Come. Professor! Professor!
Yes. Oh, yes, Kellner.
Professor, this is an American.
An American? A prisoner of war? Where is his uniform?
No, an American scientist.
What, a scientist?
We have captured him.
So good. Yes, good.
Professor, he has read your paper.
Paper? What paper?
He, too, has been working on displacement.
He has. Also, yes. Well, we shall see about that. Come into the laboratory.
You will do as he says.
If you insist. So, you are Professor Franz Wilhelm Kluse.
Yes. Now, what do you know about displacement?
I know the theory.
Any fool knows the theory.
Position is positive. Volume is positive. How to negate position and volume? There must be a negative force.
The negative force. Yes, it's a negative force.
Neumann saw the negative force as a tool to help mankind.
Neumann? Who is Neumann?
Neumann saw it eliminate so much expensive, backbreaking, time-wasting labor. You could level mountains. You could clear fields. You could dig tunnels. A single ray of negative force could eliminate all matter that stood in its path.
Yes. Now I remember, yes.
Do you remember Neumann?
Neumann.
You promised to save him if he told you his secret. But in the end, you betrayed him and sent him to a concentration camp.
No, Neumann. Who was Neumann?
When he died, you promised Hitler you would create the ultimate weapon for him.
Oh, yes, and I shall, yes.
You couldn't. You can't. You don't have the skill or the knowledge. You're a fraud.
No, please, I want it so much to be recognized. I am an old man. Have pity.
Pity?
I was not brilliant like Neumann and the rest of them. I wanted to be famous. So when the opportunity arose...
Do you expect me to help you?
You will help.
Never.
There are ways you can be made to help.
And I'm sure you know all of them.
I will share with you the credit. Also, I swear. Look, I have isolated the negative force. I have constructed the generator.
Wait a minute. You can set up a limited field of force. But how can you reverse it?
Keep away. It is mine. You get out.
You know how to isolate the negative force, but you don't know how to stop it.
No, get out.
You don't know how to reverse it.
Get out.
Don't turn it on. It will destroy you.
No.
Don't. No. We must get out of this room.
I will destroy the world. You come back here.
Why have you left the laboratory? Have you the professor's permission?
Why don't you go inside and find out?
I shall. Leopold, Erika, guard him.
I warn you, no tricks.
What sort of tricks could I possibly play?
What is he doing in there?
Why don't you go inside and find out?
Leopold, knock on the door. Again. Open it, Leopold. What is that? Go see. What happened to him?
To whom?
Leopold. He walked inside the room, and now he's gone. How? And the professor and Kellner. Oh, something is not right here.
Shall I tell you?
I shall see for myself, and do not try to escape. You cannot get away from us.
Yes, my dearest Millicent, what all of them did was walk into the field of the negative force, which displaced all of their positive atoms. In layman's language, simply made them disappear. So, deep down, in a hidden cellar at 71 Kohlenstrasse in Munich, is a negative force generator, which is creating a small negative force field, and it cannot be shut off. I don't know how to do it. I don't even think it's possible. And anyone who goes into that room and gets within range of the field, well, however, who is going to bother? The police? The consulate? No one believes me. Yes, it's a great weapon. Perhaps it's the ultimate. Because it destroys both killer and victim at the same time. Now, if only all weapons were like that.
If only. And so the secret stays where it belongs, in a cellar, where no one is ever likely to disturb it. And if anyone does, well, it's too bad. There is a practical moral and a theoretical moral to our story. The practical moral is be careful when you're poking around in strange cellars. And if you want the theoretical moral, just wait for my return shortly. The first weapon was a man's or even a woman's fist. It was created by instinct. The second weapon was invented by science. It was a stick or a club. And once unleashed, science marched on. Over the centuries, it introduced and refined weapon after weapon. Ah, yes, we ask ourselves, where will it all end? Perhaps it will never end. Perhaps it will only disappear. Perhaps, as the title of our story suggests, we simply shall reach the vanishing point. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Court Benson, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
But who guided the flight of that bowl so it hit you?
Well, I reckon if you believe that he makes everything happen, you could say the good Lord.
Exactly. In his wrath, he struck you down and turned his back on you, which made you a free agent, son, open to all bidders. So we are going to exercise that option, and I'm here to take you with me.
Where's that, Mr. Conjureman?
A piece south of here. We call the team the Hellcats. We got quite a lineup. Come on, boy. It's time to go.
You mean it's all over for me? I'm going to be dead?
Well, now, Dusty boy, would I be here making an offer if we felt you would?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It seems to me, said Mr. White, that the future is not a unified dream, but a miracle pie, long in the baking, never quite done. It does seem that way, doesn't it? But we all know that eventually the pie will have to be done. Not necessarily because it's ready, but quite simply because the oven shall have burned out.
The Council of Elders has been forced to make a decision. We must commit murder.
Murder? What is that?
We must end a life.
But a life can only end when the time comes.
Life can be taken from the body.
Who? Who among us could take life from a body?
You.
Never.
Not now. But you could be programmed.
Please. Why me?
You have been chosen by the computer.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Girl, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Gordon Heath and Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The future is shaped by the thoughts and the deeds of every single human being. Everything becomes part of the unfolding design. The feathered wings of the ancient Greek inventor Daedalus evolve into the space capsule of the modern astronaut. Well, our story today begins in a large and crowded auditorium. A tall, dynamic, middle-aged man is holding his audience spellbound.
Yes, I am the messenger Lawrence. And you may ask, the messenger from whom? I reply, I am the messenger from the power that has created this universe, the power that rules this universe.
Speak the message!
The message! You have fallen into sloth and sin.
Oh, speak the message!
Abomination and error.
Yes, we have, yes.
Therefore, you will listen to my message.
Yes, oh, speak it.
There must be order.
Order.
There must be discipline.
Discipline.
There must be obedience. Order. Discipline. Or shall I tell you what there will be?
Oh, tell us.
Or there shall be punishment. The power speaks through me. Listen. I am the messenger Lawrence. Order, discipline, obedience. Say it to me. Raise your voices. Elwood.
Yes, messenger.
Did I reach the people?
You were magnificent.
No, Elwood, I was not magnificent. It was the power.
Oh, no, it was the power shining through you, messenger.
I have now rested. Are the people still waiting?
Not a soul has left the hall.
Then I shall return.
Let me adjust your robe, messenger.
Have the penitents been assembled?
Yes, messenger.
And?
A half dozen have been chosen for your personal healing.
Good. Come. I feel the power.
The first one is rather interesting.
Yes?
I chose her because in her written report she relates that she has never been able to speak, and so she has come to you for the miracle.
If it is the will of the power to cure her, she will be.
I also chose her because I believe she will make a most unusual temple priestess. She's tall, slender, and she appears to be made of gold.
Gold?
Yes, there seems to be a shining quality in her face. She has a beauty that is breathtaking.
Come. The power surges within me. I know there shall be a miracle. My people, it is time for the healing. It is time for the power. And here is our first penitent. What is your name, my child?
Messenger, may I speak for her?
Speak, and may the power hear.
She has written these words. I desire the healing touch of the messenger Lawrence. Since my birth, I have known only silence. Medical science has been unable to give me a voice. I appeal, therefore, through him. Let the power give me speech.
We have heard the request of this magnificent young woman. Truly a golden girl. See how the glow of goodness and purity shine in her face. Surely the power shall grant this prayer that comes directly from the heart. Step forward, my child, and let me touch you. And now...
No, stop her! Oh, no!
This is an up-to-the-minute recap of today's unbelievable story. The messenger Lawrence was shot and killed just a few minutes ago in the Temple of the Power by an unknown woman. It happened suddenly, before several thousands of his devoted followers. At this point, nothing is known of the woman who killed him, except that she posed as a penitent and that she is described as spectacularly beautiful. She is now in police custody. Thus, abruptly, ends the career of this charismatic but controversial figure.
Thank you, guard. I'll call you when I want you. Oh, how do you do? My name is Stillman, Arthur M. Stillman. Well, I'm here because I've been appointed by the court to serve as your counsel. You, of course, have the right to choose your own, but evidently you didn't, so, well, shall we get to it? Look, ma'am, if you don't want me to represent you, just say so. I assure you I am quite competent. May I ask you something? Are you determined not to talk to me? Now, look, I'm your lawyer. Now, sooner or later, you're going to have to talk to somebody.
I killed another human being.
Yes, that's what this thing is all about.
I committed murder.
Yes, that's why we're here. So now, let's get to it,
I was able to do it. I was actually able to do it.
We should begin at the beginning.
I killed him.
We have already established that.
What will they say to me when I come home?
Well, the fact is, you're not going home. I mean, for a while, at least. And if we don't get to work on a defense, you may never go home at all.
Oh, I shall go home. Quickly enough.
Speaking of home, where are you from?
Will my life be the same? Can it ever be the same?
Of course. I mean, after a while.
But murder...
No. You'll see. People forget. You move away. You change your name. And so what is your name?
Killing. It simply is not a part of our culture.
Well, I can't agree. Sometimes I look around and I have to believe that killing is actually the cornerstone of our culture.
No. Your society, perhaps, but not mine.
I think you're in a state of shock. You seem unable to think clearly. But certainly you're in no condition to talk to me. Would you like to see a doctor?
Why should I see a doctor? I can monitor my own vital signs.
Well, obviously you're disturbed.
Of course I'm disturbed. I have committed murder. The enormity of it, I can think of absolutely no precedent.
Then you don't want to see a doctor?
No.
Look, what do you want?
I want to be left alone.
This is your late afternoon news roundup. Here we are, live, outside the House of Detention on Sycamore Street. Here is where the killer of the messenger Lawrence is being held. Who is she? Where does she come from? Why did she do it? Everything about her is shrouded in mystery. All we know is that she has a kind of radiant beauty. She is like a golden statue. Hold it. Here's the man we've been waiting for. Her attorney, Arthur M. Stillman. Mr. Stillman, could we talk to you for a few seconds?
Yes.
In view of the tremendous public interest generated in this case, can you tell us something about your client?
No.
Why did she do it?
I couldn't tell you that.
Was she motivated by political or religious considerations?
I can't comment on that.
Mr. Stillman, there is one thing you can tell us. What is her name?
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that either.
But surely, Mr. Stillman...
If you'll excuse me. Oh, good morning.
Oh, yes. Yes. Good morning. Good morning.
Well, you seem to be in so much better spirits today.
Of course. I shall be leaving soon.
Leaving? For where?
Home.
Home?
You don't believe it?
You just simply refuse to accept reality.
Why must I accept your reality?
Oh, you mean there's more than one?
Oh, my dear. There are any number.
Now, look, you simply must talk to me.
You're very unhappy, aren't you?
Unhappy isn't the point. I'm charged with preparing your defense.
You must not worry about it.
Do you realize that you'll have to fight for your life? At the very least, your liberty.
I can see that you are an extremely sincere and sensitive person.
Yes, but I must know how I can defend you.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, and do you realize that within a month your case will be up for trial?
But in a month, I shall not be here.
Oh, please.
I am quite disturbed by the fact that you're so unhappy.
But you can fix that.
Tell me how.
Just tell me who you are and why you killed him. See, that'll make me happy.
No. If I told you those things, it would make you even more unhappy.
Oh, how did we get off on this happiness kick?
Happiness? Why, that's the most important thing in all the universe.
Happiness?
Happiness. Meaning harmony. Meaning peace.
All right. Now, why do you keep insisting you will not be here?
Because it's true.
Does that mean you plan to,
To what?
To commit suicide?
Oh, no. Never.
But you imply that you intend to escape. And when there's no other way...
Suicide? What a notion.
Well, I can't see any other way you could get out of here unless...
I shudder to think of such a thing.
Unless you're part of an organized effort. Is that it? Do you have Confederates? Do they have a plan to get you out of here?
You must understand. Suicide is murder. And I can tell you this. Never again could I be programmed to commit murder. Never.
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
I said I could never again commit murder.
No, that's not how you said it.
Well, how did I say it?
You said, and I heard it distinctly, you said never again could I be programmed to commit murder.
Of course. That's exactly what I said.
A program?
Certainly.
I'm not sure that I understand.
Come now. How could you possibly commit murder unless you are programmed for it?
What do you mean, programmed?
Why don't we ask Mr. Webster? He tells us that program comes from the Greek, pro and graphene, which means to write down beforehand. We also note that the word program, which commonly referred to a schedule of events, has now been given new scope by the introduction of computers. Isn't it odd how one of the oldest words in the world has become the mainstay of one of the newest sciences? But what has this to do with our story? The second act tells the tale. Speaking of Russia, Mr. Churchill once described it as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Speaking of the lady who is at the center of our story, how could we describe her? Certainly she's a riddle, a mystery, and an enigma, and we can also add a puzzle and a paradox. Do you realize that as we stand here on the threshold of Act 2, we do not even know her name?
What do you mean, program?
Mr. Stillman, the best thing for you would be to call the guard, leave this place, and never return.
Do you mean you're discharging me as your attorney?
I should.
But you haven't given me a chance to do anything for you.
There's nothing you can do for me.
Look, I don't understand.
You don't tell me anything, and then when you do talk to me, it's all in riddle.
I shall bring you nothing but trouble.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
You're in love with me.
How can you say that?
Do you deny it?
But I don't even know you.
I can tell by the way you look at me.
The way I look at you?
You keep looking and looking and looking.
we are sitting in a rather small cell. How can I not look at you?
It's the way you look at me.
Now, wait. Just hold it right here. You keep getting off the subject. You come up with a provocative statement, and before we can get into it, you say something else.
You may not be aware of the fact that you're in love with me just yet.
All right. I admit I can't take my eyes off you. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life.
Is that why you volunteered to defend me?
No, that has nothing to do with it.
You're a man with a kind heart. But there can never be anything between us.
Oh, who said that?
There is too great a distance. Our worlds are too far apart.
What worlds?
Do you know how far my world is from here? Why, it's not even part of this solar system.
What are you trying to tell me?
Isn't it obvious? We could perhaps bridge the gap in space, but what about the distance in time?
Now I know the defense. Why, there can't be any other. Insanity. All I have to do is put you on the stand.
In your briefcase, among your papers, is a calendar. You see the date? Today's date?
Look.
I haven't been born yet. Nor shall I be for at least 3,000 years. So you see, it cannot be possible between us. I wouldn't want you to be hurt because of me.
I just wish you would tell me what you're talking about.
Perhaps I shall.
Oh, finally.
And then you shall understand why you had better leave me. My name is Raya.
Raya what?
Just Raya. It's enough. I come from, we call it in your language, the word would be serenity.
Where is that?
Well, you wouldn't know. If it were nighttime, I could point to the star and show you. It would be my solar system.
Look, I did... No, I'll just listen. No, I won't say a word. But just answer this. Did you say you come from another world?
From another world and another time.
Huh? All right. Why not? What have you got to lose?
It's a world of happiness.
Sounds great.
It's a world without crime, without violence. I didn't even know there were such things until I was programmed for this mission.
Said mission being to assassinate the messenger Lawrence?
Yes.
Oh, great. We have one gang of fanatics declaring war on another.
You don't believe me?
No, you just go ahead. Oh, this is guaranteed to fly in the courtroom. What did you say the name of your world was? Serenity? Oh, it gets better.
Why won't you believe me?
Now, you know, you may have to do a couple of years, but it probably won't even be in jail.
I know why you don't believe me. It's because you have not yet evolved into serenity. You need thousands of years of evolution.
Serenity, huh? No, all right. How do we describe it to the jury?
Serenity. I told you. It's a world without crime, without violence, only happiness and beauty. Such beauty everywhere. There is no ugliness in our world, no sorrow, no bitterness. Indeed, I never knew what those things were until I was programmed for the mission. No hatred in our world, no blind anger, no corroding jealousy, no malice, no spite. Indeed, I never even knew what those things were until I was programmed for this mission. No quarrels, no conflict, no discord. I never even knew what these were. I was programmed for them.
Your name is Raya.
Yes, Elder?
Do you know
why you were asked to come here?
No, Elder.
To save the world.
Save the world? What could possibly happen to the world, Elder?
Listen.
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What is that, Elder?
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What is he saying?
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What do those words mean?
What do you think they mean, Raya?
I don't know.
Yes?
Oh, they frighten me.
Listen.
There must be order! Discipline! Obedience! Or shall I tell you what there will be?
Elder, I feel ill.
There shall be punishment.
No!
The power speaks through me.
Oh, please! Please!
And I am the messenger. I am the messenger.
No, I can't listen. I can't.
All right. It is no longer necessary.
Oh, what is that?
Raya, it's a power that is sweeping through the universe.
I don't understand.
These are people. Armed people.
Armed? What is that?
They have weapons.
I don't know what you're saying.
Planet by planet, system by system, they conquer.
Conquer?
Conquer and enslave. Each year, the armed people come closer to serenity. Soon, they shall invade us. How can we fight them?
Fight?
We cannot wage war.
War?
We have programmed aggression out of our minds and hearts. We cannot defend ourselves.
Defend?
See? You cannot even conceive of it.
But what do they want? These armed people.
He is spreading the gospel, I suppose you could call it that, of an ancient leader, this messenger Lawrence.
But what gospel?
Power.
Why is it so difficult for me to understand?
Because we are different. Over the centuries, all the emotions, the urges, the drives that distort or destroy serenity have been programmed out of our hearts and minds.
Why can't I comprehend what you're saying?
You will, soon enough. You have been chosen to perform a mission.
What is a mission?
The elders of our world have been forced to make a terrible decision. We must commit murder.
Murder?
We must end a life.
What do you mean, end a life? A life ends when the time comes, when the body has outlived its ability to...
Life can be taken from a body.
Taken?
My poor Raya. I can just imagine the feelings that are raging inside you. All of us, the elders, were forced to go through it. But there is no other way.
But who? Who among us could take life from a body?
You.
No.
Not now, of course. Not yet. You would have to be programmed.
Never.
Our only hope is to make a change in the past.
But to take a life.
To make sure that something evil, loathsome, a seed of eventual destruction would not be planted.
But to kill.
Yes, we must kill the messenger Lawrence. You must kill the messenger Lawrence.
I have no right.
Or he will kill us all.
How could I?
My child, the technology has been unused for centuries now. But we have it.
I don't want to.
We can be transcended through time and space.
But why me?
Because the computer has spoken.
The computer?
Only you, Raya. Only you in this entire world of ours have the psyche that will accept the special programming.
Nothing you could ever devise or even dream of could ever make me kill.
The computer does not agree.
I'm to be sent back somewhere in space to end a life. That is what you're telling me.
Yes.
After I take this life, what becomes of me? Is that to be the end of me?
No, child. Of course not. After you have performed your mission, you will be brought back to serenity.
How?
The same way you left. You will be transcended through space and time.
But how can I live here again afterwards? I'll be an alien. My home, my world. I will have lost it forever.
No, child. That isn't true.
But I shall have taken a life. I shall have known violence.
After the act is performed, you will be reprogrammed. In a short while, everything that can disturb or destroy serenity shall disappear from your psyche, and then you shall return.
Elder.
Of course, you are free to refuse.
What must I do?
Sit in this chair, my child. Amora, the straps.
Why am I being confined? I am not accustomed to it.
Look at the wall in front of you. What do you see?
A man's face.
Look at his face. How does he make you feel?
I don't know.
Listen to his voice.
I am the messenger, Lawrence. I am the messenger from the past.
How does he make you feel?
Frightened.
Look at his face. You fear him.
Yes.
There must be order.
You hate him.
I don't know.
You could kill him.
No. No.
Order. Discipline. Obedience.
You fear him.
Yes.
You hate him.
I'm not sure.
You could kill him.
No. No. I don't want to.
Order. Discipline. Obedience. Punishment.
You fear him.
Yes.
You hate him. You hate him.
Yes.
Fear him.
Yes.
Then kill him.
Yes.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Again.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Hate him, fear him, kill him. In a frightening yet familiar way, this is the story of all the trouble we know in this world. All the trouble, all the problems, all the stresses and strains, the feuds, the fights. Without thought, we fear. Without reason, we hate. Without mercy, we kill. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The mind of man, said Mr. Conrad, is capable of anything because everything is in it. All the past as well as all the future. Yes, everything is in the human mind because everything can be put into the human mind. Everything that's good as well as everything that's evil. And who we are, what we are, depends on how we control the mixture. Which is why some of us are saints, and some of us are sinners, and most of us hover somewhere in between.
Hate, violence, false ambition, violence, vanity, intolerance, violence, malice, violence. Do you hear me, Raya? You will go back there in time, across the galaxy, to the dwarf star So, to the third planet.
I understand.
To meet this man, the messenger, Lawrence.
Yes.
And you know what a weapon is.
Yes.
This weapon.
I accept it.
You know its purpose, how it is employed.
I do.
You are familiar with feelings of violence.
I am prepared to kill.
You know how to kill.
Yes.
You are ready to be transcended through time and space to perform your mission.
Will you stop jabbering at me?
It is well for you to understand the philosophy of your mission.
What is there to understand? He has to be killed. And that's all there is to it.
And you are sure you shall be able to without compunction?
I can kill him as easily as crushing a mosquito. What is he? Vermin. Trash.
And you are aware of why you must do it.
I am doing it because I want to do it. I want the joy of fooling him, of playing a trick on him. I want to feel the gun in my hand.
Raya.
See? It is made of steel, cold steel. But it sends red, hot, raging fires into the blood. This is death. And he will see it. Before he can cry out, move away, defend himself, he will meet his death.
Raya, you must control yourself.
In that split second, he will see his death. And then I will take away his life.
Amora, set the transcender. She must go now. Right now.
Yes. I was programmed. Do you understand?
Yes, of course I do.
My mind was seething, raging, all through the transcending. You can understand.
Yes, of course.
But then, in order to get into the temple of the power, it was required of me to perform another evil. Deceit. There were thousands assembled. Hundreds clamored for his attention. And I used my body.
What?
The promise. The implied promise of my body to seduce him. I was trembling with fear, hate, violence, as I was brought before the messenger. And then he touched me. And I looked into his eyes. My heart almost stopped beating. In his eyes was all the hate and violence that had been programmed into me. The gun was in my hand. The fire was in my blood. And there had to be the inevitable climax of death.
I understand.
Afterwards, I was empty of all feeling, of all thought. Like a machine that has no more fuel.
Oh, big casino.
What does that mean?
It means there won't be a dry eye in the house.
What are you saying?
That is our story. That is our defense. A visitor from another world.
It's true.
Okay, yes, it could be true. You know, you look as if you could be from somewhere else. Yeah, they'll even half believe it.
But I am from somewhere else.
Yeah, sure. Okay, now, let's get to work. Now, you must really tell me where you come from.
But I have told you.
Look, we start all over again. Your picture, it's been on the news and the papers, it's been all over the media.
A face like yours, well, somebody will be bound to recognize it. Now, the first thing you know, the prosecutor will say, Raya from the planet Serenity? Now, isn't it a fact that you're actually Gertrude Smith from Jersey City? Now, look, I have to be ready for that.
But I am Raya from Serenity.
Yes, but what if you are Gertrude Smith or Judy O'Grady?
But I am not.
Well, what if he has the documents to prove you are?
There are no documents.
Well, there has to be a social security number.
What is that?
You mean you've never had a job?
A job?
Oh, let us get elementary. There has to be a birth certificate.
No.
Wait, are you telling me you were never born?
We must not do this.
Do what?
Fight.
This isn't a fight. We're having a discussion.
But there's violence in it.
We only want to arrive at a meeting of the minds.
There's violence and anger.
Look, now, there is nothing personal.
This is how I was programmed.
Oh, come on now, will you?
From anger to violence
Just
to
listen,
murder.
listen.
The steps are logical.
Simmer down.
The way is programmed. Don't let me take it again. I can kill. I killed once. I can kill again. Right now. Right here. I can kill.
No. It's all right. It's all right. No one's fighting with you. Everything is all right. It's just fine. You'll see.
I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't know. The elder said I would be reprogrammed, brought back home. When are they going to do it? When? The elder wouldn't lie to me.
Oh, no, of course not.
He wouldn't break his promise.
No, never.
Oh, maybe he can't keep it. This kind of thing, it's never been done before. Maybe they don't know how to reprogram.
Look, I'll take care of you.
I want to go home.
Make the best of it. You're home now. Raya, we go to trial in 2 weeks. If I play this right, half the jury will actually think you come from another planet, and the other half will think you're a nut. But nobody will vote to find you guilty. Oh, what a trial that's going to be.
There isn't going to be a trial. I'm leaving.
Oh, now don't start that again.
Last night, it happened.
What happened?
The reprogramming. Finally. And now I can go home any time I like. Finally, I am Raya again. Raya of Serenity.
Okay, keep it up. It all helps the cause.
Would you like to come with me?
Where?
To Serenity.
No, I don't think so.
The reason I ask is because you're in love with me.
Well, yes. Yes, that's true, I guess. It wasn't hard to fall in love with you. You know, we've really been very close, and yes, I'm in love with you.
It's not much of a love right now.
Oh, don't say that.
But it could grow, develop, mature. It could become the kind of love we know on Serenity.
Oh, what kind of love is that?
The kind of love I'm afraid you're not ready for. Right now, there are other things inside of you that are stronger.
Well, what do you mean?
Ambition, vanity. I saw them on your face last night. I see them now. That's why I want to help you. That's why I could love you. I am going home. You may come with me. You will be reprogrammed in Serenity.
Just save that act for the jury.
Is it so hard to give them up? Vanity, ambition?
But your case is going to make me.
It will destroy you. I will be gone. You will be held responsible for my disappearance.
What are you talking about?
They will say you helped me escape. You then become an accessory to my crime. What will you tell them? That I was transcended back to Serenity? If they believe you, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. If they don't, you'll spend it in an asylum. You say you're in love with me.
I am. When this case is over, I'll marry you. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life.
But you're the one who needs caring for. Oh, leave this foolish, dangerous, violent world. Come with me. Come to Serenity. No. I see you're not ready. I thought I could shorten the time, but that's not possible. I suppose you really need 3,000 years. I'm sorry for what must happen to you.
Nothing is going to happen to me.
Arthur, will you kiss me goodbye?
I've always wanted to kiss you.
It will be our first kiss and our last.
Raya? 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 Where are you? Raya!
I'll call you, guard, when I want you. Mr. Stillman, can we talk this morning?
About what, Lieutenant?
Why don't you make it easy on yourself? The fact is, you did help her to escape.
The fact?
Well, the guard, Jerry, right down the corridor, he heard her say, "Will you kiss me goodbye?"
Well, all right. Why should you believe me? After all, I refused to believe her.
Do you want to give up everything?
She asked me to, and I said no. And in the end, I had to give it up anyway. And for nothing.
It doesn't have to be for nothing. You're a lawyer. You know how things go. One hand washes the other. You give, you get. How did she escape? Where'd she go?
She returned to Serenity.
Yeah. Jerry, I'll come back later. Meanwhile, Mr. Stillman, you just think about it. I mean, really think about it.
Think about it. I think about it all the time. Perhaps one day, when every single lingering trace of malice, hatred, and violence is gone, perhaps I shall arrive there. I shall arrive at Serenity.
We don't know if he ever did, but then perhaps no one ever does. It could very well be that Serenity is not a place, but an idea, a challenge, a way of life. I hope things remain serene until I return in just a few minutes. They say the optimist believes we live in the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist is afraid that this is true. But that's only if we assume that the world we know is the only world there is. Is there another one? Somewhere out there? Revolving around a star, just as we revolve around our own? And if so, could it be better? Worse? About the same? Probably. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Gordon Heath, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A good deal has been made these days of the power of the ancients over life and death. Since no one has ever returned to tell us, we have no idea whether any one belief in any one deity guarantees life after death. Does Charon run his ferry across the Styx in both directions? Will Anubis guide any other nationality than ancient Egyptians to judgment? Will Vishnu appear to the Hindus or to all of us to punish the wicked? Though we have no positive answer, today's mystery tale is worth checking out.
Frank, where have you been? I've been going crazy trying to reach you.
I've been to Boston for a 3-day seminar. What's the matter?
Can you please come over right now? You're my husband's best friend. I've nobody else to turn to. He just sits there in front of that statue like a zombie. And I'm scared. Please, Frank, hurry. Hurry.
Our mystery drama, Messenger from Yesterday, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane, stars Norman Rose. Perhaps it would never have happened if the college had not been named Imhotep. But there it was, christened Imhotep College, after the Egyptian god of knowledge in a small New England town. Except for a department of Egyptology, this college carried a pretty complete curriculum from accounting basics to writing art of effective. So, why did it happen there? That man driving a 1969 station wagon into a driveway, that's where our story begins.
Gloria! Hey, Gloria, I'm home.
I know you are. There's one in the house.
Gloria, can you come outside a moment?
Darling, I'm in the middle of frosting my own birthday cake, if you want to know.
I know it's your birthday, honey. That's why I want you to come out to the car.
I can't come now, Ramsey.
You'll be sorry, Gloria.
Oh, all right. Oh, men, you are all alike. I have to stop what I'm doing because King Tut here, my famous professor of Egyptian history, has given an order. All right, now, well, what is it? I don't see anything.
Look in the back.
Ramsey. What is that? Are you crazy?
Happy birthday, darling.
A life-size statue of an Egyptian pharaoh? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think it looks all right in that corner?
Well, I don't know, Gloria. You see the way its right arm is sort of bent at the elbow?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was thinking if we could sort of, prop it up against the mantelpiece. How would it look there?
Ramsey, you are really too much. You bring me a life-size reproduction of a standing pharaoh, and you want to put it in the middle of the room?
Oh, it'll look like it's leaning with its elbow on the mantelpiece. Come on, how about it? A contemporary sculpture.
Oh, I can imagine what our friends will say when they come to visit. Gloria, who's your friend? Or, Gloria, there's a man by the mantelpiece.
I was kidding. I think it looks great in the corner. Can you think of any other place?
It is the only place. I certainly don't want it in the kitchen, and I don't see it in the bedroom.
All kidding aside, sweetie, you like it?
How can I not like it? It's beautiful. All that gilt. Must have cost a fortune, but I'm afraid to ask.
Gloria, look at it. Am I crazy, but wasn't one arm bent a moment ago?
What, bent?
I'm not crazy because I do remember. Mr. Ray of the junk-teak shop where I got it, I remember we were carrying it out to the station wagon and that right arm was bent. Mr. Ray said it probably had been, holding something like a spear.
How could it have been bent?
That's what I want to know. Because right now, that pharaoh has got both his arms straight down at his sides. Am I forgiven, Gloria?
Oh, I don't know. I'll think about it. Dinner will be ready soon. I don't mind cooking my own birthday dinner or baking my own birthday cake, but in all the years we've been married, you have never come home without champagne.
I will never forgive myself for forgetting it. I've got no excuse whatsoever. Classes were over early, too, because my students had a test today, so I didn't even have to do any teaching. Well, I guess it was all the excitement of finding this full-size standing pharaoh in that crazy place. It just threw me.
I can't believe he let you have it for so little. Are you telling me the truth, Ramsey?
Well, it's a reproduction. The dealer said that this was a test statue. You know how they do it. They make a mold of the original and then cast copies from that. I guess this one was imperfect, so they chucked it.
Well, not so anyone could tell. Well, all right, Professor West, if you can tear your eyes away from my golden ferrule for an hour, dinner is on the table.
That was some feast, Gloria. Wait, I gotta loosen my belt. That chocolate cake.
Some more coffee, darling?
You bet. Look, can I have a second piece?
You cannot. I'm putting the rest of this cake in the fridge where you cannot get at it. Ramsey West, you old faker, you bought it after all and snuck it into the ice box.
What did I do?
This bottle of champagne. And I was beginning to feel sorry for myself.
Hey, where did that come from?
Oh, Mr. Innocent. Gee, Gloria, I forgot. I got so excited finding this Egyptian statue in a junk shop, I clean forgot.
Look, honey, this bottle of champagne, I never saw it before, believe me.
You are the sweetest absent-minded professor I ever married. Go on, open it. I love surprises.
But, Gloria, honest.
Will you stop it? Now, the next thing you're going to say is that the Pharaoh put the champagne in the icebox. Hello? Ma. Oh, gosh, it's good to hear your voice. How's Dad? Mm-hmm. How's life in Florida? What? Oh, she is. When did that happen? Oh, my gosh. Well, now, look, if Sis is ill and there's no one to take care of the kids, sure, I'll go. Which hospital? Uh-huh. I'll take the next plane to Chicago. Don't you worry. No, Ramsey can't come. It's exam time at college. Now, listen, don't you worry about Sis. And call you when I get there. Okay. And love to Dad. Can I speak to Professor West? Well, this is his wife, and it's urgent. Oh, I see. Well, then, can I leave a message for him? Okay, tell him that my sister is sick, and I'm taking the next plane to Chicago to help take care of her kids. Will you see he gets that? Thanks a lot.
Gloria, I thought you'd gone to your sister's. Oh, great Scott. The Pharaoh's vacuuming the living room.
I am making this house ready for the long journey.
Must be going crazy. Seeing things, hearing things. This just doesn't happen. A statue that moves, that talks. I better get Frank on the phone fast. He'll know what to do.
Hello.
Hello, Frank.
Hiya, Ramsey. What's on your mind?
Frank, are you busy?
No, I was just going across the street to a diner for a little supper. They got Greek rice pudding.
Look, Frank, would you mind coming over here?
When?
Now.
What's the problem? You sound kind of funny, Ramsey. What's the matter?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm suffering from some kind of delusions.
What's that noise I hear?
Well, someone is vacuuming.
Well, I thought Gloria was out of town.
Look, Frank, don't ask so many questions. Just get yourself over here as fast as you can. And even when I pulled the vacuum cleaner plug out of the wall, the machine kept right on going, and the Pharaoh kept moving it across the rug.
Oh, come on, Ramsey. What is this? That statue over there in the corner was doing your house cleaning?
Oh, what can I tell you?
Gloria will love you if you're your little Egyptian homemaker when she gets back. No minimum wage or Social Security to cough up.
Frank, I tell you, that figure standing there against the wall was vacuuming.
All right. Let's be scientific about it. First, let's examine it. Now, see. Oh, it's really a beauty. I haven't seen anything like this outside a museum.
Is it on loan from someone?
Oh, it's Gloria's birthday present. I picked it up at Mr. Ray's junk teak for next to nothing.
You were always lucky. Look at the workmanship. This must have been made by one of the master carvers. And the age of it. 19th dynasty, am I right?
The original probably was.
This 5'5" statue is a copy?
Yeah, from the Edwards collection.
Oh, even copies aren't cheap. I don't know what to tell you, Ramsey. It's a physical impossibility for this statue to move. You must have imagined it.
I didn't.
I tell you, it's physically impossible. Now tap all the way around to the back. See? Solid, through and through. It's not on casters. Now, how could the legs have been walking?
Search me, but they were.
I'd say, on the basis of what you tell me, you need a rest from teaching Egyptology. You've probably become so immersed in your subject, how can I put it, the ancient Egyptians have become so real to you that your mind has brought this statue to life.
Frank, will you take a look at the handle of this vacuum cleaner? Do you see those specks?
I'll be a son of a gun.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that on this handle there are traces of gilt and gold paint?
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm. Do you still think that I was seeing things?
No. But I'm beginning to wonder about me. Ramsey, how many drinks have we had? Go on, tell me more. It said, I am making this house ready for the long journey?
Right, as clearly as you're saying it now.
Tell you what I think. And I'm not a professor of psychology without pretty much knowing that field. Especially aberrations.
Aberrations?
The human mind is a funny thing. There comes a time when it acts as though it had a mind of its own. You've just had a signal, that's what. A warning. Your mind is saying, Ramsey, you've been overworking. I'm going to give you a sign that'll scare the daylights out of you. So you had better take a rest.
That's what my mind is saying to me.
Mm-hmm, more or less.
Well, I guess you're right.
It's been my experience that if those signals are disregarded, the subject could be heading for a nervous breakdown. That's a little free advice. Now, got any food in the kitchen? I'm starving.
Wait till you see Gloria's creamy chocolate cake. She's got it tucked away in the icebox. Frank, look at all that food on the kitchen table.
Hey, you're a heck of a cook. And lit candles, and my favorite little fat steaks. And chocolate cake on the side, and coffee on the burner. Hey, I ought to come over here more often.
Frank, I didn't prepare that meal.
What are you talking about?
I tell you, I had nothing to do with cooking this dinner, or setting the table, or lighting the candles.
Well, whatever magic you practiced, it turned out great. It sure beats the diner. I'm sitting down and digging in. Wonderful. Cooked to a T.
I hope the nourishment was prepared as you wish.
What did you say?
Frank, turn around. Look who's standing in the door.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. The Pharaoh.
When faced with extraordinary or unexplainable phenomena, the first step is to assess what you know. Better than most other people, Professor West knows the ancient Egyptians believed that life continued after death. Whether there is fact in such a belief, who can tell? But certainly, the power of movement, recognition, and speech had been given to this plaster effigy of a man who lived 2,500 years ago. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Is there a link between the past and the present? Some theorists believe we are all linked in a chain, an endless belt of humanity, destined to go round and round, which might explain why generation after generation seems to make the same mistakes. Or is there linear time, as others have said?
that we are but travelers on a river of time, passing the shores of events. Whatever the theory, the fact remains that in the house of a college professor, a statue has moved and spoken. It was the darndest thing. I've made a lifetime study of philosophies and psychologies, and the only explanation I could comfort myself with was mass mesmerism. Hypnotists use it, faith healers use it, and somehow Ramsey and I had fallen for it.
I swear to you, Frank, I had nothing to do with preparing that dinner.
Now, don't keep saying that. It's too much for me to handle right now. Let me just add up what I do know. And here I am in your living room. It's 10 o'clock at night. I've eaten. I'm sitting in front of your fireplace. You're 6 feet away. I'm standing upright, leaning against that mantelpiece. Is a 5'5" reproduction of a 19th dynasty pharaoh. Now, how far would you say I am from the pharaoh?
Oh, 2 feet, 3, somewhere between.
Mm-hmm. It's made of plaster, has 2 feet that are well balanced on the ground, no platform, covered with gold paint. What any scientist would call a totally inanimate object. Yet I saw it move, and I heard it talk.
Glad it's you too, Frank. We might get a raid on twin straitjackets.
Now, wait a minute. I never said you were disturbed. What I said was, you may be under a strain.
So we're both under a strain.
Now, let's keep pulling it apart. Do you mind if I smoke? I'm trying a new tobacco, and when I see you turning blue, I'll stop.
There are matches up there on the mantelpiece.
Yeah. Now, where's that tobacco? Did you say there were matches up here? Oh, my heavens. Will you look at him?
He's lit a match for you to light your pipe with.
Thank you, Pharaoh. Thank you. I've got it. There was a slip-up when these copies were being manufactured, and you got yourself a robot.
A robot? Well, how's that possible?
Anything is possible.
No, that's not what I mean, Frank. A robot has to be programmed, like a computer. My Pharaoh acts independently. He sees a problem. He solves a problem. He deduces we're hungry. He makes a meal. The room needs cleaning. He does it.
I'm not denying that you haven't got yourself a very special kind of robot.
Oh, I've got an idea. Thanks a lot for coming over, Frank. I'll see you to the door.
But I don't...
Come on.
Do you think the Pharaoh can listen and understand us?
Who knows? But I'm not taking any chances. Let's go outside. I'll walk you up the street. Look, I'll fix the latch so I can get back inside.
Okay, shoot.
Oh. I've got to find out who made that Pharaoh.
You've got something. Who indeed?
Well, after my 10 o'clock class tomorrow, I've got the rest of the day off. I'll go to the Junk-Teak and find out where he got it and keep tracking back. How about you? You want to come?
Can't. Big day for applied psych. I'm free in the evening, though.
A horrible thought that crosses my mind is maybe some manufacturer is turning out a whole army of robots, and all of them may not like to do housework. Hey, what is this? I'm locked out. I know I put this door on the latch. Hey, let me in. Pharaoh, stop kidding around. Let me in.
About an hour later, I was home reading in bed, and Ramsey called. Told me he'd been locked out. Had to break a window to let himself in. Said the Pharaoh was just where we left him, standing in the living room. The only thing different was all the ashtrays had been emptied and the glasses washed and put away. I told him he'd got a good thing there. He didn't think that was very funny.
Hello. Is this Museum Masterpieces Incorporated? Right. This is Ramsey West. I recently acquired a reproduction of a standing pharaoh, Seti the First, I think. It appears that way. Yeah, that's right. You do make all those plaster cast copies from the Edwards collection, don't you? Yes, I do. Well, of course you can. I was going to come over and see you. Right, I'm at 14 Elmhurst Drive. I'll be here the rest of the day. I didn't catch that name. Ludlow. And how will I know you? Some red hair, okay. Say, you aren't... He hung up. Mr. Ludlow?
Mr. Webb?
I thought you were. I know you.
Your face looks familiar, too.
You're Red Ludlow, class of 61.
And you're...
Ramsey West. I teach Egyptology at Imhotep College.
Well, good for you.
Oh, you're with Museum Masterpieces, huh?
Professor, I am Museum Masterpieces. There's my truck in your driveway.
Oh, yes, so it is. It's a nice job. Oh, come on in, Red.
Well, actually, nobody calls me Red anymore. I've got so little of it left. Where's the Pharaoh?
In the living room. Through here. There he be. The reason I wanted to come over and talk to you, I wanted to know how many of these have you made?
Oh, just 100. If more orders come in, we'll cast another batch. Do you think you could move him forward away from the wall? I want to look at something at the back. You see, oh, my goodness. Was I imagining that? I thought he stepped forward. Well, I'm spending too much time in the shop. Those fumes must be getting to me.
What are you looking for in back?
Serial numbers.
You don't think the Egyptians put serial numbers on the statues of their pharaohs?
No, but we do on the copies. I was afraid of this.
What's the problem?
Professor, can you keep what I'm going to say completely confidential?
Well, sure, but what's wrong?
Well, of course, it goes without saying. Museum Masterpieces will reimburse you for what you paid for the statue.
Well, I don't know that I wish to part with it.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to. No question about that.
I'd say there's quite a big question about that. I gave this one to my wife as a birthday present.
Oh, in that case, does it matter to you if we give you a duplicate reproduction instead of this one?
It certainly would. You see, I've become rather attached to this particular copy.
I'm afraid that's just the point, Professor. This is not the copy of the standing pharaoh Seti I. This is the original. And I'm afraid I shall have to remove it from this house.
I'm blinded. I went off right in my face. All this smoke. But a fuse must have blown somewhere. Mr. Ludlow, where are... Mr. Ludlow? Red? Where are you?
My son, he who stays the hand of Osiris must perish.
Pharaoh, did you make Red Ludlow disappear? That wasn't very nice of you.
He is at peace with his ancestors.
He is?
Ramsey? Darling? I'm back. Oh, I'm so glad to be home. Honey, what's the matter with you? You look terrible.
Oh, yes. Well, it's just the shock of seeing you. How's your sister?
Shock? Well, that's a nice thing to say, I don't think. Oh, I tell you, it's good to be home. And there's that beautiful Pharaoh. How are you, Pharaoh? Did you take good care of Ramsey while I was away?
Don't talk to him. Don't say anything.
Well, why shouldn't I? He's my pet Pharaoh, my birthday present.
You never know. What would you do if he answered you?
Well, it depends. I guess if he spoke 19th dynasty Egyptian, that would knock me out of the box right away. Well, so, let me look around. Well, I congratulate you. The place is spotless. Ramsey, you are a marvelous housekeeper.
Well, I had help. And the first thing I knew, Frank, there was this flash, and that was the end of Red Ludlow.
I don't know what to say.
And 2 minutes later, Gloria shows up. Her sister suddenly got well and came home from the hospital, so Gloria took the first flight back.
Did you tell her what's been going on?
Are you kidding? I don't even know how to explain his truck in our driveway. And what happens when Museum Masterpieces comes looking for the boss? They'll ring my bell, and the next thing you know, the police will stop by. What am I going to tell them?
You sure can't tell them Red was atomized by a pharaoh reproduction. They'll haul you off to the loony bin.
That's another problem. It's the original. Lord knows what it's worth. It's probably priceless.
First thing, get rid of that truck in your driveway.
Well, how can I? When Red disappeared, the truck keys disappeared along with him.
Then you're in the clear. No corpus delicti, no crime.
Oh, I hope he's there. I just hope he's there.
Hello.
Oh, thank heaven, Frank, it's you.
Yes, who's this? Gloria?
Frank, please, could you come over right now? I know it's late, but I am so worried, and you're his best friend. I don't have anybody else to turn to. Frank, it's just terrible. He hasn't been to his classes all week. It's like I'm married to a zombie. He just sits there and... Frank, just hurry up and come over, will you, please? Well, I've been waiting for you out here on the porch. I didn't want you to have to ring. Come on in.
Okay. What is it, Gloria?
Well, I told you he hasn't been to his classes for days. I don't know if he's ever going back.
Where is he?
In the living room. You won't recognize it, Frank. He's turned it into a tomb.
What?
He got some floor-to-ceiling photographic murals of the inside of some Egyptian's tomb from some museum, and they're on the four walls. The fireplace he turned into an altar. And then, you know that exhibit of Egyptian artifacts in the front hall of the college? He brought everything here. All those funny statues of dogs and jackals and snakes and masses of dried flowers and tall grasses, and he just stuck them in jars all over the living room.
But why?
I don't know. It's something to do with that Egyptian statue he brought me for my birthday.
Gloria, get rid of it.
He just sits there like a king on a throne with this stunned look on his face.
I'll go in there right now, Gloria. I'll do what I can to snap him out of it.
And the worst part of it is he just won't let me near him. He makes his own meals. I don't know where he gets the food. Just comes out of thin air, I guess. He sleeps right in that room in that old army cot. I don't know what to do.
And he won't let you go in there?
When I go marketing, I have to go out the back door. Then I hear him talking, Frank, and I don't understand a word of it.
You just leave him to me, Gloria. Go up to your room. And if I need any help, I'll holler.
Is there a link between a statue thousands of years old and a teacher of today? Are there powers retained in carved wood and gilt that can transcend the ages? Was a spell woven by the ancients that can still hypnotize? If I were you, I'd just make sure your lucky charm is handy when you listen with me as I return shortly with Act 3. In a perfectly ordinary average house on 14 Elmhurst Drive, in a room transformed to a replica of an Egyptian tomb, there is a statue, the Pharaoh Seti I. It speaks, it performs tasks, it seems to perform miracles, like making people disappear. Is there a scientist alive today who could create a robot of such powers? Or are these powers manifest beyond anything we can imagine?
I'm not going to pretend I know the answers. All I knew was Ramsey West, professor of Egyptology at Imhotep College, had gotten himself much deeper into ancient death rites than he should have. And as his best friend, I would do anything to help him and protect him. Hi, Ramsey. How are you, old boy?
Who is it?
It's me, Frank. Say, you really made this into quite a museum, didn't you? What are you doing sitting on that... Where did you get that chair? A lot of nice designs you painted on that. Made it look like a throne.
You may advance.
Oh, hey, Ramsey. It's me, Frank.
Kneel. Kneel, slave.
What, are you kidding?
You have been ordered to kneel.
Oh, hiya, Pharaoh. I didn't see you standing there.
Kneel, slave.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I was going to kneel anyway.
What is your message, slave?
I just stopped by to see how you were, Ramsey. I see you got the Pharaoh still. So I guess nobody came around for him. Yeah, say, can I get up off my knees?
Rise.
Oh, Ramsey. Ramsey, snap out of it, pal. What's with you?
What's the matter?
Ramsey, come on. Get up off that chair, will you?
What? Frank?
The least you could do is offer me a drink.
Frank, is that you?
Ramsey, you got to snap out of this. And give me your hand. I'm not going to hurt you. Atta boy. Now, slowly, I'm going to pull you off that throne. Here we go. Come on.
Come on. Stop. Father, stop him.
Darn it. I must have tripped. How dumb can you be? I can't get up. What's the matter with me?
Bring me my crook and my flail.
Ramsey, somebody stop playing games with me. Let me up off the floor.
Ramsey? Are you all right? Ramsey? Frank, are you hurt?
I don't think so. I just can't get up. Gloria, go, run, get out of here if you value your life. The next 5 hours in Ramsey West's living room were about the most terrifying I'd ever known. It made me realize that, indeed, all those forgotten dynasties of ancient Egypt, all their beliefs that the dead and their families and friends would continue life after death, were no mere superstitions. But why Ramsey West should be caught in this web, I did not know then. At about 2 in the morning, I had talked myself hoarse. Ramsey fell asleep in his chair, and even the Pharaoh's eyes seemed to close. I crept out.
Frank, is that you?
I didn't expect to find you still up.
Been sitting here in the kitchen all this time. Oh, Frank, what am I going to do?
Let's begin with a cup of coffee.
I've got the water on. You want strong, regular, or weak? How many spoonfuls?
Strong, please. I just couldn't connect with Ramsey. I talked, but most of the time he just didn't hear me. He's in some spell of some kind. I don't even want to know what it is.
But how can we get him out of it?
What's that?
It's just the tea kettle.
Cooped up in that mausoleum sure made me jumpy. I don't know if I should tell you this. I guess I have to. Somehow, that Pharaoh, somehow it talks. It really does.
Oh, Frank. Not you, too.
I am perfectly sane, Gloria. It doesn't always say things that make sense to me. Right after you got yourself out of there, I was lying on the floor, remember? Ramsey said, "Father, let him live."
But let who live?
Me. Now, there are 2 ways we can go. I can pick up the phone and call the hospital and tell them to send over the men in the little white coats.
No, I couldn't do that, Frank.
So let's try the other way first. Once during the evening, I heard Ramsey call the statue Father. Maybe that's the key. Get rid of that statue, and we're okay. Now, have you got a hammer or a hatchet or something heavy like that?
I think so. Don't know if we have a hatchet. Ramsey keeps all our tools in this drawer. There's a screwdriver and an egg beater. Oh, how's this? That's a pretty good-sized hammer.
Thanks. This ought to do the trick. Plaster is plaster, and if you hit it right, it ought to shatter like glass. Gloria, I may make an awful mess of your living room, but it's the only way.
What are you going to do?
You know, he's sitting in the dark now. May even be asleep. Well, I'm going to walk into that living room, turn up all the lights, go over to that plaster Pharaoh, and I'm going to break it up into little pieces.
Frank, it's not a copy. It's the real thing, an original.
Gloria, no matter how valuable it is, believe me, it's not worth having above ground.
Well, couldn't we call a museum and have them take it away?
It must be destroyed. Look at the damage it's already done to this house. To Ramsey, to you, to me. You want to put this... There's only one word I have for that statue, this evil thing, into a museum where it might affect thousands of people who come to look at it?
I never thought of it that way.
I'm going in now. You stay here.
No, I can't. I have to be with Ramsey. He may need me.
Okay. Yes, this hammer's a good weight. Let's go before we lose our nerve.
Who's there?
Don't sit in the dark, Ramsey. Isn't that better? Lots of light now.
My crook and my flail. Bring them here.
I'm here, Ramsey. So is Gloria. I don't know who you think will bring you a crook and flail, but I have my symbol of power, a hammer. I'm sorry, Ramsey, but we have to do it.
There is evil intent in the air.
You bet there is. Ramsey, stay there. Just stay out of my way.
Don't strike the statue.
I must.
Frank, what happened? Why did you drop the hammer?
What?
The hammer.
What was I doing with the hammer?
The Pharaoh.
Yes. So?
You were going to smash it.
I don't see anything that needs fixing. I can't remember now why I brought it in here.
You don't remember?
Gloria, forgive me. I've had a long day. A conference that lasted till 2 in the morning. And some of those abnormal psych papers my students handed in were a little too abnormal. Well, folks, it's been a nice evening. Thanks for the coffee, Gloria.
Frank, where are you going and why?
Ramses has commanded me to leave this presence. I'm excused, so I obey.
Frank, what's with you? You don't talk like that.
So long. See you.
Frank, for heaven's sake, come back. Don't leave me here. Please don't. Frank, stop. Stop. Frank, what happened?
Oh, hi, Gloria. What are you doing out here?
Frank, don't you remember?
I don't know. Was there something I forgot?
About Ramsey and that Pharaoh.
Oh, yes. Nice-looking statue. Of course, only someone who's into Egyptology would give it house room.
Frank, you don't remember about 9:30 my phoning you, asking you to come over?
Well, I guess I do. We had coffee in the kitchen, right?
Do you remember why we did? What we talked about? Do you remember anything strange about our living room, the way it looks? Like an underground Egyptian tomb? And Ramsey sitting on a big wooden chair staring at that statue? You remember any of that? You were in there for 2 or 3 hours, you said.
Vaguely.
You don't remember we decided to smash that Pharaoh with a hammer?
Gloria, you're going to think I'm an awful dunce. And I don't know why. It's all like some dream that starts to disappear the moment you wake up and you can't hold on to it. Now, why would I want to take a hammer to break up that Pharaoh? It means an awful lot to Ramsey. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand me?
Frank, do you remember saying, Ramses has commanded me to leave his presence, and so I must go?
Come on, Gloria. It's late. We're standing in the middle of the street, and you're telling me jokes. I'm getting an awful headache. So if you don't mind, I'll be on my way home. Tell Ramsey I'll call. I can't even remember what day it is. I'll see you, Gloria.
I hope so.
Gloria, is that you?
Yes, it's me. Oh, Ramsey, why do you have to sit there? I wish you wouldn't. I wish you were you.
My father has something to say to you. O glorious Seti, speak to thy handmaiden.
My daughter, are you prepared for the journey?
What journey? Great Seti.
You and my son, Ramses II, have been rescued from reincarnation to return to the proud kingdom. This life you enjoyed in this century is not yours to keep. Return to join your ancient ancestors. The gods await you.
Didn't I tell you, darling, this was a perfectly lovely house? Yes, the real estate agent said we could spend as much time as we liked here and then bring her back the key. It's completely furnished.
Oh, really? Who does it belong to?
Well, that's the funny part about it. The people who used to live here, a professor and his wife, one day they just left town, disappeared.
Will you look at what's standing in that corner? A pharaoh.
Yeah, they just left it here.
That might be worth something.
The most curious coincidence is that he was the professor of Egyptology at the college, the job you're going to be taking. Well, come upstairs with me, darling. I want to show you how big the closets are.
My son, my daughter, I shall be sending you your servants very soon.
I've been looking through old textbooks on ancient Egypt to try to make sense of what happened. Of course, I was struck with the similarity of names, Ramsey and Ramses II. Then I read all that about reincarnation, and I wondered, had they found themselves in the wrong century and had to go back? Your guess is as good as mine. Which reminds me to tell you what is inscribed over the tomb of Ramses' father at Abydos on the Nile. Death does not end all things. An ancient king returns to Earth to reclaim his son. Possible? Believable? The pharaohs placed their faith in scarabs, amulets, and colored stones, and buried themselves so they might live forever. Is that any more primitive than current beliefs that opals are unlucky, jade wards off heart disease, copper wristbands cure arthritis? And as for the luck of rabbit's feet, numerology, astrology, let's just say the ancients had no corner on superstitions. Our cast included Norman Rose, Terry Keane, Gordon Gould, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The world is composed of many different kinds of beliefs and believers. Depending on who you are and where you're from, certain beliefs will seem quite natural, and others will not. The world, by and large, has become a more tolerant place than it used to be. But even so, or perhaps for this very reason, there are people who possess beliefs of such fantastical magnitude we can scarcely think they are serious. And yet they are. Deadly serious.
We've got to keep going. We're almost there, I'm sure we are.
I think we'd better turn back while we still can.
Why? You saw the evidence with your own eyes, didn't you?
Why do you keep calling it evidence? That guy is a crackpot. And if we keep going, we may never come back.
Our mystery drama, The Believers, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Someone once said that people believe only in the commonplace, that which they are accustomed to see. But Emerson maintained that we are born believing, and that we bear beliefs as trees bear apples. Some feel that you can even measure the depth of a person's soul by the magnitude of his belief. But belief is like most other things. Too much of it can be a dangerous thing. We're in a modest country house on the outskirts of a town in the Midwest.
Mother, I'm home. Mother, are you in the kitchen? Huh. Mom, where are you? Oh, there you are. You've been in the parlor the whole time? You were sitting so still, I didn't even see you. Well, why didn't you answer me? Shh. Mom, what's the matter?
Be quiet. I'm waiting.
Waiting for what?
Get away from that window. He might see you.
Who? What's going on?
Something very strange.
I don't see anyone out there.
I know. That's just it.
Oh, no, Mother.
It's that neighbor of ours. That's Mr. Bolivar.
Oh, now, Mom, not that again.
I tell you, Alan, something very immoral is happening over there.
Now, Mr. Bolivar is a perfectly harmless old guy.
How does he make his living?
Well, that's none of our business.
But we don't know, do we? At least you have an honest job. You leave the house at a decent hour each morning and come home from the factory at a decent hour each evening with a decent day's sweat on your brow. Mr. Bolivar never leaves his house at all.
Well, maybe he works at home. I mean, we see him out in the garden a lot.
You do not make a living with a garden.
Maybe not. But I sure wish I could get our lawn to grow like his does. Look how green and thick he gets his grass to come in.
Yes, just like a cemetery. He's probably got people buried in it.
Oh, Mom, you gotta stop spending so much time peeping down the road at his house.
I'm not peeping. Something is going on, Alan, and if something is going on, it isn't peeping to try to find out what.
You spend your whole day at this window. It's not good for you, Mom.
Listen to me. It's happened again.
What?
A woman came to Mr. Bolivar's house. She went in, and she hasn't come out.
Is that her car in his driveway?
Alan, it's begun to happen more and more often. People drive up to Mr. Bolivar's house, they go in, and that's the last they are seen.
They probably leave at night.
That's what we thought. But I found out this morning that's not true.
But their cars are gone. We've heard them drive away, or you've seen them.
Do you remember those people who came yesterday? Well, early this morning, the car left. I heard it. It woke me up just like it always does. But this was the first time it hadn't been pitch dark. It was just after dawn. You'd already gone to work. I rushed to the window, and you know who was driving the car? Eben Bolivar himself. And he was all alone. He returned about 2 hours later on foot. Now, you tell me there's nothing wrong going on.
Are you sure there wasn't anyone else in the car?
I'm absolutely positive. And now he's got some fresh victims in there at this very moment. It may already be too late to save them.
What do you think we should do?
I think you ought to go over there and find out what's happening.
Me?
Well, you two have always had a friendly wave for each other.
Mama, I had a long day in the factory. I'm tired.
Alan, he always comes out about this time of day to tend his garden. Now, you go wash yourself up, and I'll keep watch.
What about our supper?
Oh, look, there he is now. Hurry, dear. Now's your chance.
What am I supposed to say?
Well, I don't know, but you're a clever boy. Just don't let him know you suspect anything. And don't worry, dear. I'll be watching you.
Hello, Mr. Bolivar.
Oh, good evening, Alan. How are you?
Well, I'm just out for a walk.
Oh, really? I've never noticed you were in the habit of taking an evening constitutional.
Oh, it's my mother. She thought it would be good for me.
She doesn't think you get enough exercise on that assembly line, huh?
I guess not.
How is your mother these days?
Oh, she always seems to find something to do.
Well, my mother was the same way. Yet I suspected she wasn't really happy. In fact, when I began to look around me,
I discovered that to be true about a great number of people. We find 100 different ways to distract ourselves from the simple fact that we are discontented. Do you know why we're discontented, Alan?
No, why?
Because our lives are in the hands of other people. Our employers, our parents, and most of all, the government. People in positions of authority, ready to bend our lives to their whims.
I think I'm pretty happy.
Are you? Really? I don't think so.
Why not?
You seem, preoccupied, bothered by something.
Oh, no. I'm not at all.
Well, so you say. And yet you aren't looking at me as you speak.
I was just looking at your lawn. I've always admired how you get your grass to grow in so thick. And I've tried reseeding our yard several times. It just never comes out like this.
I think you're evading the issue, Alan.
Well, sure, I could be happier. Who couldn't? I mean, I'd like to find a girlfriend. I'd like to get a raise in my salary so I could afford some of the things I've always wanted, like a motorboat, camper bus.
Alan, these aren't things that make a person happy. They're simply further distractions.
You seem pretty happy.
Oh, I'm even more discontented than most. But I am doing something about it.
Really? What's that?
Well, let's say I have a belief, an abiding faith.
In God?
Oh, of course, in God, but in something else as well.
What?
That we can improve upon the life we've all been forced to lead.
I sometimes wonder how. I guess I could use a little belief, too.
Could you?
If I thought it would help.
Well, not everybody is capable of belief.
Why not?
Well, a great belief requires a great man. For there are those who would ridicule you. There are those who would ostracize you for what you believe. Could you abide such things?
Yeah, I mean, if I really had something to believe in, I guess I could.
But can you believe, Alan? Can you really believe in something almost beyond comprehension, and yet so wonderful, so joyous, that the mere thought of it makes you determined to take control of your own life and free yourself from your discontent once and for all, huh?
Yeah, if that's what it would do, I mean, why not?
And for such a reward, would you even be willing to run the risk of death?
Death?
Well, there may be those who would kill you for your belief.
Well, that's a whole new ballgame now. I don't know.
Well, how great is your capacity for belief? Is it as strong as the desires of your heart? That's the truly happy person, Alan. The one who has the courage to follow his vision.
Just what is the vision?
Nothing less than the chance of a new life. I like you, Alan, and I trust you. You're young, you're strong, and like so many of us, you have a native intelligence that is wasted in your present situation.
Well, thank you.
Can you come over to my house this evening? I'm holding a meeting.
What kind of a meeting?
That I will tell you when you come. I think when you hear what I have to say, you'll have no qualms at all.
Okay, Mr. Bolivar. Well, I'll see.
Fine. Oh, about your lawn. I think the reason you're having difficulty is that you're underestimating the properties of the soil. If one will only appreciate its potential, there's no limit to what the earth can yield.
Well, what was he saying?
He invited me to his house tonight for a meeting.
Oh, dear.
I don't think I better go.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Alan, you're all I got. I could never forgive myself if you disappeared. What did he say the meeting was about?
Belief.
Belief? In what?
Some kind of new life. He said he'd explain it all at the meeting. Oh, but you're right. I don't think I should go.
What time is the meeting?
8 o'clock.
If I make you your dinner right away, you can be finished by then.
What?
Now, I think you've got to go. no. We've got to find out what is happening, don't we? I mean, all those poor people.
Maybe we should just call the police.
No. What if they didn't find anything? Then Mr. Bolivar would be after us.
But I'd be putting my life in danger, Mom.
Yes. Yeah, but forewarned is forearmed. You'll be prepared. And Alan, you're much bigger than he is. What can he possibly do to you?
Yeah, but...
Anyway, it's a meeting, isn't it? I mean, there will be other people there, so you outnumber him. No, you have to go, son. I want to know what's going on.
Oh, Alan, good. You decided to come. I'm sorry if I'm late. We just finished supper. Oh, that's perfectly understandable. You're not late at all. Come into the parlor. Just about to begin. I'll introduce you to the other person. The other? You mean there's only one?
Hello.
Joan Larkin, this is Alan Pearson. Alan's a neighbor of mine.
How do you do?
Oh, hello. Well, I guess we can begin.
No one else is coming?
I don't think so. Not tonight. But as we tend to forget in this day and age of mass conformity, even two individuals can make a quorum. And now, Alan, if you'll have a seat next to Joan, I'll welcome you to our society and tell you exactly why you're here.
A precipice is something villains traditionally leave heroes verging on at the end of an act. But no matter how high the precipice, one can always see where he will fall if he fails to hang on. A precipice of the mind is an altogether different matter, for it affords no view of the abyss that awaits the hapless victim. We'll find out what kind of a precipice Alan's mother's curiosity has landed him on when I return with Act 2. The secret society is as old as mankind. Small groups of people who consider themselves the elect have always formed clandestine groups and flattered themselves with secret codes and rituals, and sometimes with secret knowledge. Knowledge that they feel gives them insight to the mysteries of life and death. Evan Bolivar has spoken cryptically of the chance of a new life, the chance to escape this world. Let us rejoin him to find out more.
Are you sure we shouldn't wait until more people show up? Oh, there won't be any more people tonight, Alan. It's just you and Joan.
What kind of society is this?
Doesn't he know, Mr. Bolivar?
Not yet, Joan.
You mean you do?
Of course.
Joan has traveled a great distance to be here tonight. All the way from Lipitsky, Ohio.
I don't ever want to hear that name again.
You know what's going to happen?
Of course I do. That's why I'm here. Now I'm going to have to wait.
I'm sorry, Joan. Your intended partners had a last-minute change of heart. That happens frequently under the circumstances. It's to be expected. They can't be blamed, and there's nothing to be done about it.
But you'll have to give Alan time to think about it. And I'm all ready to make the journey now.
Well, that'll be up to Alan.
What kind of journey are you talking about? What's the name of this society?
We call ourselves the Hollow Earth Club.
The Hollow Earth Club?
Mm-hmm.
You mean you think the Earth is hollow?
We don't think so, Alan. We know it is. We have proof.
This is the other world I was speaking of. It's not somewhere off in space or in the heavens. It exists right here, inside our own. It's a civilization of people superior to us in every way, technically and culturally. They live deep inside the earth, in towering cities of shimmering crystal.
Mr. Bolivar, excuse me, but, I mean, are you serious? Where did you ever get a notion like this?
The notion has been around for centuries. There are references to the civilization of Hollow Earth in texts dating back to ancient times. The ancient Hebrews and Greeks knew of its existence.
Oh, but those were just myths.
Many governments have mounted expeditions to try to go into Hollow Earth. During World War II, the Germans sent a specially outfitted U-boat into the Arctic.
The boat never returned.
Every government-sponsored expedition has met with disaster.
Why?
Because governments are only interested in interfering and taking over. The Hollow Earth people do not approve of the mess we've made of surface Earth and want no part of it. That's why they've chosen to stay underground.
If these people don't let government expeditions into their domain, well, what makes you think they'll let you go down there?
That, Alan, is the chance we take. That is the risk I spoke of this afternoon.
It's very important that we make the journey with compassion and understanding. They must know that we respect them and have no desire other than to flee the same world they once did.
You still look skeptical.
Why, it's a pretty fantastic theory.
No, Alan, you're wrong.
Oh, but everyone knows the Earth is solid as a rock.
Joan, I guess we're going to have to show Alan our proof, aren't we?
You mean you have proof?
30 years ago, modern man came into actual contact with these wondrous people.
Someone's actually seen them?
Yes.
How?
There are large openings at the north and south poles that lead into Hollow Earth. These openings are normally obscured by snow and ice, but Alexander Hobbs, an Arctic explorer, discovered one of them in 1946. He left an account of his visit in a secret diary. It gave me the proof I'd been looking for, and that's when I moved here.
Why here?
We'll get to that in a moment. If you'll excuse me, I'll fetch Hobbs' diary, and you can hear for yourself what he discovered.
Miss Larkin?
You can call me Joan.
Are you seriously planning to go look for this place?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, it doesn't really matter why.
Mr. Bolivar said you drove all the way here from Ohio.
I'd rather not talk about it. Right now, my concern is where I'm going, not where I've been.
But you don't really believe you're going to find a civilization of advanced people in the middle of the Earth, do you?
I believe there's got to be a better world than this one.
Was it a man?
What?
Was it a man? Is that why you're so unhappy?
That's none of your business.
Here we are. Now, this is Admiral Hobbs' secret diary. Just give me a minute to find the relevant entry. Here we are. The date is May 24th, 1946. My ensign and I were taken from our sled, which we'd used to make the first part of our descent into the crevasse. We were then boarded on a small platform-like conveyance with no wheels. It moved us deeper into the earth and finally toward the glowing city with great swiftness. Soon we arrived at the large building of a type I'd never seen before. It was constructed of a crystal-like material. Our hosts were, for the most part, blonde and extremely pale-complected. They received us cordially because they knew we came with no malice.
That sounds like something out of Buck Rogers.
It does indeed.
Well, where'd you get that diary from anyway?
It was entrusted to me by a survivor of the expedition. It goes on to describe in detail the nature of the life there. In all respects, an ideal existence.
Are we going to have to go all the way to the North Pole?
No. No, as I mentioned, I moved to this part of the country for a reason. Beneath the fields around our houses here, there's an extensive cave system. I spent 3 years digging a tunnel to those caves, the entrance to which is in this very room.
Where?
Oh, you may see for yourself. If you'll just give me a hand with this rug, yeah? Now, if you'll look carefully, you'll notice the floorboards have been cut to create a trap door.
Look. There it is, the entrance to Hollow Earth.
I have hard hats, lights, and boots, everything you'll need for the descent.
Why do you keep the entrance hidden?
I may be paranoid, but I am convinced that the people of Hollow Earth have their eye on us at all times. Our success depends on their goodwill. And that, in turn, depends on our discretion.
And you think this cave system will lead you to Hollow Earth? Just like those holes in the Arctic?
I know it will. A great many members of our society have already made their descent. And not a single one has returned.
Oh, there could be another explanation for that.
I don't think it was a good idea to try bringing Alan into our club, Mr. Bolivar. He's not taking any of this seriously.
Mr. Bolivar, just what is in this for you?
Nothing.
What's the catch? The members of your club have to pay some enormous sum of money or sign over all their worldly possessions to you before they can go for a ride in your magic tunnel?
My only intention is to help people to a chance for a better life. I don't ask for anything in return.
Well, what would you do if I decided not to go?
Nothing.
But I know your secret.
It's no secret, Alan. It's true, we don't seek publicity, but the reasons for that should be obvious. Naturally, people would think we were crackpots.
And if I say no?
Well, that's up to you.
You mean I could leave?
All I would ask is that you be discreet about what you've learned this evening.
Well, okay then. I think I'll just go home.
All right.
But what's going to happen to Miss Larkin?
I'm going down.
Alone? But doesn't it bother you that all those other people have just vanished down there?
No.
Mr. Bolivar, you're not going to let her go down there by herself, are you?
Oh, I'd feel much better about it if she were accompanied, of course.
But you won't stop her?
No. What's the matter, Alan? You having second thoughts?
I don't think it's right she should go down there alone.
I can take care of myself.
No, Joan, Alan's right.
But he doesn't believe.
Well, perhaps not yet. But his concern for your safety shows a charitable nature, of which I'm sure the Hollow Earth people will approve. Besides, unless I'm very much mistaken, I think I detect just a glimmer of curiosity in him. And curiosity is the beginning of belief.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
This is something, isn't it? I've lived here all my life and never knew about these caves. I bet we're passing into my house at this very minute.
Be quiet. The less they hear of your inane chit-chat, the better.
You think they're listening to us too, huh?
I wish you hadn't decided to come. I feel very unsafe with you.
I'm as curious as the next guy. I've always liked Mr. Bolivar, and I think his theory is, kind of neat.
Oh, please don't talk like that. They're not going to let anyone enter who just thinks it's all a big joke.
Well, now, you're not one of those people who's determined to be unhappy no matter what happens, are you? Because, you're not bad looking, Don't you ever get some boy to leave you in the lurch?
How do you know that's what happened?
I don't. Joan, stop. Stop and listen to me. My mother's seen a lot of people come into Mr. Bolivar's house, and she's never seen anyone leave it. Mr. Bolivar drives their cars away and comes home on foot.
Your precious mother.
Now, Joan, I'm being serious. You don't really think those people didn't return because they found some underground El Dorado, do you?
Why not?
Well, 100 things could have happened to them. They could have fallen off a ledge or gotten lost or starved to death. Or maybe they just walked right out the other end somewhere into a cornfield and were so embarrassed they just went home.
This is still all a big joke to you, isn't it?
I'll get serious when you do.
I am.
I don't believe it. No one could get hurt so badly that they'd have to buy this crazy story supported by nothing but a fake diary. And I think we've let this whole thing go on long enough. Now let's just turn around and go back to reality.
You have no right to give me orders. You can do whatever you want to, Alan. But I am going on.
Chauncey Depew once declared that it hurt more to have a tooth pulled than a belief destroyed, because there is no such thing as Novocaine for the mind. Clearly, Joan Larkin is determined not to have Alan Pearson play dentist to her belief that the answer to the ills of the world is to escape to some legendary underground kingdom. On the other hand, I may have used the word legendary with ill-advised haste, for as fantastic as the Hollow Earth Club may seem, can we be certain that their journey will come to naught? I'll return with our concluding act in a few moments. Curiosity killed the cat, and it's probably been responsible for a lot of other misdemeanors as well. As for the two people whose separate stories have brought them together under the bizarre circumstances we have been following, only one is motivated by curiosity. The other is driven by a desire to escape, and we can only speculate as to how deep that desire must be. Curiosity and desperation. Not ideal traveling companions, I should say, especially when the journey is as unusual and possibly dangerous as the one they are on.
Joan, stop for a minute.
What's the matter now?
Now, don't you think we've gone far enough?
We haven't found the Hollow Earth civilization yet.
I mean, haven't we carried this whole crazy adventure far enough?
Alan, you can turn around any time you want to.
I told you. I'm not going to leave you down here alone.
Go ahead. It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, what does that mean?
I've been left alone before. At least down here, nothing can hurt me.
I wouldn't be real sure about that.
Are you getting scared?
Frankly, yes. I don't have the same stake in this venture that you do.
That's right. For you, it's just a lark.
Have you thought this whole thing out? I mean, just how do you think you're going to make contact with this so-called civilization?
They know we're coming. When we've gone far enough to satisfy them that our intentions are serious, they'll make themselves known to us and take us the rest of the way.
How do you suppose these crystal cities function, huh?
I don't know.
I mean, what do they eat? Plants can't grow without sunlight. Life can't exist in total darkness.
Please stop talking like this. If you sneer at them, they may not let us in.
Suppose I don't stop.
What do you mean?
Suppose I don't stop sneering. Hey, you Hollow Earth people, here we come, ready or not.
Stop it! They'll hear you.
Well, that's the idea. I mean, what if I get them really riled up? Will you turn around and come back then?
No. You have no right to do this.
Oh, they may decide to get nasty on... Joan, wait a minute.
I'm going on.
Joan, okay. Wait up.
Oh!
Hey, you all right?
Oh, I just slipped, that's all.
Oh, almost got me, too. Hey, there's something here. What is it, anyway? Shine your light over. Oh, my gosh.
It's a body.
Stay back. Let me see your front.
Is he?
Yes. He's dead.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Shine the light on his face.
Joan.
Please. Oh, it's Mr. Franklin.
You know him?
I met him at one of our meetings.
He was a member of the Hollow Earth Club?
Yes.
I wonder what happened.
Oh, he must have slipped and struck his head.
Yeah, look, we've got to get back up and report this.
No, I'm going on.
Now, Joan...
I've come this far. I can't turn back now.
He needs to be given a decent burial.
He is buried. And as for decent, this is as decent a burial as he would ever get. He was all alone in the world, too. I'm going on.
Joan.
I want to get away from you.
Okay, you win. I'm not going any further.
That's fine with me.
I'm sorry I laughed at you.
Oh, skip it. So long.
Goodbye, Joan. Joan? Joan, what's the matter?
Oh, no.
What?
The others. All of the others. They're here.
Look at that. There must be 24 bodies. Are they all members of the club?
Yes.
Now, Joan, look. I don't want to become a nag, but I think we'd better turn back.
No.
Now, listen, it's ridiculous to continue. Look at this. They're all dead.
Yes. I know you're right.
What's that noise?
What?
Shh. I hear something.
Someone's coming.
Yes. But from which direction? It's hard to tell.
Turn off your light. It sounds like they're behind us. Look, there's a light.
Hello? Somebody there?
Mr. Bolivar?
Alan? Joan? Oh, I didn't expect to catch up with you so quickly.
Why are you coming down now? I thought you were going to wait until the last of our members came.
I was, but I'm afraid I had no choice. I just had a visit from the police.
The police? What did they want?
I didn't wait around to find out.
Why not, Mr. Bolivar?
Well, I'm sorry for those members who will not be able to make the journey with us, but my top priority must be to protect the people of Hollow Earth from the authorities. The government must not be allowed to interfere.
Mr. Bolivar, we were just about to turn around.
You mean go back to surface Earth?
Yes.
Why?
Look. Shine your light on the passageway in front of us.
Oh, what's happened?
We don't know, but they're all dead.
But these are all of us. Oh, the fools. I told them over and over that purity of intent was absolutely necessary.
Oh, you don't think
that... Well, clearly the people of Hollow Earth did not want them to go any further.
You think they were killed by your super-civilized underground people?
Even civilized people have the right to defend themselves. Well, Alan, if you had any lingering doubts about the existence of the world into which we are descending, this should certainly dispel them. Is Joan all right?
Yes, I think so.
Good. Then let's push on.
Push on? You intend to keep going?
Of course.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bolivar, but Joan and I have changed our minds.
You have? Joan, is that true?
Yes.
Someone has to be notified about these bodies.
I see. Well, this does present a problem.
Why?
As I said, my first priority must be to protect the people of Hollow Earth from government intrusion. What would my chances be of gaining admittance to their world if I let you go back to surface Earth and you told the authorities about this secret entrance?
I'm afraid we'll have to, Mr. Bolivar, because of all these bodies.
I'm afraid you won't.
Alan, he's got a gun.
That's right. If you two will just walk along in front of me, we will proceed.
Do you suppose the people of Hollow Earth are going to want someone in their midst who carries a pistol?
They'll understand that it was in their best interest, Alan.
Tell me, Mr. Bolivar, what are you going to do when we come to the bottom of this cave and there's still no sign of a crystal city? Mr. Bolivar?
Alan, look behind us. He isn't there.
What? Mr. Bolivar? Mr. Bolivar! What happened to him? Where did he go?
He must have slipped and fallen over this ledge and into that chasm.
Oh, he's gone for good then. Look. Our lights don't even reach the bottom.
Alan, let's get out of here.
Here, give me your hand.
Thanks.
Oh, the police must have left. We better call them back right away.
Wait, before you do, Alan, I want to go.
Why?
I don't want to talk to the police. I don't want to have to give them a statement.
Joan, you're not in some kind of trouble, are you, with the law?
No, it's not that. I just don't want to talk about why I was here.
Well, where are you going?
Home.
You know, Joan, if you wanted to stick around here for a while, I mean...
No. Thank you, Alan. But I think I'd better go.
Well, maybe I could come and visit you sometime.
It's a long drive.
Well, I wouldn't mind.
You wouldn't?
No.
Well, I'd like that.
Poughkeepsie, Ohio, right?
Yes.
I'll give you a 15-minute head start before I call the police.
Thank you, Alan.
Mother, I'm home.
Thank goodness. Oh, Helen, I've been so worried. Where did you go? I called the police, but when they went to Mr. Bolivar's house, they said no one was there.
Oh, so it was you who called them.
Are you all right? Oh, look at you. You're all covered with dirt. What happened?
I'll explain in a minute, Mom. I have to call the police.
Why? Alan, where's Mr. Bolivar?
He's dead.
Dead? Alan, you didn't...
No. You said you wanted to know what was going on. But I don't think you're going to believe it. Mr. Bolivar was president of something called the Hollow Earth Club.
What in heaven's name is that?
Well, it was a group of people who believed the Earth is hollow and that an advanced civilization lived down there.
How ridiculous. Oh, I always suspected Mr. Bolivar was pixelated.
The reason you never saw anyone leave the house is because they're all going down through a tunnel into a cave system to try to find this place.
Really? And that's where you were when the police came by?
Yeah.
Well, did you find it?
Oh, Mother, of course not. What we found were the dead bodies of all the club members.
Oh, how did they die?
I don't know. Mr. Bolivar tried to force us to continue at gunpoint, but then he slipped and...
And what? What?
Why didn't we hear anything?
Alan!
I was going to say he fell into a chasm. But we should have heard something.
We? Who is this we?
There was a girl there, too.
Oh, was she pretty?
Mother, something's wrong.
Was she pretty?
Those dead people, how did they die? There weren't any marks on them.
Alan, what are you talking about? Alan, where are you going? I thought you were going to call the police.
Not yet. Hey, I just want to check some things out first.
Don't leave me alone. I'll come with you. Alan, I don't think we should just go into Mr. Bolivar's house like this.
There's no need to lower your voice, Mother. Mr. Bolivar's dead, remember?
Now, how can you be sure? You said you didn't hear anything.
You come through here now.
What are you going to do?
I want to go back down in that cave and have a closer look at those bodies. Now, help me move back this rug.
Oh, Alan, why don't you just let the police take care of this?
I want to see for myself. There we are.
What? There's a trap door.
It leads to the tunnel that takes you into the cave. Now, Mr. Bolivar said it took him 3 years to dig it. What?
What's the matter?
Mother. The tunnel. It's gone.
You mean someone filled it in?
The earth. It's packed solid. It's like there was never a tunnel here at all.
Are you sure you have the right trapdoor?
Of course I do.
Well, looks to me like someone doesn't want you going back down there.
Who?
Well, gracious dear, I don't know.
But we just came up through that tunnel 10 minutes ago. How could anyone have filled it in so quickly?
Don't look at me, Alan. I've been at home all night.
Mother, what if Mr. Bolivar was right?
I do not believe today everything I believed yesterday. And I wonder, will I believe tomorrow everything I believed today. So pondered Mark Twain, and so might the rest of us in the sobering afterglow of our story. For even today, it is true that what exists at the center of our planet is as much a mystery as what exists in galaxies millions of light years away. There is one other loose end to our story, but that I can tie up for you when I return shortly. Is it possible that a race of creatures exists and thrives far beneath the Earth's surface? The possibility is a slim one. There is tremendous heat and pressure exerted on the Earth's core. There is radioactivity, and there are all kinds of practical questions. On the other hand, the Earth's diameter is nearly 8,000 miles. That's a lot of territory. As far as from New York to Siberia. A lot could be going on down there. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, John Beal, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You are going to look for the town of Helm.
Who told you?
You told me.
When did I tell you?
Last night, when you were asleep.
Oh, well, you don't want to believe what I say while I'm asleep?
Why not? I can't believe what you say while you're awake.
No, sir, Rivka.
What did he tell you about Helm, the Baron?
He told me to find it.
Oh, well, you'll find it. You won't have any trouble at all. You know why? Because you're a fool.
Sir, Rivka.
And Helm? Do you know what Helm is? Helm is the town of fools.
What are you saying?
Everyone knows it. That's why the Baron has chosen you.
Oh, no.
Yes, Mendele Moshe. Light is sent to find light.
I won't go.
You must go.
But the Baron thinks I'm a fool.
Why shouldn't he think so? You are a fool.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever been in the cockpit of a jet plane? Faced that amazing array of instruments, row on row? Everything that science and mathematics can do to make man safe. And yet, when the elements choose to outwit them, the pilots still have to answer the challenge. And of all nature's challenges in the air, the most dreaded is the one known as CAT. Clear air turbulence.
I don't like the way the temperature's dropping, Jake. I smell trouble.
We're cleared at this altitude, Chad. No wind shear.
What about clear air turbulence? There have been reports that... I knew it. May the good Lord help us. The cat's got us by the tail.
Our mystery drama, The Time Fold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the field of private executive airplanes, number one is the Silver Streak, a twin-engine jet designed to seat 12 in the utmost luxury, capable of flying 3,000 miles without refueling, fully automatic, a jewel. Feed its computer, the size of a small camera, and except for takeoff and landing, you could rely on automatic pilot. The Barracuda, as this plane is named, is a corporate plane. But no one ever uses it except J. Bruce Proctor. He is the only passenger, with the exception of Meg Chatham, his secretary. Flying the plane are number 1 and 2 boys, pilot Chad Stevens, co-pilot Jake Slade.
How's the weather, Jake?
Wild, Chad, wild.
What?
We get a front eating up the sky. 6-0. It's the big mother.
Well, not so long as we stay clear. This doesn't bother me. It's the other.
Huh? What?
Hold it a minute. XN 743 to Little Rock, VOR. Do you have a weather update, my flight path?
Roger, XN 743. Stand by.
What's a good word?
Well, he put in his nickel. Now we wait for Charlie Computer to answer. Is that possible CAT canceled?
What do you have to ask for? You can see what's up front.
Well, it isn't always what's up front that counts. Like who's going through that?
Oh, like you said, we bypass.
Yeah, only which way?
VOR, this is 2743.
I read you.
Cancel the CAT.
Well, what about those pilot reports?
No sweat. Light turbulence, 1900 hours, central. Commercial 747 to 350, this side of Kansas City. Ditto corporate pilot flying jet over Shreveport at 280, 2010 central. All other flights report no turbulence. Will you follow machine plan or file new flight plan? Notify.
I'll get back to you, VOR.
Chad, what's eating you?
Anytime I hear anything about clear air turbulence, I get goosebumps. You ever ridden any out?
Nope.
Oh, me neither. I'm not anxious to try.
So why play Lone Ranger? You got a clean bill of health if you pick up the new MFP.
Yeah, which will bring us into New York pretty near an hour late.
I'll be later if you try to go around the front the other way.
I guess. Okay, I'll swallow my hunches and follow the rest of the sheep. You better tell our boss, the great shepherd, that his little sheep are going to be late tonight.
Yeah, look, why don't you tell Proctor? You handle him better than me.
Not anymore, I don't. Not after the last few flights and the way he's handled Meg.
Hey, hold up, lover boy. Anybody got an eye for that lady, it's got to be me. You're married up and all.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Uh-oh. Gone sour again?
Still.
You think Proctor's really making out with Meg?
Proctor doesn't make out with anyone. He just issues a requisition. He owns us all, body and soul.
Oh, he doesn't own me.
Okay, free spirit. Then what are you wasting your life up here in this old cockpit playing second fiddle to Mr. Proctor's uniformed air chauffeur?
Hey, you can't knock the pay, and I like to hang loose. There's too much red tape with the airlines.
Well, you could call your life your own.
You don't like it? Why don't you check out?
Don't knock your elders. I'm too old to go into commercial flying.
At 35?
37. It'd take too long to get seniority and haul down that captain's pay. I have a wife keeps me in debt, remember? All right, go back and tell the boss man we're going to be behind schedule.
He'll blow his stack.
Money can't buy everything.
Yeah, just try to tell him that.
You're the diplomat. Besides, I want some privacy.
For what?
I want to call the wife.
Meg, build me another scotch.
Yes, J.V.
How about one for you?
Oh, no, not while I'm working. I mean, as a secretary.
1 hour out of Houston, and we're still working on these merger papers.
Oh, why bother with New York steel and casing? That's small potatoes.
Because once I get that pokey little firm in my hip pocket, then International's got to come to me on its knees. And once I get them, I'm pretty near as big as I want to be.
And how big is big?
The most. Number one. I got a hind end don't fit too comfortable in anything short of the catbird seat.
I guess we all ought to know that by now. Here's your drink.
A little short on scotch and long on ice.
Oh, I thought you might like to try something in moderation. Tell me, what are you going to do when you die, J.B.?
What the devil are you talking about? I'm not planning to die.
Oh, I don't mean right away, but That's one deal you can't buy yourself out of, as it must to all men.
You know, I don't know what the Sam News got into you lately, Meg, but I'll tell you one thing. I don't lay out all I do on you to get sniped at. If you think you can... Yes, Slade, what do you want?
Excuse me, sir, but Skipper asked me to tell you we've got some weather we got to go around. We're going to get into New York about an hour late.
No, that's no good. I got a meeting with my lawyer as soon as the plane lands. Can't we climb over the stuff?
It's too high, Mr. Proctor. This is a 60,000-foot front.
Then go through it.
You're in that much hurry to mount the throne?
Forget it, Meg. This is business. Business is time, and time is money. Slade, no way we can beat it?
When the man upstairs makes the deal, no, sir.
No shortcuts.
Well, you'd have to talk that over with the skipper.
I might just do that right now.
Give him a couple of minutes, sir. He's just busy realigning the course.
Where are you calling from, Chad?
What do you mean, where am I calling from, Alice? Isn't that obvious? 33,000 feet over Shreveport. And would you mind telling me where you were when I called before you left Houston?
Minding my own business, I expect.
Yeah, you were so tied up you couldn't answer the phone, huh?
Maybe I wasn't home.
Look, let's not play games. Just wanted to let you know we should be at LaGuardia around 11 and to ask you to please pick me up at the usual place.
Oh, just like that. I expected you home for dinner.
Did you? And why didn't you answer the phone when I tried to call you to tell you I wouldn't make it?
I went down to the store for cigarettes or something.
Or something, Alice, huh? You're not drinking again, huh?
Same old thing. You can't trust me.
Alice, are you going to meet me at the field?
Maybe. I've nothing better to do.
Never mind. I'll grab the limo or a cab, but I'll be home in a few hours. And then we can...
Well, don't hurry on my account. Maybe I'll be around, maybe not. What difference does it make anymore? We got nothing left.
Oh, we back to that again.
We never left it.
Well, why don't you come right out and say it? You want a divorce.
Only on my terms, lover.
You can't expect me to sit back and let you take me 6 ways from nowhere.
Why not? Didn't you me?
Alice, come on. Just because we've lost whatever we once had, we don't have to fight dirty, do we? Not us.
Then cut me loose.
On your terms.
Only on my terms. I want it all, lover. Now, why don't you find your own way home?
Alice? Alice? It's kicking up. Whew. Look at that.
Hey, Jake. Yes, Skip, right there. Hey, how's it going?
I don't know.
Maybe we're kicking around quite a bit on my way up for it.
Now, that's just loose turbulence around the edge of the front. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, so what does?
I don't know. Get your phones on. Pull in Kansas City and get me a weather update.
Roger. Look, what's got you so steamed?
Hunch. The wrong vibes. Look at that outside temperature, how it's dropping.
So what? Why should
No, forget it. Just get me that weather report.
Roger. This is XN743 to Flight Service Station. Request weather information on our new heading. We are at 330, bearing 320. Repeat, that is 320. Are we still at same segment? Beta 4.
Hey, Meg, how'd you like to build me another scotch?
To stoke you so you can keep knocking out enough ideas to gobble up the world? Or to relax?
Oh, we sifted through all the papers. It's time for fun games.
In that case, you got your scotch.
You'll join me?
I just might.
Sometimes you even like me. Don't you?
That's a fine question to ask a woman who...
I want you to be different. Now, I can buy all of that.
I know. You bought me.
Now, don't say that, Meg.
No, it's true. Well, I didn't think so at first. But then the sun was in my eyes.
Huh?
There's a wild glory in absolute power, J.B. It dazzles the subjects. Like Louis XIV did.
You're trying to make fun of me again.
No, not really. Here. Want to drink a toast?
Sure. To what?
To thanks. So many thanks. And farewell.
To
me.
No way.
Oh, why not, J.B.? We're at a dead end. It didn't work for us.
It works for me as long as I say it does. no one walks out on me.
Well, I'm not walking out. I just want to shake hands and agree to end a bargain.
Not until I'm ready. You know too much about me, lover. You're too dangerous to let go.
How can you stop me if I want to?
You'd be surprised how many ways, if I ever made up my mind to use them.
I don't believe it.
Hey, what is it, Skipper?
The temperature, it's dropped again.
We've left the front behind. There's only light turbulence.
I know, but something's out there.
Hey, what are you doing?
Cutting airspeed. What do you read?
Mach 8, 245. But with all the hurry, what?
Did you press the call button, Chad?
Yeah, Meg, I want you to secure everything back in the cabin and the galley. Belt yourself in with the big boss.
Oh, I just mixed a drink.
Well, dump it. Get rid of the glasses and do as I say.
But we just passed the front. The sky's as blue as the 4th of July.
Let's not mess around, Meg. I'm preparing for severe air turbulence, and you'd better get back inside pronto.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Hey, come on, Chad. What's eating you?
It's a hunch. You know where I got my schooling? Barnstorming, stunt flying, ever since I came out of Korea and went civilian. I love all these instruments. And for all they feed into my brain, I still fly by what's at the other end of my spine. And when that aches, when I feel my backside's in a bucket, I'll fly by that every time.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I smelled it. Severe air turbulence. Hang in with me, Jake. It's trying to take the stick out of my hands.
We must have shot up 1,000 feet. The updraft's wild. Watch your trim.
I'm holding.
Oh, no, you're not. You're upside down. We're in a dive.
You're disoriented, Jake. We're climbing.
You gotta be crazy.
Check your instruments. Come on, help me bring her nose down.
Roger. Holy mother, will you look at the wings shake? They'll throw the engines right out of their mount. Oh, there goes one of them, I think.
Jake, help me get her nose down. She stalled out. Now we dive. Hang in there. We're going into a spin.
Four people in a modern aircraft, equipped with every safety device and instrument to protect lives, caught in the pilot's dread, the phenomenon known as clear air turbulence, or more simply, CAT, CAT, spinning as helplessly as a bullet, but without any destination or target, and doomed to end up in a world beyond our own. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Now that the cat's out of the bag, I think I should say a few words about this acronym, the 3 letters that spell out clear air turbulence. It's a very rare phenomenon, and every commercial pilot is trained to react instinctively to its unexpected appearance. But like every other cataclysm in nature, sometimes it's beyond mechanical or human control. The air shock has sent the plane into a high-speed stall. As it whirls and falls, the instruments vibrate violently. Impossible to read.
Skipper, what can we do?
Hit left rudder hard as you can. Nose up.
She's lead. It's all manual.
Bust the gut. It's the only chance we have.
What? Damn briefcase hit me right on the head.
Never mind your head. What you're trying to say right now is your...
What was that?
I don't know.
We're not in the dive anymore.
And we're out of the spin.
Look out for the briefcase.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. That's right. It's just hanging there in midair.
Hey, look outside. It's bright sunlight.
Well, it can't be. We were coming up on 2100 hours. It was night.
Well, it isn't anymore. Hey, look at the controls. They're slack.
Well, maybe the cable snapped if we're out of electric power.
No, I don't think so. Have a gander at the instruments.
Holy cow. They're crazy. They just don't read. How come? Did every system, all the backups blew?
I don't know. I don't think so. But what I guess is... I'm afraid to say. What, Chad? We're in free flight. I don't know how. But somewhere we spun right through a hole out of the atmosphere and ended up in space.
Are you nuts?
If you had just one point of reference after a blind flight, what would you guess the only land mass we could see might be?
Where?
About 10 o'clock, right off to the left.
We were only at 33,000. That couldn't be...
The Earth? No. No way. No, but you know what it is just as well as I do.
The moon.
Yeah, that's just what I read. Look at the configuration.
That's crazy, Chad. What are we, dreaming or dead or what?
I think we're in free orbit around the moon.
Come on, how? From 33,000 feet to nearly 90 million miles in 1 second, how?
Maybe it wasn't CAT after all. Maybe we just fell through a hole in space, got folded up in the time warp. Whatever's happened, we got to get busy. First, there's too much pressure in this cabin. We got to release it before we just plain disintegrate.
Okay, Ken.
Why not take it easy, real slow.
Roger.
And not too much. We have to hang on to all the oxygen we have.
What for, if you're right? All we're with now is the insurance.
And we can try to get the engines turning over.
But no atmosphere? Well, for what?
We're yawing pretty badly. We could get her on an even keel. I'm going to try to fire them. Meanwhile, you better check aft and see what happened to Meg and the big wheel.
JB?
Huh?
You all right?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, there was some kicking around. I'm going to have a few words with Chad Stevens.
Oh, why do you have to automatically blame Chad?
He's flying the plane, isn't he? Who else would I blame?
Well, it seems to me, thanks to Chad's foresight in belting us in, that we're lucky to be alive.
Yeah, it's what I pay him for. And I pay him enough so he doesn't have to get caught in them.
Well, you were the one who didn't want him to go around.
I'm not going to argue with you. Let's get out of our seatbelts.
Don't you think we should wait till we're released?
I don't have to take orders from anyone. And I'm getting a little tired of...
JB, what is it?
What the devil?
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's like I'm floating. Don't unbuckle your belt.
Why not?
I can't tell you, except move your arm. Maybe you'll see. It's as if we didn't have any weight at all anymore.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But what... Jake, what's the matter?
Look, I'll try to explain that in a moment best I can. I don't really understand myself, but until we all get belted down, nothing's going to make much sense.
When I belt myself down again, it's going to be beside the so-called pilot of this plane. Now, I want to know what's going on straight from the horse's mouth. I demand to know what's happening.
Just take up on your belt and sit back, Mr. Proctor. Hollering isn't going to help.
Where are we? How late are we going to be into New York?
All right, first questions first. Where are we, sir? Just an educated guess. In orbit around the moon.
Are you out of your mind?
I don't know. What I suspect is, I'm out of our world.
Now, what the deuce does that mean?
Well, at the least, I don't think we're on our way to LaGuardia Airport in New York.
Then where are we on our way to?
Infinity. You know, Mr. Proctor, if I were a deeply religious man, I would say that all four of us on this plane were on the way to meet our Maker.
No, there's no question, Meg. We're in free flight somehow.
How, Jake?
Search me. Chad says we fell through a hole in the time warp.
What?
But I don't even know what that means. All I do know is where we are right now.
Where?
In orbit about the moon.
Well, can we land there?
And this craft, forget it.
Well, then what's going to happen to us?
That's the question none of us should ask, honey. Because I'm sure none of us wants the answer.
How long?
48, 72 hours, as long as the oxygen lasts.
We can't get back to Earth?
How? If we really are in moon orbit, no way. No way we can get this crate back home.
I'd like to talk to Chad.
He won't tell you any different.
Well, that's not what I'd like to talk to him about.
Where are you going, Mike?
That's a good question, J.B., since I have to float and bump. I don't seem to have much control.
None of us do. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Who does? Where are you going?
Back for a drink. If I can ever make the galley. Why don't you build one for me?
Build your own, J.B. I've got other fish to fry.
Just relax. Let yourself go, Meg.
It's so long since I could do that, I've forgotten how.
Well, it's never too late to learn.
Except now.
Relaxing is a full-time job. There we are. You're almost in Jake's chair. Here. Let me help you with a seatbelt.
No, I don't need a seatbelt. This flight's smooth as honey.
Oh, well, you'll need it to hold you down. Oh, won't you? There you are. Now, what can I do for you?
You can level with me, Chad. It's that important.
Okay.
What's happened to us?
I don't know.
Jake said something about a hole in the sky.
And the fourth dimension has to be involved somehow. By our standards, you don't travel 90 million miles in a second or two.
You think we did?
I don't have any other explanation.
And what happens now?
We're drifting in orbit. Even if I had the kind of engines I need in this aircraft under normal conditions, we couldn't re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, or even the moon.
What?
Well, we'll last as long as the oxygen lasts.
How long?
I honestly don't know, Meg. 24 hours, maybe, not more than 48.
Then we're going to die?
You don't expect me to answer that.
Except you did. It was something I had to know. Chad?
Yeah?
We could have fussed around, as we have. And nothing would ever have happened because neither of us could make it happen. Chad?
Yeah?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But I couldn't start it.
Oh, you had to wait for me.
I guess maybe I just prayed.
It wasn't because I was scared of him.
And what?
You and your conscience. What you were married to.
Well, she is my wife.
In name. What do you owe her?
Everything I own.
Oh, well, give it to her. What does it matter? Do you own yourself?
What?
I didn't. I sold myself. And I want to buy it back. My self-respect.
Is that all?
Oh, no. My whole soul. Just what you ought to do, Chad. So we can be together for good. I'm not ashamed. If there ever was a time and a place to say it, it's now. I love you. And in whatever time is left, I wish to heaven you could say it back to me that you love me.
I never thought I'd have the chance, but... Yes, now I have.
Major Alexander.
Hold it. Hold it a minute. What? What is that?
What is it?
I've raised something on the radio. Yes? Yes, would you repeat, please?
This is Major Alexander speaking. Goodspeed 1, Moon Constellation. Welcome.
Acknowledge. We welcome contact. We thought we'd bought it.
Would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, we thought we were out of touch with anyone. We have oxygen supply for less than 2 days. You are our only hope of survival.
What are you, military, procraft, commercial flight?
No, none of these. We've had an accident. A private flight, lost in unaccountable weather conditions.
As we know, we have suspected that you were sucked in through the horn.
What? Repeat, please.
The horn. We will not explain now. We must make preparations for your landing.
Where? On the moon?
You could not maintain life there. Besides, you will need some approximation of Earth's atmosphere to land your obsolete craft.
Obsolete?
That's something else we can discuss later. Do you have reserve fuel?
Well, enough for, say, 1.5 hours of normal flying under conditions as I understand them.
Then you have more than enough to land at Goodspeed 1.
I am not familiar with that airport.
Not surprising.
Where is it located? The Earth? The Moon?
Neither. It is a self-contained space station, one of the worlds of the future.
I don't understand.
We don't expect you to. Just put yourselves in our hands, and you will be safe.
You realize that I am apparently in space in an aircraft not equipped to handle this medium.
That is no problem for us. Let us bring you in by electric magnetic force field controls.
Hey, Chad, did you see it?
There's some great big UFO right off the starboard. It's spinning like a top.
Well, I not only see it, I'm talking with it. How do I identify you?
Goodspeed 1. Release all your controls, and we will bring you home. Stand by your radio to start engines once we are inside the envelope.
The envelope?
Certainly. You need air to land just as much as you need it to breathe. So do we. Keep this channel open.
Suspended in space, one of our most sophisticated airplanes hangs out of its element on the edge of death. 4 people inside it rely on the atmosphere to remain alive. Suddenly, a voice from space is more than disembodied. It extends a helping hand. Who of us would not choose it, but at the same time, fear the consequences? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Can you imagine the terror of having been catapulted into an accident in the air, only to find that instead of crashing to earth in flames and disaster, you are somehow suspended in space, in a vehicle not suited for this element, and with a rapidly diminishing supply of the air you need to breathe? Small wonder that you would grasp at any hope of staying alive.
Now you are inside the envelope, XN743. You are now in normal flight posture. Activate your engines.
Roger. How about that?
Very good. Now take your normal declination and follow the tower's instructions in.
Where am I landing?
As I told you before, station Goodspeed 1. And have no fears. We may be new to you in space, but believe me, we are very little different once you bring your spacecraft to our land. If you want it, you are coming home. Approach control.
This is XN743.
We have you, XN743. You are 1,500 feet from threshold, 50 feet high, and hot.
Chad, the airspeed is 17 knots too high.
Oh, let's hope there's plenty of concrete.
Well, maybe we should go round.
We're out of fuel. This is it.
You better pull back on the thrust.
Touch those and I'll break your arm. Now, just hold on to your hat.
Welcome to Goodspeed 1. I am Major Alexander.
And I'm J. Bruce Proctor, and I can't waste any time. How soon can we get a connecting flight?
Oh, I don't think you quite realize where you are, Mr. Proctor.
So tell me.
You are now on Space Station Number 1, named at its inception as Goodspeed 1. From here, the only connecting flights are to the moon and such other stopovers as you might select in our area.
What are you talking about? I want to get home to Earth.
Many other people in your position have.
I don't think you quite understand. Tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with my lawyers and all the other people from International Ore and Carbide. My deal has to be firmed up by the end of May. And that's the day after tomorrow.
Oh, what year is that?
Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. This year, 1978.
Oh, then I think you can stop worrying about the whole deal. It's ancient history. You see, this is 2978.
What? But last night before I fled, what did you say? 2978.
I don't blame you for being surprised, sir. It's the consequence of falling through a time fold. The older we get, we do nod now and then and lose a few precious moments, huh? It must be catastrophic to wake up suddenly and realize that somewhere we've lost 1,000 years. I'd like to have a few words with you, Captain, if I may.
Well, that suits me, Major Alexander. I'd like to have a couple with you. Where's Mr. Proctor?
I'm afraid I had to have him temporarily restrained. One of our doctors is treating him now.
Restrained?
For his own good. He has a heart condition, or did you know?
Oh, I knew he was hypertense.
He's had at least one coronary. He should be more careful. Well, The man has no control.
What's bugging him now?
His belief that we are making a prisoner out of him, that is not true. I hope you understand that.
Well, we are confined to the plane.
You are quarantined, Captain Stevens, that is all. You must understand that this is a controlled environment. After nearly 1,000 years, we have finally managed to make our population almost 100% disease-free. We have no infectious or contagious disorders and have made gigantic strides against the normal systemic ravages of old age. This is a far different world from yours, with its poisons, its savage wear and tear, its bent for destruction.
What is your world like out there, Major?
Let's see. You are from the 20th century, 1978, correct?
Yes.
Then you know nothing, of course, of the history of space stations like this, or colony orbits, as we call them.
No. There's been talk and speculation about establishing them, but, of course, none have ever been started. Hadn't been before.
I can understand your problem with time folds. Even we are just getting used to them.
I beg your pardon?
Intergalactic flights are just moving out of the experimental stage now. It's possible to go to Centauri 4 now, for example. But the time lag there is really a bummer. Knocks you out. It's approximately another 1,000 years.
You're kidding.
Not at all.
Well, you were going to tell me something about the history of, what do you call this?
Goodspeed 1.
Yeah.
We were the first station, you see.
When was that?
Oh, back in your millennium, around 1990, I think. Maybe a couple of years later. Of course, it was nothing like it is now. Then it was just an experiment to collect and store solar power to bring cheap energy to Earth.
You deliver energy to Earth now?
Earth? that burnt-out cinder for what?
Burnt-out cinder?
Well, I'm afraid Earth moved too late to develop energy. By the middle of the 21st century, it choked itself to death on ecological poison.
How did you and the other colonies you mentioned grow so large?
What would your choice have been? Our colonies grew by leaps and bounds. The waiting lists grew longer and longer. Here on Goodspeed, we rotate at such a controlled speed that gravity is reproduced within the envelope that encloses us. Our grass is always green. We live in a temperature like that of Hawaii, and the air we breathe is pure. We are, insofar as it is possible, all of one class. We're as close to utopia, I suppose, as man can come.
And we can be part of this.
Once you are decontaminated, I would think so. Oh, our immigration laws are necessarily strict, but yours is an unusual case. However, the question may be academic.
Oh, why?
Because your employer is adamant that he must return to Earth.
The burnt-out cinder.
Not that Earth, no. The one you left.
Yes, but that's impossible.
Not if you move quickly. I won't go into scientific details, but that is why I wanted to talk to you. If we are to take advantage of the time fold that brought you here to return you, there is no time to lose. Now, as captain of the ship, it is entirely up to you. I can give you 1 hour to talk it over with the others, but no more.
You're not going to try to get back, Chad?
The big man's orders, Meg. He pays my salary. What else can I do?
Well, stay here. Don't you know what it could mean?
Yes. I know.
We'd all be free. We could live our own lives. It'd be like a second chance, a chance to live down the mistakes.
I understand.
Well, isn't that what you want?
It's not what I want. It's what Mr. Proctor wants.
Oh, you can't be serious. What about what I want? What Jake wants?
Jake doesn't care where he lives.
And me?
You could be your own woman anywhere.
Well, I'm not now.
Bought and paid for. Maybe it'd be the same here.
No. Oh, Chad, don't you see? I'd be free here. He can't control me. And you're not free if you go back. You're only going back to her.
To Alice? Oh, no. No, never. That's over.
Well, she'll take you for everything you have.
Okay, let her. We could manage, somehow.
If you stole me from J.B., he'd break us both, grind us to powder.
We can still take the chance.
Why, Chad? Why?
Because if you and I are going anywhere, Meg, it has to be because we fought for it, not ran away from it. It has to be a matter of conscience. I have to go back. I have to live with myself. Maybe you should stay.
No. No, darling. You're right. I have a conscience, too, that needs quite a bit of polishing. No, we'll go back together and face whatever has to be. God willing, it'll work out for us.
We are circling you now, Captain Stevens, and drawing you by magnetic field toward the time-fold.
Roger, I read you.
Now, we cannot guarantee your safe re-entry back to the last century. So, if you, or any of you, wish to change your mind, this is it.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
He's giving us a last chance to back out, sir.
Tell him absolutely not. We don't belong in this Jim Crack fantasy world. We belong in the real one.
Well, that's your decision, J.B. The others are entitled to theirs. Meg?
Are you going back, Chad?
Yes, I am.
Then so am I.
Okay. Jake?
How can you fly a plane through all that flak without me, old buddy? Besides, I either want to be best man or give away the bride.
Did you read me, Captain Stevens? I said this was your last chance to stay.
I read you, sir. And our thanks for all you have done. But our decision is to return.
Very well. Fire up your engines.
Roger. Engine start completed.
We'll start the countdown at 30. Bon voyage and good luck. Are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Synchronize. Coming up 30 on zip.
Reach 30.
29. 28.
Get back and get belted in. J.B., Meg?
Go ahead, Meg. I heard what your co-pilot buddy said, Stevens. I just want you to know, if we get back, I'll break you in two before I ever let you take Meg away from me.
I hope I never have to sweat anything like that out again.
Me too. But we lived through it.
Hey, Chad.
Yeah?
Did I go off on some sort of a crazy trip or...
The Major? Goodspeed one? I don't know. Doesn't seem very real now, does it?
Oh, hazy, man, hazy. Only, what about you and Meg?
Oh, that? That's for real.
How are you going to handle the heavyweight?
I don't know. Take over. I'd better check back in the cabin.
Okay, take your time. I feel 1,000 years younger and ready for anything.
Chad, quick.
What is it, Meg?
J.B., I think it was his heart. It was just too much.
What? Is he dead?
Well, right after we hit the turbulence, he just sort of hunched over. He made this terrible sound and slumped. The way we were being thrown around, I couldn't get to him. Oh, Chad.
Yes, dear.
I feel terrible. I wished him dead so often.
No, Meg, he wished this on himself.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
It's like a gift from God. For us.
Yeah. Or the answer to a prayer. Yeah, you said, God willing, it'll work out for us. Meg, it seems like 1,000 years, but we finally found our way home.
There's quite a little tale to muse over. The fact of CAT is real enough, but what was all the rest? Real or imagined? Does that really matter in the larger sense? All of our travelers returned safely from beyond whatever veil they penetrated, except one. And there will be few to measure the death of such a selfish man. I'll be back shortly. By the time you hear this program, or shortly after, the first experimental space station should have been placed in orbit. Of course, it'll be small, but it's a beginning. With the Earth's desperate need for new sources of energy, it doesn't stretch the imagination to think that within 1,000 years, colonies like Godspeed 1 will not only exist, but will proliferate. Unfortunately, neither you nor I will be there to check the statement. But wouldn't you consider it a good bet? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ian Martin, Evie Juster, and Fred Gwynn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The universe goes on, as round and round she goes. And where she starts and where she ends is something no one knows. Beginnings and endings. Our neat and precise human minds will insist on clearly stated limits, boundaries, definitions. But unfortunately, there are no satisfactory ways to limit, bound, or define the truly important things in life.
Have you interrogated the prisoner?
I have.
Hey, who says I'm a prisoner? We have no use for the cargo. Destroy it and confiscate the ship.
What are you trying to pull?
And dispose of the prisoner.
What do you mean, dispose of the prisoner? Am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
Our mystery drama, The Hole in the Sky, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer.
Rid of that noise, Curly.
What's the matter? Don't you like good music? I thought you was a real space jockey.
If you want to talk about space, all right. You want to get down to business?
Well, how about a little drink first?
When I listen to a deal from you, I better be stone cold sober.
Oh, would old Curly ever steer you wrong, Raj?
Absolutely.
Do you know where Medusa's at?
Medusa? That should be a star beyond Polaris.
Well, I got the chart right here. The fifth planet circling around Medusa is called Bacchus. You can see it.
Mm-hmm. I can also see it's a pretty good trip.
Can that lark of yours hold a 3,000-pound cargo?
What kind of cargo?
Why do you care?
I won't handle contraband.
What's contraband? Everything's contraband to somebody somewhere.
You know what I'm talking about, Curly.
What's the difference, huh? The trip's illegal anyhow. There are no solo flights allowed outside the solar system, so what do you care?
No drugs, no weapons, Curly.
Now, would I be mixed up with weapons and drugs?
Up to your ears.
No. This is just stuff for the ladies.
Yeah?
Yeah. This Bacchus is a wild place. It's just being colonized. Now, you could clear a fortune with some makeup. You know, powder, makeup, things the ladies just have to have.
That's contraband.
Sure. But it's nice, harmless contraband.
Look, if I'm caught with any sort of non-essential...
If you're caught, what's the difference what you're caught with?
What's the deal?
Hey, fantastic. You split the take 50-50.
I what?
That's right, old buddy. Right down the middle.
What's the catch?
No catch, no catch. No ifs, ands, and maybes. 50-50. Some deal, huh?
When do I leave?
Your cargo's ready right now.
Tonight?
Well, it better be tonight. You're due to sit down and back us no later than the 21st.
21st of what?
21st of this month.
21st? That's in 6 days.
Well, actually, 6.5.
Look at the chart. You see where Bacchus is?
Sure.
Well, this trip should take 6 weeks. There's no way I could ever cover this distance in 6 days.
Oh, sure there is.
How?
Why, Roger, old buddy, you know how. You just go through the hole.
Oh, I see. That's the catch.
Ah, now don't tell me you're scared of the hole.
I'm scared out of my wits.
Now, look, if anybody had ever told me that Rog Thorpe had that little streak of yellow...
Don't try to get a rise out of me, Curly. I'm not yellow. I'm smart. I'll see you around.
Make it around 8 o'clock. That's as long as they can hold the job open.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, don't go away, man. It'll make it harder for you to come back here.
I'm not coming back. And I meant it. I was through with all that stuff. But what else was there for me to do? What else did I know how to do? I could join the Space Navy and wear a uniform and be assigned to contraband control, which meant I'd have to prowl through space hunting down guys like me or guys like I used to be. Magda was waiting for me when I got home.
Curly called.
Yeah?
He said your ship is loaded and ready.
Mm-hmm. That's what he told you, huh? Well, he's in for the surprise of his life because I'm not going.
What did you say?
I said I'm not going.
Honey, that's just great.
Is it?
Well, it means you got something better.
Oh, is that what you think?
You do have something better, don't you?
I don't have anything at all.
Well, then I don't understand. How could you turn Curly down?
Because How do you think I've lived this long? Being scared is what keeps you being careful.
Okay. It's just I understood there was a fortune in this trip.
But I'd have to go through the hole. And I'm never going to do that again.
Roger, you've come through it before.
Do you have any idea what it is? That hole in the sky?
I don't know. Some people say it's all in the spaceman's imagination.
Let somebody tell me that. You don't know what it's like.
Okay, Raj, okay.
It's a hole. A big black hole in the sky.
I believe you, Raj.
And there is nothing in there. Nothing.
Honey, don't you think you need a drink?
Nothing. You understand? It's a kind of corridor. A crazy kind of corridor.
Whatever you say.
It's like the back door to everywhere. Wherever you want to go, it's right there.
Sounds like fun.
Like everything opens up on it. Everything is right there. Once you're there, you're everywhere.
I believe you.
Stars that are billions and billions of light years away from each other, like Polaris and Orion. Like Taurus and Ursa Major. It's as if you can just move from one to the other, like crossing the street. That's why it's only 6 days from here, because 6 days is how long it takes to get to the hole in the sky. And once you get to the hole, you're anywhere you want to be. Do you understand?
I keep telling you, it's not all that complicated.
But I'm not going there again.
Oh, honey, just try a little goblet of this and you'll go anywhere.
It's a wild place.
Hey... maybe I'd like to go there.
A place where the whole universe is twisted and turned on itself. Sometimes it's quiet. Silent as the grave. And then it explodes.
Explode?
Everything goes haywire. Crazy. There's no longer any sense of time, or space, or place. And you can just disappear.
How can you just disappear? Take just a little sip of this. It's good for what ails you.
Look. Right here on Earth, okay? There used to be a big ocean between Buenos Aires and Cape Town. Thousands of miles of ocean.
Sure.
And right in the middle, someplace, there used to be a spot called the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, is that so?
And the ships that they had, the ships that sailed over that spot, disappeared. Ships that flew above this place disappeared.
So?
So this kind of thing has happened before. Maybe that was a hole in the ocean.
Sure, Raj. If you say so.
Look, get that tone out of your voice. I can't go through that hole in the sky again. I can't. I made a dozen trips.
And nothing happened.
How long can I be lucky? No, if I go this time, I'll be lost. I'll disappear.
Oh, come on, honey. Take a drink. You'll feel better. You always do.
I've been thinking about it. I'm going to sell the Lark.
And do what?
I can sell the Lark to the Navy and raise a stake.
And go where?
Where? To a planet like Bacchus. Or maybe right here in our own solar system.
And you could raise enough from the sale of the Lark?
Oh, a good piece of it. For the rest, well, I gave you plenty of jewels, money, credits.
I know you did.
All I'm asking is for you to give me some of it so I can get started.
That's not all you're asking, Raj. You're also asking me to go with you and break my back in a mine or on a ranch.
It's only tough for the first couple of years.
I don't want to go. And as far as the money's concerned, it's mine. You gave it to me.
I thought you and I were beyond words like yours and mine. Just said ours.
Yeah. What'll I do the day you get tired of me?
I'll never get tired of you, Magda.
I'm sorry, Roger. I can't say to you, my darling, everything I own in the world is yours. Take it.
Magda, I'm not asking for anything which
You know that basically I'm out for myself. Did you think you could change me?
All right, Magda.
6 days there and 6 days back. Well, honey, that's less than 2 weeks. I'll be waiting for you when you come home.
She could only give me what she had to give. Why did I think I was entitled to more? And who was I kidding? I'd become a farmer, a rancher, a miner. I was nothing but a space rat. And I might as well learn to live with it. And die with it. I didn't even bother to tell Curly what he already knew. I went directly to the spaceport. The space car, but we had to go through the ritual.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, Joe.
You're inspected and cleared.
Okay.
Let's do page 2. Destination?
Venus.
And cargo?
None.
Purpose of journey?
To visit friends.
Oh, come on, Roger. You got to do better than that.
Why? What's the matter?
Give me a break. The sheet does get checked. How does that look? To visit friends?
Well, what do you want me to say?
You could say medical emergency.
Say medical emergency.
You got to prove you're sick, though. You got to name the doctor and so forth and so on.
Joe, write down anything you please.
Well, don't bite my head off. You and I know what you're doing. You and I know where you're going, okay?
All right, look, I'm going to visit my poor old mother.
Great. But you better have one, and she better be on Venus.
Joe, just let me get out of here, will you?
Raj, don't go.
What do you mean, don't go?
I mean, pack it in. Walk away from it.
Are you telling me I can't go?
No, I'm not telling you not to go. I'm just asking you not to.
Why?
Because you won't be coming back.
How do you know?
I know all the signs. You're not coming back, Raj. I know you are not coming back.
At this point, he probably knows something we don't. But what? Obviously, there's something especially dangerous and ominously unusual about this one. Well, Act 2 is but a few minutes away. What was that popular song from a generation ago? It was called Faraway Places. And what were those faraway places? Oh, they were in Asia, Africa, Europe. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. But our story today is about really faraway places with strange names like Tau Ceti, Betelgeuse. And on a clear night, sometimes you may see them up there in the sky.
What kind of thing is that to say to me? I'm not coming back.
Because it's true. Raj, 5 years ago, I had my own ship, too. 5 years ago, Curly had a job for me. Something like this, only mine was in Orion someplace.
Look, why don't we swap stories when I come back?
You are not coming back, Raj. You better listen. I came out to the field here feeling just like you do. Everything inside me like jelly, and like you, I knew I wasn't coming home again. I'd been through that hole in the sky too many times. Like you, I was scared. Scared to face guys like Curly. Also scared of starving. What was I going to do to make a living?
What else can I do to make a living?
Join up, Raj.
No, I could never do that.
That's what I thought at first. But isn't it better all around if guys like you and me wear the uniform? At least we understand.
I have to go now.
It isn't too bad. The money's good. It's clean.
Bribery, that's clean?
Maybe not, but hey, you can protect your friends. I'm only on the take as far as cargo and destination's concerned. All the money in the world wouldn't get you off the ground if I knew your ship wasn't space-worthy.
Yeah. Well, look, I got a schedule to keep.
Don't go, Raj.
I have to.
Well, then, don't go through the hole.
You know as well as I do I have no choice.
Okay, I'm on the desk tonight. Maybe I can keep the hounds off your trail.
In 15 minutes, I was completely clear of the Earth. I would have no problem while in the boundaries of our own solar system. But as soon as I was out in the galaxy, the patrols would be after me. I could outdistance any single pursuit ship. But if they had my position and course, they could set up a fire network that could destroy me in the fraction of a second. I could hear Joe Dresden on the monitor. He was getting reports from all of his scouts who had sighted or thought they had sighted me. He would be feeding all this data into a computer, which would calculate my exact position.
Attention all ships, Rainbow Command. Illegal craft identified as Lark, registered Captain Roger Thorpe, probably headed for Polaris. Consult charts 946 and 202. Subtract coordinates 4 and 8 from coordinates 12 and 18. Lock, challenge. Allow 5 minutes for reply, then open fire.
Thank you, Joe. He had sent the pursuit off in exactly the opposite direction. He had bought me at least 2 days' time.
Attention, all ships, Rainbow Command. Fugitive reported headed for Ursa Major. Consult charts 380426. Fugitive reported headed for Tau Ceti.
How skillfully he kept directing the pursuit away from me. I was coming to the end of the 5th day, and now I didn't have to worry. I was near the hole in the sky, and even though so many people were convinced that it was all fiction, that was back down there in the safety and security of Earth. Up here, even the most skeptical suddenly became believers. I could rest assured there was nobody within 1 trillion miles of me now.
Roger. Roger. You can answer me, Raj. You won't give away your position. I'm on a sealed frequency.
Joe?
You're at the edge of the hole, Raj.
I know.
Turn back.
I can't.
I'll clear a path for you.
I have to keep going.
I'll bring you home safe and sound.
I'm going in now, Joe. I'm here. And I was there. I was in the hole in the sky. It was so quiet. So peaceful. So tranquil. I better feed my computer. My speed, my course, my declination. I could expect to find myself orbiting Medusa. Then I could set my bearing for the planet Bacchus. I could still hear Joe's voice.
Roger, it isn't too late. Now get out of there.
It's quiet, Joe. It's quiet.
That doesn't mean anything. You know as well as I do it can all change in a fraction of a second.
Thanks for everything, Joe. I'm all right now.
Come home, Roger. Come home before it's too late. Roger, come home before it's too late.
Joe! Joe, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, everything started to spin.
Everything went out of control. Not just my computer and my instruments, but everything inside of me. It was as if I was just coming apart under some terrible pressure. An unbelievable stress and strain that began to pull me in every direction. It was as if it were the end of the world. Or maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it was the chaos that was in the very beginning. Then, there was nothing.
Andia. Rodia.
This voice.
Andia. Rodia.
What was she saying? It sounded like no language I'd ever heard before. Then I remembered what I had to do. I fed the sounds into the computer and waited. Just like the ancient anthropologists could construct an entire prehistoric animal from just a few fragments of bone, the computer could project an entire language from just a few significant sounds. Gradually, the voice became clearer and clearer.
What ship is yours? Identify. Identify.
Lark. Lark.
How many aboard?
Just one.
Identify.
Roger Thorpe, registered captain.
Home port.
Earth.
Where is that?
Consult Star Chart 876.
What is Star Chart 876?
Whatever you happen to use, start with Polaris.
What is Polaris?
You draw a line from Polaris to Deneb.
There are no such stars.
Hey, what's that noise?
You are locked into a landing beam.
Hold it. I don't necessarily want to land.
Cut your power.
I only need to get my bearings.
Prepare to descend.
Am I being forced to land?
You are being invited.
But I don't want...
Cut all power. Step clear of the ship.
But where...
Follow instructions.
Under protest.
Follow the red line.
Where am I going?
Stop at the door. Wait.
For what?
It will slide open. Step inside.
What's in there?
Step inside.
There's nothing in here.
Step inside.
Oh, all right. All right. What do I do now?
Wait.
What do you people want? Who are you? Where am I? I was in a room of some kind. A plain, bare space. There was a chair. Just a single chair, and that was the only furniture. I sat down. I waited. Who were these people? What did they want? Then the wall slid away. And facing me was a woman. She was sitting behind a desk of some kind. She was young, about 30-ish. She wore a black robe. Her red hair was short. She might have been good-looking if she didn't have such a serious look on her face. She touched a switch, and suddenly on the entire wall behind, there appeared an enormous sky chart.
Point out your home star.
My home star? Well, it doesn't show up too well, you see. It's a red dwarf. I can give you its position.
Yes?
Just let me orient myself. I'll have to find Polaris. And then Tau Ceti.
I've never heard of any...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't possible. I don't recognize any of these patterns.
I warn you to tell the truth.
But this is all very strange. Orion should be right there.
Orion?
I don't see a single thing I know in this entire sky.
This is the universe.
Well, maybe it's a part of it that's off somewhere.
This is the complete universe.
Wait a minute. The universe is infinite. Why did you do that?
Blasphemy. Everyone knows the universe is closed and limited.
Okay, have it your way.
Why are there no papers on your ship?
Because I didn't need any.
What is your cargo?
I'm sure you looked it over by now. Cosmetics.
What are cosmetics?
Didn't your translating computer tell you?
Yes, but I don't understand.
Well, it's just stuff that women put on their face.
For what purpose?
I guess it makes them look better.
Better?
What's the difference?
Please, answer the question.
Is it important?
It may be the most important thing in the universe. These cosmetics, they change people's faces?
You could say that.
It disguises them.
Well, strictly speaking, it might.
I see. Yes. Yes, I see.
But I hope you see something, because I don't.
Interrogator.
Yes, censor.
We have examined the ship. Have you examined the prisoner?
Who says I'm a prisoner?
You have not been spoken to.
I have examined the prisoner.
We see no use for the cargo. Destroy it.
At once.
Confiscate the ship.
Immediately.
Dispose of the prisoner.
What does that mean, dispose?
Save him for the games, or eliminate him quietly. Whatever suits you.
What is he talking about?
I shall save him for the games.
Look, am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Wait a minute. Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
I have the right to defend myself.
You have no rights at all.
What sort of place is this? It could very easily fit certain places here on our own Earth, but this is a story that takes place far in the future, in a place so far away that the imagination can scarcely encompass the distance. But space, time, what do these things matter? People are people everywhere, aren't they? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. There are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy, is a favorite line of Shakespeare's. And, of course, he had a rather limited idea of heaven. He didn't know that the heavens consisted of an infinity of space with an unlimited number of worlds. Can you imagine what he might have written had he been able to talk with a modern astronomer or an astronaut?
From what I could gather, the man was called the censor. The girl who had been talking to me was called the interrogator. Anyhow, they both decided that it was all over for me. The man left.
You will be executed at the games.
What games are these supposed to be?
The games to honor the establishment of the autocracy.
Look, I don't have anything to do with all this.
What was your purpose in coming here?
I was on my way to Medusa.
Medusa?
Yes, it's a giant yellow star.
There is no such star.
How can you make a statement like that?
Because I never heard of it.
That doesn't mean that...
If it existed, I would have heard of it. Since I have never heard of it, that is proof that it never existed.
Why do I have to be killed?
Because you have come here to overthrow the autocrat.
That isn't true.
Are you a stranger?
Yes.
The only reason strangers come here is to overthrow the autocrat. Since you admit to being a stranger,
it just means... hold on. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Do you have legitimate business on this planet?
Well, no.
Then you admit it. Since you do not have legitimate business, you therefore must be treated as a stranger.
She stood up and nodded her head. 2 men in black robes came in. I understood I was to go with them. I don't care what world you're in. A cell is a cell. This was a small room with smooth white walls. There were 2 beds in it. I had a roommate. His name was Artie. I asked him why he was in jail.
I tried to kill the autocrat.
Look, set me straight, will you? Who is the autocrat?
He is the maximum ruler.
That's why you want to kill him?
I want to kill him because he oppresses the people.
And then what?
Then perhaps the next maximum ruler will be a kinder person.
And suppose he turns out worse?
That has happened before.
Mm-hmm. In that case, what do you do?
Kill him and hope again.
Wouldn't it make more sense to eliminate all these rulers entirely?
Well, then who would rule?
The people.
The people? How could the people rule?
Well, they would elect representatives to let's say, to a Congress.
I don't understand how that could work.
It doesn't work with all these rulers either.
Well, that's because he has not come yet.
Who?
The ultimate ruler.
And who's he supposed to be?
The ultimate ruler? He will come down from the skies.
How?
He shall be carried by a bird.
Have to be a pretty big bird.
Yes. And he would mark his people.
Mark them? In what way?
In a certain way.
In other words, you don't know.
I only know what the prophecy reads.
Oh, it's prophecy.
For those of us who believe he will come.
Still, it should be easy to explain what marking his people would mean.
I suppose with a sign that will enable everyone to recognize them.
All right. Meanwhile, how does it look for you and me?
We shall be executed.
You say you were opposed to the ruler. What'd you do?
I wasn't able to do anything. We are too few, too weak. Or maybe we are many, but we do not know it. We have no sign by which we may recognize each other.
Well, what did you actually do to wind up in here?
I complained.
You complained? About what?
The weather.
You mean you're going to be executed because you complained about the weather?
It wasn't the first time. If you establish yourself as one who complains, it means you are basically a dissatisfied person. Therefore, you are likely to revolt.
Well, do you plan to just sit here and wait?
It does no good at all to make other plans.
Why not?
How can plans be carried out? We are sealed in here. There is no hope of escape.
There has to be something we can do.
We must face our fate bravely.
I can't accept that.
Accept it, since you may not reject it.
It seemed there was no help at all. The days passed. When would it happen? The games at which the execution would take place. Or were the executions the games? Even Artie didn't know. And the jailer who brought us our food wasn't talking. Then one morning, Artie was taken out of the cell. And I thought, this is it. But why was I being left behind? Then about an hour later, Artie returned. Hey, I thought that was the old ball game for you, Artie.
You were worried. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Oh, I should have told you. As the day draws closer, you're given a chance to save your life.
Oh? What kind of chance?
Well, naturally, you don't take it.
Why not? What have you got to lose?
Everything. You see, you are given an opportunity to inform on your fellow conspirators.
Oh.
The fact is, I don't have any fellow conspirators.
Well, didn't you say that you belong to an organization that wants to overthrow the autocrat?
I didn't say it was an organization.
Well, then how do you expect to...
One person can do it, if he is resourceful enough.
But wouldn't it be better if you did have a group?
Of course, but how would we know each other? I was very brave, but I wonder... Suppose I did have Confederates. Would I have betrayed them to save my own life?
I don't think you would, Artie. Then suddenly the door opened and the guards were in the cell. They grabbed me. I was hustled along some corridors and finally into a room. A small room. She was behind a table. There was no place for me to sit. Suddenly she took a small metal rod from under her black robe. She pointed it at every part of the room. It gave off a squealing noise.
One has to be sure.
Of what?
I'm sorry I cannot offer you a chair. My name is Dinara.
What do we have to be sure of?
That we are not overheard. We are safe for a moment at any rate.
What am I doing here?
You know what you are doing here. You have been sent here to save us.
I what?
You are the ultimate ruler.
Me? Now, just hold on.
It does you no good to deny it.
I'm telling the truth. I have no idea.
It's probably the truth as you see it. You do not know that you are the ultimate ruler. But you have fulfilled the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Surely Artie has talked with you in the cell.
Yes, but I didn't believe...
It was predicted that the ultimate ruler will come down from the skies. He will be carried by a bird. What is the name of your ship?
You can't be serious.
The Lark. And it is a bird of delight. It's not an angry bird, a bird of prey.
That's all coincidence.
And he shall mark his people.
Well?
What have you brought on your ship, on the Lark? You have brought the devices with which your people can be marked. Paint and powder.
Look, I'm afraid you don't understand.
It's the prophecy.
I am not the ultimate ruler.
It does you no good to deny.
My name is Roger Thorpe.
You told me that.
I come from a planet called Earth that revolves around a tiny, reddish dwarf star called Sol.
It doesn't matter.
I'm a trapped space captain. I carry mostly contraband if I want to make a living.
It's not important.
There's a place called the Hole in the Sky.
I never heard of it.
It's a spot in the universe where crazy things can happen. You get all twisted and turned in space and time.
It makes no difference.
So maybe I am in an entirely strange universe.
It doesn't change the prophecy. If you are aware or not of being the ultimate ruler, you fulfill all the requirements.
Why are you telling me this?
I, too, wish to overthrow the autocrat.
You? But aren't you a member of the regime?
There are many of us who do our work secretly and hope for the day to arrive.
The fact is, I'm going to be executed any day now. So what good does it do if you think I'm the ultimate ruler?
You have been brought here by your beautiful bird. You have brought the material with which to mock your people. Your people will save you.
There was only one way to make sense out of any of this. I would just have to assume that I had landed on a planet of nuts. Pure and simple. And so I did. But it got pretty grim. One day, Artie and I were taken from our cell and brought to an enormous stadium. There must have been 100,000 people. All of them wore black robes with hoods that covered their heads. Artie and I were led to the center of the arena. Then we heard the voice of the censor.
These men have plotted against the autocrat. Their fate is to be consumed by the mighty electric energy of the state. In a few moments, they shall no longer exist. Let this then serve as a lesson to all who would attempt similar madness.
Not a single word was heard from the robed and hooded crowd. And then we heard it. A humming that grew louder and louder. I began to feel warm, then hot, and soon it was as if I was on fire.
Stop!
Who dares halt the execution?
I, the interrogator.
For what purpose?
Revolt.
Arrest her!
Before anyone dares to touch me, I shall remove my hood. Look at my face. Let all who have the same marking now show their faces.
Her face was white as powder could make it. Her lips were red as the most flaming scarlet. I could hear her voice shouting,
Believers in the ultimate ruler, show your markings.
And now by the thousands, the hoods came off. And there they were. Men, women, children, with stark white faces and flaming red lips. Hardly anyone remained masked, except for the censor and a few high officers. And they were quickly hustled away. And now the silent crowd began to kneel.
Kneel! Homage to the ultimate ruler.
No one should kneel to me.
You are the ultimate ruler. They must.
About that makeup.
You mean the sacred markings.
Men shouldn't really wear any.
Would you deprive us of the privilege of showing our reverence and respect, ultimate ruler?
The prophecy has been fulfilled. The ultimate ruler has arrived on a beautiful bird. He has brought with him the markings that his faithful followers have proudly put on and shall wear forever. And now, all hail the ultimate ruler!
I don't understand completely. I'm the ultimate ruler. I'm treated with respect and reverence. I have whatever I want. There are times when I can't believe it. Am I lost in space? Or am I lost in my own imagination? Who knows? At times, this is real. And times when it seems like a dream. I only know one thing. I entered the hole in the sky. And I'm still in there.
Do any of us
us know what it means? Is there a hole in the sky? Is there a Bermuda Triangle? Are there mysterious disappearances that simply defy all rational explanation? We work for centuries to solve a riddle. And then when we think we know the answer, suddenly the original question looms larger than ever. I'll be back shortly. Maybe there is a hole in the sky. After all, Einstein spoke of a place where the past, the present, the future are all intermixed and intermingled. He says it occurs at the speed of light. But just think, in the universe that's surrounded by our own minds, the private universe that each of us presides over, the past, present, and future frequently mix and mingle. And that truly can be where you find the hole in the sky. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. So often we take the course of our daily lives for granted. So many of us live in a routine world, knowing pretty much one day what we'll be doing the next. And this isn't bad, mind you. But every now and then, something stops us short. Witnessing a dramatic auto accident. Seeing a building collapse in flames. Well, our story isn't about such disasters, but Doug Watson, our hero, is in for what we might call the shock of his life.
Doug, you'll undoubtedly be back with your wife again. As soon as we rejoin the outside world.
And when will that be?
I don't know. As soon as you help us to do so.
And just how am I supposed to do that?
Well, I assume you know. You came to us through this terrible invisible curtain that shrouds us. We're expecting you to lead us out.
Mystery drama, The Outsider, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars John Beal. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Reality is a curious thing. It's so relative. To a child alone in bed at night, moving shadows can be real monsters, very real. Dreams are real until we wake up. What we experience is real to us. And to Doug Watson, his experience was real. It could have been a dream, but Doug doesn't think so. In fact, he knows differently.
I sit here with this curious stone in my hand, unbelieving, smooth as polished marble,
still warm, blue, and lustrous. I know where I got it, but I still can't understand or believe. What happened to me? Was I permitted a glimpse of something no man should know? Did I look into a world of my own hallucination? Hallucination, I could accept that. But this stone in my hand is real. It must have happened. And it had to have been this evening. But it seems so long ago. I was on my regular commuter train going home. I had pressing work to do, but Lloyd Cox had already spotted me.
Playing in the tournament Sunday, Doug?
No, I'll be spending the weekend in a den. Semi-annual report to finish.
You'd better not skip Millie's buffet Sunday night. She'll never forgive you.
Alice mentioned something about that. Well, we'll see. Well, Sunday's my birthday.
Yeah, we know. That's why Millie particularly wants you there.
I'm trying to forget the years. I stopped counting 3 years ago.
It happens to all of us. Well, my stop's coming up. Take care, Doug. And don't work too hard. See you Sunday night.
Yeah, see you, Lloyd. I still had 3 more stops to go. I opened my attaché case and took out the forecast I'd been working on. I lost myself in a maze of profit expectations, cost factors, personnel demands, and federal regulations. And after a while, something in the back of my mind broke my concentration, and I looked up. I got the shock of my life. The entire car was empty. Not another soul in the car. Ordinarily, 20 or so people are still on the train when I get off. How far had I come? I slammed my case shut and ran to the front of the car. Looking through the door into the next car gave me the next shock. It was empty, too. The entire train was empty. There wasn't even a conductor on it. We were coming to the lights of a town. I had no idea where I was. I had to get off and phone Alice to come pick me up. Stupid of me to work right past my stop. I jumped onto the platform. The station house was dark and locked. I couldn't place this town at all. I didn't know much about the villages past my own stop, so I walked toward a lighted diner and went in to phone Alice. That's when I got my third shock of the night. A woman was behind the counter drying dishes, and she turned toward me.
You? Oh, no, I can't believe it. How did you get here? Oh, let me touch you. Let me know you're real. You're here. You are real.
Look, miss, I just want to use the phone. You do have...
I've got to call Walter right away. Oh, sit down. Please don't go away. You won't go away, will you?
Well, I can't very well go anywhere. I just got off the train. I missed my regular stop in Bloomsdale.
Bloomsdale?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there used to be a Bloomsdale. Oh, but never mind that now. I've got to call Walter.
Well, then, can I call my home? I'll pay you for the call.
Only local calls. It's because... Walter? Walter. He's here. At last. On the train, he says. Yes, this very minute. Of course, I'm sure. I touched him. It's the outsider.
I had to get out of there. Obviously, this girl was deranged in some way. And I had no intention of waiting for Walter, whoever he was, but I did have to phone Alice.
Walter will be here in a minute. He only lives half a block up Turtle Street.
May I use the phone now? Or a payphone if you have one.
Let me look at you. Oh, let me touch you again.
Now, look, miss. I don't know what bothers you about me, but all I want to do is call my wife and have her pick me up. What town is this, anyway?
Hanover Hills.
Hanover Hills? In Westchester?
Oh, I just can't believe it. You're here at last. You're the first outsider to come here in 30 years. Oh, we've been praying and waiting for you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you don't believe me. You'll believe Walter. He's the mayor.
Gail, you're the one we hoped for? You're right. It's him.
What is this?
Let me shake your hand, sir. I'm Walter Cummings, mayor of Hanover Hills. And you are,
Doug Watson.
Doug Watson. Oh, how refreshing to hear a new name. Oh, wait till the town hears this and meets you. Now, tell me. Gail says you came in on the train.
Of course.
The train actually stopped?
Well, I didn't jump off.
And this was a few minutes ago.
Yes?
Oh, this is wonderful. This may be the break. You see, no one in Hanover Hills could hear or see the train. There hasn't been a train go through here in 30 years. You, Doug Watson, are our savior.
I was now convinced that I'd met up with two genuine lunatics. I started edging for the door, thinking I could either find the police station and some real help or at least get away.
Oh, no, you cannot go, sir. You will accept my hospitality and come home with me for a celebration. Gail, close up and spread the word.
Well, thank you very much for your kind invitation, but I really have to get home. I've work to do, and it's getting late. My wife's going to be worried.
Oh, yes. Yes, by all means, call your wife. See if it works. Gail, this will be the first test of the outsider's power. Here, sir. Call your wife.
Thank you. At last. I can dial Bloomsdale, can't I?
Try it. Keep the fingers crossed. Is it ringing?
No. Nothing.
Oh.
Like a dead line. Okay, you win. Tell me what this is all about. Am I a prisoner?
We're all prisoners here, Mr. Watson. And we believe you've come here to save us. Come home with me now. You can't go anywhere else.
Curiously, now I didn't feel menaced. I had a slow, creeping sensation that these people were serious and sincere, and that I had stumbled into something totally incredible. It hadn't occurred to me before how old-fashioned the lunch counter and counter stools in this diner were. Not one item smacked of the 1970s or 80s.
We'll have a bite of dinner before the others arrive, and I'll tell you why we have such hopes for you. And what we expect of you. More coffee?
Oh, thanks.
You see, Doug, for 30 years, not a living soul, not a car, truck, train, or bus has arrived in Hanover Hills. No one has grown a day older. No one's died. Not a single child has been born.
I just can't figure you or this whole thing. How can you expect me to believe what you just said?
We found it hard to believe ourselves when it happened. In fact, we didn't realize that anything had happened.
Well, what was it that happened, as you say?
It was early in 1950. The government was involved in underground nuclear testing, but far, far away over in Nevada.
Yes, I remember.
But one afternoon in June, we felt a terrible rumbling underground. The hills all around us shook.
Earthquake?
Well, it was just like one. But never in history had there been one here. When it settled, we saw on the highest of the hills a great fissure, a hole in the side of the hill. And from it came a curious vapor.
Underground gas, no doubt.
We have no idea what it is.
Is? You mean it's still there?
You'll see it tomorrow. It's been emerging for 30 years. And you'll see more things tomorrow that I think will surprise you. Things we've grown accustomed to.
Well, you say that I'm the first outsider to come here, but why can't you leave? Can't you simply walk down the road a piece?
I hear the word is spread. They're gathering outside.
Who?
The townspeople.
The street's full, Walter, and more coming.
Yeah. You'll have to meet them, Doug.
I know. I'm the savior.
I think they're all getting heated up over nothing.
Russ. Oh, this is my husband, Mr. Watson. Russ Harrison.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Russ, be civil.
Here, follow me, please. They won't hurt you. Why, you're our hero.
I've never been a celebrity before.
Please, quiet, everyone. Quiet down. Now, I know you've come to see the outsider, and, well, here he is, in the flesh. Real. His name is Douglas Watson. His arrival may mean we're returning to the world. Now, I say may because we must not get up false hopes.
He's the first outsider, isn't he? It means we're finished with this thing?
Well, that's possible. And we all want to believe it.
But we'll just have to see what happens.
How about a word from you, Mr. Watson?
Yes, speak to them, please.
Well, I don't know what to tell any of you. I don't understand this any more than you do. Maybe a lot less. I got off a train, and here I am. Your mayor here, Walter, was explaining something to me earlier, but I don't know the whole story. Well, that's about all I can say.
All right, friends. You can go home now. Mr. Watson and I have some work to do, but as soon as we see positive results, you'll all know it. You'll see it and feel it.
Is there anything Russ and I can do, Walter?
No. Why don't you run along, too? Mr. Watson, you'll stay here with me tonight. I have plenty of bedrooms.
Good night, Walter. Mr. Watson. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night. You know, I was going to ask you, why can't you just leave? There are roads in and out of town, aren't there?
Yes.
Well, hasn't anyone tried to go to the next town? Call people up on the phone?
Of course.
And what happened?
You'll find out tomorrow, Doug. Tomorrow, when it's daylight, I'll take you around Hanover Hills.
But what about my wife? She'll be frantic if I don't even call.
Yes, it's unfortunate, but I'm afraid you can't call her. Our phone makes local calls only. We've never been able to dial a number outside the town. Nor have we ever had a call come in. You saw what happened when you tried to call from the diner.
Well, I'll have to go along with it, I guess.
But be encouraged, as we all are. You'll undoubtedly be back with your wife again, as soon as we rejoin the outside world.
When will that be?
We don't know. As soon as you help us to do so.
And just how am I supposed to do that?
Well, we assume you know. You came to us through this terrible invisible curtain that surrounds us. We're expecting you to lead us out.
Watson seems to have become the unwitting Pied Piper of Hanover Hills, a village caught in a strange and incredible time warp into which he stumbled. They're all expecting him to bring them back to the outside world. But I wonder if they really know what they're letting themselves in for. Of course, we haven't seen all of Hanover Hills yet, and we haven't really met its citizens. We'll do both when I return shortly with Act 2. It's time now to return to Hanover Hills, that curious town that claims to have lived in suspended animation for 30 years. I'd say Doug Watson has a tall order in front of him if he expects to unlock the secret of the mysterious force that gripped the town. But the human spirit will rise when challenged and meet the unavoidable obligation. After all, Doug has no choice.
Oh, good morning. Trust you slept well?
Yeah. Much to my surprise, with all this on my mind.
It's a beautiful day. Perfect for showing you Hanover Hills.
Well, I'll have to admit I am curious. I just wish you wouldn't expect too much of me. I haven't the slightest idea what to do.
We'll have breakfast at Russ and Gail's diner. Then we'll be on our rounds.
Your car's in fantastic shape for a 49. How do you do it?
It's never changed. Nothing's ever worn out. Nothing ever does in Hanover Hills. Oh, I polish it regularly, though.
Well, what about gas and oil? You said no trucks have ever come in here. Where'd he get it?
Pumps are always full. Ed Hanley runs a filling station. Oil and gas are always there. We gave up questioning it long ago.
And electricity and water.
Abundant supply.
Well, what about food?
Fields are always full of fresh vegetables. In summer, of course. The shelves of the supermarket never go empty. Nor the meat freezers.
And you want to change all this? It's utopia.
Not really, Doug. You'll soon see.
Is that the vapor you're talking about up there on the hill?
That's it. It's much farther away than it looks. It comes from that black hole in the side of the rock. Like a deep wisp of steam. Disappears into the air.
Well, like I started to say last night, can't you just take the main road out of town?
Rather than tell you what happens, I'll show you. We're now on Route 52. Runs north and south, supposedly to New York City.
Right. I take it into the city myself from Bloomsdale. In fact, if we keep going south, we should come right into Bloomsdale.
Look up ahead. Nothing but fields, huh?
Yeah, we seem to be leaving the town behind.
Oh, we are? Or better still, exactly as you put it, we seem to be.
And we're not?
Notice how the road curves up ahead?
Yeah.
Wait till you see what's around that bend.
We rounded the bend, like you said, and there in front of us was the main street of the town we just left. It seemed impossible. We'd driven more than a mile in the opposite direction. The railroad station was on the right, and the diner just ahead of us. Not a single car on the street was more recent than a 1950. Walter pulled up in front of the diner.
Like this with every road into or out of the village. We always end up right where we started. Well, shall we have breakfast?
Oh, you're still here. Oh, I thought last night was maybe a dream.
Oh, he's very much here, all right. Tell Russ to get some eggs over easygoing. All right with you, Doug?
Suits me.
2 double hands over easy, Russ. Walter and Mr. Watson are here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you have to excuse my husband, Mr. Watson. He's not exactly Mr. Personality.
Oh, that's all right.
He used to be before this happened. It affected lots of people in different ways.
That's putting it mildly.
You see, we know it's 1980, but we have no idea what the world is like. All TV and radio stopped with whatever is coming out of that hole in the mountain.
How do you know 30 years have passed?
Oh, we've kept track of the days, the years. Birthdays are the hardest in most people. They know they're a year older, but don't look it or feel it.
And that's hard? Listen, I know 100 people who'd give their left arm to be in that position.
Yeah, it sounds great, don't it? You got any idea how boring that is? You got any idea? Oh, of course you don't.
Russ, please.
Get up every morning and see the same woman looking the same year after year, driving the same car, seeing the same noisy brats, never growing up, just being the same noisy brats that, well, you want to choke them. Only it don't do no good because you can't shut them up. They ain't never going to grow up, and they ain't never going to die.
Russ.
Let him.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Outsider. Ain't it grand? I was 40 when this thing hit, and if anyone had told me then I was going to live like this forever, I'd have said, whoopee. But I'm so sick of this diner, this town, I could die. But the funny part is, I can't even do that. I'll be out back.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Watson.
No, I'm glad he sounded off. He's right. I wouldn't have looked at it that way.
And Russ isn't the only one. We would all like very much for time to resume for us again. To change, to grow.
And you think I'm the only one who can make that possible?
Your coming has given us the ray of hope. Now, after breakfast, I want to show you the fissure and the vapor. It has a very curious property, and I'm anxious to see how it reacts to you and you to it. There it is, up ahead.
What is this strange property you mentioned?
I want you to see for yourself. We'll have to go on foot from here.
We're going up there?
Yeah, just wait and see. From this closer perspective, you can see how large that fissure really is.
Yeah.
And vapor is much more profuse than it appears from the village. Notice that the slope of the hill is a gentle one. Base is about 200 yards away. Nothing at all obstructs our view of the fissure high up there as we approach the bottom of the hill.
That's right.
Now, just a few seconds. Notice what happens. Well?
Well?
You don't seem surprised.
At what?
Don't you see that the fissure and the vapor have completely disappeared from view? Although there's nothing between us and it. We have never been able to approach any closer.
They're both still there. I can see them as clear as ever.
You still see them?
Yes.
Let's get closer. Quickly.
You mean you can't see the vapor or the fissure?
Not at all. We're almost at the very foot of the hill now. Can you still?
Are you pulling my leg, telling me you can't see that hole up there and the steam coming out of it? I can even hear it.
Would I pull your leg about this after everything else that you've seen? We have tried since the crack first appeared to investigate it from every angle. We can never come close. The fact that you still see it must mean that you're not affected by it. You can approach it. You can learn its secrets.
I'm not going up there for an atomic steam bath or whatever that thing is.
Oh, but you must. It's the source of our incredible existence. Now, you're the first outsiders. You're immune to our condition. You are the only one who can approach and perhaps put an end to it.
You're asking me to go into what looks like a live volcano? There's a sort of a pulsating blue light inside there.
There is? We've never seen it from the village.
Well, this is as far as I go.
I'm sorry. You're right, Doug. I must try to understand how you feel. Let's go back to the car. I see it now. We've all been too anxious. You haven't even been here 24 hours, and we're expecting miracles from you.
He was right. I'm no miracle worker. I was getting more worried about Alice all the time. She must be frantic. She had no idea where I was. And, of course, neither did I. At least, I knew I was alive and well. Walter left me alone for the afternoon while he conferred with the city fathers. For the first time, I had a chance to think. I decided to try leaving the place the way I came in, along the railroad tracks. It was worth a chance. I took my attaché case and started back down the tracks in the direction last night's train had come. They stretched as far as I could see.
Mr. Watson, you mind if I join you?
Hello? No, of course not.
Well, out for a stroll.
Well, I'm going to see how far I can go along the tracks. I should come to Bloomsdale. I've had enough of this nightmare.
Well, we won't be run down by any trains, that's for sure. Do you mind if I take your arm?
Oh.
It's so nice to touch someone different. You are going to lead us out, aren't you?
Look, up ahead.
Oh?
A train station. It's got to be the next town down the line.
Do you think so? Look, at the sign on the station house.
Hanover Hills? It can't be.
It is.
We've never left the tracks. We've never changed direction. Hanover Hills was behind us.
Why are you so surprised?
I don't know. I should have expected it. Let's get back. I want to talk with Walter. If you really think I can find something to help you up on that hill, I'm willing to try.
We do, Doug. The fissure's our only answer. And even then, who knows? You may enter that fissure, walk through a tunnel, and find yourself back in Bloomsdale, was it?
Yes.
You may leave us all behind.
Well, that won't help you.
True. But help is not coming from any other quarter either.
I guess you're right.
A few precautions do occur to me. I think we should have a knapsack for food and water and some protective clothing.
We?
Of course, I'll go with you.
Well, how can you?
Well, even though the fissure is not visible to me, I can still accompany you.
Oh, I'm ready.
We'll go tomorrow.
Well, why wait?
It's mid-afternoon now. I think we should start early in the morning. And we have to get our things together. Tomorrow we'll drive to the foot of the hill and see what we shall see.
In the early evening, just before twilight, I walked alone along the road that led toward the hillside. where the vapor rose silently into the sky. The late sun tinted it with orange and red. It looked like a silk scarf gently waving in the evening summer breeze. And I thought of this morning, the hissing sound it made, the pulsating blue lights inside the fissure. And I wondered just what I was getting into. But I had no choice. There was no one but me to approach this phenomenon. And tomorrow, I would do so.
Doug Watson seems to have found the fountain of youth, a land where no one grows older, nothing wears out, and nothing changes. But no one seems happy about it. Of course, Doug himself really ought to get back to Alice and the family if he can. What lies inside the fissure in the hillside with the strange vapor and the blue lights? We'll find out when we go along with Doug in Act 3. The morning has dawned bright and pleasant in Hanover Hills. A wisp of vapor rises from the hole in the hillside in a straight, unwavering line in the still air. And on the highway leading, you should pardon the expression, out of Hanover Hills, Doug Watson is riding with Mayor Walter Cummings on their way to explore the strange phenomenon that has kept the village a virtual prisoner.
Doug, you can't imagine my feelings at this time. We're on the threshold of an answer.
You hope.
I know that something will change when you explore that fissure.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get there.
You will know.
All we can do is try. Come on. I want to get this thing over with.
Doug, whatever happens, if you find a way out and leave us behind, or if tampering with that vapor only increases our condition, I want you to know how much we appreciate your help and your courage.
Oh, forget it. Courage is the last thing I've got. I just want to get out of here.
Well, this is the vanishing point, or I'll stop seeing it. But I'll try to stay with you as long as I can.
Well, let's go then. It's up there, big as day. I can still see it and hear it.
I can't.
Well, what do you see, then?
Nothing but the hillside. Exactly as it was before this happened. Now, keep describing it for me.
We're starting up the hill now.
I'm right behind you.
I can see the blue lights now. They're much brighter as we get closer. The opening is larger than it looks from down below. It's weird. It doesn't seem threatening. It's almost inviting. It's a shame you can't see it, Walter.
Hey, is there any heat from the vapor?
No. The lights pulsate with a definite rhythm.
Well, how close are you?
A few yards from the entrance. Looks like a cave. Big enough to stand up in. I'm going in. No turning back now. Walter? Walter? I turned, and Walter was gone. The hill behind me was deserted. And before me, the entrance to this fantastic opening in the hillside. I stepped inside the entrance. And it was like a disco. Hypnotizing, fantastic, fascinating. The walls and ceiling flashed with the pulsating blue and white light. The vapor swirled and danced inside the cave until it swept out the front of the fissure. I felt nothing. No heat. No choking sensation. Nothing but a force urging me deeper into the recess. And then I saw it. On the ground. Resting in a shallow hole. A small blue stone. Like polished marble. And from this jewel surged the light and vapor. This was the source of Hanover Hill's predicament. But where had it come from? obviously upheaved it during the quake Walter had described. Hypnotized, I was drawn closer. The force was irresistible. I was completely in its spell. I knelt beside the hole and reached forward slowly. My fingers closed around the cool blue marble. I knelt alone in darkness, stillness. In an instant, the lights and the vapor had stopped. And ahead of me, I could see the daylight at the opening. I hurried outside. The morning seemed just as I'd left it, bright and beautiful. The hillside and the road below were empty. Walter was nowhere in sight. I started down toward the road and looked back. There wasn't a trace of the fissure I had so recently explored. The hillside was as unscarred as it had been for centuries. I scrambled the rest of the way down to the road. I heard it before I saw it. Coming from the south, toward Hanover Hills, was a small delivery truck. I waved and shouted, and the driver pulled to a stop.
Not bad. How far are you going?
Into town.
Your lucky day. I got a couple of deliveries there.
Yeah? Baked goods, I see.
You, know this Hanover Hills pretty good?
A little. Why?
Never been there before. You know where the diner is? That's my first stop.
Yes, I think I can show you where it is. But right now, I'm not too sure.
Town ain't all that big, is it?
No, it's not. So where are you coming from?
I'm up the line. Baker's in Mount Vernon, but I deliver all over the county.
You sure you got a delivery in Hanover Hills?
What's the matter with you? Would I be asking if I didn't? Right there on the dash. See them slips? Top one says Hanover Hills. Diner, handy food store, and landmark hotel.
How come you never delivered there before?
Never had an order that I know of. I only been working for the bakery a couple of months. Hey, we're coming into town. Which way do I go?
Straight ahead. I'll tell you where to turn. It's right across from the railroad station.
Holy Moses. You sure there's anyone living in this place?
He had a point. The place was the most run-down-looking town I'd ever seen. The nice row of houses that only yesterday were so clean and neat were in complete disrepair. Paint peelings, vines all over. The street was cracked and broken. The gas station was deserted. The roof sagged and the glass on those old-fashioned pumps was broken. We parked in front of the diner, and I held my breath as we got out of the truck.
First-rate bakery. Anybody here? Hello? Anybody here?
Yes? I'll take it.
Oh, thanks, ma'am. Just sign here. Say, how do I get to the handy food store?
Just 2 blocks down the main street. You can't miss it. It's half gray and half fresh painted white.
Oh, okay. Thanks, ma'am. See you again on the next order. So long, buddy. Good luck.
Doug! Why, I didn't see you standing there. You came back. We were wondering.
Gail? Well, what's happened? You've aged so. What happened to the village?
Well, we caught up with 30 years. You did it, Doug. You did it.
Doug, you're back safe. I saw you get off the truck.
Walter, you're all taking so offhand. Don't you know what's happened to you?
Well, of course. Just what we hoped for. And wait till you see this town a year from now. Old Martin Briggs has a run on paint and lumber and nails like he never had before. We've got a town to fix up. Thanks to you, Doug. Thanks to you, we got a reason to get up in the morning.
Oh, and we were so hoping we'd see you again, too. We thought perhaps you'd gone home through.
We owe you a lot, Doug. I'm glad you got back. I've still got your briefcase for you. I kept it safe.
But it was only this morning, wasn't it? Less than an hour ago.
Doug, we've been dying to know. What did you find up there?
Only then did I realize that I still held the smooth blue stone in my hand. I opened my fingers, and it lay in my palm, cool and lustrous. I picked this up inside the cave, and everything stopped.
And for us, everything moved forward. How long are you staying, Doug? I can put you up again tonight.
I want to get home as fast as I can.
Well, trains are running now. You can get the southbound 607 into the city. It stops at Bloomsdale.
And that's what I'll do. Oh, brother, will I ever.
Here she comes, Doug. And remember, we're just up the line. Come see us again.
Oh, please do.
Dinner's always on the house.
We've been through something together. There's a bond between us now, Doug. You and Hanover Hills.
I know I told you yesterday, I think it was yesterday, how much I liked you. And I'll still be saying it 10 years from now. So long, friends. So long.
Doug, thank heaven you're home. I was so worried. What happened to you?
I missed my stop and ended up
Where, for heaven's sake?
Hanover Hills.
Where? I never heard of it. Well, why didn't you call?
I'm sorry. I didn't seem to be able
Oh, here,
to.
let me take your coat. Dinner's a little dried up, but I can freshen it.
That's okay, honey.
Darling, you look tired. You have been working too hard. Oh, what's this? It fell out of your pocket.
It can't be.
Some sort of blue stone. Oh, it's beautiful. What is it, Doug?
Alice, this is still Thursday night, isn't it?
Of course. But what is this? Oh, it's so smooth and cool. Doug, where did you get it?
I sit here with this curious stone in my hand, unbelieving. I know where I got it, but I don't understand. And Alice most certainly never would. What happened to me? Did I look into a world of my own hallucination? No. This stone in my hand is real. I'll keep it, always. And when my spirit wearies, I'll remember. I'll remember, and I'll love life more.
Time is a curious phenomenon. We hate to see it pass, but we're quick to waste it. We often want to kill it, but we rarely work it to death. And we often wish that time would stand still. Well, we just saw what happened if time could stand still. I don't think I'd enjoy that any more than the good people of Hanover Hills. I look forward to each new experience, each new day, each moment, in fact, like the one we'll share when I return shortly. Tomorrow brings something new and exciting into your life. Variety is the spice of life, and change is inevitable. When things get you down and everything seems boring and monotonous, just remember, it won't always be that way. There's another day, a bright day on the way, even if you happen to live in a place called Hanover Hills. Our cast included John Beale, Joan Shea, Ray Owens, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, E.G. Marshall. Ahead of us, walking uncertainly, is a person groping for the explanation to a vivid encounter with an apparition, or to precognition, ESP. The winter wind sweeps across the snow-covered Iowa prairies. Sergeant Small and Private Denny Malloy are on patrol a few miles from their Army base.
Ben, look, a barn. Well, let's get out of this wind before we freeze to death. My hands are numb.
Yeah, mine too. Anyway, that thing's probably buried in the snow.
Yeah.
Push the side door. Okay.
Oh, man. We could have died out there.
Drop your rifle.
Oh, no way.
The guy from space.
Our mystery story, Mission from Zython, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars John Beale. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and ARM, allergy relief medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The unexplained fascinates us. We're a little afraid of the mysterious, but you can't shrug off the strange experiences that many reliable persons have and are willing to disclose. One such experience is the eyewitness accounts of spaceships recently seen over Australia by Air Force pilots. Alien spaceships? Fireball meteors? Which? One winter night, John Bergstrom, an Iowa farmer, looks through his parlor window toward Timpkinville.
Well, what is it, Pa? Hurry up, bring your camera. You got it handy? Well, sure. What's the matter? What is it? Look, you see what I see? How big, good, a UFO.
Well, it sure ain't a helicopter from the Army base.
Green and shaped like a saucer. How can it hang there in this gale without moving? Those white lights along its side must be like portholes.
I'd better telephone the base.
Yeah, Pa, wait. Look now.
What the sand hill?
Something's being lowered from the ship, but... Wow, look at the wind take that rope or those ladders.
It's a figure of some kind. Open the door and take your pictures from the porch. I'll make the call.
Oh, sharp as a knife. And stop. Focus. Infinity. That's it.
Well, inside. Did you get a picture?
A couple. I'll shoot some more from my bedroom window. What about the Army?
They'll investigate.
You got your shotgun handy?
I sure have. They lowered something from the ship.
It might head for the house. You better be careful, Pa.
Take your pictures. Then cover me with the rifle from the staircase. Remove the film from your camera and hide it.
But I've got 10 more shots.
Forget them. If they saw you taking pictures, they may want them destroyed. Upstairs now. Stay out of the way.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, what is it, kid?
Look at this radar screen.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
It's been clear since I came on duty. Nothing. Nothing's flying in this weather. Blizzard conditions. And then this.
It looks like a
donut.
Yeah. But what about the television monitors?
Clear. Nothing's moving around the silos.
I'll notify Major Lewis.
I can't explain it. That circular thing just hangs there in that one spot.
Huh? Where is it?
The scanning beam establishes the spot at 100 feet above Timpkinville. That's not a fireball meteor. They move, and fast. Oh, nothing can fly in weather like this.
Yeah, still you never know, kid. Stay alert, I'll be back.
I don't suppose I have a choice, Sergeant.
Sir?
You report that Malloy saw a donut-like thing on his radar screen.
Yeah, Major, I saw it myself. Just hanging there.
Mm-hmm. Was he a science fiction addict?
No, sir. He's a highly trained electronics engineer graduating.
So he didn't jump to the conclusion that the donut was a spaceship?
Well, he didn't say.
And you, Sergeant?
I'd just as soon not say, Major.
That means you've said it.
You believe in that nonsense. So does some farmer who telephoned a few minutes ago. John Bergstrom claimed that he and his son saw and photographed a spaceship which hung in the sky a quarter-mile from that farmhouse. You'd better investigate.
Yes, sir. I'll take Private Malloy with me, if that's okay.
Ask Simpkins to replace him in control. Return with the film.
Why me? The fresh air will do you good.
Oh, freeze to death. I'm a Florida boy. Winter in Iowa is my idea of the piss. Oh, this is unreal, Sarge. Spaceship?
Why not, kid? It could be.
Could not be. Where are we going?
Some farmer named Bergstrom, not far from Timkenville.
I told you to stay upstairs.
Something's approaching the house. I could make him out pretty well through the telescopic lens.
You got pictures of him?
I hope so. It's a man's figure, but short. A kind of narrow head, skinny arms and legs, and he's brown. I don't think he wears any clothing. Big eyes, and they kind of glow around the edges.
Go back upstairs and unload your camera. Go on now.
Okay. I have my rifle at the ready.
Just keep me covered. If he makes a move toward me, I'll fire.
Ah! He's reached the porch. Switch on the light and let him in.
Might as well. Hello. Come on in.
I am Rotar from the planet Zyton.
What can I do for you, Rotar?
You do not believe me.
I can't say I believe anything I've seen in the last half hour, but that's all right. Maybe it's a nightmare. Sometimes I fall asleep.
It is not a nightmare. It is real. You saw us in the sky.
Well, it's pretty hard to miss. A glowing green saucer hanging 100 feet above the ground.
You took pictures of the ship. I must have them. It is evidence. We saw you pointing the camera at us.
Evidence of what?
My mission. It is secret. It must be carried out.
Well, that depends on what the mission is. I don't know if you come in peace or if you're here to destroy.
It makes no difference. The people of Earth will soon find out. I will have the camera now.
This is a shotgun, Rotar. If I press the trigger ever so gently, I can blow you to smithereens.
You are wrong. The people of Zyton can withstand gunfire, heat, and cold. We are indestructible. You will give me the camera, or I will attack.
With what?
With this.
You scared me.
Stay there. You cannot harm me. Zytons can generate an energy of high voltage enough to kill. This man will recover. I have come for the camera. Bring it to me.
Do what he says, Ralph. There's a clever trick, Rotar. You paralyzed me.
A warning shot. I could have killed you. We are a peaceful people. We do not harm unless we are threatened.
Here's the camera.
Thank you.
Where are you going now?
To carry out my mission. That's the place the lights are on.
Weather blowing 50 miles an hour.
Yeah. Okay. Hop out, Denny.
Oh, that wind.
Stay close. Put your head down.
Oh, the Major ought to be reported for sending us out this kind of weather.
All right, top belly again. Watch those drips on the porch.
Come in. Come in.
Oh, feels good in here. Hi.
I'm Sergeant Small. This is Private Malloy.
Oh, I'll boil some water for tea.
Thanks for coming over, Sergeant.
You reported to Major Lewis that you saw a spaceship hovering overhead?
We saw more than that. You missed him by 10 minutes.
10?
Yeah, a spaceman named Rotar. They lowered him from the ship. He came here.
On the level?
Word of honor.
A little brown man, all skin, no clothes. Paul had his shotgun ready, but when he started to raise it...
This creature mowed me down.
With what?
Oh, some kind of electric charge. In an instant, his eyes glowed, and there was a buzzing sound, and I toppled over. I still feel kind of funny from it.
Yeah, then what?
You believe that, Sarge?
Go on, Mr. Perks.
Well, then he left to carry out his mission. He just walked out into the night.
Well, he's got to be dead. It's way below zero out there, and you can't see 50 feet. And he was naked?
That's right.
You said your son took pictures of the spaceship?
Yeah, I did. Let me get them for you.
That's what the little man wanted, the pictures. I told Ralph to unload the camera and hide the film, but Rotar walked off with the camera.
What's bugging me is this Rotar's mission. Project Counter-Strike is one of the highest security bases, the silos and their atomic warheads. Hey, I better telephone the Major.
Phone's next to that easy chair.
Yeah, I see it.
Give tough winters out of you, Mr. Bergstrom.
You get used to them. And the snow is nature's fertilizer.
Warming up, Mr. Malloy? I'm Ralph. I'll live. Thank you, Ralph. Here's the film. I'll give it to the sergeant when he's off the phone. You know, I never believed in UFOs.
Well, neither have I, but Ralph does. And after tonight, I'm convinced.
You really saw a flying saucer? And a creature named Rotar came to the house and was right in his room?
Yeah. You explain it. We can't.
The Major says we have to report in, Denny.
Well, here's the film, Sergeant. I shot about 10 exposures. I think you'll get a few good prints. Rotar swiped the camera.
Well, we'll replace it, I promise. Okay, Denny, back to the Jeep.
How are you, Pa?
Oh, I'm okay. I felt a little shaky after being blasted, but I'm all right now. Lock up and we'll get a good night's rest.
Kind of spooky with that Rotar wandering around out there.
Well, maybe he took off again in the spaceship. It disappeared right after he left us. I can't imagine him wandering around in the snow. Bet that's your mother. Hello?
Major Lewis, Mr. Bergstrom.
Oh, yes, Major. Thanks for sending those two soldiers.
Are they still there?
No, they left about a half an hour ago.
I see. Did Sergeant Small get the film?
Yeah, he's got it. Is anything wrong?
We don't know. But don't be alarmed if I send a patrol into the area.
Well, something is wrong then.
Yes. Our electrical circuits have failed.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Bergstrom, can you explain it? We can't.
Ask Sergeant Small. He knows our story. And you can draw your own conclusions.
About 5 years ago, something from outer space buzzed an Army helicopter and nearly caused the death of 4 crewmen. It happened over Mansfield, Ohio. The pilot noticed a strange red light to his east. It approached with great speed. The pilot put his plane into a dive. The UFO stopped overhead and bathed the plane in green light. Then the spaceship sped away. The helicopter's instruments malfunctioned. The radio went dead. And the craft was trapped in an anti-gravity vortex and rose thousands of feet into the sky. All this was attested to by the crew. Fiction? I'll continue shortly with Act 2. It seems to me that not to admit the possibility of ships from outer space is unreasonable. Don't forget that mankind once thought the Earth was flat. Civilization is really very young. Mistaken beliefs are replaced only after great personal suffering by theories that now are accepted as truth. Isn't it reasonable, then, to admit the possibility, just the possibility, mind you, of ships and their crews from outer space? Sergeant Small and Private Dennis Malloy have reported to Lieutenant Lewis in Central Control.
Unbelievable. This film cassette holds the secret. I want it developed at once. Guard it with your lives, understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And let me explain why we're operating by candlelight.
I was wondering about that, Major.
That little playmate of the Bergstroms is... No, I simply cannot bring myself to believe it. Sergeant, Mr. Bergstrom was knocked down by an electrical charge, a A blast of electricity that came from this creature's eyes. How does that sound when I say it? Crazy, sir. Thank you, my lord. And now our electricity has gone out. No explanation. Even the emergency generator broke down. We don't know the cause. Unless it's this rotor who's short-circuited the entire base. What is this mission of his? Did he tell Bergstrom?
No, sir. Only that his people on the Zython are peaceable and don't use force unless they're threatened.
Well, who's threatening them? Not us. We don't even know who they are, if they exist. And they're on alert. General Hall has ordered patrols for the countryside within a 10-mile radius. They're on their way. Sergeant, I want you and Malloy to return to the Bergstroms.
Yes, sir.
This rotor might return to the farmhouse when he discovers that we have the film. If he does, capture him.
But guns don't.
I realize that. Wear your insulated suits and helmets. They deflect electricity. Then, overpower the devil. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Well, at least the walkie-talkie still works. Lewis, go ahead.
Colonel Dawson, Major. Get a message through to Washington immediately. I know our power is gone. I don't know how far the cutoff extends. State, maybe. Send a plane and order the pilot to get the message through. This is an emergency. The guards in our underground installations were knocked out. I don't know how. And our manuals and diagrammatics have been stolen. Act at once. Acknowledge.
Yes, Colonel, I'm on the double. Over. It's a catastrophe. On your way, Sergeant. It's that little monster. I want him captured and destroyed.
Oh, did you get stuck in the snow?
No, sir. We've been back to the base. When did you lose your electricity?
Half an hour ago. But we always have a supply of candles. What's going on, Sergeant? Wires down?
I don't think so. It's more serious than that. Your visitors zonked the guards in our underground installation.
What? What about the warhead?
Well, I don't know. We got patrols searching everywhere for this, Rotar. We gotta bring him in. He might come back here. That's why we've been sent back.
Bring him in? How? He blasted me.
That's why we're wearing these protective jumpsuits. And we have special headgear with a thick band of transparent material across the eyes. Nothing we know of can get through it, not even electricity. We'll jump this Rotar and tie him up.
Why would he come back here, Sergeant?
Looking for the film.
I see. If he finds out that it's been removed from the camera...
There's a roll of film in the camera, Paul. After I hid the roll I shot, I loaded the camera again.
Smart, good boy.
We are in danger. I think we ought to get out of here and go to the Army base.
No, you can't make it, Mr. Bergstrom. It's a howling mess outside.
Oh, the snowmobile will get us there.
What I did...
No, you worry about this nut from space. Let us worry about the snow. Where's your sidekick?
In the Jeep, keeping his eyes open. We can try to drive you down to your barn.
Well, we keep the snowmobile in the shed behind the house. In this kind of weather, it's the only way to get to the cattle. Put your gear out and warm her up. I'll be with you in 5 minutes. If you want to stay here, son.
No. Just put out the candles. Oh, and, will you leave the front door unlocked? We may come back.
Okay inside?
Yeah, they're leaving for the base.
Wow. They got wings?
Snowmobile. Sergeant Small to base. Message for Major Lewis. Get this now. Bergstrom and his son are heading for the base. They're on a snowmobile. I'll explain later. That's all.
Well, now what, Sarge? Do we stay here? If we do, let's go inside the house. Want to freeze to death in the Jeep.
Wait a minute. Hey. Look over there, Denny.
Oh, there's a glow in the sky. Well, maybe we got the electricity back at the base.
The phones, too. Come on inside. I'll try to reach the Major. They left the door to the house unlocked.
Not just so warm. This is right.
There's the lights on, so power's been restored. Ooh, hey.
Sergeant?
Oh, yes, sir.
What's this about the Bergstroms? They're coming here?
That's right, Major. The father's worried that Rotar might return and kill him.
But you're there to prevent that.
Yes, sir, but they wanted to clear out. It's all right, sir. They're out of danger.
Any other opinions, Sergeant?
Sorry, sir. Do we stay here?
Keep a sharp lookout. Unless you see something, stay in the house.
How about the roll of film?
It's being developed. I should have prints in a few minutes.
I wonder where that rotar could be.
Well, look at it from his point of view. He stole all the information about the silos and the atomic war. I mean, that's what he wanted.
Yeah, but why? I'd like to know why.
That's what he came for. So once he got the stuff, he'd take off. Maybe he has. How would we know with the radar out?
No, I think he's still hanging around. He wants that roll of film.
Oh, but why? What good can it do it?
Look, if Ralph got some sharp pictures, no one's going to doubt UFOs anymore. We'll have to admit there's life on other planets out there. And that's going to change our thinking about defense and retaliation. Would be a whole new world. Rotar knows that. If he can destroy the film, though, what's happened tonight is just another newspaper story. Interesting reading, but so what?
So then this character will go after the base headquarters.
After he gets the Bergstroms. And us, you and me.
So meantime, he's just hiding out. Is that what you think?
Sure. He's in no danger until he shows himself.
So, you expect a visitor?
Yeah, I do. I think we'd better turn off the lights and wait.
You're Bergstrom? Come in.
I'm John Bergstrom. My son, Ralph.
I gave orders for you to stay in your house.
No one orders me around, Major. If you're going to take that tone with me, we'll move on to a friend's house.
Calm down, Mr. Bergstrom. I'm on edge. I'm sorry. This has been a catastrophe.
You're dealing with an unknown force. I didn't believe there was such a thing as a UFO, but I do now. The pictures will prove it. Have they been developed?
Yeah. I received them just before you came in. Take a look.
Excellent. Look at this one. The spaceship and Rotar at the end of the ladder. Oh, the color's fine, Ralph.
Yeah, those slanted streaks are snow lines.
Whoa, this one's marvelous. Rotar.
Yeah, I shot that one from the bedroom window upstairs.
Well, I'm mighty glad we have a record of what happened.
We thought Project Counter-Strike was impregnable. Then one creature from outer space flashes his eyes and we're overcome. The implications are terrifying.
Well, my house is still Rotar's target, Major.
Small and Malloy are on guard there, and Rotar can't blast them with electricity. Well, he can, but they're protected there. They'll bring him in.
And if they don't?
Then he'll come here. But we're ready for him. Unless he's got tricks up his sleeve we can't guess. This proof of other life in the universe is cataclysmic. Life as we know it is over. Existence becomes a whole new ballgame. What did Lewis have to report, Sarge?
The pictures Ralph took confirm what the Bergstroms saw. Great pictures. Oh, and the Major said there's a blip on the radar screen.
The UFO?
Might be. We better get outside.
Maybe the ship is coming to pick up Rotar.
I'd say that was a good guess. Come on, kid.
Hey, what's the ship? Up there, in the sky to the east.
Yeah. Hey, that's it, kid. Just the way Bergstrom described it, like a saucer, green and glowing. Yeah. Hey, it's coming closer.
About a mile away and still coming.
Coming toward the house.
Look at that color white light shining on the bar.
Well, let's get down there, Danny. Run! Come on.
The thing's just hovering up there. Not more than 100 feet above the ground.
Yeah, like something's being lowered.
Oh, what is it, a rope or a ladder?
It is a rescue ship.
Hey, they're shooting us.
You okay, kid?
Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, I hope our ship protects us.
Come on, we're almost there.
Hey, I can't run much farther, Sarge.
Come on. Get the door. Hang in there, kid.
He must be in here, Sarge.
Yeah. Now to find him. He could set the barn on fire, you know. Hold it now. Just let's catch our breath.
Yeah.
Get the flashlight.
Yeah. You want me to try the loft?
No, we stay together. Now, look, those are milking stalls. He might be in one of them.
How would he get out, Sarge? I mean, you're a country boy.
There's a number of ways. The barn doors, the side door, from the hayloft. Just keep your flashlight on the barn door. I'm going up into that loft.
Well, you said we stick together.
No, Toots. We double our chances. If we separate, we're not that far apart. Just shoot your light at the doors, back and forth.
But he might be armed, Sarge. The gear's no good against the pitchfork.
All right. Now, where are you, friend Rotar? Hey! He's here, Daddy! Come on up!
Oh, fine! You all right, Sarge?
Yeah, so far. Come here, you little monster. You will force me to kill you by fire. Oh, no, you won't. Rotar!
I got him!
All right, I'll cover his eyes with my arm. Here, he's strong.
Hold him on the head. I'll turn him over. Oh, there. He's on his stomach.
Okay, I can hold him down alone. Look for some rope, Jenny, down below.
There's some there behind the hay.
Okay, get it. We'll tie him up. What we got to worry about are his eyes.
Look, take off your jacket and tie it around his head.
That's a good idea. That should take care of the electricity.
Hey, Sarge, he's saying something.
I don't want to hear it. We got him. Now, let's lower him to the barn floor, and then I'll notify the major. Mission accomplished, but there is much more to come. We still do not know why Rotar has come to Earth. What was his mission? Although the report of a UFO sighting over Ohio a few years ago is one of the best on record, it is only one among many reported. Since 1948, there have been reports of pilots experiencing close collisions with ships from outer space. The subject cannot be dismissed as fiction. I will return shortly with Act 3. There's a priest in Canada who's an expert in computers and communications. He argues that we face a cultural shock when human beings first encounter the mathematically certain existence of extraterrestrials. Their intelligence might be as far beyond ours as ours is beyond that of the chimpanzee. Incredible? Is the visit of Rotar from Zython really beyond belief? Back in Mr. Bergstrom's farmhouse. Okay. Now, lay him on his stomach on the couch.
Should I unwrap his head? I still have my protective gear.
Okay, kid, but if you sit him up, don't let him face me at the phone. I don't want to get blasted. I'll call a base. Check those bindings. We don't want him to get loose.
How's that, spaceman?
Thank you. You may remove your helmet.
Oh, no, I don't think so. You got the entire government in turmoil.
Unless you release me, your government will be destroyed.
Uh-huh.
We did not anticipate insulation. Without it, you would be vulnerable. Electricity is our principal weapon, but we have others.
Why'd you come here, Rotar?
It is the most destructive place on Earth.
Silos in the warhead? Is that it?
I will explain to your commander. Unless I escape first, my ship will know what to do.
In the barn, you said that you'd set us on fire.
I could, but the cattle would have been killed. On Zython, we are not cruel. Humans are. It is characteristic of a primitive society.
You sort of look like a human being, Rotar.
We are smaller and indestructible and much more intelligent.
Don't you die?
At an appointed time, our lifespan is allotted. Until it ends, we remain unchanged.
What's this mission of yours?
I will reveal it to your commander. Now, how do you propose to remove me from this farmhouse without retaliation from my ship?
Well, that's a point. I don't know. I'll leave it to my command.
Okay, cover his head, Denny. We're taking him back to the base.
You will never reach it.
The spaceship's hanging over us somewhere in the sky, Sarge.
Well, we'll have to chance it. It's still snowing. That's good cover.
Yeah, but if they see the Jeep moving towards the base...
Yeah, maybe they don't know we're here because we went to the barn and back on foot. And how... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Let me try it on the Major.
You're welcome to spend the night here on base, Mr. Bergstrom.
Well, thank you, but we have to get home to the cattle. The cows can't milk themselves. We should have been in bed an hour ago. We're up at 4.
What happens now, Major? Well, we question Rota. Small and the lawyer bringing him to the base.
Well, I'd like to hear what he has to say about that mission he's on.
So would I. Stick around if you want to. I'd like to, Pa. Oh, excuse me. Major Lewis speaking.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Small here.
Yes, Sergeant.
We got a problem. Rotar said if we take him to the base and the Jeep, we'll never get there. That the spaceship will attack and free him.
Well, nothing shows on the radar screen.
I have a suggestion, sir.
Let's hear it, Sergeant.
Well, we have snowmobiles on the base. They're small, and in the snow, they'd be hard to track. If you'd send out a few...
Excellent, Sergeant. Right away. We'll watch the screen. Keep an eye on the sky. We might try to land another Rotar. And one is enough. Yeah, we're bringing him in a snowmobile. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Maybe I should lead them to the house, Pa.
Oh, we've done enough.
One little man from space and Project Counter-Strike is out of business. I'm sure glad I got those pictures.
I am, too. Otherwise, we'd be locked up.
Yeah. Watch the radar screen, Ralph. Yeah. See those streaks in the right-hand corner? The snowmobiles.
Well, they managed to reach my house easily enough.
They're returning, and I don't see anything else on the screen. They should be here in a few minutes. Uh-oh. What's that way up in the right corner of the screen? Well, it's a donut-shaped thing. That's the ship.
The streaks are returning from my house.
The ship's just standing still. I don't think it's seen the snowmobile.
What's that cone of light in the center of the screen?
Well, that's the beam we saw, Pa. It lighted up half an acre. The snowmobiles have reached the base.
What are you doing, Major?
I'm putting on my inflated gear and helmet. You better do the same.
Rotar won't harm us. We're no threat to him. You are.
Yeah, look your own way. I warned you, Mr. Bergstrom. Well? No, Pa's right. No, thank you. I'll stay the way I am.
How we made it, Major?
Bring him here into the ready room. Yeah. Put him down. Good work, gentlemen.
Yeah, want me to remove the ropes?
I see you lock the door. Hey, Ralph, put on the insulated gear. Oh, Rotar won't harm us, Danny.
You are right, young man. I will not harm anyone now. You will hear about my mission. Then you will release me. If you do not release me, Earth will be devastated. Are you the commander?
I'm in charge of security, or my responsibility.
You know who I am. I am Rotar from the planet Zyton.
And where is that?
It is an island universe like Earth, and within the Milky Way.
Mm-hmm. You expect me to believe that?
Then explain to me your own way.
And you came here in a spaceship?
You have pictures to prove it. I have been trying to recover the film.
Why?
To keep you in ignorance of the existence of the many worlds around you. We live in peace. You are warlike. We do not want you interfering in space. That would be disruptive. We would have to destroy your planet.
And your mission was to be a warning?
You have seen how easily I penetrated your high-security base. One Zyton immobilized Project Counter-Strike.
You know what it is?
The underground silos hold atomic warheads.
Yes, it's a deterrent to an atomic attack.
Which would destroy your civilization. That is of no interest to us on Zyton.
It must be. You stole information critical to our safety, manuals, diagrammatics. Why? Unless you want the capability of producing your own atomic weapons.
We already possess the knowledge. Within an hour, the ships from Zyton could girdle the Earth with atomic explosions that would also destroy us. My mission was to warn you. I failed because you have photographs.
I don't understand.
They are evidence of the existence of other life in the universe. Your ignorance is our safeguard. Have you no idea, no concern about what you have already done to the atmosphere? You have polluted it with the residue from your atomic explosions and tests.
Well, the incidence of radiation has been low.
The air is not yours alone. What you do on Earth affects life on other planets. On Zyton, we have already been exposed to the after effects of particles released when an atom bomb is exploded. You have now endangered our lives.
That's hard for me to believe.
Accept it as a fact. You may be indifferent to life on other planets. We are not. If we cannot persuade you to use atomic power for peace, we will retaliate. And no one will be left on Earth to report it.
What do you expect me to do about these ravings of yours, Rotan?
You will report our conversation. We can destroy Earth in an hour, but there is an alternative plan. We will remove your ability to use atomic power.
No, I really don't believe you.
Must you be convinced?
Yes.
Everything we have said to each other has been heard on my spaceship. Now it will strike. Inspect your radar screen.
Major, the ship's over the underground installation. Check the television monitor. Cyclones are being lowered to the ground.
They will easily overpower your guards and remove the bombs from the silos. Now, do you believe me, Major?
Get to General Hall at once.
And now the lights will go out on the base.
And don't let him get away.
With a candle or a flashlight, bro.
I'm here, Pa. Let's get out of here.
Follow me. Take me back to your farmhouse.
Hello. Hello, General Hall. The installation is being destroyed.
I thank you. You will not be harmed.
Light the candles, Ralph. Come in, Rosa.
I have placed you in danger.
I believed everything you said.
Then perhaps there is still hope that mankind will comprehend and not invite his own destruction. I see through the window that my troops have accomplished their objective.
Are they hearing our conversation? You told the Major.
Yes. No one will be harmed. We will carry away the atomic warheads and dismantle them. Will the leaders of your nation heed this warning?
I should hope so. But I don't know. It's going to take a while before they accept the truth of what's happened tonight. You've projected us into a new world, Rotar.
That was not my intention. Let the pictures be circulated. Your people on Earth must see them, and they must be told what happened to the underground installation. Then they will believe what I have said. I will leave you now. I wish you well.
I hope that's the end of it.
It won't be, Pa. Major Lewis won't let it go.
I don't care. We couldn't prevent Rotar from escaping.
But we helped him.
Or he would have blasted us. Remember that?
Oh, I don't think so. But I don't care. I'm glad he's gone. He made his point.
He sure did. Oh, this is the wildest night I ever experienced.
It was fantastic.
That's the right word for what happened.
I wonder if there'll be a report in the papers.
Oh, well, there'll be something. Power outage caused by the blizzard. Project Counter-Strike put out of commission, that kind of stuff. Nothing about the spaceship or the little man from Zython. Panic stuff.
I sure hope we get a set of pictures.
I don't think you will, Ralph. They're top security. They'll go to Washington.
Well, then what? They've got to take this seriously, Pa.
They should, but I doubt it. They'll listen to the Major and thank him. Maybe he'll be reassigned. In 6 months, he won't believe what happened.
But it did.
Sure. But who's going to believe him?
Who indeed? Would you? Do you? Some of you, perhaps. But you're a very small number. Maybe you've seen the phenomenon of a spaceship. There's one couple that even claims to have had a ride in one. Most of us, however, smile at such stories, just as we take the Loch Ness Monster with a grain of salt. But what is under the ocean and what is out there in space still is a mystery. I'll be back shortly. Fantasy? Let's admit it, with one reservation. No silos have been raided, and no atomic warheads have been stolen. The reservation is this. Is fiction, based on imagination which has been nourished by suspected facts, just fiction? Or does it contain some element of truth? Extraterrestrial? Look up on a clear night and wonder. Our cast included John Beale, Russell Horton, Christopher Tabori, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. The poet tells us, at the door of life, at the gate of birth, there are worse things waiting for man than death. And well may we ask the poet, what are those worse things? After all, what could be more tragic than to die? And the answer, perhaps, it is more tragic not to die when your time has come and your life is over.
And what are you trying to sell the suckers now?
Rosie, this one can't miss. You know what I got here?
What?
Eternal life.
So?
What do you mean, so? I feed you the Blockbuster and all you can give me is so?
Now, I'm not sure how many people would want to live forever.
What are you saying? Wouldn't you?
Well, I'd have to think about it.
Our mystery drama, All the Time in the World, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In everything we are told, there is a season. There's a time to be born and a time to die. And most of us follow that timetable. We arrive and we depart pretty much on schedule. Now and again, accidents or ailments or upheavals beyond our control may curtail our visit. But most of us have a pretty good shot at the allotted 70. And many of us do even better. However, Sooner or later, the hour must strike for everyone. Well, doesn't it? They are moving at a brisk pace through the lovely countryside, and it's a beautiful morning.
All right, Harry. Where are we headed for?
Rosie, baby, we are headed for $1 million.
Sure.
But this time it's money in the bank.
When can I write a check against it?
Hey, Rosie, this can't miss.
Hold it. That sign. It says Morristown.
Right? That's exactly what it says.
Morristown. Is that where we're going?
We'll be there in exactly 15 minutes.
What for?
Because that's where the money is.
And that's where the state penitentiary is.
Who would know that better than me?
We're going to the state pen.
Yes, baby.
Why?
Because he's being sprung today.
Who is?
$1 million. We're going to pick him up.
If you think you're going to bring home some bum for me to take care of...
He's not a bum, Rosie. He's a pal of mine.
He's guilty until he can prove himself innocent. Which, if he's a pal of yours, he will not be able to do. No, Harry. I'm putting my foot down. You turn this car right around now.
But, baby, he's got no place else to go.
If he's got $1 million, he can find a place without any trouble.
Rosie, I didn't say he's got $1 million. What I said was, he is $1 million.
I don't understand you, Harry.
Of course not. And I don't understand you either, Rosie. That's what makes our relationship so, what word am I looking for?
Doomed.
There it is, just up ahead.
Yeah, I see it.
And there he is, standing by the gate.
Who?
My old buddy, Lucas.
That's his name, Lucas? Lucas what?
Well, I don't know if it's his first name or it's his last name.
Yeah? Well, it would seem to me you don't know him very well.
I know him well enough to make $1 million. Hey, Lucas! Hey, up in the back. Atta boy. And we're off. Been waiting long, Lucas?
No.
Lucas, say hello to Rosie.
Hello, Rosie.
My pleasure, I'm sure.
So, here you are, Lucas, with the new suit. Some suit. And a cardboard valise. And a $20 bill, right?
Yeah.
So, how does it feel to be out, Lucas?
All right.
Hey, Lucas, I'll bet this is the first time you ever rode in an automobile, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
How do you like it?
It's fine.
What have you two guys got going here? A vaudeville routine?
Hey, come to think of it, when did Lucas ever have a chance to ride in an automobile, huh?
Oh, how long has Lucas been in the slammer?
A long, long time, baby.
Yeah? What'd he do? Why were you jugged, Lucas?
This time? I don't remember.
What do you mean you don't remember?
Rosie, baby, not everybody has such a good memory.
What does he mean this time?
I happen to know his record. This time, he was up for murder.
Murder?
Yeah. It was during an armed robbery.
It's coming back to me. I remember now.
Stop the car this minute.
What for?
You are not going to bring home any strong arms.
Rosie, we have to give Lucas a break.
No.
Now just look at him. Isn't he the nicest, mildest guy you ever want to see?
He's out.
The man paid his debt. He served his time.
You spell that O-U-T.
He did his 99 years.
And furthermore, if you ever think... He what?
He was inside for 99 years.
Harry, what kind of double talk are you giving me?
This is a man who was sentenced to do 99 years. So he did his 99. And here he is.
Nobody does 99. Here's a man, he looks, 35, 40, maybe tops. How can he have served 99?
He's got the documents to prove it.
What documents?
For the next 5 years, Lucas has got to report once a month to his parole officer. He's got this card. Show her the card, Lucas.
Harry.
Just look at the card, huh? What does it say?
The state of New...
You see? It's an official document.
Lucas, sentenced in the year 18... Oh, no, they have to be kidding.
You're looking at the thing there in black and white, and you still won't believe it,
To serve a term of 99 years in the state No. I still say it can't be. Lucas, how old are you?
Oh, I don't remember.
I couldn't believe it myself at first.
At least 140 years old? Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no? People live that long, don't they?
I never heard of it. Besides, he looks younger than you do.
Well, so much the better.
For what?
For our chances of making $1 million.
Oh, yeah. How many times have we had this talk before?
But this time there's a difference.
Yeah? What is it?
Lucas.
All right, Mr. Lucas, you may put your shirt on.
Well, Doc, what's the verdict?
Verdict?
How old would you say Lucas is?
How old? I'd say he has the heart, the lungs, the arteries, all the vital signs of a man in his 30s.
His 30s, eh?
Say his late 30s.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Doc. Would you make a statement to that effect? I have subjected Mr. Lucas to a complete physical examination and find him to be in excellent condition. I would state that his health is above average for a man 40 years of age. This is the old ball game, Rosie.
Yeah, well, all I know is this has cost us $75. And there has also been a substantial increase in the grocery bill since Lucas showed up.
Rosie, you got to spend money to make money.
Okay, we're spending it. When do we start making it?
Tonight.
What happens tonight?
We go on TV.
Who goes on TV?
Me and Lucas.
What for?
Honey, how do you make money?
It beats me. And if you want the truth, it also beats you.
You advertise. That's right, Rosie. You got to advertise. You know why?
Oh, what am I getting into here?
This little poem I picked up. The codfish lays 1,000 eggs. The homely hen lays 1. But the codfish never cackles to tell you what she's done. And so we scorn the codfish, while the homely hen we prize, which only goes to show you that it pays to advertise.
Oh. And what are you going to advertise? And where are you going to get the money to do it?
I'll answer the second question first. It's free.
What's free?
Tonight, you're going to see Lucas on the tube doing a guest shot.
Who'd want Lucas for a guest shot?
Bonnie Quackenbush, that's who.
Oh, it figures. With all the other fruits and nuts. And what is Lucas going to advertise?
Lucas is going to advertise that one commodity for which every single person in the world would give everything he owns.
And what is that?
Eternal life.
Eternal life. Oh.
What's with the O? Here I feed you the blockbuster and all you can give me is O?
Eternal life. I'm not sure how many people would really want to live forever.
What are you saying? There's enough suckers out there to add up to $1 million.
Hi, out there in Tubeville. It's me again, Bonnie Quackenbush. And look at whom we have for you in the Quack Pack tonight. Oh, wow. Ain't he a handsome thing? But remember, girls, Bonnie saw him first. And his name is Lucas. I'll say hello to the pack, Lucas.
Hello.
Sexy, right? Well, here's what's been happening. When the studio pack came in, we asked each and every one to write down how old they thought Lucas is. And I got all the answers right here. And they say 35, 36, 37. Oh, that's how they've been running, 35-ish. Now, all of you, take a good look at Luke and give us your guess. A little speculation music, please. Now, are you ready? Have you guessed? What did you come up with? Well, you're wrong. Tell the pack how old you are, Lucas. Go on, tell them.
I don't remember.
Of course not. If I were as old as you, baby, I wouldn't want to remember either. But here is Lucas's best friend, Harry Barrows. Harry, yak at the pack.
Thank you, Bonnie. I have here a statement.
A signed statement.
From a fully ordained doctor of medicine.
Which says...
Lucas has the body...
The physical equipment...
of a man in his late 30s.
Go on, Harry. Give us the zinger.
If you consult the records of the state penitentiary up at Morristown, you will learn that Lucas has just been discharged from prison.
Well, we certainly hope that Lucas has learned his lesson, don't we?
Yes, Bonnie, he certainly did, because he had a long time to think about it. So long that he'd even forgotten what he'd actually done.
And how long a time was it, Harry?
99 years.
You are saying, then, that exactly 99 years ago, Lucas here was flung into the Bastille.
You could look it up.
So, how old does that make Lucas?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hey, Rosie.
Oh, where have you two clowns been?
Did you see the show?
You know it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
We were hiding out.
What for?
You saw the show. You saw how everybody went crazy.
Harry, what is it
I
all...
told you. Suddenly the place was invaded by reporters in the paper, the radio, TV, the whole media. All right, start the pack.
What for?
We have to leave.
Why?
Sooner or later, they have to find out where I live.
Well, isn't that what you wanted?
Nah. We have to get away.
Harry, did you do something wrong?
All we did tonight was hook the fish. Now we have to be very careful how we reel them in.
Oh, no. I've heard this one before.
Rosie, honey, you have to have faith in me. I know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? What are all these moves, this strategy?
Honey, we have to go away so that you can mix up a batch of the elixir.
The elixir? What elixir?
The elixir of eternal life.
What do I know about mixing up an elixir of eternal life?
Rosie, for a girl as smart as you are, there's nothing to it. Nothing to it at all.
The elixir of eternal life. Slowly but surely, the outlines of Harry's master plan seems to emerge from the mist. The elixir of eternal life. How would you like to be able to walk into the corner drugstore, point to the shelf and say, I'll have a bottle of that? The time may be nearer than you think, and then again, it may not. It depends on what happens shortly in Act 2. What can I tell you? Only what the record states. And what does the record have to say for itself? This, that a man named Lucas was sentenced to serve a term of 99 years for armed robbery and murder. Well, the 99 years have elapsed, and here is Lucas, still alive, looking no older than the day he went in. They had to set him free, and they did. And here we are.
What is this elixir of life, Harry?
It happens to be our $1 million.
Uh-huh. Look, Harry, I'm going on record right now.
Now, please, Rosie, we got no time. We have things to do.
I have been through one scheme after another. I lose track of all the hustles, the flim-flams, the capers. But it doesn't matter. You know why?
Rosie,
all your hustles and capers. You know what they all got in common? They don't work.
Rose.
They do not work. Never in your life have you ever succeeded in making a dishonest dollar.
Okay. So if you got no confidence in me, why do you stick around?
Because maybe it's your fate. After all, everybody does what he's meant to do.
And what was I meant to do?
Fail.
Hey, look, we have to get out of here. Lay low.
See? You go on TV to advertise, to attract attention. And then when you get it, you want to disappear. Now, why?
Will you start to figure out how the elixir of life eternal should taste? While Lucas and I load up the car?
So, what do you think?
Maybe it's too sweet.
Oh. I'll put in half as much sugar.
You know what it needs? Maybe it should taste more mysterious.
Mysterious. So I'll put in some pepper.
All right, but come on, we gotta hurry.
Why?
Because you have to strike while the iron is hot.
That's also a very good time to get burned.
The elixir of eternal life or of life eternal? Which sounds better?
Taste it now.
Mm-hmm. Ah. It's almost there. I tell you, Lucas, she's 1 in a million. You see, to how many dames could you say mix up a batch of eternal life elixir, and in no time at all, there it is?
Hey, where do you think you're going?
You keep working on the elixir, Rosie. I got a little missionary work to do. Lucas can keep you company.
So, taste this one, Lucas. Oh, no, huh? No big hit either, huh? Well, let me see. I think I'll put in some honey, some garlic. What else have I got in here? How about some vinegar? Yeah, I'll just put in a little bit of everything. Why don't we just run this through the blender? Froth it up a little bit, huh? Yeah, so. Well, now, let me see how our little witch's brew is doing here. What do you say, Lucas? How about a little taste? What do you think, huh?
Ugh. Pasca.
I beg your pardon? You don't have to make such a horrible face.
Pasca.
Pasca, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Hey, wait a second. If it tastes so awful, how come you're drinking the rest of it?
Some more?
More? Did you see your face while you were pouring it down?
Oh, it's good for you.
Good for you?
Yeah. I remember. The master would make us drink it whenever we were sick.
Uh-oh. What is commencing to start here, Lucas? What's with the master bit?
Taste. Oh, I remember the taste. Yeah, it brings everything back. Yesterday, everything was so dark. I couldn't see back into it. It was so long ago, but now, the taste, it's like a knife. It cuts through. You know what I'm saying?
No, Lucas, I don't.
Pasca. It was brought into the house of the master by a Greek slave. He called it a posset.
Sure, yeah. Hey, Lucas, why don't you lie down and take a little nap, huh?
Lucas. My name was Lucius. I never had another name. I was the illegitimate son of the master and a Lydian slave woman. I remember now. Lucius. And then, many years later, it was Ludwig. And then Louis. And Lucas.
Are you trying to tell me what I think you're trying to tell me?
Oh, I've lived so long. At times when I'm so tired and I can't remember, but the taste, it brought me back. I'm Lucius.
Yeah, sure.
I was born in Rome.
Italy.
No, Rome. It was all Rome.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Lucius, when was this?
I don't know.
What year?
I don't remember. Maybe I never knew.
How could you not know?
Well, people like me, we didn't know anything. We're just lucky to be alive. Although I'm not so sure that was lucky either.
Well, what did you do?
Most of the time we were hungry. When we got sick, very sick, they'd take us to the master. And he'd give us a posca to drink so we could go back to work.
What kind of work?
On the farm. Oh, it was very hard work.
And you don't know when it was? What was going on?
No. Every day was the same.
Lucas, going along with this, how come you're still alive?
Oh, well, you see, I was a thief.
Yeah?
You had to steal to keep alive back then. Well, most people stole a little food from the kitchen, maybe fruit from the trees and so on, but the master knew about it. He wouldn't let on because he knew you had to. Me, I was different.
Different?
Yeah. I didn't steal just because I was hungry.
No?
I stole because
Because I'm a thief. Like I can't help myself.
Come on, Lucas. You don't expect me to believe that.
No, it's true. It's in the blood. Like one man can play music, one man can paint pictures, and I have to steal.
All right. But that still doesn't answer the question. How come you're alive after all this time?
Because Apollo said so.
Apollo?
He was one of the gods.
Oh, I'm afraid you're only getting yourself in deeper.
No, there was a temple of Apollo on the master's estate. I see, and there was this gold mask of Apollo on the altar. So I thought I'd steal it. I'd be able to raise enough money to go somewhere else, start a new life.
You sound like a dear friend of mine.
But I got caught.
How did I know?
I'd always get caught.
It figures.
The penalty for stealing from the temple of a god was usually death by torture.
Please, Lucas, no horrible details.
But the master said he has offended the god. Let the god decide his punishment. So they loaded me down with chains. I could hardly move. Set me in front of the altar of Apollo. Yeah, it was midnight. Oh, and there was a terrible storm. I can hear the thunder. Listen.
To what?
The thunder. Terrible thunder. And the lightning. Oh, it was flashing all around me.
Lucas, are you okay?
And the voice. Voice of the god. Listen. You hear it? You hear it? The voice of Apollo.
Lucius, thief and slave.
Don't you hear it?
No, I don't hear nothing.
It's a voice that seems to enter inside your head. It flows throughout your whole entire body.
Lucius, thief and slave, you have defiled my temple.
Voice kept speaking inside me.
Now just take it easy, Lucas.
Lucius, villain and slave, scoundrel and thief.
Please.
It's all right, Lucas.
You expect the god Apollo to sentence you to a horrible death. But any death would be a release and a reward. I sentence you instead to a horrible life. The life of a thief. The life you have always lived. The only life you know. You shall live such a life forever. You shall be a thief under the rule of all the nations to come. You will live many lives in countries yet to be discovered. But all you shall know of them is the insides of the prisons. Forever.
Lucas, you okay? Here, drink some of this.
I remember. The taste made me remember.
So, you have to be a couple of 1,000 years old, right?
I'm old. I'm very old.
What happened, Lucas? Didn't you ever catch on? Couldn't you see there's no percentage to it? In all these years, couldn't you decide to make something out of yourself?
How?
How long does a guy have to be a sucker?
I was born poor, ignorant, a slave. I never had a chance to learn anything. All I knew how to do was steal.
And you didn't know how to do that too good either.
But it's my trade. I don't want to do anything else. Look, the last time I was in prison, it was for 99 years. Now, I'm free. I know I'll have to steal again.
Now, Lucas.
Yeah. When Harry brought us here to this place, I noticed a store down the road. I know. Soon, very soon, I'm going to break in there.
Lucas, you mustn't.
I can't help it.
With your luck, you have to get caught.
It isn't luck. It's fate.
Now, this is exactly the way it should taste. This is the elixir of life eternal.
And what are you going to do with it?
Why, Rosie, honey, we're going to sell it.
Oh, we're going to sell it, huh?
Everybody's seen Lucas on the TV. Everybody knows how old he is.
I don't think so. But go ahead.
So this is what Lucas drinks. You see? This is the elixir of life eternal. Okay?
Harry, how do you expect me to make enough of that stuff in a kitchen?
Now, let's see. You got a whole blender full of it, huh? That should be more than enough.
More than enough for what?
More than enough to make $1 million.
Our friend Harry certainly has that $1 million on his mind. That $1 million that always seems to elude him. The goal that shines so brightly up ahead, but remains ever out of reach. All right. Is this to be the time? You can see he has quite a bit going for him. Within a few moments, we shall be involved in the third act and the revelation. Gentlemen rankers out on a spree, damned from here to eternity. So wrote Mr. Kipling. From here to eternity is a long, a limitless time. But it seems to be stretching out ahead for our friend Lucas. Our other friend Harry has the idea that he can make a good thing out of it.
You mean just this pitcherful of this elixir of life eternal will be enough to make $1 million?
You heard me.
How?
Tell me, Rosie, how would you promote this?
I would do it the common sense way.
Which is?
Harry, you went on the TV. You exposed Lucas to millions. Here's a man who is over 100 and he looks less than 40, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the rubes are looking at him Popeye. Now you should say, listen, suckers, here's the secret. This is Lucas's own secret formula. This is what Lucas drinks every day. This dandy little elixir of life eternal. Here it is. $1. And 1 million saps will dig down.
Which means I'd have to go into business. I'd have to buy 1 million bottles, hire labor, get involved with payroll taxes.
Okay, you just talked me out of it. Let's forget the whole thing. Lucas is starting to get a funny look in his eyes.
I haven't stolen anything in 99 years.
You just control yourself, huh?
I'll try, yeah, but I don't know if I can.
Here, drink some of this good old elixir, huh?
Why should I try to sell 1 million bottles at $1 apiece when I can sell one bottle for $1 million?
And who's going to give you $1 million?
I'll be back within the hour with a certified check.
I'm scared.
Of what?
I don't know. But it's not going to work.
What do you mean it's not going to work? Rosie, why can't you have faith in me?
I have faith in you, Harry. I have faith that you'll go to jail, as usual.
You see the possibility. You see the potential. Eternal life. How can I miss?
You'll find a way, Harry. You always do.
Well, Mr. Bowles, what is this offer of a lifetime?
Mr. Mammon, you've heard of Lucas? He was featured on the Bonnie Quackenbush program?
The convict?
Yes. Well, Mr. Mammon, he is more than just a convict.
Come to the point.
I met Mr. Lucas 5 years ago in the state penitentiary.
Yes, you were serving a term for some hapless confidence scheme that went awry.
May I ask how you know about that?
I know everything about you, Mr. Bowles. When a man expresses a desire to see me on business, I have him investigated minutely. I have a computer operation that can turn your whole life inside out. For instance, I am aware of the fact that when you were in the 3rd grade, you were caught cheating on a spelling test.
Wrong. It was arithmetic.
Now, you were saying, Mr. Bowles?
My cellmate was Lucas.
Cell 87, Block C, North Wing.
Yeah, well, that's when I got to know him. And about his incredible age. We became very friendly. And after a while, he revealed a secret to me.
His secret?
Yes. It consists of a beverage.
Continue.
He drinks it every day.
And you wish to sell me this beverage?
Yes.
For $1 million?
How did you know?
Because that is exactly what I should do if I were in your place.
Well, do you want to live forever? Or let us say, indefinitely?
I would have to take that question under advisement.
I have here a sample, Mr. Mammon.
Which could prove what?
I'll let you have a free taste. Now, sir, drink that down. And tell me, doesn't that convince you? The distinctive flavor of it, that is truly the elixir of life.
You're very clever, Mr. Burroughs.
I am offering you more than you could buy anywhere else for your money. Eternal life.
It's the best confidence operation I've ever encountered.
I assure you it's not...
It's foolproof, Who could ever prove it's a swindle?
This is not a swindle.
Oh, it is. But how could the victim ever prove it?
The victim?
As long as he's alive, you're in the clear. He would have to die.
Sir, I'm afraid you don't understand.
The only thing wrong with it is nobody would want to buy the product.
Oh, yeah? What's wrong with the product?
Eternal life. Who really wants it?
Why, everybody.
Do you?
Absolutely.
I don't. And I don't know anybody else who does.
Oh, a lot of people would like to live forever.
Oh, they think they do. Until 10 minutes ago, I thought I did too. But then, when I was confronted with it, I really began to think about it. No, thank you.
Well, sir, I'm sure I can do business elsewhere.
Are you? Nickels and dimes, maybe? But $1 million? Oh, by the way, that little elixir of yours tastes pretty good. Mind if I have another sip?
Where's the $1 million?
Well, Rosie,
Do you have it in one big bill or a lot of little ones?
We're having temporary difficulties.
Yeah, and it looks like they might become permanent.
Oh, come on, what are you saying?
It's been on the news about Lucas.
What about Lucas?
They're saying he's a phony.
Who is?
Everybody. Your friend Bonnie Quackenbush should be on right now. Turn it on. Listen.
How could it be a phony? I saw Lucas's records.
Yeah, well, go figure. Turn on the set.
Has the pack ever been taking flack? About what? About Lucas. Seems it's a hoax, folks. Yes, indeed. The show caused so much chatter that we decided to investigate the records at State Pen. Well, it seems that they goofed somehow. A man named Lucas was sent up 99 years ago, but he died. I don't know if they buried somebody else or what, but his records got confused, and the man you saw on this show last week wound up with them. Maybe it'll never get straightened out, but one thing for sure, nobody could be 140 years old and not look it.
I guess you've heard enough.
I don't understand it. Eternal life. I thought people would beat down the door to get it. It sounded foolproof to me.
It was. Only thing wrong with it was you.
Me?
Yes, Harry, you. It had to fail because you're fated not to be successful as a con artist. It doesn't matter what the hustle is.
What kind of talk is that, fated?
It's your destiny.
Destiny? So the story about Lucas just killed it, that's all. But I should have been home free before it broke.
What do you mean before it broke? Were you expecting it to break?
Well, sure, weren't you?
What do you mean, wasn't I?
You knew it had to be some kind of swindle. You didn't actually believe Lucas could be 140 years or so old? How could a man that age look and act so young?
He's not 140 years old. That is definite.
Well, that's what I just told you.
His real age would be closer to, about 2,200.
Hey, Rosie, is this you talking?
Those are the facts, Harry. He told me.
He told you what?
He was born a slave in ancient Rome.
That's what Lucas told you?
Yeah, he remembered. And he was a thief. And because he tried to steal something from an ancient god named Apollo, he was condemned to live forever.
So? Why was that a bad deal?
As a thief. As a 2-bit coffee and cakes thief. Always in and out of jail.
This is what he told you, huh?
Yeah.
And you believe him?
Yes, Harry, I believe him.
Where is he? Where's Lucas?
Last I saw of him, he was in the other room having a nap.
Let's get to the bottom of this. Lucas? Hey, Lucas! Hey, wake up, Lucas.
He's not here.
Where would he go? It's nighttime.
Harry, I'm scared.
Why?
He said he hadn't pulled a robbery in 99 years, and he just felt... Well, he felt he couldn't sit still anymore.
Well, where would he go?
He said something about the store down the road, and how some night he'd just have to break in there.
I gotta stop him.
Harry, it may be too late.
He doesn't have a chance. Old Hopkins, a storekeeper's a deputy sheriff. He sits up all night with a shotgun. Maybe Lucas didn't get there yet, huh? I'll take the car.
I'm going with you.
No,
Harry!
No. One of us has to stay out of jail. Lucas? Hey, Lucas? It's open. And the door's open. Lucas? Is that you, Harry? Hey, Lucas. What are you doing in here? What do you think I'm doing? Are you crazy? Let's get out of here.
Let me see if I can find the cash.
Hey, Lucas, you're crazy. This is break and entry. And what's the steal here? You can do 5 to 10 for it.
What's 10 years?
Let's get out of here, will you?
Yeah, but just a second.
Stay where you are in the name of the law.
Let's beat it.
Halt!
Into the car, Lucas. Into the car. Hurry up.
Halt in the name of the law.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Harry. How do you feel?
Different.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. You've been unconscious for 3 days.
Oh, yeah? Well, I feel different. In a funny kind of way.
Like what?
I don't know. It's as if I'm a different kind of person. I thought I was dead.
Yeah, well, they all say it's a remarkable recovery. Some even believe it's a miracle. It happened right after the transfusion.
What transfusion?
Well, you needed blood. So it happened that Lucas was your exact type. I tried to stop the transfusion.
You did? Why?
Well, you know why, Harry. You're going to be just like Lucas now. But, of course, I couldn't explain that, so they went ahead.
What do you mean? I'm going to be just like Lucas?
You're going to live forever. Just like him.
Rosie, you can't believe that.
I can, and I do.
I don't want to live forever.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Wait. Spend forever going to jail for confidence schemes that don't come off?
You could try to become another person, Harry.
Yeah, but I can't. I can't any more than Lucas can.
Well, at least you'll be company for each other. You won't be alone.
Hey, Rosie, this thing, if it's true...
You know it's true. It has to be true.
Rosie, come with me.
Where?
Into, well, I guess into forever? Into life eternal?
No, Harry, no. It's not for me.
Oh, Rosie, don't you love me?
Oh, I do, Harry. But just for one lifetime. And you're going to spend a lot of this one in jail for that attempted robbery.
Rosie!
Besides, a gentleman called on me the other night. Mr. Ambrose J. Mammon. I believe you know him.
Mammon?
He's just crazy about this drink I put together.
Well, that was my elixir of life eternal.
Except we're going to call it Posca. It makes a wonderful tonic, Harry. If you don't believe me, ask Lucas.
Rosie, you can't leave me.
Harry, you're the one who's going to leave me.
I could never find anybody like you. Never.
Oh, I don't know. You're going to have plenty of time, Harry, to look. You'll have all the time in the world.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. If only I had it to do over again. So many of us say that with such heartfelt sincerity, and the implication is that we would do it better and that we would be wiser. But the truth is, we would make the same mistakes. Doesn't history keep repeating itself? Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Shea, and Ray Owens. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Has it occurred to you that if anyone lives long enough with someone else, eventually both personalities begin to merge? A man begins to look like his dog. A cat takes on the traits of his mistress. A man and wife find out unexpectedly how much the thinking of each has affected the other. Of course, in the beginning, the effect is unconscious or subconscious. The partner affected may not realize what is happening, if indeed anything is happening at all. Contradictory? Yes, but then this is what this story is all about.
Hello, Earth. I know you can't reply, but I hope you read me. Hello, Earth.
Playgor, what are you doing?
What I must do, Gondrick. I'm trying to warn them.
Who?
Earth. Before they are invaded, they must know the truth. For the safety of the whole universe.
Our mystery drama, Look Who's Coming, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane and Joe Silver. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Harry and Flo Betts have been married for 23 years. Harry and Flo have argued for 23 years. Oh, mostly the normal bickering that may go on between any married couple, but the most regular argument is about their taste in TV shows. Flo is addicted to the soap opera. Harry is a certified sucker for science fiction. Both of them would scorn the idea that either could influence the other in their preferences. And yet...
Is that you, Harry?
Yeah.
Oh, what kept you up so long?
Well, I had to see the end of the show, didn't I? Hey, you should have stayed.
Oh, I couldn't. That science fiction stuff makes me nervous.
Yeah, how come?
You know. It would be so scary if it was true.
But it isn't. It's just entertainment. Oh, the end of it was a real thrill. When that super spacecraft came down out of the sky with all the special effects, and then those people came out.
What people?
The planet people. You know, the ones from a different dimension. It was really mind-blowing. I mean,
They didn't mean any harm?
No. They always come in peace.
Well, they scare me. I mean, the whole space thing scares me silly. All those funny people with their machines, and we're helpless to do anything about it. I mean, you know, they could take over the world tomorrow and pour it down the drain.
There you go. Shove over, will you? Let me sit down here next to you. Look, it's only a pretend world, Flo.
Not the way you take it, Harry.
It's very real to you, and you make it awfully real to me.
You don't believe that I really go for all this sci-fi stuff.
What are you talking about? You eat it up.
Yes, entertainment, sure.
Harry, you're trying to tell me that you don't believe there are all kinds of little men and things floating out in space?
Well,
we're ready to take over the world and destroy it, huh?
Flo, I just enjoy the shows, that's all.
You wouldn't if you didn't think that's how it really is.
Ah, that's silly. You like the stories in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Well, you're not about to tell me that's the way life really is. I mean, the way it's lived on the average daytime serial.
I think they are very true to life.
Oh, come on.
By and large.
By and large? How about this dame on your favorite? Married 3 times, widowed once, divorced twice, 3 children, 1 illegitimate.
That isn't true. She thought she was married to Drake, but her former husband was supposed to have died in Brazil, only he didn't. And that was how Margaret came to marry Drake, thinking her husband was dead when all the time he wasn't.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is you watch the serials, I watch science fiction.
Well,
it doesn't mean either one of us has to swallow it all whole. Come on, Flo. They're shows, not life.
There's a lot of difference.
Okay, I just want to think so.
Well, Harry, you've got to see it.
Yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I do. You hammer away at me hard enough telling me all these crazy plots till maybe I think I'm wrong. Maybe that's the way life really is.
It is. I mean, the soaps are true to life.
Okay, Flo. Okay. You win. I'm too tired to argue. I gotta turn in.
Okay, honey, you do that. You need your sleep. Oh, what time do you have to be up in the morning?
Same old drag. 6:30.
What train are you catching?
I'm riding with Mark tomorrow in his car.
Oh, Dr. Tolley?
Yeah.
Well, you're getting to be quite good friends since he moved up here.
He's a good guy for a shrink. Yeah, these days you can never tell when a psychiatrist might come in handy.
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. It's just a bum joke. Good night, Phil. Can we catch some shut-eye?
All right, Harry. Shall I turn out the light?
Oh, please.
Night. Harry? How did the show turn out? Did those, robot things come back and plant that green, slimy vine that smothered everybody?
Oh, Flo. What's the difference? It's only a story. What do you care? Will you let me sleep?
All right, I'm sorry, darling. I know you need it.
Will you stop fussing over me like I was a mental case or something? We both need it.
Yeah, of course we do.
Well, for Pete's sake, can we say goodnight?
All right, I won't say another word. You just rest. And relax. And stop worrying.
It's just like she knows exactly what to say, so I can't relax. That sticky, patronizing, understanding tone of voice that makes me grind my teeth and think of murder. You think I'm kidding? But it's a situation that recalls all sorts of parts of the mixed-up plots Florence is forever telling me from her daily shows. I mean, I'm 45 years old and entering what everyone wants to tell me is the dangerous age, you know. You know, in all the soaps, the men start chasing young women, the marriages break up. Or if there's some way they can't, well, then the guy starts thinking of how else he can get rid of his wife. And that's when they get on to the murder trials in the story. But you don't do that. I mean, I guess there isn't a husband in the world who at one time or another hasn't been ready to murder his wife. In his mind. What the heck? You don't do it for real, do you?
So, maybe I do talk to him too much about my shows. Well, they're all I have. And I'm stuck out here in the suburbs. I could never have any children. Talked about adopting. Now we've left it too late. What do I have to talk about except other people's lives? The ones I can live vicariously on the TV. It is just a step from being real. It's not like the shows Harry watches. Now, they scare me. He can shrug it off. I'm always afraid that someday one of these crazy stories will turn out to be true. More coffee, Harry?
No. No, thanks, Flo. I got to get moving.
Will you be home on the regular train?
No, I guess not. We're doing the Heminger trust books today. I expect to be tied up till pretty late. Why?
Well, you're not driving to the station, so I thought you might want me to pick you up on the way home.
Oh. No, I'll probably be real late. I'll grab a cab. What's your day like?
Oh, I don't know. I'll call Grace Tully, I guess, see if she wants to watch the shows with me. It's a big day.
What is?
The daytime serials. Friday.
Murder and mayhem, huh?
Some. Others are more intellectual.
Yeah.
Like Audrey Gray is having the brain operation, and poor little Mary still hasn't been told that Sam is dead.
Oh, boy.
But Five in the Family is the most important.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, today is the day Drake finds out Margaret and he aren't really married, and that his son is born out of wedlock.
Oh, boy, that ought to rock him.
Listen, with his New England background, he'll never understand, and he has such a violent temper.
Spare me the details. Dr. Tully just drove up.
Harry?
Yeah?
Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
Oh, yeah, sure. What did you do for dinner?
I don't know, maybe I'll have it over at Tully's with Grace. Maybe I'll just have it alone.
Alone?
Who else would I have it with?
Yeah. Who else? Oh, look, let's make it definite. I won't be home till around midnight, so you're on your own.
What?
Let me ask you a question.
Why not? I can't promise an answer.
A psychiatrist?
We only listen to problems, Harry. We don't solve them. We leave that up to the patient.
Well, I'm not a patient.
In that case, you're lucky. You've just saved yourself $50. Go on, ask away.
Mark, is there any such thing as male menopause?
Well, what are your symptoms?
Well, look, don't get me wrong. Flo and me... Well, no, I mean, all in all, it's a good marriage, and the sex thing is, I was always okay, but recently I don't like myself for it, but I get to noticing girls and kind of, dreaming how it'd be if,
Why don't you join the club, the ancient order of the wahoo bird?
What?
Yeah, the bird that flies backwards because it doesn't care where it's going. It just wants to see where it's been. And it regrets all the lost opportunities.
Oh, no, it's not that worries me.
Well, even if the ladies were willing, the ones who catch your eye, that is, you're afraid you'd turn up wanting. Forget it, Landybug. Just stick to the dreams. It's normal.
Well, it's not so much my dreams that worry me. It's Flo. I'm gone all day. Lots of nights. How do I know she isn't mixed up with somebody?
Well, how do you know she is?
Well, I don't.
There's your answer. Don't borrow trouble.
I can't help it. Our marriage is coming apart at the seams. Mark, I need help.
Coming. Hi, Flo. Oh, Grace, you're early. Come on in.
Only for a sec, honey. I've got to cancel our date for today.
Oh, you mean we can't watch the soaps together?
Not today, Flo.
But, Grace, today's the big day. Don't you want to know if Drake's violent temper will push him as far as murder?
Oh, they'll probably hold that out till Monday. Anyways, you can always fill me in.
Yeah, but that isn't the same as living through it.
Well, I've got something else to live through. Tommy went on strike, and the principal is fit to be tied. He's making noises about expelling him.
A 10-year-old? What's he got to go on strike about?
Something about a substitute teacher who doesn't know how to handle the class. Tommy and 5 other kids walked out and locked themselves in the second-floor storeroom.
What did they do that for?
They issued an ultimatum that unless they get their regular teacher back, they won't go back to the classroom. And you think soap opera heroines have got trouble. Well, I'm on my way to the school now as an arbitration committee of 1.
Oh, kids. Well, listen, it shouldn't take you long, should it?
Who knows? But the sooner I get there, the sooner I find out.
Well, if you can, get back.
I'll try, but don't count on it, honey. Oh, hey, your program's on now. You better make tracks.
Oh, okay, I will. Bye, Grace. Where does the time go? Already nearly 5 after. Oh, no. Don't tell me the TV's going to break down. Let me see. I have the right channel? Yeah. 2. Oh, please, don't go out on me now, TV set. Darn it, I could just stop it.
Hello, Earth. I know you can't reply, but I hope you read me. Hello, Earth.
Playgor, what are you doing?
What I must do, Gondrick. I am trying to warn them.
Who?
Earth. Before they are invaded, they must know the truth. Our dictatorship would give them no warning. It's up to us to reach them and give them the choice they face for the safety of the whole universe.
Puzzled and annoyed, Flo Betts pays little attention to the words that are spoken. The images on the screen are all that concern her. A man and a woman in strange and unfamiliar clothing against a background of complex instruments. For the moment, it all means nothing more than that some science fiction show has preempted her favorite soap opera. Perhaps that's all it is. But supposing the explanation is not so simple, I shall return shortly with Act 2. We left Flo Betts tuned in to her favorite soap opera, staring at 2 unfamiliar figures. Not human, but humanoid. One a female by the sound of her voice, the other a male. They are clothed in indeterminate garments of gray, and they seem to be in some sort of laboratory or electronic workshop. Flo might be listening in fascination to what they have to say, except that she is annoyed at being deprived of the show she wanted to see. Her first reaction has been to call the offending network station.
Yes, operator, I am still waiting. Thank you. Hello? Yes, that's right. I sure do wish to make a complaint. Oh, they told you what it is. Well, what is the explanation? Well, that's impossible. I'm looking at what you're broadcasting right now, and it certainly isn't 5 in the Family. It's some sort of science fiction show. Yes, there are 2 people, a man and a woman, I guess. I don't know, you can't tell from the way they're dressed. And then they're in some sort of laboratory. Excuse me. I guess I have to apologize. The regular program is on now. I'm sorry. It must have been some sort of accident. It had to be. It must have been cross channels or something.
Do me a favor.
Except, I wish I really felt that was the answer.
Hello?
Grace, it's Flo.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Flo. You just caught me coming in.
Yeah, everything all right at school?
All is tranquil. Big peace pipe has been smoked.
Tommy's not going to be expelled.
No, the axe has been lifted. He's on sort of probation for the moment. Everything's hunky-dory now. Till the next crisis.
Well, I'm so glad. Hey, why didn't you come back here?
Oh, it was kind of late, hon. I figured I'd blown most of the shows.
Yeah, well, I just wish you had, because, I want to talk to you about one of them.
Talk to me now. I'm free and easy.
Not over the phone, Grace.
So, call your spot. My place or your place?
Would you mind coming here? I'm sort of monitoring the set, just in case.
I didn't get that.
Well, no way you could till I tell you. Grace, a little bit earlier today, I just had the strangest experience.
Well, save it all till I get there, Flo. You're sure you saw these gray people or whatever they were?
Of course.
And the station didn't know about broadcasting any other program?
No.
But while you were talking to them, there was suddenly this buzzing, scrambled kind of noise, and the regular picture came on.
Yes, like I told you.
It must have been some sort of an accident.
Well, what do you mean?
Someone pushed the wrong button or something, and like as soon as you called attention to it, they got busy and pushed the right one, and bingo, back on comes Five in the Family.
Yeah, you think so? But what was this other show?
Who knows? Ask Harry. He's the big science fiction bug. Maybe he knows.
No, I don't want to ask Harry.
Why not?
Oh, Grace, Harry and me, I don't know, all of a sudden everything's like, it's just like crumbling. We're like two people who don't know each other anymore. I don't know where we're going.
Oh, no. Oh, come on, Flo. Don't let it get to you. That kind of thing happens now and then. Everyone quarrels.
No, it isn't a quarrel. Oh, Grace, I don't know. I guess I just haven't anything to hang on to like you and Mark. I mean, no children. The only reason for Harry and me is us. And we're not right anymore. Everything about us is just going wrong. And now this warning or whatever it is from outer space. Oh, Grace, why would I see or imagine those two strange people?
Well, Flo, you know how Harry is about sci-fi. He's a nut on the subject. Maybe he's just got you so uptight about it
that I was dopey enough to imagine I saw something that never happened.
Well, I didn't mean that exactly.
But if I did that, I really would be heading for the bend, wouldn't I?
Nothing like that's going to happen to you, Flo.
Listen, Grace, promise me you'll watch the show with me for a few days. Maybe the other show will cross it again, and then I won't feel too bad. But if it doesn't...
If it doesn't, that'll prove you were just overtired or all revved up and had some kind of daydream.
No, it will prove one of two things. Either I am taking a trip down Funny Street, or else...
Or else what?
Or else... there actually is someone out there who's trying to get in touch. And for some reason or other, they've selected me.
Mark, what could I have said to her?
Just what you did, Grace. Only it puts me in an awkward position.
Why?
Well, because Harry is going to start some sessions with me. You see, he feels he needs some adjustments.
The same kind of thing as Flo?
No, nothing like that. Just the run-of-the-mill anxieties at his age.
Well, is that what's the matter with Florence?
Well, I don't know that without clinical observation.
But this hallucination of seeing space people, hearing...
Well, who knows? A technical accident, probably. And if not an aberration, a sort of a
waking dream to placate Harry's special interest to cover up some sort of inferiority. No, look, I'm not going to get caught up in hangnail psychology. Now, let's see if her delusions persist. Now, stick with your friend for a week or so, Grace, and, see how it develops.
Okay.
I'm sure it's a storm in a teacup, and Flo's first encounter with the world beyond will be her last.
What are you doing here?
You're still trying to reach them, Claygo?
Of course.
You know what you're risking.
Suspended animation at best, or probably total disintegration.
Why, Claygo, why?
You know as well as I do, Gundrick. The threat of attack from Betelgeuse cluster. We must engage a minor little planet like Earth to protect our flank.
Why do you risk your life for a tiny planet like Earth?
Because they are innocent in this, and they should be warned.
How can they stand against our arms? One mother ship could wipe out all resistance.
If they try to resist, but if they welcome us as friends and allies, we still could coexist together in peace. We must warn them not to resist.
But how can you reach them, Claygo? They don't speak like us, even think like us.
The same way we reach all other units, through the linguistic transcomputer.
Where did you get the infinite box?
This one I built for myself over a long period of time. If I can only adjust the circuits and the frequencies without the master equation log, I should be able to reach them before it is too late.
Who is it? You just come in.
It's Grace. I can't. The door's locked.
Oh, just a minute.
Sorry, I'm late.
Never mind that. Come in. Quick. You can see.
See what?
The outer space people. They are on now. Quick.
I don't know what you're talking about, Flo. But that's Margaret from Five in the Family. She's going upstairs to her bedroom. I recognize the house. It's the Graves' house.
No. It can't be. They were there. Clegor and Gundrick.
Who?
The ones who want to help, to warn us.
Funny names. What are they? New characters in the show?
No. They're space people from some... Grace, they were there. And now they're not. Oh, Grace, hold on to me. I think I must be going crazy. Oh.
Come in, Harry. Come in. Come on. I've been waiting for you.
Why, am I late, Mark?
No, you're right on the dot. Listen, I called you down at the office, but you'd already left. Sit down, would you?
Well, don't I get the full treatment? No couch?
Well, I'm afraid it isn't you who's going to be my patient, Harry.
What do you mean?
I don't want to alarm you, but has your wife ever spoken to you about hallucinating?
Hallucinate? About what?
About anything. Has she ever mentioned having delusions?
No. Why?
Oh. Well, I just had a call from my wife. She's with Florence now. Oh, Flo's all right, Harry. She's all right. Now, Grace persuaded her to take a couple of tranquilizers at my suggestion.
What's the matter with Flo?
She says she saw, or thought she saw, some people from another planet on the TV screen.
Flo? Watching a sci-fi show? That's a new one. She's always been scared to death of them.
Well, apparently they interrupted one of the regular daytime serials she watches, and, well, it isn't the first time it's happened.
Wait, look, Mark, I don't get all this. So what? Somebody put the wrong tape on or something?
Florence checked the station the last time, and Grace double-checked again today. Nothing like that happened.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You're not suggesting these two jokers from Saturn or wherever they come from were for real?
No, hardly. But Florence is.
What's the matter with her? Is she nuts?
Well, that is not exactly the scientific term, Harry.
But I think there's enough evidence of psychiatric trauma present to suggest that for her own sake, she should be examined by a competent psychiatrist.
Oh, so that's what you meant by saying she should be your patient instead of me.
No, it doesn't have to be me, Harry. But my urgent advice is that it should be somebody. And I believe that Florence herself would welcome it.
There you have it. To paraphrase that classic psychiatric case, Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, to see or not to see, that is the question. Obviously, Florence Betts sincerely thinks she sees two people who can only be imaginary. Or could they actually be real? I'll return shortly with Act 3. There is probably nothing in the range of human behavior or beliefs that could shock or surprise a psychiatrist. Yet, for once in his life, as he examines Florence Betts, Dr. Mark Tully finds himself half believing her nonsensical story of these two creatures from outer space. And since all the evidence of his trained mind has to reject the story and probe for the roots of her delusion, he finds himself involved against his will in trying to talk her out of it, rather than permitting her to argue it out for herself.
You realize that these two people must be fantasies, Florence.
I realize no such thing, Dr. Tully. They are very real to me.
Yes, but most fantasies are.
These are not fantasies.
All right, Florence, all right. Prove it to me.
I can't, and you know I can't.
Well, why do they appear to you alone? Why doesn't anybody else see them?
I don't know.
They appear to you on a medium that millions of people watch, Florence. Now, does it make any sense that you are the only one that they reveal themselves to?
Well, of course it doesn't.
Helen, can we face the fact together that they are some sort of delusion?
No.
Well, why not?
If you want to be so darn reasonable, why?
I beg your pardon?
Why would I conjure up something like this? I mean, watching my favorite show, concentrating on characters that I know are not really real, but that seems that way to me. Why would I dream up two people so foreign and so alien to anything in my own experience?
Well, perhaps they're not so alien after all.
And what does that mean?
Well, perhaps they're an unconscious, a subconscious reaching for someone who is the antithesis of them. But someone from whom you become estranged. Someone you want to call back to you.
Well, I don't follow all that.
Well, think it through with me, Florence. Now, how long have you and Harry been married?
Ask me straight out like that, and I have to think. 22 years.
No children?
No.
Why?
I don't want to talk about that.
Why?
It's something that hurts.
Why?
Because it's my fault. There are physical reasons I can't.
Then why not adopt?
We talked about it so many times, but it wasn't all that important to Harry. He was happy the way it was.
And you?
Oh, I would have liked... Since it wasn't possible, I don't know. I suppose it was all right with me, too.
Well, then why the guilt?
What guilt?
Well, you seem to feel you let Harry down.
Well, I guess I let him down in a lot of ways.
Is that why you dreamed up this Gundrick and this Claygorn?
I did not dream them up.
They seem to be here.
Why would I dream them up?
Well, it's Harry's hobby, isn't it? Science fiction? Something else you couldn't share?
Well, it's not that I don't want to. I'm just scared of it.
Why?
It seems too real to me. I mean, Harry can take it or leave it alone. Somehow with me, it's just too real.
Well, I wonder why.
I don't know.
Could it be maybe because it's an area where you can create a sort of children, a family of your own? You know, just like the serials, the soap operas?
Well, now, isn't that silly? Why would I dream up something like that?
Well, maybe to get your husband's attention.
If I want to get my husband's attention, I can think of a lot more direct ways to get it.
Now, face the fact, Florence, it isn't that way at all. Haven't you been having some marital problems lately?
That is really none of your business.
Well, it is if it has any bearing on these hallucinations you've been having recently.
I keep telling you, it's not a hallucination.
Florence, two people from outer space interfering with the daily soap opera? Now, does that make any rational sense?
Maybe not, but I know that
if you're not fantasizing, then what other explanation is there?
The truth. What none of you will admit to, what none of you will listen to. That they are there. That they're real. That they exist.
So I thought it would be a good idea for us to drive in together again today and talk the whole thing out.
There's not much to talk about, is there? You think she should be put away, don't you?
Did I ever suggest any such thing? No, of course not.
Well, what then?
Well, I think she needs some pretty extensive therapy.
Huh? Who'll handle that?
I will, of course. Grace will keep an eye on her like today, and with any luck, I think we can bring her around.
Huh? With your personal help?
Well, it's the least thing I can do for a friend.
Maybe I'm glad I never got to be a patient of yours.
Well, that would never have worked out. Besides, you see, you don't have any real problems.
Oh?
All right, it's your wife that needs me.
Oh, sure, Mark. Sure, you don't have to draw any pictures. I can do that myself.
Clegor, I beg you. It's too dangerous for you. Give it up.
I can't. Not now. Now that I found her.
Found who?
My control. A true sensitive. Someone I know will receive my message.
How can you know?
The response is strong, Gunrick. I can even hear it think its name. Florence. An earthling. A female.
Are you in touch with her?
Yes. There was some alien presence with her, but it is gone now. I must reach her quickly before it is too late for her planet.
Or for you. If you should be discovered.
It's worth the risk to avoid galactic war. Florence, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I am Gregor from the planet Argus. I bring you an urgent message. One of our mother spaceships is about to violate your airspace. Do not treat it as an enemy, or you will start galactic Armageddon. Treat it as a friend, and we can make a contact to preserve the universe. Go to your leaders. Keep them from taking action against us as an enemy craft, and we can have peace. I can only hope you read me, for if you don't, the peace of all the universe
I made us a nice cup of coffee to have while we're watching. Oh, you have the show on already. The ending of the first act, huh? What happened?
I don't know. I didn't see 5 in the family.
You don't mean you thought you saw... Oh, now, wait a minute.
Don't turn the set off, Grace.
Flo, it isn't good for you to watch. You thought you saw those creatures again, didn't you?
I didn't think. I did see them, and you must have seen them, too, when you came in.
All I saw was Drake storming out of the room, and then a big close-up of Margaret crying with the music.
You didn't see. Didn't you hear?
Hear what?
The warning.
What warning?
From Clegor about the mothership.
The mothership?
The spacecraft that's coming to land here.
From where?
From somewhere out there.
What's it coming here for?
To negotiate.
What?
There was something about bases, defensive ones. The point is that we can't consider them as an enemy and fire on them, or else they'll wipe us out.
When are they coming?
I don't know, but soon. Very soon.
Where are you going?
I'm going to call somebody, anybody who might believe me.
Who?
I don't know. The FBI, the CIA, the president. They have got to know what I know.
Did she actually call or try to call any of them, Grace?
She got the White House, Mark, and a polite brush-off. The CIA she had no way of reaching. She's calling the FBI now on the other phone.
Well, is she rational?
She seems to be, except on this one subject.
I'm afraid she'd better be hospitalized. Stick with her, darling, until I make what arrangements I can with Harry.
Oh, gee, Mark, you couldn't have caught me at a worse time.
What's the matter?
Well, I was just leaving for Washington on an audit for the biggest client we have. I can't let him down.
How long will you be gone, Harry?
Well, tomorrow and maybe the following day. 3 days at the most.
Well, all right. Look, don't worry. I'll handle things.
Will you hospitalize her?
Well, that might be a little difficult unless it's a real emergency. But Grace will be with her. We'll look after her.
I'm going to thank you, Mark. Let's hope by the time I get back from Washington, I'll have my head screwed on again, and that Flo will, too. Hello, Grace. I came straight from the plane.
Oh, it's good to see you, Harry.
Where's Flo? Upstairs?
No, she's in the living room.
How is she?
Well, she's all right. Everything's fine, really, except her complete absorption in this strange delusion.
She's still having that?
Not for 2 days. I've managed to keep her away from the TV.
Has it helped?
I wish I could say yes. I honestly don't think so. Nor does Mark. She's fretting about it.
Okay, I'll handle it from here on in.
It may be more than you can. Just call Mark, if it is. He asked me to tell you that, Harry.
I will. Grace, how can I thank you?
No thanks necessary. What are friends for? Good luck, Harry, and...
Yes?
Take it easy with her. Whatever it is that's bothering her, it isn't small. She's been through a ringer.
I'll remember. I'll do my best. Thanks again, Grace. Hello, Flo.
Oh, Harry.
How are you?
Oh, Harry, we don't matter very much. There's something a lot bigger going on.
Honey, Mark and Grace have told me about...
About my hallucinations. Yes, I know. No one believes in them, not even you. But you see, they are not hallucinations. Oh, Harry. If only I could convince someone that... Maybe now I can. There it is. It's coming at last.
What?
Can't you see it on the screen? The mothership from outer space. Can't you see it?
Sure, I can see it. It's just another program, Flo. Yeah, it's a darn good effect. It always looks real.
Harry, don't you understand? It's what I've been begging you to understand. This isn't any fantasy. It's here.
What's here?
Tomorrow. The new world. If you don't believe what you see on the screen, you go look out the window.
All right, Flo. I'm going to call your bluff.
Yes, why don't you do that?
Hey, there is something in the sky. It's heading right down on us.
And the terror is, where do we go from here?
What do you mean?
Do we allow them to land in peace?
Or do we treat them as another enemy? If we fire on them, they can destroy us. If we don't, how do we know they can't anyway?
It's true. What you've been seeing is true.
Harry, hold me.
Hold on. Flo, where do we go from here?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Mystery Theater is a theater of the imagination. Could this happen in your lifetime, or in mine, or ever? I don't suppose it matters. We only hope to bend the mind, not shape it. But never forget how far we stretch it. That the tantalizing possibility in every story we bring you is always there. It may not have occurred yet, but the possibility never fails to exist. That
the CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Since time immemorial, stories have begun with the classic phrase, once upon a time. Then, to the avid and eager listener would come a history of love, hate, adventure, mystery, horror, or whatever emotion the teller wanted to convey. But history, like all words, is not necessarily what we think it means. Its basic definition is a narrative of events connected with a real or imaginary object, person, or career. Note that it does not confine it to the past. So, here is a history of the future, the kind that begins, supposing if...
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the Earth creatures. He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Our mystery drama, Enemy from Space, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is the year 2029. President Winston Alexander is midway through his second term in office, a commanding figure on the world stage, who has brought a revitalized America to a new surge of leadership. The unfortunate breakdown of arms limitation talks have more than ever isolated the two superpowers. And with nuclear proliferation a fact, the only hope of the world is that the two superpowers are at last nearing a major accord that will mean peace. This is where we stand on this fateful night at exactly 3 a.m., February 25th, 2029.
This is Central Command. Triple red alert. Repeat. This is CENTCOM. Triple red alert. Attention all units. Highest priority. This is alert AAA. This is a triple red alert. An unidentified flying object has pierced the DMZ and has now landed on the front lawn of the White House.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
What's the matter, Andy? Why are you knocking so frantically at Father's door?
I don't know, Jimmy. We may be under attack. Now, stick with me until I check on your father. I'd better try the door. Mr. President, Good Lord, no!
His mother is dead. Oh, where is he, Andy? Where is Daddy? Daddy! Daddy! The window is wide open. That thing is still there.
Jimmy, come back!
They must have
don't show yourself to the enemy. Get down, get down.
What for? They're not paying any attention to us.
That is some kind of warcraft out there. They might fire on you.
I don't care what they do to me. They've got my father. Oh, stop them, Andy. Stop them somehow.
Jimmy, by now, every piece of equipment in the U.S. has been alerted to stop whatever the heck that thing is. That nobody wants to see the president kidnapped. But we can't bring any firepower to bear on him without risking your father's life.
What are you and the rest of you little soldiers going to do?
Well, I can't tell you exactly. There are contingency plans for things like this.
Why?
I don't know. I'm not a member of CENTCOM, but there must be something that...
Attention, please. Attention. There is no cause for alarm. We come in peace. This is Commander Barg aboard the spaceship. We are a communications vessel from the matrix of the mothership Nicholas 7. We seek information only and have borrowed your President Alexander in order to get it. He is quite safe. When we have completed our talk, he will be returned unharmed.
I don't believe him, Andy. Why didn't he let Daddy say something?
To reassure you, we will let President Alexander talk to you now. I realize this is very unusual. For everyone's best interest, I ask you to call off all alerts and to take no action for the next 24 hours. I am assured by my unexpected host that I am in no personal danger, nor is anyone else. I am being taken to meet Commander Vard's superiors for some as yet unrevealed reasons. I have agreed to a truce for 24 hours. If I am not returned by then, I ask Congress to put the nation on full war footing for its defense.
Colonel Harris, Miss Alexander.
Oh, just a sec. Oh, come in, Andy. Any news?
No, not yet.
Oh, do I have to be cooped up here like this?
Jenny, do I even have to answer that? You know what it's like out there? Panicsville.
Oh, what do you think it's like in here? Inside me? Oh, hold me, Andy.
Yeah, I got you, Slugger.
Oh.
Now, hang in.
What's happening to us, Andy? To the whole world? Who are they?
I don't know, Jenny. Nobody knows yet.
Where are they taking Dad and why?
Don't you think I'd give my eye teeth to be able to answer those questions?
Oh, never mind you. What about all those fancy tracking systems? A big, sophisticated strategic command or whatever you call them? Didn't they follow that saucer thing or whatever it was?
Yeah, from the second after it lifted off, the darn thing just disappeared.
Where? How?
Darling, I'm a lucky little boy in the Air Force who ended up a president's aide-de-camp and I hope pretty soon his son-in-law, but I am not a scientist.
Oh, don't try to waffle, Andy. You must have some idea. How could this spacecraft slip all our defenses?
Well, first off, it has some kind of radar negator. Otherwise, it never could have gotten here. The second, who knows what this craft is vectored on? It could be traveling on a Mobius curve that took it upside down into some other space continuum or through a galactic time window. All I know is we can't pick it up electronically by laser, satellite spectroscope, nothing. It's just gone.
Oh, and Dad with it? Gone?
No, Gina, he's all right.
What makes you so sure?
You heard the man.
What man?
Well, whatever he was, Varg, the spaceship's commander. He promised he'd return your father after they talked to him.
What are they... Whoever they are, what do they talk to him about?
Search me.
Oh, don't give the big stone face to me, Andy Harris. You've got to have some idea what's going on.
I swear to you, Ginny, I do not have one clue.
And if they don't return Dad within 24 hours, then what?
I guess we go on full wartime footing.
Against what?
Well, that's the big question, Ginny.
bad enough that we have to take a step into the last unthinkable war, but to have to make that step without knowing the enemy is kind of mind-boggling.
Did you even know that they are the enemy?
Yeah, I think President Alexander answered that one for us in the speech we heard. He was the one that set up the time limit. And the way I read it, he wasn't running all that scared. I think he was laying it on the other guys that they weren't dealing for much strength.
You really honestly believe that, Andy?
I don't know what I believe. And neither does anyone else. This is the one contingency nobody ever figured to make plans for.
Welcome, Varg. You were successful, I hear.
I'm always successful.
It's nice to know someone has a good opinion of you.
Someday I will make you sorry for your contempt for me.
It isn't contempt, Varg. You're beneath that.
Do not give yourself airs, Zeta, because you are half borrowed from the life stream. These modules are just as good as you.
I don't intend to argue with you. Have you brought our hostage?
He is just beyond the door.
Can we get on with the business at hand before the Supreme One questions the delay?
Oh, one of these days, Zeta. Open. You may come in, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Zeta. You will be in her control now.
May I ask why I've been brought here, wherever I am?
My instructions do not permit me to do so.
Then I demand to be taken before this Supreme One. What is it you want of me?
My desires are simple and quite practical, Mr. President. I am a doctor.
A medical doctor?
Yes.
May I ask your name?
Zeta.
That's all? Dr. Zeta?
Won't that serve? It's only identification, after all.
Why am I here?
As far as it concerns me, for a basic series of tests. Medical.
I'm not applying to be a citizen of whatever state you represent.
You have joined Mr. Seven as a passenger. It is routine for you to be quarantined until we can determine that you are properly immunized.
There isn't time for that. I thought I had made it quite clear to your Commander Varg that if I am not returned to Earth, or am not in contact with it within 24 hours, a state of war will exist between us and your country, whatever it's called.
We have no country.
I beg your pardon?
We are survivors. Limited to the travelers on this spaceship. Oh, this is a large cosmos in itself. We are not inconsequential, but we are a culture in search of a home.
I don't understand exactly why I have been... Well, why mince words? Why I have been kidnapped. What function can I serve for you?
I am not quite sure of that myself. It is something you will have to discuss with the Supreme One after I have finished my test. Give me your arm, please.
What for?
I wish to take a blood sample.
If you don't get me in to see your precious Supreme One, Dr. Zeta, you will have a bath of blood. My country, for its own protection, will throw all our might against you and blow you and your mother ship out of the sky.
Not while you are hostage.
Oh, yes. I would disappear with you. I am, after all, not indispensable.
You mean you would permit your people to destroy you?
I would expect them to if you were the enemy. Are you?
First of all, I must carry out my test. And then, I will seek an audience with the Supreme One and tell him you wish to appear before him. I bow in reverence before you, oh, my father.
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the Earth's creatures. He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Fortunately, since we are in another time continuum, they cannot find us unless we choose to show ourselves. His threat and his demands are useless.
He wants also to know why we have taken him and what it is you want of him.
I want you to adapt him. Wash his brain clean so that we can send him back to fulfill our purpose.
I don't think I can do that, Father. He is too strong.
Then you must change him, make him completely one of us.
I don't know if that is possible.
All things are possible. Did you not become completely one of us?
Yes.
So then shall he.
But I can't do that without killing his... It is hard for me to describe to you, Oming, my father, because we are different.
It is you who are different. Do not fill me with old anger. Are you still prattling about the non-existent, what you call the soul? Did we not stamp that out of you?
Yes, Father.
Then, should we hesitate to destroy it in a stranger? I am not interested in President Winston Alexander, the Earthling, except as he shall serve our needs. However you achieve the result, I want him fully conditioned to carry out those needs and our commands.
Now remember, this is a story of supposing if. Supposing there was a mothership from some unimaginable planet, coursing in space, looking for a new land to colonize. And supposing if they singled out Earth and felt that was their promised land, how much of it would they lay claim to? Or would they simply follow the pattern of colonialism and take it all? I shall return shortly with Act 2. The United States of America, since its birth, has traditionally been a haven for all displaced persons who seek a new chance at life. By and large, with few exceptions, no country has welcomed the alien more generously. But alien in a science-oriented society is no longer a simple description of someone who may differ in minor ways, such as color, creed, or politics. Tomorrow's alien may come from a background so foreign that there is no hope a world can be shared.
You have been long, Dr. Zeta. What news do you bring?
I am afraid not what you want to hear, President Alexander.
You mean I am not to see your Supreme One?
He has commissioned me to be his ambassador.
Well, under other circumstances, I couldn't be more charmed. Perhaps even under these. What do we have to discuss?
Mr. Alexander, if that is the correct term to apply to you.
It is perfectly correct. Except somehow between us,
Yes?
Well, I don't know what made me say that. Some strange tug underneath everything makes me want to deny any formality between us.
I must tell you, Mr. Alexander, you are wasting your time. I am not a woman as you conceive of women.
Are you so sure?
Yes. You must understand about us aboard this ship. We are only humanoids. You cannot judge us by your standards.
Humanoids?
Robots, if you prefer the word. Although it is not exact. Let me explain. The mothership on which we are now traveling was named after the planet that was our home, Miklos 7, in the Adumbrian galaxy. Some generations ago, a supernova in our galaxy exploded, and in a holocaust that swept across our planet, almost all of my ancestors were destroyed. Those that were left found in that environment that was left, the human body, as you would call it, could not be sustained.
You mean there was no atmosphere? No air to breathe? What?
Oh, there was atmosphere, poisoned by radiation, and that forced us to adapt.
To adapt in what way?
Since the human body was eroded, we had to provide an envelope in which to sustain life. We developed what was essentially a machine, an engine wrapped in the simulacrum, the semblance of the human. And we powered it with the mind, the individual souls of those left alive.
Well, if you were so successful, Why didn't you develop and recolonize your planet?
Because, unfortunately, our atmosphere was not stable. And in the time following the Holocaust, we were left with no air to breathe and no way to adapt our robots to some other form of energy. The strongest of us set out on this ship to seek a home in another planet.
And you have brought me here to discuss introducing you and your shipmates into our culture?
Oh, no, Mr. President. There is nothing to discuss. It is my function to prepare you so that you will make it possible for us to take over your planet.
How?
It would be hard for me to explain. In storage, against the necessity for constant replacement, we have robots ready to be activated. You see this machine here.
Machine?
Perhaps you did not recognize it as such. 2 rooms behind glass doors. In one, they are already placing your robot.
My robot?
He does not look much like you yet. But the electrodes they are attaching to him will be synchronized with the electrodes we attach to you. And when we are finished, he will be, in every physical sense, a simulacrum of you, a duplicate of you.
And what happens to me?
You become a husk to be discarded.
What?
An outmoded model, unable to function in the atmosphere of our new world.
What new world?
The one that will exist in the dust of radiation and the end of Earth. The world that all of us from Nicholas 7 are going to build with your help.
I will not be party to anything like this.
You have no choice. Varg, see him. No. All right, Varg. Put him in the transformer.
Afternoon, Jenny.
Afternoon, Andy. I've been dying till you got here. What's new?
Not a thing.
No news of Dad?
None.
Oh, no. What else is happening?
What isn't? We've tried to keep it as secret as possible, but there are always leaks.
What is it?
Oh, thank heavens the country doesn't know about it yet, and the press is chapped, but the diplomatic wires are burning.
What do they say?
Well, they don't say anything, baby. They just ask. Naveed has been on the hotline off and on all day with President Brusco.
What's his reaction?
What's in it for them, first off? Then diplomatic regrets. They probably figure if we're going to be under attack from outside in space, it might be time for a little more cooperation.
But we don't know yet that they are under attack.
Baby, a pirate ship turns up on the White House lawn, and in spite of the greatest security set up in this old globe, they just take our president away like he was off to Disneyland? Hey, everybody's running scared because they don't know what's next.
What is next, Andy?
I wish I knew. Or, come to think of it, maybe I don't. It's too scary even to estimate. Baby, we don't know what we're up against.
This is President Alexander aboard a shuttle spacecraft returning me as promised to the White House at the pre-agreed time. I have been well treated and am in the best of health. No one need have any concern about me. I have just completed preliminary discussions with a friendly power from outer space, which will have dramatic and earth-shaking consequences for the safety of America and the whole world. I am aware that all our armed forces have been alerted. I ask them as President and Commander-in-Chief to extend safe conduct to the spaceship and allow it to land me and then depart in full safety.
What is it, Andy? I can hear it, but I can't see it.
You, me, and everybody else, Jenny. I'll lay odds even radar and transcom haven't got a fix on it.
But it can't be just invisible.
Well, it could be. Probably sets up some sort of magnetic field which locks it out of all our senses, including just plain old eyesight.
But it sounds louder and louder. You can tell it's approaching.
10 to 1, it doesn't have to. They just want to warn us they're on the way. You better keep to one side of the window, Jenny.
There it is. See it, Andy?
Where?
Oh, by the monument. It's spinning in like a frisbee.
At least that's all it was.
Oh, you don't think anything's going to go wrong, don't you?
Sure had better not. Since that thing showed up in the first place, I got a hunch nothing's going right.
Oh, Daddy.
Virginia. It's all right. It's all right, baby. It's all right. an adventure. What are you doing? Shut up.
Is there anyone who's been aware of what's going on in the last 24 hours? Sleep's been out of the question.
Well, I hope the knowledge hasn't been too general.
Oh, I wouldn't know. But Andy says not. He thinks you've been able to keep the lid on.
I hope so.
Oh, you're okay, aren't you, Daddy?
As you can see.
Oh, but what went on? Why did they take you? Who are they?
No. One question at a time. Incidentally, let me close this door.
Tell me, who are they? What happened?
First of all, they are friends.
Friends?
I shudder to think of what might be about to happen to our world if they hadn't warned me.
Warned you what?
A monstrous plot to destroy America. An unholy alliance to take over and rule the world, if there is any left of it.
What do you mean?
It's too complex to explain to you, Virginia. There is a secret alliance between a group of mineral-rich nations and our main enemy, which is called the Consortium.
The Consortium?
They are poised to unleash a massive strike against us, which would wipe us out before we had a chance to reply. Now that plot has been uncovered. We have an opportunity to treat with them, or at least with our knowledge, to instigate a preventive strike. Thanks to our friends from outer space, we have a chance to buy some time, or force enough, to hammer out a new agreement. If not, we must move first. That's the decision that I have to make. And unfortunately, it must be made alone.
Oh, poor Dad. Like you always say, if he only could have shared it with Boots.
Boots?
Mom, what you used to call her.
Oh, yes. But what does that have to do with anything? This is a decision of fate.
Who is it? Sixth audience?
Commander Varg. Oh, Supreme One.
You are to be commended, Varg, for your loyalty and bravery to our state.
Oh, thank you, Supreme One.
I have a little time left. My light is growing dim. You shall be my successor, and I will have you bound in union to my daughter. In her burns the only flame which can guarantee us immortality. You must guard it first of all things.
You sent for me, great father.
I asked you about the Earthling. Varg has delivered him back to his planet. Has this module, this simulacrum, been properly vested with our ideas and desires?
Yes, father.
Then we control this robot completely?
Yes, father.
And the real, what is his name, Alexander, has been eliminated? I didn't hear your answer, daughter.
The real Alexander has ceased to be a threat.
Who is it?
Andy, it's me, Tim.
Hold it. I'll be right there. What is it, Jimmy? What are you doing wandering around at 5 a.m?
Andy, I'm scared. Can I come in? I don't know how to say this so it makes sense. You're the only one I can say it to.
Say what? Come on, baby, spill it.
Andy, the man they got back in the spacecraft.
Uh-huh.
It's not my dad. It's not President Winston Alexander. There's just no way that is my father.
As President of the United States, Winston Alexander holds the fate of the world in less than one hand. In cold fact, in the finger that may press the button to unleash atomic warfare to end the world. But has Winston Alexander been replaced by a robot activated by a power in space who has everything to gain from the end of Earth and nothing to lose? I shall return shortly with Act 3. While America sleeps safer in this year of 2029, secure that her kidnapped president has been returned safe and sound, his daughter is the only one to question what we know to be the truth. that the man who sits at one end of the hotline is a robot from outer space, controlled and operated at the whim of the leader of a spacecraft desperate to find a home for his cargo of automatons. Only President Alexander's daughter faintly glimpses the truth. Can her instinct be enough to stop disaster?
What are you talking about, Jimmy?
I tell you, he is not my father.
Well, you mean they brainwashed him or something?
I don't know what I mean, Andy. It's just I don't know little things. He is not my father.
What little things?
Oh, I don't know. Like, he called me Virginia. Now, that's funny. That's strange. Dad never called me anything but Jen. And he doesn't... I don't know how to describe it. It just doesn't feel right.
Jimmy, we've all been through the ringer and been pretty shook. Now, you're just jumping at shadows.
I'm not. Duke.
Huh?
Duke. That was Dad's name for my mother. Dad could never forget it.
Jimmy, your mother's been dead for 15 years.
You don't forget things like that. Dad wouldn't. He can't forget his own name for her that he loved to call her.
If it isn't your father, who is it?
I don't know. Andy, do you think I'm losing my mind? Because there's something about him that scares me. It scares me right down to my heels. Wake up, Mr. President Alexander. Wake up. It's such a long name. We must find something more suitable. What did your wife call you?
What did you say?
Did your wife have a name for you?
My wife? Who? Yes, she called me Wink.
Wink?
Yes, short for Winston. Well, it was a silly name, but I liked it. Wink.
I like it too. Wink.
Well, where am I?
Where I brought you. To my bed.
To your bed? I can't stay here.
You must. Where else can I hide you?
Hide me? Why must I be hidden?
Because I should have destroyed you once I made your other self.
What other self?
The one we sent back to Earth. The one we programmed to destroy all the people on Earth. So we, Nick may have a home again.
To destroy all the people on Earth? How? What?
You ask me. You were the one who made the seed of your own destruction. But the bombs do not obliterate. The radiation will disintegrate. When there are no living left, we robots can make it home.
Nuclear war? That's unthinkable. Look, I know President Bruskov. He's a man of sanity. He could not start such a war.
It is not he who will start it.
Who then?
Yourself.
What? Me?
In the image I have created of you and sent back to take your place.
Wait a minute. Now I'm beginning to remember that machine, that scanner, and a robot that you were molding so that it would look like me. But you couldn't have.
I already have. He is sleeping at this moment in your bed on Earth. When he rises tomorrow, he will still believe what he has been programmed to believe. That his friend, President Ruskov, and a number of leaders from the Third World have betrayed him and are prepared to start an atomic war against America. Convinced he has no other option, he will initiate the war instead. In the resulting Holocaust, what survivors are left, we will exterminate, so that your Earth will be fit for us to occupy.
Well, then what purpose am I being saved for?
When we met, you felt the same urge I did. A long-forgotten urge for me. I am not like most Nitrosians. My mother was alive, the last of the humans on our planet. You are the first living man I have ever known.
What?
I want you.
You want me? You want me for what? As a luck charm? As a house pet? Look, I have got to stop what you say is going to happen.
There is no way.
There has to be. Radar, listen to me. Now, you say that your mother was human, and you are her child. So you must have some feelings. If you have any love for me...
Love?
Well, what made you keep me alive?
I don't know. I wanted to know, to feel, to understand why I felt these things in me I never think. It's what I feel for you, love.
I doubt that. Love doesn't ask or demand. Love gives.
You want me to give you something?
Yes. Give me my freedom to go back and to save my world.
Dog, what are you doing here?
I've been listening to you plan treason against Domain and our ship.
But I ran a screen so no one could listen.
As commander of the ship, I have my own communications. No one can shut them down.
What is it you want?
Him.
Why?
To eliminate him, as you should have done.
Leave him alone.
Give me the Earthman to destroy. Give yourself to me, and I will keep your treachery my secret.
No.
I'm in no mood to argue. I will destroy him now.
Don't. I warn you.
How can you stop me?
Like this.
How can you mold me to be armed with me?
You fool. I am a doctor. If I can create the simulacrum of life, do you think I would not have the power to destroy it?
But we are deathless.
Only the human spirit is that. A robot dies forever with the body.
But you can get another body to...
Never. It's time that all of us went down to destruction.
Good Lord, he's just disintegrating. It's not a body at all. It's just a mass of wires and circuits and transistors. Is that what's sitting in place of me at this very minute?
And programmed to blow up your world as you know it.
I've got to get back and stop it.
You can't stop it. Only I can do that.
Then you have got to.
I don't have to do anything. But this I can do out of free will. You said that loving was giving. I only hope we are in time.
We've got to get back to the White House, Andy.
I know. I have the duty in an hour. Tonight, I have the black box.
The phone?
Yeah, the trigger. Once the code words are spoken into it, that's the end of it all.
Oh, no. No, Andy. He's not planning to use it.
I don't know, honey. This has been a day to remember. Or forget. Ever since he came back from wherever the space mix took him, he's been obsessed by this plot, he said. They proved to him that the other side is set to push the buttons. I want to tell you, the cabinet meeting was a shambles.
He is not my father. But whatever he is not the president.
Yeah, that's why I had to get you away from there to talk to you for a moment. Crazy as it is, somewhere along in this afternoon, watching him, I knew you were right. The guy in the White House is not our president.
Could you convince any of the cabinet members or the VP of that?
Nah, just a lowly lieutenant colonel and the president's special aide. I'm still on the outside looking in.
So what can you do?
Try to keep cool. Nothing's happened yet. And nothing is going to happen.
But you just said that.
Yeah, but I was on the outside looking in. That's true. Except for one thing. Tonight, I have the special duty. Remember?
The black box.
Right. If he tries to use it, Jimmy, I'm going to stop him.
Are we going to announce this arrival?
There is no need. I have the radar new data on. We can penetrate your DMZ and have landed before they can activate a screen.
Still, to avoid the risk of upsetting an already uneasy situation.
Wait. How much more would it upset if you were to announce yourself as President Alexander returning when your whole world believes you are already there?
Yes, I suppose you're right. But what do we do when we land? There will be ground forces.
Helpless against the force field I maintain, and the one I shall throw around you.
And then what happens?
We find your simulacrum, and I destroy him as I did Mark.
And then?
Then all is as it was before we invaded your world. I will return to the mothership, and Earth will be safe.
But you could stay, Zeta. You could stay and...
Nothing. There is nothing for us. And I must return to take command of the Nicholas 7 and drive it forever out of your orbit.
But where will you go?
Where we should have gone long ago, when we ceased to be anything but automatons. To course into the empty void of space, till fuel or air runs out. And we will be no more. In the end, the ship will break up. We will all disintegrate like rock and disappear into atomic dust.
I won't let that happen to you.
There is no way you can stop it, and no time to discuss it further. We are about to land.
Close the door, Colonel.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Only
what?
Ginny wanted to talk to you for a moment.
Well, Ginny will have to wait. I have no time to talk to her now. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Bring the box over to the desk and open it.
Yes, sir. Why did you, want me to open it, sir?
Because I'm going to have to use it.
Use it, Mr. President?
The forces of evil have bound themselves together in an unholy alliance to wipe the America we know from the face of the earth. We have no choice but to take preemptive action. Open the box and give me the phone.
No, sir.
What? If you disobey my orders, I'll have you shot.
Yes, sir, but not much chance of that, since I'm the only one that's armed at the moment.
You think for one moment that outmoded weapon that you're pointing at me could... What's that?
I'll open the window and... It's a spaceship.
What's it doing here? Let me see. The door is opening. Radar! What are you doing here?
Eliminating you. No. That is the end of it. And us, Wink?
No. Don't go.
I must. But I gave you something, Wink. I gave you back your world.
What can I say?
And perhaps me and mine. We're a disease that had to be stamped out. And will be. We will never see or hear of us again. But at least once, Wink, I did. I found out what love is all about. I would rather have lived it, but it is also worth dying for.
The full story, when it was told at last, with the evidence of the disintegrating robot that had been the simulacrum of our president, had sober and far-reaching effects. Out of it came the great accord of July 4th, 2029, when the nations of all the earth reached full agreement to scrap all arms and rebuild a brave new world. At least that would have been the outcome of the story. But remember, we began with supposing if. I'll be back shortly. The nights are lonelier than ever now for President Winston Alexander since his daughter Ginny married full Colonel Andrew Harris. They live in Georgetown, not too far away. But far away are his thoughts. Far away beyond the stars, with a woman named Zeta, who learned about the miracle of love just in time, but still too late. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Evie Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of tomorrow. I caution you, though, that because man is the creature he is, whether he is placed or misplaced in the centuries past, present or future, is no assurance he gets smarter or better. The fact that our story takes place upon some man-inhabited planet is no guarantee of brotherly love or peace. In fact, though his planetary address may have changed, man has not. So, beware.
Victor, how long are we going on like this?
What are you talking about?
You have shut yourself up in that laboratory. You've given up all your other patients.
That's my business, isn't it?
It's no life for me, Victor. We're never together anymore. All I do is bring you pounds and pounds of baby food 3 times a day. We could feed an entire nursery on that amount. I want to know, what have you got in that laboratory?
Our mystery drama, The Permanent Man, adapted from a tale by William Morrow, especially for Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane, stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It is a lunar year 2120 in a small colony of men living on Neptune. As everyone knows, oxygenated life on Neptune is only possible inside a geodesic dome. And indeed, that was preferable to those early days when Dr. Vigo first arrived and all the dome plates were not yet in place, and everyone had to wear spacesuits carrying their own life support systems. Doc Vigo had arrived on a shuttle in 2099, and let me tell you, the Neptunians were glad to see him. In fact, they had built him his own dwelling right near the spaceport, where everybody and anybody with stellar ills could get to see him.
Next.
Are you the security police?
That's what the sign says. Your papers, please. All in order. You're on the 0300 to Venus?
Yes, sir.
Have you had clearance from Dr. Vigo?
Clearance?
Health check. What did you say your name was?
Oh, it's Tech. T-E-C-H.
I don't see a doctor's check off here.
Well, I have the district overchief's signature. Isn't that enough?
Oh, yes, so you have. I didn't turn the page. Your flight leaves at 0300. Here's that manifest. 25 males, 25 females. You know, this is a space probe for the genetic thin air colony.
Probe? Well, the overchief told me the dome was in place. You're ready for colonization.
Well, have a good trip.
Well, excuse me, I just thought of something.
What's your problem, Tech?
This, Dr. Vigo, I've never met him. Does he live far?
Check the sentry outside. He'll direct you.
Who is it?
My name is Tech.
Face the lens. Don't turn away.
I'd like to see Dr. Vigo.
What about? You don't look sick.
Well, it's a little hard to explain being outside and talking into a camera lens in the door.
I can't take any more charity patients this month.
Well, I'm not asking for charity. I have 300 credits in my account.
Well, why didn't you say so? Just a minute. I'm Vigo. Did you say 300 credits?
Yes, sir.
Young man like you? Why, even on Earth, I could only earn 20 credits a year, and I'm a specialist in nuclear medicine.
Well, it's 300 credits. I inherited them.
Well, just don't stand there. Come in. Follow me into the laboratory. My wife's taking a nap in the consulting room, and I don't wish to disturb her. You first. Turn sharp left here. It's tricky, huh? Now, right. Now, hold it. Press that red button to the right of the steel door.
Well, doctor, it's your house. Why don't you press the button?
Because when a patient comes to see me, I stand behind him. I don't know you. You first. Press the button firmly. Go to that chair you see facing the marble desk and sit down. Right.
excuse me while I take a look at this scope.
What is it?
It's an adaptation of the heat-seek installations.
Well, what does it show you?
That you're not armed.
Doctor, don't you trust me?
On Neptune, I don't trust anybody. Well, you're clear. So suppose we find out what's troubling you.
Doctor, I'm 25 years old. I was born on Neptune, and I shall die on Neptune.
No doubt. Unless you'd like to get into the Mars or Venus colonizations. But dying here is more civilized, I'm told.
You're joking with me, but I'm serious. I don't think I have long to live.
What did you say your name was?
Tech.
I'll tell you something, Tech. 75% of my patients also believe death is around the corner. My own wife, same thing. It's due to the rationing of oxygen inside the dome. It's affected many people here. But you've got to fight it. Things will get better. You'll adapt. Already they've clamped down on immigration, so there'll be more oxygen for those of us who live here. I can give you some medication to heighten your awareness and desire to go on from day to day.
But I don't want that, Doctor.
You wish to die.
We're all going to, isn't that so? Someday. So I've decided the most rational thing to do is to give my body to science.
When did you decide that?
Oh, I've had it in my mind for some time. It's not a hasty thought.
It's a noble thought, Take. Well, if you just fill out this form and have it notarized and put through the interstellar bio-recording channels, when I get it back cleared, I'll put it in the files. When your time comes, it's all automatic. Science will get your corpus.
But you don't understand, Doctor. I wish to donate my body to science now.
You wish me to kill you?
Yes.
I have no patience with that nonsense. If you're serious and wish to do away with yourself, go do it by yourself. Put on the suit, head for the airlock, leave the dome, open the suit, and let the atmosphere squash you flat. Now, will you please go?
I didn't mean to make you angry, Doctor.
You've taken up enough of my time and insulted me to boot. If you please, the way out is the way you came in.
Dr. Vigo, don't dismiss me until you've had a chance to hear me out. Now, isn't it more valuable for medical research to have a healthy young specimen for examination and teaching than a decayed, aged corpse?
Tech, you're simply foolish. You think you're in trouble. Life has no meaning. I don't want to know what it is.
Well, Doctor, wouldn't my body, dead or alive, help blaze a trail?
Did you say dead or alive?
Oh, why not? A human guinea pig.
You're insane. You better surrender yourself to the authorities and be sent to an asylum for treatment.
Doctor, I've heard about you. You think I came to you by accident? I could have taken the shuttle to Johns Hopkins or the Lennon Institute and made them the same offer.
No, why didn't you?
If I'm handing over my body for research, I want it to be new research. New trails, as you put it. Not some tired old experiments on DNA or longevity or prenatal determination. I know you've been doing analysis and verification on humans. Well, experiment on me. But why does your conscience bother you now?
That's a good question, Tech. I've never denied there's some research which can only be conducted while the subject remains alive and conscious.
But that's not what I want. You can keep my heart beating or my organs functioning. If I say yes, that's up to you. But I will only hand over what is mine to give. My mind, if you can guarantee I will no longer be able to think or to remember. No thinking. No memory.
What is it you wish to forget?
There's nothing on Neptune I wish to remember. You see, all my life, I wanted to be a priest, to devote myself to God's work, and that's been denied me. I was born at the wrong time, too late. 900 years ago, I might have joined the Crusades. I was born into this world of scientific know-how. No room for the spirit, no room for miracles or devotion to a deity. So I hope that if my brain no longer has to deal with insignificant man, perhaps God will rescue me and take me to a world no rocket can reach. Doctor, I'm willing to take that chance.
Does anyone know you came here?
No, Doctor.
You swear it?
Yes.
But your prolonged absence will cause alarm and lead to a search for you.
I provided against that.
Oh? How?
I signed up for the new genetic thin air colony. You see, they don't check you off when you enter the space cruiser. I've already been cleared.
Oh, there's the cruiser.
Was it 0300?
Yes, it is.
Well, there's your answer. Whoever I know thinks I'm on it.
This is one of the disadvantages of living so close to the spaceport. But my wife and I weren't about to look a gift house in the mouth. So, no one knows you're still here on Neptune, eh? Who is going?
25 females, 25 males. Now there'll be one short.
Where did you say they were headed for?
Well, Venus, where else? I shan't be missed there. Or here.
Tell me, how is your heart? No, don't tell me. You wouldn't know. Lie down on that couch and we'll soon find out. Give me your wrist.
Are you taking my pulse?
Be quiet. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Fine. 85. Quite good.
How did you figure that?
Count for 6 seconds and multiply by 10. Good, strong pulse. Have you ever had any heart irregularities?
Well, none that I know of. But I don't understand the question. I mean, if you're going...
I don't wish to inflict any unnecessary pain. Now, take. Before I begin, think again. Coldly, calmly, dispassionately. You have absolutely no desire to change your mind?
None whatsoever. What's that liquid you're pouring in that glass?
The first liquid you must drink. Dick, you've asked me to rid your mind of its present state. You've told me if it means death, you don't care. But you won't die, I can promise you that. Right, here. Drink it down.
Thank you. What have I swallowed? How long will it take to have an effect?
10 minutes.
You have reached down from your seat with the gods, Doctor, and have lifted me up to glorious peace and rest.
Close your eyes, young man.
If you only knew how I have prayed for this moment.
But I'm not offering you death, you know that.
You are giving me the end of this mechanized horror we call the 21st century.
No, I'm not promising you that either. The facts of life on Neptune won't change, only your awareness.
Yes, to stop knowing, being aware.
Tech, your body now belongs to science.
Doctor, what can you tell? What shall I be used for?
You will be the first human ever to undergo a brain transplant.
Life-taking or life-giving. Hippocrates, the first doctor who wrote the code for medical practice in 400 BC, also wrote, "From the brain, and from the brain only, arise our pleasures, joys, laughter, and jests, as well as our sorrows, pains, griefs, and tears." Tech, the 25-year-old 21st century man, can no longer burden his brain with struggles and unhappiness, and soon shall know them no more. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. We are revealing life in the year 2120 under a crystal plexiglass dome rising 700 feet at its peak. Outside, on this inhospitable planet Neptune, it is cold and nitrogen-laden. Inside the dome city, there is warm and breathable air. A city of buildings, of young people, and of dreams, like those of Tech, the young man in Dr. Vigo's laboratory, relinquishing his tomorrows.
Delicious. I feel it going. Doctor.
Reflexes weakening.
Doctor.
Eyesight going. Can you feel my hand on your arm, Tech? I'm gripping your arm tightly.
Feel?
Numb. Extremities are numb.
Doctor.
Past hearing. Can you hear me snapping my fingers at your ear? Tech, can you? Hearing's gone.
Dripping.
Go away.
Victor, I must have fallen asleep in the consulting room. Are you in there?
Well, of course I'm in here. I'm busy.
Victor, please come out. I'm worried.
What is it, Vivian?
Victor, don't make me stand out here in the hall. Let me come in and sit down. I'm so tired.
Now, you know no one is admitted into my laboratory.
Why am I always so tired?
Because you haven't adapted. Because you don't do the prescribed exercises. You don't do one thing to help strengthen your lungs.
Don't be angry, Victor, please.
Fine example you set, the wife of the doctor. I keep making excuses for you all the time. Now go away and let me get back to work.
Victor, I had this terrible dream. I woke up with this ominous dread. Did someone come in?
Someone? In here? In the house?
Could it have been my dream? But I heard...
What did you hear?
I thought I heard someone in the house just now. I don't know. I was sure I heard footsteps. Walking up the stairs. 2 people. Yourself and someone else.
Vivian, I'm shutting this door. I do not wish to be disturbed. If the security people call and they need me, tell them not today. I can't see anyone today. I don't care how many space travelers need health clearances. Understand?
Oh, yes, dear.
You'd better go to bed. You're dead on your feet.
You're waiting to see me, Mrs. Vigo?
Yes, sir. Are you the security police for this district?
Yes. What's on your mind?
May I talk to you privately? This is a little difficult for me, and I...
All right, Mrs. Vigo. This way to my office. Please do seat yourself. Does Dr. Vigo know you're here?
That's just the point, sir. He doesn't.
Oh?
Can I ask you, sir, what I'm going to tell you, that you'll keep it confidential?
You have my word.
If the doctor ever found out that I've come here to the security police, I mean, his own wife...
You have my word, Mrs. Vigo. But why? I don't understand.
I suppose I ought to know better, to trust what he does completely, but what's been going on in our house for weeks now, in his laboratory, it's so horrible. I'm afraid to live under the same roof any longer.
Vivian, where's our dinner? I mean, my dinner.
I'm coming. Steps get harder every day.
Just hand me the tray as you always do.
Here. Oh, so much food I could barely carry it. but nothing spilled.
Thank you. Breakfast at the usual time. Good night.
Victor?
Yes? Now what is it?
Victor, how long are we going to go on like this?
What are you talking about?
You have shut yourself up in there for 2 months now. You've given up all your other patients. You don't give health clearances anymore.
That's my business, isn't it?
Victor, it's no life. It's certainly no life for me. You've moved into the laboratory. We're never together. I've never seen so much food as I bring up here every day. Baby food. Nothing but baby food and sandwiches for you. We could feed a whole nursery of babies on what I carry up here.
Are you quite finished with your complaints? Don't you think my animals eat? That's what experimental surgery is all about. You've got to keep them fed and healthy.
But I never hear them bark anymore. Victor, there's something going on in there. And I wish you'd level with me.
There's nothing going on in my laboratory, so go away. And the next time I ring the bell, I'll expect all the food that's ordered. Good night. Here we are, my dear Tech. Spinach and carrots, and now let's see what's in this dish. Oh, you'll like this. Oh, nice hot sweet potatoes, all mashed up so they'll go down easily. Oh, my dear Tech, I know it's annoying for you to be tied down so, but it's for both our sakes. I'll have to tie down your arms if you carry on like that. Now put them down at your sides. There's a good boy. Now, we'll just open up this nutrition hatch in your neck. And there goes your food. Good, isn't it? The beginning of the 4th month, and I'm very pleased with Tech. Where I failed with removing the cerebrum from the dogs, I have succeeded with the human. The dogs became idiotic, but retained their physical senses to some degree. But with Tech, an opportunity of a lifetime, and I have succeeded.
An opportunity of a lifetime, and I have succeeded. Miss Vigo, you say these are your husband's actual notes?
Yes, they are, sir. He had to go out in a hurry this morning, and he didn't lock the door to his office. If it weren't that I was so frightened, I wouldn't have brought them here.
Well, where did the doctor have to go this morning?
There was a call coming in from Calypso 6. He said he wouldn't be back for a few hours. Please, can you read it and tell me what it means?
Well, I'll try. In the cerebrum, the intellect and the affections. In the cerebellum, the senses and the motor forces. In the medulla oblongata, control of the diaphragm. Oh, Mrs. Vigo, this is all very technical medical stuff. It certainly doesn't appear to me that anything strange is going on. May I suggest you go home, put your husband's notes back where you found them, and forget all about this.
He's had a big steel door put in outside the laboratory. The windows where the dogs were kept are all boarded up, and I don't hear them bark anymore. Something he doesn't want me to know about is going on.
Oh, I don't doubt it, Mrs. Vigo. Washington wouldn't be calling him on Calypso 6 if his work was to be general knowledge. But, excuse me. Yes, hello, District Chief George speaking.
District Chief, this is Dr. Vigo.
Yes, just a moment. It's your husband, Mrs. Vigo.
How did he know I was here? What can I do?
No, calm yourself. He doesn't know you're here. He won't see on the picture phone. I won't switch on the resistant lens. Now, sit quietly. Yes, Dr. Vigo.
Are we alone?
Well, if you mean just you and I talking, why, yes.
Has there been any report into your district office in the past hour about my wife?
Your wife, Dr. Vigo? Why should there be?
I'm at the Earth Consul's. I've been here all morning. We're waiting for a call through on Calypso 6. I've activated the receivers at my house, but there's no answer.
Was that so unusual, Doctor? Couldn't your wife have just gone out?
That's just the point. She never goes out.
Well, no, we haven't had any report on her.
Well, the reason I was so concerned about my wife is that, I fear she is losing her reason. She imagines things. And I wouldn't want her wandering about the colony, you understand? She might do herself some damage.
In an age of space and space travel, of planets connected by jet shuttles and interplanetary ferries, there comes a point where mechanisms are shut down and man prevails. Life, as we are picturing it, may one day exist in the remote regions of distant galaxies, yet the human element will always remain. Man is man, with the same wisdom and the same failings, telling the same truths and the same lies. I shall return shortly with Act 3. What a strange society it is, this colony on the planet Neptune, bounded by plexiglass, half a globe encasing 10 round miles. Picture it, the tallest structure on an airstrip outside the sphere, a tail-standing spaceship, 300 feet high, dwarfing humans around it. And there are always humans, always a finger to activate a solenoid, a voice to activate a switch, an eye to read a scope, if they remain sane enough.
I heard what my husband said, but I don't think you believe him either. He said he doubted my sanity.
Well, now, he didn't put it quite that way.
Don't you see why he said it? Just in case I might be telling people what I know about his work as I'm telling you.
Now, these papers you took this morning from your husband's laboratory, is he going to miss them?
I hope not.
And you're quite convinced Dr. Vigo is no longer confining himself to experiment with animals, that somehow he has, let's call it a human guinea pig?
I don't know if it's human. It eats and eats. It makes terrifying noises.
But he won't let you see what he's doing.
Oh, no. My husband gets very angry when I bring up the food trays if I stand in the door too long.
Mm-hmm. And he just said, well, you heard him, that you are imagining things, Mrs. Vigo.
Vivian, where are you? Vivian, I'm back. Oh, look at the time. 6 o'clock. Where is she? I better hustle up some food for Take or I'm in deep trouble. What's in this pot on the stove? Looks like some sort of cereal. Oatmeal, maybe. Well, Take, it's oatmeal for your supper, old boy. Don't blame me. Which burner is it? She's back. Stupid, forgot her key. Coming!
Dr. Vigo?
Who are you?
Oh, we spoke a few hours ago, District Chief George.
Oh, yes, come on in. I thought you were my wife.
Well, it's about your wife I've come to see you, Doctor. You know, part of my job is to smooth troubled waters, especially if they concern our important colonists.
You found her?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we're holding her right now.
Yeah, but I need her here. I'd better get her. No, I can't leave right now. Would you please bring her along?
Doctor, we're inclined to agree with you. Your wife does talk a little irrationally.
Yes, I know that. I told you that. But right now, I need her here.
Well, I was going to recommend... does Mrs. Vigo have any relatives on Earth?
You mean still alive? I don't know. I think so.
Well, I was going to recommend... Dr. Vigo, Do you smell something burning?
Great galaxies, it's the oatmeal.
Jack, I want you to know that I'm very pleased with your progress. You're becoming stronger every day without the encumbrance of a mind. It's the mind that defeats man. Oh, you agree. I admit I haven't done a perfect job on you. The nutrition hatch is imperfect. I know you're getting air into your stomach, and that causes discomfort. I'm going to replace it with some kind of valve. But the silver vent pipe to your lungs works fine. And you're getting to make intelligible words by breathing air through it. Now just try to speak more clearly. More clearly. Understand, Tech? Excellent. I knew you'd master speaking. Purely a matter of sound vibrations and resonance. That metal plate on your chest is your ears. A diaphragm which vibrates to all sounds, voices included. You're still hungry? I've given you plenty to eat. No more until morning.
Hey, what are you doing? Ted, let go of me. Put your arms down, you big ox. Let go of me. You're squeezing the breath out of me. Stop.
Victor? Victor, where are you? The lights all switched off in the front hall. Oh, that's better. Why is the house so dark? Victor? Are you upstairs? It's probably in the laboratory with all the doors closed. Victor! I'm coming up. Victor? Is that you on the landing? Victor, what is it? Why are you lying there? What happened to you? Oh, my poor darling. How do you feel now?
I'm all right. I must have fainted or something.
You're overworking, that's why.
Vivian, will you promise me something?
Anything. Oh, Victor. Do you realize this is the first conversation you and I have had together in months? It wasn't about bringing food to the laboratory.
And you won't tell a soul until I'm ready?
I promise.
What time is it?
Midnight.
I think he's asleep by now. I'm going to show you something, Vivian.
What is it? It's so dark in here, I can't see anything.
No, I don't want to turn on the lights. He's very susceptible to radiation changes, and even the low level of amperage into a lamp would disturb him.
Him?
Try and adjust your eyes to the dark.
What is it? Is it alive?
Very much so.
I see it. No, it isn't. A giant. He's sitting in a huge chair, covered in a blanket.
The chair specially made. It's iron and bolted to the floor.
Does he... I don't see... Is his head bent over?
He has no head, and not the kind that you would recognize.
But why, Victor? Why?
It is the human mind that controls the body. The aging process, the survival process. I have done away with those limitations. I've done a transplant.
But what have you put where the head is?
Vivian, come closer. Now, can you see what I've done?
Oh, the poor creature. But why? Why? What's the good of it?
Tech is twice the size of an ordinary man. You are looking at a boon to mankind.
But that thing up there where his neck was.
Hair, ears, cheeks, nose, mouth, they're all useless appendages. They stop up, they sag, they interfere. Hearing and sight are not necessary. Tech can tell everything, respond, and obey by reacting to vibrations. He can be ordered. He will fulfill. Now, he won't hurt you, Vivian. In fact, I think he likes you.
He's so enormous and so frightening.
He won't wake now. He keeps eating and growing, and he needs his sleep. I'm going to light this kerosene lamp. Electrical current wakes him, but fire does not. Now, I'm holding it high. Hear that? Can you hear him?
What is he doing?
Breathing through a tube. Now you can see his head plainly.
No, a round metal ball on top of his shoulders. And that's all.
My research and discovery. The silver tube on his right is what he's breathing through. And here on the left, the nutrition hatch leading to his stomach.
Those gigantic arms and fingers. Was he a real person once?
He was Tech. A young man who came to see me 6 months ago, unable to bear his thoughts, unable to live in a scientific world.
Victor, let me go now. I can't bear to look at him anymore. What use is such a monster?
Didn't I tell you, Vivian? Tech, my own Tech. If he is housed and fed, he could live forever. 6 months. Tech has an insatiable hunger. He can no longer stand erect in the laboratory, but must hunch over. 11 feet high, 5 feet across. A living machine. I don't know how to stop the growing process. If I cut down on his food, he rampages around and is almost uncontrollable. Tomorrow, I shall put in a code call to Washington on Calypso 6 to tell them that I have created the permanent man.
Victor?
Yes, it's me. I'm just leaving for the Earth Council.
Victor, I don't want to stay in the house alone with it. Let me come with you.
You can't. If something should happen, someone has to give the alarm. But besides, you have nothing to fear from Tech. Tech reacts through vibrations. All these months, as he's been growing, it's you who have brought him his trays of food. He cares for you.
Oh, don't say it.
I swear to you, he would never, never hurt you.
All right. Before you go out, Victor, take me up to the laboratory. I want to see for myself.
Good morning, Tech. I brought you Vivian.
Good morning.
His talking is getting so much better. How are you this morning, Tech?
Nice Vivian. Lady. Good.
Go on over to him.
Hello, Tech. Good Tech. He's putting his arms around me. It's like being folded into a rug.
Yeah, I told you he wouldn't hurt you.
He is very gentle, sort of cuddling me. Why is he pointing to his head sphere?
trying to tell us something. Yes, Vivian has a head and you have a head. Now put your hands down.
Goodbye, Ted. I'll visit you again.
You head piece by head good. You too.
I think he wants me to have a head like his. That's what he's trying to tell us.
Yes. Why, yes. That never occurred to me. He's very fond of you, dear.
Victor, why are you locking the door?
Sit down, my dear, and let's talk.
Horizons Unlimited began over 20 years ago in October 1957 when the Russian Sputnik orbited the Earth. Since then, landing on the moon and probes into infinite space, life on Neptune is no more improbable than the predicted landings on Mars and Venus, but always by man, bringing with him ambition and failure. I shall return in a moment. The line separating fantasy from fact becomes thinner and shorter with every passing year. Man is constantly chinning himself on his own dreams, trying to outdo himself, avoiding death, seeking permanence. What he will do in the worlds beyond is beyond imagining. In the meantime, we of Mystery Theater will try to guess. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Terry Keane, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Somewhere in desolate, windswept space, in Twilight Land, in no man's land, two hurrying shades met face to face and bade each other stand. Space, Twilight Land, no man's land. You'll find it between the stars, in the frozen polar wastes, and inside the soul of every man.
You have to help us, Pappy.
You forget. I'm not Pappy. I'm not George Papadopoulos any longer. I've become something else.
You're still an officer in the United States Air Force. You took an oath to defend your country.
But I don't have a country anymore.
Your country is still the United States.
Why are you so excited? In just a little while, the United States will no longer exist.
Our mystery drama, Arctic Encounter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. silent polar wastes. Or are they wastes? These vast, illimitable prairies of snow and ice, it is said that beneath them lie the greatest riches of the earth, the oils, the metals, all the sinew and substance of modern civilization. And perhaps here are even hidden the ancient secrets of the planet itself. At any rate, the stillness is broken every day by the noise of the airplanes as they fly back and forth, looking, listening, charting, recording. The airplanes which show the white stars of our Air Force and the red stars of theirs.
Bunny Hutch, calling White Rabbit.
This is White Rabbit, Bunny Hutch.
Location check.
Coordinates 34 and 16.
Activity?
Negative.
Roger.
Hey, Dawson, what's for chow at the base?
Oh, Betty, you shouldn't ask.
Yeah, what's the movie they're showing?
Betty, you shouldn't know.
It's gonna be one of those nights, huh?
Roger. And out.
Well, Pappy, another action-filled evening awaits us at the base.
You wanted action, you should have joined the Marines.
Bite your tongue. Besides, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
Yeah, so I've heard.
It is true that on this assignment I do not get to practice my avocation as frequently as I would prefer. However,
we must all make sacrifices for our country.
What are we doing up here inside this frosted-over refrigerator, Pappy?
Ours not the reason why, Chappie.
Here we are, Pappy and Chappie, the Happiness Boys.
You remember the Happiness Boys?
I never even heard of
them. They were a team, 40, 50 years ago on radio.
Team? You have to be kidding. I just made that up.
No, it's true. I read all about them. Billy Jones and Ernie Hare. Snappy songs and patter. And there was Uncle Don.
Happy you never cease to amaze me.
This is Uncle Don, your Uncle Don. Hello, little friends, hello.
Where do you get all of this?
Research.
You are a very deep person.
What else is there to do up here but read? You got to try it, Chappie.
Well, I did try it. I actually read a book once. I wouldn't want to go through it again.
What time do you have?
1,300 on the head.
That's what I thought. Well, I wonder where they are. What could have happened to Ivan?
Yeah, now that you mention it, what indeed?
You don't see him, do you?
Nope. At exactly 1,300, he's supposed to be visible at 11 o'clock.
No sign of him. Do we report it?
Why should we?
Tell me honestly, if we were to spot him right now, would we report it?
Well, you know we would.
Okay, tell me why.
Well, you know why.
Tell me.
Because if we do spot Ivan, that's a happening.
And if we don't spot him?
That's a non-happening.
Well, I'll tell you who would disagree with that.
Who?
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Well, now, don't bring your English friends into this thing.
He once wrote a story in which every night this dog would bark. Now, you follow this?
It's not all that hard.
However, on this particular night, the dog did not bark.
He didn't?
He did not. Which is just as significant as what may be happening out here.
In what way?
Each day for the last 30 days on patrol, we fly by Ivan. Today, we don't. Why not?
Okay, why not?
I don't know. Could it be significant?
Let's throw it at Dawson. Maybe we can ruin his day. White Rabbit, calling the hutch.
This is Bunny Hutch. Come on in, White Rabbit.
I have an unusual occurrence to report.
Proceed, White Rabbit.
The dog did not bark.
Yes?
That's it.
What's it?
That Spaskov two-motor observation plane we fly by over coordinates 3416 to 1300. Well, it's first time in 30 days that we haven't seen him. I thought you'd like to know.
I'm going to put you in for the Legion of Merit.
Thank you. Now, can you tell us a movie for tonight?
Sherlock Holmes in the Heart of the Baskervilles. This is Hutch over and out.
You know, Dawson, he must think we're crazy.
Look, in this outfit, if you're not crazy, you go crazy. Well, what do you suppose did happen to Ivan today?
Well, it could have changed the patrol route.
I don't think so. Not till we do. The idea is to keep an eye on us.
Yeah, just like we're keeping an eye on them.
Naturally.
Maybe Ivan goofed and got themselves sent to Siberia.
From here, that would be a promotion.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about Ivan. One of them might be an Olga.
What's this?
If you listen real close to their messages, One of them sounds like a dame.
Dame with a deep voice.
Oh, they all got deep voices, those Algans. I mean, they're built. Did you ever see pictures of them sweeping the snow off of the streets? Those are large ladies.
On the other hand, some of them are frail and wispy, floating little ballerinas.
Yeah, I like mine somewhere in between.
Do you think one of the Ivans is an Algan?
You could win money on it.
Why you say that?
Instinct. Just let there be a dame within 1,000 miles.
Well, if she is, she's probably the only one.
I wonder how I could meet her.
Chappie, with all the dames that we have in the United States of America...
Now, Pappy, you're taking an isolationist, a chauvinistic point of view.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to offend you.
Why are we here? To maintain peace.
Any fool knows that.
What better way to promote peace than for people to come together and really get to know each other? Now, you take this Olga. I bet she's just as anxious for a few laughs as we are. Yeah, I can see her now. Dark hair, black eyes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was always my type. Oh, Olga, we're such fools, you and I. Why are we being kept apart?
Don't tell me you're in love with her already.
How long do you think it takes, Pappy?
Chappie, take a look. Far distance.
What?
2 o'clock on the ground.
Yeah?
What do you think it is?
What do I think? What? Oh.
Check it through the glasses. That's not my imagination, is it?
No, that's something, all right.
Let's have a good look.
A good look? Looks like a plane.
Not in one piece, either.
It's Ivan, all smashed up.
It's a Spaskov 2 motor.
It must have come down hard, too. Do you think anyone's alive there?
No, there's something funny going on. We should have heard a distress signal.
Maybe he didn't have a chance.
If he's down, it's a cinch he's missed out on a checkpoint. His base should be trying to reach him.
I don't hear a thing.
Call the hutch. Tell him what we got.
I sure hope Olga's okay. White Rabbit, calling the bunny hutch. Come in, bunny hutch. Bunny hutch?
What's the matter?
I can't raise the bass. Come in, bunny hutch. This is White Rabbit.
Hey, the lights are.
What the?
The radio's dead.
What?
Chappie, we're losing power.
What's going on?
Everything's out.
We're going down.
Chappie, ease back on her.
Back? What's happening, Pappy? What's going on? Pappy, yeah. You okay?
I don't know. I feel kind of numb. How's the plane?
I think we're in one piece.
Well, that's something. I suppose there's any point asking about the radio.
You can ask.
Well?
Everything's out. And I can't get anything started.
How could we lose all our power?
I don't know. It's as if...
As if what?
As if somehow, suddenly, it all just drained out. I know that sounds crazy.
What can we do?
I don't know.
I don't either. Just asking to pass the time.
Pappy, is anything broken?
I don't think so. I just feel nothing.
Can you move?
Yeah, maybe if you help me. The question is, where would we go?
Well, we just have to sit tight.
Yeah, provided that we don't...
We're not going to freeze.
Without power, we can't make any heat in here.
Now, look, we got these lanterns in the emergency locker. That's what they're for, to give heat. There's plenty of blankets and some food.
How far do you figure we're from base?
250 miles. We can hold on.
Yeah.
In about an hour, they'll be out looking for us.
Wonder how Ivan's doing.
I'm going to go look. Now, let's get those heat lanterns going first.
Chappie, how do you account for the fact we both came down in exactly the same spot?
I don't know.
Is there a reason?
I don't know.
There is such a thing as coincidence, but suppose it isn't a coincidence. Then what?
Well, then, it's one for the deep thinkers, which lets me out. All right, I think I got the lamps burning. Things will be nice and warm when I come back in.
Nice and warm. Be lucky if we can hold the temperature above freezing.
Well, that's cozy for this neighborhood. Hold the fort.
Now, listen, don't stay out there too long. Just a quick look and back. It's 70 below out there.
You know what they say. It's a nice, dry cold.
Be careful.
Why? What could happen? Boy, Hey. Oh, it's Olga. Olga, hold on. I'll get you loose from there. Come on. Now, Olga, listen, do you speak, what's the word? Panamaya English, Olga?
English? Yes.
Yeah, are you okay, Olga?
Yes.
Good.
Oh, Dmitri.
Who?
Dmitri, the navigator, Dmitri Denisova. Where is Dmitri?
I don't know. I don't see anyone else.
But
maybe he went for help.
How? Where?
Well, I don't know. But he isn't here.
He was hurt. I heard him. He could not have gone.
But he is gone. I mean, the way you must have come down and the shape the ship is in, you're lucky to be alive. Can you move?
Yes. Okay.
Now listen. By any chance, would your radio be working?
Radio? No. All here is dead. All power is, how do you say in English, kaput.
Yeah. Well, that's just great.
Great?
I was hoping we could use your radio to call for help.
Help?
Yeah, we need help.
But I do not understand. Are you not the help?
Oh, no. You see, we're in the same fix that you are. We lost all our power, too.
Oh, you lost the power?
Yeah, everything. It just died on us. I guess the same thing must have happened to you.
You lost the power?
That's what I'm telling you.
Then it is true.
What's true?
The rumor.
What kind of rumor?
There is something out here.
Yeah? Well, what about it?
Something that will destroy us all.
Well, we've been looking at the world in terms of absolutes. We and they. We and they dominate the core of every dispute. We and they are the two superpowers. Each of us can unleash the forces that can completely destroy the world. Now, is there a third party that has dealt himself, or which has dealt itself, a hand in the game? We'll play Showdown in Act 2. The cold, frozen, forbidding north. The wasteland of snow and ice. And yet, man has ever been drawn there. But unlike the forests that can be cleared and the deserts that can be watered, the North will always resist and reject us. Nothing of ours can take root or hold fast. The North, indifferent, implacable, ready to make of each visitor a victim.
It is said something is here that can destroy us all.
Sure, but that's old stuff. Cold, exposure, starvation.
No. Something.
All right, what? What is it?
I do not know. It is a rumor.
Who started it?
Who starts rumors? Do you not have rumors in your Air Force?
Oh, sure, lots of them.
Can you tell? Do you know who starts those rumors?
Sure. I do.
You?
Sure. I have to do something for a laugh.
Yes, but this is not a rumor to have fun.
No. So what kind of rumor is it?
Something is here that will kill all life.
What?
They say something from out there.
Out where?
The stars.
Space?
Space, yes, space.
Well, why not?
Oh, you believe?
I'm ready to believe anything.
They say it landed here, or fell here.
It could very well be.
Oh, you will not say to anyone I said it to you.
Mom's the word.
I have told a secret.
It's safe with me.
Nichevo.
What does that mean?
It means it does not matter. Nothing will now matter.
Oh, come on. I admit things appear to be somewhat bleak. However, let us look at the bright side.
We shall not leave here alive.
Don't say that.
It is true.
Now, don't say that. I mean, my outfit, your outfit, they know pretty much where we are.
No, nothing can save us.
Look, the cold is starting to bite through. We'd better get over to my ship.
But you have no power.
We've got lanterns, we've got blankets, we've got food.
And soon it will be gone.
Hopefully, by that time...
A few more hours of life. Yes, we shall cling to a few more hours of life.
You better help me swing the door shut. What? The lamps. The lamps are out.
The fuel. It must be gone.
No, it's only been a couple of minutes, and there was plenty. Wait a minute. Pappy? Pappy?
Pappy?
George Papadopoulos, my pilot. He's gone.
Gone?
Pappy! Pappy, where are you?
He went perhaps to look for you.
He knew where I was going.
Oh.
Besides, he was hurt. He couldn't move.
Like Dimitri.
Do you have a weapon?
A revolver.
I've got a 45.
What good?
I don't know. Let's see if we can get the lanterns going before it gets too cold in here.
No, they cannot. They cannot burn.
Why not?
You see, they are not burning now.
Well, they could have gone out by some fluke or accident.
They will not light again.
We can try. So first you have to pump this gadget here. Hey, there isn't any fuel. But the tanks were full.
Yes. It is the something that is out here.
We're on that again, huh?
It must be something that eats fuel and energy.
Olga, we have to raise the base. Your place or mine. That's a laugh.
What is?
Well, what I just said, your place or mine.
Why is that a joke?
Well, it's funny because of the circumstances.
Yes?
It's all right. Maybe one day I can explain it.
No, explain now. This is the only day. An hour, 2 hours. We will freeze.
Olga, somehow we are going to get that radio started.
No.
We'll figure a way.
We must not.
We must not?
We must not try to fix the radio.
But why?
Because if so, we will call for help.
Well, sure. That's the idea of the thing.
We must not call for help.
What, you mean we should freeze to death? Starve?
Why have you fallen from sky?
Because we saw your ship on the ground.
Yes. And when you came near, what happened?
We crashed.
Yes. The something that destroys our plane destroys also yours. Now will come other airplanes to find us both. And when they see us and come close, then the something makes them crash also.
Yeah. Well, we wouldn't be able to fix the radio anyhow. What is this something?
Oh, who can say?
And we might have had a beautiful friendship.
No.
No? Why no?
You are not a serious person.
And I take it you are?
Oh, yes. Very serious. You are, what word do I want? Frivolous.
That's right. That's absolutely true.
You admit, then?
Yeah, that's why we'd be so good for each other.
We have 1 hour, 2, maybe 3 hours to live. Should we talk this way?
Why not?
So personal?
Well, what else should we be talking about?
We should have discussion on, you would call it dialectical materialism.
All right. Dialectical. Why you begin?
Nichevo.
Yeah, my sentiments exactly. Olga, listen.
I have to say something. My name is not Olga.
It isn't?
No. I am called Praskovia.
Ah.
Praskovia Alexandrovna Sorokin.
Do you want me to call you whatever that is?
No, it's better Olga.
My name is Stuart Maitland Chapman III, but you can call me Chappie.
Chappie?
It's close enough.
I am honored to make your acquaintance.
I can see your eyes are blue. But underneath your helmet, what color is your hair?
Blonde.
Yeah. When I think of what might have been.
What might have been?
Had we met under different circumstances.
But under different circumstances, how could we have met?
Yeah, I guess that's part of the problem. We had to have a disaster. Well, what are we going to do about it?
Do?
We can sit here, maybe hold hands and wait till we freeze to death. Or...
Yes? Or?
Or we can fight it.
Fight what? Who?
Whoever and or whatever is doing this to us.
How?
I was afraid you'd ask me that. Look. What made both our ships come down? What robbed us of all of our fuel, of our energy?
Something. A something?
All right, okay. Let's try to find that something and destroy it or shut it off.
But where is it?
And where is your man Dimitri and Pappy? I mean, what could have happened to them?
I'm cold.
Yeah, we're starting to feel it. And it won't get better. Look, while we can still move, while we can still care, do you want to try to go out there and find it? Fight it or whatever?
Yes. How quiet. How still. There is not even a wind.
Nope, just cold. And the cold is enough.
Oh, the silence. It frightens you?
Honey, everything out here scares the daylights out of me.
No, Choppy. You are brave.
Yeah, crazy describes it better.
Oh, Choppy.
What is it?
My hand.
Your hand?
The wrist.
What's wrong?
I'm feeling pins.
What?
Pins, many pins, 100 pins, 1,000, sticking at my wrist.
No, don't take your glove off.
My wrist.
If you expose any part of your skin.
But the pins.
Do you have a wristwatch?
Yes.
Now move back here, quickly. Is it better?
Yes.
Now move back further. Okay, how does it feel?
The pins, they are no longer. It is gone.
Okay, now we know for sure. It's something. It goes for metal, for fuel, for energy, for I guess anything. Everything.
Choppy. Blue thing.
What?
In front of you, 20 meters. A thing. It is like a...
It's like a box.
Yes.
But it isn't blue. It's turning red.
Choppy, I feel warm.
Yeah, so do I.
It means we begin to freeze.
No, it isn't that kind of warm. It's not like you feel pleasant and drowsy.
It is hot.
Why should we feel hot? Does it have anything to do with that thing?
It becomes more and more red, as if it burns.
That thing? It's causing everything that's happening. Must be a piece of machinery of some kind. What do you think?
Yes.
Well, maybe there's a switch. Maybe there's a way to shut it off.
No, you cannot go near.
I'll have to.
No, Choppy, return.
Oh.
Choppy.
The needle. I feel needles sticking.
Return, Choppy, return.
Oh.
It is what I felt, no?
Yeah.
Oh, it has gone. The pain.
Well, I guess you can only get so close and then... Wait a minute. Maybe we can destroy it.
How?
We'll have to do it from here. You've got a revolver. I have a .45. Let's shoot at it.
But what if...
Yeah. What if what?
I do not know.
Honey, what have we got to lose? Are you a good shot?
I am expert.
Here goes.
Chappie.
What the...
Don't shoot, Chappie. Don't shoot.
What? It's Pappy.
Don't shoot.
Hold your fire, Olga. Hold your fire. Pappy? Is that you?
It sounds like Pappy. Whatever did happen to him anyhow. But as our friends look in every direction, there is absolutely no sign of Lieutenant George Papadopoulos or of Captain Dmitri Andreev either. There is only the endless frozen waste, the shattered remains of the two military observation planes, and a box which first appeared to be blue, but now is glowing a fiery red. This is the picture. Hold it in mind for the next few minutes, and then we shall return with Act 3. As I was going up the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd stay away. Well, Lieutenant George Pappy Papadopoulos, United States Air Force, is definitely not there. And while Lieutenant Stuart Maitland Chapman doesn't exactly see him, he hears him, which can be classified as the same basic type of problem. All right?
Don't shoot, Olga. Don't shoot. Is that you, Pappy?
Yes. Yes, it is me.
Where are you?
That's a good question.
Well, do you have a good answer?
I have an answer. I don't know how good it is. On the other hand, good or bad, I'm not sure those are distinctions that matter too much anymore.
Pappy, don't try to kid the troops. This is me you're talking to.
I'm aware of that.
What's the drill?
I'm a part of it.
You're part of what?
It's hard to explain.
Yeah, but it's not impossible. Where are you?
Obviously, I'm here.
I was right, Pappy. One of the Ivans was an Olga.
Yes. And the other one is called Dmitri.
Olga, where's his voice coming from?
It cannot be.
From where, Olga?
Her name isn't Olga. It's Praskovia.
Right now, that's not the problem. From where, Olga?
It comes from the box.
That's what I thought. Are you in there, Pappy?
Yes.
It cannot be. It is impossible.
His voice. It must be a tape.
Dmitri told me all about her.
Pappy, what is this?
I'm trying to explain it. This is a thing.
What kind of thing?
Like, you could call it a world.
What do you mean? A world?
A world. Like the one you live on.
You said a world like the one we live on?
Right.
Does that mean it's another one?
Yes. You could say that.
Oh, Pappy, for crying out loud.
Choppy, you must be calm.
You realize he's my best friend and I can't understand a thing he's talking about.
Why is so difficult? A world. Another world. So?
Where is it, Pappy? Where is it and where are you?
The box.
The box?
What do you think this box is?
Well, it looks like...
It looks like computer from Sputnik.
That's right.
A Sputnik?
A satellite.
Ours or theirs?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It was dead.
It was dead?
Yes. It just floated in space until...
Well?
Until this wandering world...
What wandering world?
Well, it's a kind of...
A kind of what?
I'm looking for a word to describe it.
I must be crazy. I'm hearing things.
Intelligence. That's the word.
A world of intelligence?
Yes.
Well, what kind of a world is that?
Just thoughts, ideas.
What kind of thoughts and ideas?
Everything. All kinds of images and fancies.
And what else?
Nothing else.
Nothing else? I mean, that's enough to make up a whole world?
Yes.
She understands.
Our world is ideas. But to support ideas, we need, how do you say, physical bodies.
This is another world. Another civilization.
I still don't understand it.
This is a world of pure intelligence. It doesn't need bodies. It's evolved far beyond that point.
But you haven't told me where it is.
Yes, I did. It's in that box.
The whole world? In that small box?
How much space do you need for an idea?
How did it get here?
The satellite was in space. It attracted this floating world.
Yeah? Why?
Because...
Why?
I think this is something he doesn't want to tell us.
I will tell you. Because it doesn't make any difference now. The world, this world, it needs nourishment. And...
I think I know where you're headed, Pappy.
And it takes its energy wherever it can find it. It floats or wanders or prowls through space and feeds on anything it can turn into mental energy.
How did it get here?
The satellite died and it fell and landed. The world, my world.
Your world?
Yes, Chappie, I'm part of it now.
But you're an American.
No, I'm part of a different world.
Well, what are you doing?
Well, what are you doing? You're living. The same thing with us. We live. That is, we try to maintain life just as you do.
Don't say we and you like that.
But it is we and you now. We seek sustenance, nourishment, just as you do.
Oh, come on, Pappy. It's all a joke. It's a big gag.
No, it isn't.
There's a punchline. There has to be a punchline somewhere.
We feed on energy. All energy. Animal, vegetable, mineral, just as you do.
Can you understand him, Olga?
Yes, I believe I understand.
And what we consume, what we are nourished by, becomes a part of us. Adding to us another intelligence. The difference between us is that what nourishes you becomes a part of your body. What nourishes us becomes a part of our intelligence.
Are you telling me this thing, this intelligence, this world killed you?
No. It saved me.
Saved you?
I was dying. So was Dimitri. So when it came, I couldn't resist. The way you can, still.
What do you mean, still?
You see, the intelligence that I'm part of is nourished now. All the energy from the two planes, from Dimitri, from me. It is filled with fire, creative fire. Even you can feel the glow. But soon we will need more. And from hot red we shall recede into cold blue. And then?
Yes, then?
Then you will become weak. From hunger. From cold. And you will not have the strength. You will also become part of this world.
No.
It isn't bad. Not at all.
We have to fight you, Pappy.
How? How can you fight me?
Olga, we have to get out of here. Do you understand?
Yes.
In a few hours, my base, yours, will send out search planes. Those planes, if they fly by here, they'll be brought down by this thing.
We must not be here.
They must spot us away from the range of this thing.
How far can you go, Chappie? How far in this cold? A mile?
He's right, but we have to do something.
Yes, but what?
It doesn't matter. Soon you'll be one of us.
Us.
Be grateful. We will save your life.
Oh, sure.
Instead of dying of the cold, you'll be rescued by our world. You'll be part of the intelligence. I would have died. Dimitri would have died.
No.
There's nothing you can do about it in any event, Chappie. You see how the red is fading? Soon we will need more energy. You will become colder and weaker.
And the others?
What others?
You know what others. Your old buddies, the guys in your outfit.
I no longer have an outfit. Why can't you understand
They'll
that?
fly by. They'll see the wrecks. They'll come in closer. They'll be trapped and destroyed just as we were.
Not destroyed. Just changed. Changed.
Olga, can you think of something? What can we do?
Chappie, do you realize this is the first time in your life you ever asked a woman for advice?
Well, maybe she's the first one I ever met who I felt like asking.
Why do you think you can ask me?
Well, because... Oh, come on.
Tell me.
Well, it's because... Well...
I understand. It is difficult for you to say it.
Maybe.
It's difficult for me also.
What's going to happen to us?
Nothing. You'll both blend into this one great intelligence. You'll be part of this world.
No.
Choppy, it is getting cold.
It is.
See, the box is now turning blue.
Olga, we have to do something.
Oh, let us sit close to each other and wait.
Wait for what?
Oh, Nichivo.
No, we have to fight. Pappy.
Yes.
Come on, Pappy. You have to help us fight this thing.
Chappie, I am this.
No, not you. You're Lieutenant George Papadopoulos, the most popular guy in the 199th Squadron.
No.
You can't drop it like that. Your friends, your country. I mean, you can't cast them aside like a snake gets rid of a skin. You took an oath.
You don't understand.
What's there to understand? A guy betrays his country. That's clear enough, and it's bad enough. But you're even worse.
Don't say that, Chappie.
Don't you call me Chappie. That's for my friends. Lieutenant Chapman to you. I'll tell you why you're worse. It's not just your country you're selling down the river, but it's humanity. It's your own kind of people.
Listen to me. This is a whole new...
A whole new nothing. You say every word is a word of ideas. Well, you're right. But your ideas belong to this world. The stuff you grew up with, your friends, your family, the Air Force.
Chappie.
You know, You know I'm right. All those memories, all the things you like, the happiness boys and Uncle Don and Sherlock Holmes.
Chappie, don't. I can't help
You
you.
have to.
They won't allow it.
They?
Me, the rest of me, the part that was once them, is trying to stop me.
Is there anything that we can do?
Yes.
Tell us. Just tell us.
I'm being drowned in the... They're taking the words from me.
What words?
The words I can't tell you.
Try, Chappie.
Those words are gone. But remember the first thing I said to you.
Pappy. The first thing he said to me. What was the first thing he said to me? We met at the base and he said to me, "What's your name, sport?" That's what he said.
What's your name, sport? Oh, what is sport? Oh, athletic, no?
That's not what he means. But it's the first thing he ever said to me.
No, not the first thing he ever said, but not the first thing he said now.
First thing he said, don't shoot, Chappie, don't shoot.
He's right. But why? Why don't shoot? Because shoot can hurt, destroy, maybe debar.
Hurry, before it gets too cold to hold the guns. Hurry!
Chappie? I think you're going to be all right. You were picked up before the frost could really get you.
Olga.
The girl? Well, actually, her outfit landed the same time we did. They took her, we took you.
Listen to me. There was this thing from space somewhere. It lives on energy. It drained all the power from the engines, the radio, from everything.
Uh-huh.
Don't look at me like that. That's why we crashed.
You crashed because you had a power failure.
How do you account for Ivan?
Well, I guess he must have had one, too.
Isn't that maybe just too much of a coincidence?
Life's made up of coincidences.
Okay. Pappy. Why couldn't you find Pappy?
Well, he must have wandered off.
And Ivan, what was his name? Dmitri. Did he wander off, too?
It's the only explanation.
Look, I am trying to give you the real explanation. Did you find a blue box?
Sure. It was a broken old computer housing from a space satellite.
Listen, I am trying to explain to you.
And Chappie, I'm trying to explain to you. Leave well enough alone.
When it has to do with space and phenomena of that nature, the official reply is always a rather evasive, let well enough alone. Officially, there are nothing but denials when questions of space, UFOs, the Bermuda Triangle, are brought into question. The powers that be seem to ascribe them all to the imaginings of well-meaning but deluded folk, like you and me. I'll be back shortly. Whatever became of Lieutenant Stuart Maitland Chapman and Praskovia Alexandrovna Sorokin, or, if you will, Chappie and Olga. You can understand how difficult it would be for them even to encounter each other again, much less engage in a courtship. This, of course, shows most poignantly that the greatest distances are not in outer space, but right here, between one side of a frontier and the other. If you're a romantic and want to believe they surmounted all the considerable problems and got together, why then, believe it, with my blessing. Our cast included Mason Adams, Mandel Kramer, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The night is filled with 1,000,000 stars, said the poet. How does he know? Has he counted them? We raise the question not to embarrass the bard, but in the interest of accuracy. Because there are more than 1,000,000 stars. Why, there are more stars than anyone could ever imagine, let alone count. And if each star is a sun, more or less like ours, and has planets revolving around it, more or less like ours, doesn't it stand to reason that out there somewhere there may be people more or less like us?
Doctor, he comes from a planet somewhere.
He does?
Yeah, they're looking for a place to colonize.
They are?
Like the explorers came here from Europe hundreds of years ago. And they're going to take over.
How do you know?
He told me. Doctor, he told me.
Uh-huh. You get a good night's sleep.
But I'm not crazy. Don't treat me like I'm crazy.
Well, don't force me to.
Our mystery drama, Identified Flying Object, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Unidentified flying objects, visitors from outer space. Yes, the curiosity is piqued, the imagination is fired. Creatures from other worlds. Can they come here? Will they come here? Perhaps they are here already. Do they mean us good or ill? I don't know, but I can tell you this. If a flying saucer were to land at high noon on the busiest intersection of the city, here is what would probably happen.
What's this crazy-looking thing supposed to be? It's got to be a publicity.
What do you say, Johnny? Let's move it, huh? Come on, move it. Look, Johnny, I'm talking to you. Don't you understand English? You're blocking traffic, okay? So just move this heap, whatever it is, right out of there, huh? huh? How'd you like to amana to the judge?
Who's the arresting officer?
Patrolman Maxwell Pinchot, Traffic Z, Your Honor.
What kind of a summons is this, officer? You don't designate the year, the make, the model of the car?
Your Honor, I could not determine that information.
What kind of an answer is that, officer? All these facts are clearly stated in the registration.
He don't have any registration.
What? What kind of a case have we got here? A man is arrested for blocking traffic? To begin with, we don't know what kind of a car it is. Secondly, we don't...
Excuse me, Your Honor, but I wouldn't exactly swear it was a car.
You wouldn't exactly swear it was a car. Well, what kind of vehicle was he using to block traffic? A truck?
No, Your Honor. I would say it looked more like a flying saucer.
A what?
A flying saucer.
Officer Pinchot, are you a well man?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Mentally?
I believe so.
You know, and I know, there's no such thing as a flying saucer, isn't that a fact?
It is.
Well, then how could that vehicle be a flying saucer?
Oh, I didn't say it was a flying saucer, Your Honor. I said it looked like a flying saucer.
Very well, let's begin all over. What's the defendant's name?
He wouldn't tell me his name.
What kind of an answer is that? His name has to be on his driver's license.
Oh, he don't have a driver's license.
What kind of... Who is the defendant?
It's him, Your Honor.
Well, now, what kind of way is that for him to dress? What kind of courtroom do we have here where a man can come waltzing in wearing his nightgown? What's your name?
He won't answer that, Your Honor.
Please remain silent, officer, and give him a chance to answer. What's your name?
Amana.
There you are. That's his name. Vuri Amana. All right, Mr. Amana. Now we're getting somewhere. Where do you live?
Vuri Amana.
What have you got to say for yourself?
Vuri Amana.
Yes, we know that. We've been there. Now, we have to move on. Now, let's have your story.
Vuri Amana.
You speak English?
Vuri Amana.
Well, do you speak any other language?
Vuri Amana.
Let's get some interpreters up here.
Habla español.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Parlez-vous français?
Понимаю по-русски.
What kind of case is this? What is this? A courtroom of the United Nations. Impound the vehicle, whatever it happens to be, and remand the accused for psychiatric observation.
And now, the news. Still, the lead item is the story, or more accurately, the non-story of Vur-E-Amana. Is he a visitor from another planet? Is that saucer-shaped thing actually a spaceship? As you know, there has been a tight curtain of security wrapped around this entire affair, but now the wraps will be removed, partially at any rate. With me in this studio is an official of the FIA, Colonel Alonzo Hawk. Colonel, what is your opinion concerning Vur-E-Amana?
We're not even sure that's his name.
But we understand he keeps repeating those words.
Oh, yes, he does.
Well, if it's not his name, sir, what is the significance of those words, the sounds?
We are virtually certain they are significant, although it's possible that they may not be.
Yes. Now, the materials of the spaceship.
The alleged spaceship?
Yes. We understand that they are made of elements that can be found here on Earth. Iron, copper, magnesium, and so on.
Yes.
Then shouldn't this prove that the vehicle does not come from outer space?
No.
No.
It may only prove that the same or similar elements may exist on other planets.
Colonel Hawk, are you saying that we have a visitor from another world?
No.
Then what are you saying?
Nothing.
Colonel, shouldn't the absence of an engine or any other visible means of propulsion prove that the vehicle could not have traveled any great distance?
Yes. And no.
Oh.
It may use a form of energy that is unknown to us here on Earth.
Then you are saying it is from another world?
It may be. Then again, it may not be.
Well, thank you, Colonel Hawk, for being with us and providing us with a most incisive analysis.
Dr. Newdale? Yes, I'm with a patient now. I couldn't say. It's a complicated situation. We made any progress? Absolutely none at all. When can we expect any? I have no idea. Certainly. Anytime. Goodbye. What am I going to do with you?
Vur-E-Amana.
Yes, I know. Well, now, let's try this. You see? This is a board. A board. In it, there are holes. You see? Holes. Some of the holes are round, like this, you see? And some are square. Square, like this. You see?
Vur-E-Amana.
Indeed. And these are called pegs, you see? Pegs. Pegs. Never mind. I know the rest. At any rate, see now, look. I take a round peg and I insert it into a round hole. Then I take a square peg and insert it into a square hole, you see? Now.
Vur-E-Amana.
Yes. But Vur-E-Amana is not the issue. Now, go ahead. See if you can fit the pegs into the holes.
Vur-E-Amana.
Dear, you could be from another planet. So you should be intelligent enough to pick up some of our language or teach us yours. Can you say anything else but Vur-E-Amana?
Vur-E-Amana.
This could all be some sort of publicity stunt. But what?
Vuri Amana.
On the other hand, it's entirely possible that you're just a nut. A plain, simple, common, ordinary nut.
Vuri Amana.
All right, yes. And we'll try again tomorrow. Although I wish I knew just what it is we're going to try.
Vuri Amana.
Yes. Well, we'll try again tomorrow. We'll try something.
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Newdale. I thought you'd be finished in here.
I am, Molly. I suppose I am.
Well, I can come back and clean up later.
That's all right, it's all right. I was about to leave.
Oh, well, how is he, Doctor?
I wish I knew.
Is he really from some other place?
Molly, your guess is as good as mine.
You gotta admit, he keeps the room clean.
Yes, he does.
He ain't as messy as some. He don't give me no trouble.
Oh, well, good night, Molly. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Doctor. So, how you doing today?
Vuri Amana.
Yeah, and Vuri Amana to you. And listen, just between you and me, what's your angle, huh? I mean, what are you scheming to...
Vuri Amana.
Look, we heard that before 1,000,000 times.
Vuri Amana.
All right, don't get excited.
Vur.
Okay, Vur. So, what are you trying to tell me?
Vuri Amana.
Take it easy, calm down.
Amana.
Hey, look, they got straitjackets, padded cells, bathtubs full of ice. Now, you don't want any of that.
Vur.
Just sit down, huh? No, don't try to say anything. Let me get you a drink of water. Just sit there quiet. That's it. Now, don't you feel so much better?
Well, how are things at the nut house today, Molly?
Oh, I don't think that's a nice name for it.
Oh, okay. How about Funny Farm?
Oh, look, Pops. It's just a place for a lot of poor, unfortunate people.
Yeah, and you're one of them.
Yeah. Pass me some soup.
Who are you going to meet working in a place like that, huh?
Pops, I'm 43 years old. Who'd I ever meet anywhere?
Oh, soft pedal that over 40 bit. Now, you can still pass for 35, Molly.
Look, what other job could I get, huh? I never had a chance to go to school.
You could take a secretarial course.
Yeah, and get a job pounding a typewriter? I can make as much at the hospital, and it's got a good pension.
Pension? Hey, you're starting to talk like an old lady.
Well, some women are going to have to go through life alone. I'm one of them.
It isn't fair. You could make such a great wife for some guy.
You know something? I'm just beat.
You didn't finish your supper.
I'm not hungry.
Hey, you sure you okay, Molly?
Yeah. I don't know, it's just that I'm so sleepy all of a sudden.
Yeah, you don't look so good.
Something's come over me. I need some sleep.
Should I call the doctor?
No, just help me into bed.
Molly, wake up now. You're having a nightmare, honey. Molly.
Yes.
Molly, get up. Molly, you okay? You're screaming, Molly. Molly, what is it?
My head, it feels bigger. It doesn't look bigger.
No.
It must be. There's so many things in it. So many things that were never in it before.
Molly, should I take you to a doctor?
No.
But Molly, honey. Wait. That's what that nut, the one who was in what was supposed to be a flying saucer, kept saying, isn't it? What are you saying? Molly, what are you saying?
What is she saying? And what does it mean? What language is it anyway? And how did she learn it? Those are all good questions, and they all have good answers. We shall give you all the pertinent details when I return shortly with Act 2. Look skyward at all the stars and beyond. Dream and wonder about other worlds. Where are they and what are they? And is it possible that someone, somewhere, at another point in the universe, also speculates about the stars and dreams and wonders just as we do? Will we ever know?
Molly, what were you saying? What kind of language?
Nothing.
Yeah, but I heard you.
I was just dreaming.
No. This was after you woke up.
Was it?
Yeah.
But you know how it is. Sometimes you can look like you're awake, but you're really still asleep.
No, you said this thing that sounds like what that nutter or whoever from the flying saucer kept saying.
I did?
Yeah, plus some other gibberish.
Pop, I can't imagine what you're talking about.
Molly, Molly, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm scared.
Yeah, so am I.
What does it mean?
I don't know. But there's one way to find out.
Oh, good morning, Molly.
Good morning, Dr. Nudell.
Oh, isn't this early for you?
Early?
Aren't you supposed to come in around noon?
Oh, well, I don't have very much else to do, Doctor.
You're a very devoted person, Molly. But I'm afraid you're working too hard. You don't look well.
Why, I feel fine. Honest.
As long as you're here, spend a little time with Vori Amana, you know, the one from outer space. Or maybe he isn't either.
Oh, all right, sir.
He seems to like you. That is, he always smiles when you come into the room.
Oh, sure, Doctor.
Who knows? Maybe you can find a way to reach him.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about, therapy.
Uh-huh. Sometimes it's better that way.
Vur-i Amana.
Vur-i Amana. I am the conqueror.
Vur-i Ivora.
Vur-i Ivora. I am from Ivora.
Vuna Aina Ildura.
Vuna Aina Ildura. We rule the universe.
I have reached you. Of all the minds on this entire planet, I have reached yours.
What language are we talking?
Ivora, the most beautiful of all the tongues in the universe.
Ivora.
I am Mor-El, and you are Molly. What does Molly mean?
What does it mean?
Every name must have a meaning.
I don't know. I guess it just means Molly.
My name, Mor-El, means the king's son.
You're the son of a king?
Yes.
Oh. Well, what are you doing here?
You see, I wear the blue robe. It is the color for the reconnaissance scout.
Oh.
I search the universe for a planet for Ivora to conquer and colonize. And I have found one.
You mean ours?
Yes.
Well, what's going to happen to us, the people who live here?
I suppose you'll have to be destroyed.
Just like that?
That's what happens all the time, doesn't it?
What are you talking about?
History.
What do you know about history?
I know all about your history.
You do?
I've been studying it.
How?
You see, I can reach into a person's mind, and I can see everything he knows.
Oh.
So, all the while Dr. Nudell has been talking to me, I suppose you could say, I've been picking his brain. I know everything he knows about history. On your planet, men killed off animals at first. Then stronger groups of men killed off weaker groups and took their land, didn't they?
Well,
So we conquerors from Ivora will not be doing anything strange or unusual, will we?
You're going to kill all of us?
I'm sorry. And it isn't because we hate you. Ivorans don't hate anyone. It is against our religion.
Well, if you're so smart and so strong, why do you let yourself be kept here in this place like a prisoner?
I could leave here any time I chose.
You could?
Yes. I could transport myself to my spaceship and just take off for Ivora.
But why are you telling me all this?
Because I have to have someone to talk to.
How do you know I won't tell everybody about your plans?
That really doesn't matter.
Look, you're only one person. They could stop you.
At this stage of things, I suppose they could.
Then why did you tell me? You know I'll tell the doctor, the police.
Yes. Well, maybe I know something you don't.
What?
You'll have to find that out for yourself.
You see, Doctor, what he's trying to tell you is that he's the conqueror.
You've been speaking to him?
Yes, sir. I know the language.
You do?
Yes, he comes from a planet somewhere called Ivora.
Ivora?
That's right. And they're looking for a place to colonize. I guess it's like the people from Europe came here hundreds of years ago.
Continue.
And they're going to take over.
Take over?
You could say like we did from the Indians.
This is what he told you?
Yes. Well, we have to do something about it.
Do something?
Yes, because if we don't, the people from Ivora, they'll come here and kill us all. I thought I'd better tell you, Doctor.
Yes. I'm glad you did.
You don't believe I'm telling you the truth, do you?
I believe you're telling me what you think is the truth.
Oh.
Molly, you've been working very hard, too hard.
You think I'm crazy, is that it?
Well, I think you're overtired and overworked.
But it's the truth. I spoke to him.
I can arrange to get you some time off with pay.
Yeah. I see where this is going.
Molly, it happens to all of us. Sometimes to me.
What happens?
You spend so much time with unbalanced people that now and then you sort of go off the deep end yourself.
And that's what you think is happening to me?
Well, you know, I like you. I wouldn't lie to you.
Then how do you explain the fact that I can speak Ivoran?
Ivoran?
The language of Ivora. I know I speak it perfectly. Better than I speak English.
No,
I never even went to high school. I had to go to work. I don't know very much in English. But in Ivoran, I know everything. I speak so beautifully. I say things that sound so smart. The prettiest words roll around in my head. Vur I Linana, I am the queen. Vur I Laila Leia, I am queen of beauty and delight. Where would I ever get to think things like that?
Well, I'll look into this thing.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it.
Doctor, I work here. I know how you talk to the other crazies.
I still think you should take a little time off.
Let's go. Move that heap.
Oh, are you Officer Pinchot?
Maxwell Pinchot, that's me.
Well, could I talk to you?
What do you want to know?
You remember the person who you arrested because he was in that flying saucer?
I wish I had it to do all over again. I'd have looked the other way.
Well, he's dangerous.
Yeah?
I have to tell this to somebody. And you're a cop. He's the advanced scout from a place called Ivora. They're going to kill each and every one of us.
Is that a fact?
Yes, he told me.
He didn't tell me.
Well, that's because he couldn't communicate with you.
And he can communicate with you?
Oh, please, believe me. Do something about it. You're a policeman.
Oh, lady, don't you worry about a thing. I'll do something. Believe me, I will.
Oh, you don't believe me. I can tell. You won't do a thing. Sir, Your Honor, Judge.
What?
I'm sorry to disturb you at your dinner, but I must talk to you. It's a matter of life and death. Please listen.
What is this?
Well, it's that man. You know, the flying saucer person.
What are you talking about?
The one who keeps saying, Vur I Amana. That means, I am the conqueror. He's going to take over the earth. We have to stop him.
What kind of a restaurant is this where a man can't even have his dinner without being disturbed?
Your Honor, it's true. Every word is true.
What kind of entertainment are they putting on? What kind of an act have you got there, madam?
It isn't an act. You don't believe me. No one believes me.
You have to quit that job.
All right, Pops. Let me alone.
You know, Dr. Nudell called up. You're under a terrible strain.
I am. And it's your fault.
My fault?
Your fault, the doctor's fault, the police. Everyone laughed at me. Nobody wants to believe me. Nobody.
Honey, because it's such a crazy story.
Well, does that mean it isn't true?
Now, what you need is some rest.
Rest? We're all going to rest forever. We're all going to be killed.
Molly.
Why don't people believe me? Everyone treats me like I'm some kind of nut.
Okay, Molly, maybe you're right. But there's nothing that you, as an individual, as one single solitary person, can do about it. You have to face it.
I'm facing it.
Good. Now, you have to accept it.
No, that's the one thing I won't do. I won't accept it.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
You had a difficult time.
Oh, I sure did.
I told you there is something you would have to find out for yourself.
I sure did.
Nobody believes the prophet of doom. Your people, they don't want to stop me and Ivora from taking over the earth.
That's because they don't know any better. But I do.
And therefore, you have decided to stop me.
How did you know?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Yes.
You're going to kill me.
I have to kill you.
They won't believe the reason. You know that.
I know that.
You'll spend the rest of your life in an insane asylum.
Oh, I'd be doing that anyhow. So, I got myself a gun.
A gun?
This one, here.
I see. You're going to kill me.
Oh, it's nothing personal. It isn't because I hate you. I don't hate anyone. But I have to kill you. That's all.
Murder. If it's to be done at all, perhaps it's best if it's done reluctantly. Yes, it doesn't change anything. And it doesn't really do the victim any material good. But at least it gives the thing a certain sense of style. Well, this is only the end of Act 2. Just the right point to kill off a major character. Will it happen? We'll know that shortly when I return with Act 3. You know what they say. If you want to make sure a thing is well done, then do it yourself. Of course, murder is another story. Or is it? When you think how cheaply life is held in some quarters, when you consider how many people are killed carelessly, needlessly, it's rather easy to ask, what's one more life? Yes, it's easy to ask, but so hard to answer.
Well, go ahead. Kill me.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
I understand. That's a very primitive-looking weapon. How does it work?
I don't know. All I have to do is aim at you and pull the trigger, and the bullet comes out and kills you.
Whatever it is, get it over with.
I will.
So? What's your problem?
Problem?
Why don't you activate that weapon?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I should kill you.
Oh, there's no doubt of that.
But somehow I just can't do it.
You can't.
The thought of taking a human life.
But don't you understand? The fate of your world and everyone in it is at stake.
I know.
Something is wrong with me.
What?
Ever since I landed on this planet, I have no word for it in Ivora.
A cough?
Yes, cough. It's an ugly word for an ugly feeling. Why, what is it? I think I'd better activate my mental computer.
Your what?
Here, you call it the brain.
Oh.
That's because you don't use it very much. But I'll get all the facts on this thing, this cough.
Oh, it's no big deal. Practically everybody around here coughs.
What's that?
That? Boy, everybody knows what that is.
What is it?
Are you kidding? It's a sneeze.
It's a sneeze? What? Why does it happen?
Well, it could mean you're coming down with something.
Coming down with something?
Like an illness.
Illness?
Or there's some kind of irritation in the air.
Oh, I have a great deal of work with the computer. I can see that. Cough, sneeze, illness, irritation.
What am I standing in like a dummy for? Why don't I kill you?
Well, it would seem to be the smart thing to do. I know you have what we would call moral considerations, but you really should do it.
Why are you telling me that?
Because I like you.
You like me?
Tell me, I don't know how these things are on Earth, but are you still of childbearing age?
What kind of question?
I have to know. I am Morel, a crown prince. I would have to have an heir to the throne. No, but what's the use? I'll never be king.
Look, just hold on a minute. I don't follow all this.
You would have to come back with me.
Back where?
Home to Ivora.
Oh, what makes you think I would?
It's in your mind. You're thinking about it.
I'm thinking no such thing.
Well, you're not aware that you're thinking it. Why do you suppose you don't want to kill me?
Well, I'm not the kind who...
You can tell yourself that. But you know it isn't true. Why do you think I stay here? Well, 2 reasons. First, I'm learning all about this Earth. And second, I see you all the time.
Oh, there's nothing special about me.
There's nothing special about me either.
Oh, how can you say that?
It's true.
Nothing special about you. Why, you can travel through space. You can read people's minds. There isn't a single person on this Earth who could even come close to you.
Yes, I may be far and away the smartest person on planet Earth. But back home in Ivora, I guess I'm just the dumbest.
Oh, I can't believe it.
When I was born, there was great rejoicing because there would now be an heir to the throne. Why do I do this? Why? What is the word?
Cough. No, it's nothing. Almost everybody on Earth coughs. So you were telling me when you were born there was great rejoicing or something.
It didn't last.
Oh, why not?
Because it soon became obvious that I was very stupid.
Oh, I listen to the things you say. You're brilliant.
For Ivora, I'm stupid. And everybody knew it. You can't keep a thing like that secret, you know.
What happened?
They decided to make me a reconnaissance scout for outer space exploration.
Well, you can't be stupid and do that.
But don't you see, the whole thing is a fake.
I don't understand.
There never was such a thing as outer space exploration. They created the operation just for me.
But I don't know what...
It was to give me something to do, something harmless, and also to get rid of me.
Are you telling me the truth?
Oh, if you could read my mind, you'd know it's the truth. Outer space exploration. For what?
Didn't you say to look for other planets to colonize?
But there are no other planets fit for human habitation besides Ivora. Everyone knows that.
There's this place, Earth.
Yes, and I found it. It proves they were wrong. Oh, how positive they were. All the experts, all the scientists. There is no other planet in this or any other universe that has the proper temperature, terrain, water, carbon, oxygen, atmosphere to sustain human life as we know it.
Oh, they believed that?
They still believe it. According to their calculations, they can prove no other suitable planet exists.
But you found one.
I know, but they don't believe me.
How can they not believe you?
Because you don't know. Oh, you don't know.
What don't I know?
How stupid they think I am. I'll prove it. I'll call the base. I'll open my mind and let you listen. Just stand still. Why do I do that?
I told you. It's because
I'm waiting for the computer, and then I'll get a complete analysis. Now, I'm calling the base. You must stand perfectly still. Close your eyes, try to think of nothing, and you will hear.
Hear what?
This is Morel, calling the base at Ivora. Calling the base at Ivora.
Base at Ivora. Come in, Morel.
I have great news. I have landed on a planet suitable for colonization.
Really?
Yes. Proper atmosphere, suitable terrain, acceptable climate.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Morel, how long have you been out in space on this tour?
5 years.
It's possible you have contracted a kind of illness known as space illusion.
But I'm telling you, I have found this...
Sure you think you have.
But it is true.
You've been out in space too long. You're suffering from space illusion. You must return for a computer adjustment. Order from the base. And sign off.
There. You see?
How can they be so mean?
This is what I've had to put up with all my life. Will you help me?
Help you do what?
Come back with me.
Where?
To Ivora. When they see you, they know that I'm right.
But then they'll come back here and kill everybody.
Oh, we'll make better use of this planet than you will.
That doesn't give you the right to take it.
I know you'll come with me. I see it in your mind. You want to come.
No.
It's your only chance to know love. And it's my only chance, too. Back home, no other girl would look at me.
Well, I like that.
Yes. You'll come with me. I'm calling the base. Base? Morel calling the base.
Morel, what is it this time?
You can stop patronizing me. I'm coming back with proof. Proof. Morel out. There. I told them. Oh, what a triumphal entry we shall make. The Crown Prince and his consort. Why do I do that? Wait. My computer is about to speak.
What are you talking about?
Quiet. It reports that sneezes and coughs are phenomenon caused by the polluted air and water of the planet. Although originally it's a pure atmosphere, it is now completely overloaded with sulfides, methane, ammonia, hydro and fluorocarbons, among a host of other noxious and poisonous substances. That's enough. I don't want to know anymore.
More air. What's the matter?
Oh, the whole thing has collapsed. I said I found a planet we could colonize. I went on record. I challenged the base. And now, it isn't true.
It isn't?
Now I know why I cough and sneeze. You heard the computer. Soon, this place will be too poisonous for life. Now, I can't go home.
I thought I'd find you here, Molly. Molly, I thought about what you told me. I believe you.
You believe me?
Yes. The way you put that vocabulary together, now you're not a linguist, and yet it follows basic laws of language.
But I
You could be right. And so I spoke with Colonel Hawk of the FIA. They want to hear more.
Well...
If you are right about Morel here, or whatever his name is, being the advance scout for an invading alien army...
Yes, if I am right?
Well, I'm a doctor. I don't want to think about it. But I also live on this planet. I have a responsibility.
Will they have to kill him?
I don't know. This whole business, it's out of our hands. We'll have to do what's best. Whatever it is.
Then you must go home, Morel. If you stay here, they'll kill you.
I don't care.
I care.
You care?
I care. And I'll go back with you.
You will?
Yes. You can read it in my mind, can't you?
Huh. I can read that you want to do it. But that doesn't mean you will do it.
I will. Now, how can we go back?
Get me a suit of clothes, can you?
Yes.
No one will know me if I'm dressed like everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know the vehicle is in a place called the impounded lot. I can see it. There's a tag on it that says, release on payment of $50. Do you have $50?
Yes.
Then we can go.
You see how easy it is? Oh, how brilliant you are.
No, I can't go back.
Why?
Why? When I get back, I'll be the laughingstock of the entire planet.
But I don't care. You'll be alive.
But you have no idea how dumb I am. I am just not smart.
Oh, well, you no longer have to be concerned about that.
I don't?
No. From now on, you don't have to be smart. You know why? Because you're going to have a smart wife.
These women. Maybe that's the great secret. Maybe a smart wife is all it takes. Anyhow, we don't know how things worked out when they got to Ivora because we weren't there. But if we ever do get the facts, we'll be glad to fill you in with another story at another time. I shall return shortly. Sometimes you have to believe that the whole business is a matter of packaging. Consider, if some half-mad, half-literate, well, we might as well even say half-wit, were to come staggering into some remote hamlet and swear that he had seen a flying saucer, why, on the basis of his completely unsupported statement, millions would believe him. On the other hand, if a flying saucer were to land on the busiest intersection of the city, it might not even draw a passing comment. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, Gilbert Mack, and Cork Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man is the only living creature who has the power to leave the earth poorer than he found it. Indeed, there are those cynical souls who insist that the sun and the moon and the stars might have disappeared long ago had they been within the reach of predatory human hands. Now, wait a minute. We did reach the moon. Well, we can only wait and see. And hope.
Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, never. These are fine people. I have every respect for a man of science, such as yourself. Come inside. Meet everyone. Friends, we have here Dr. Carstairs.
How do you do?
Now, Leopold, now.
Hey. What was that for?
That was for nothing. Now we shall get down to business. Again, Leopold.
Our mystery drama, The Vanishing Point, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let sleeping dogs lie, said Mr. Dickens, and it may, on balance, be good advice. However, it would be much better if we could let lying dogs sleep. Much more conducive to our peace of mind, if not to the peace of the world. We are in the ancient German city of Munich. They like their festivals here, especially in October. And we're in the midst of one right now, in this mammoth beer garden just to our right. Now, there's a man, about
45-ish, and somehow you can tell he's an American. Coming down the street, he pauses at the entrance, but no, he keeps going. He's evidently looking for an address. Has he found it? He stops at a very old and narrow house, and he looks for, finds, and pulls at a bell.
Yes?
I wonder, could you help me? Fräulein, is it?
Yes?
I'm not even sure I know how to explain this.
No?
You do speak English?
Oh, yes.
That is rather fortunate. My German leaves a great deal to be desired. This is 71 Kohn Street. Kohnstrasse?
Yes.
There was someone who lived here a long time ago. This goes back many years, even before the war. I'm sure he wouldn't be alive today. Why do I say that? He could be. He would be in his 80s, perhaps his 90s. I wonder if by chance you might know something about him. His name is, or was, Franz Wilhelm Klust. Does that mean anything to you? Franz Wilhelm Klust. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it right. Perhaps it's Klust.
Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Yes.
No, I do not know the name.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I just thought I might find someone who could shed some light. I had this address, and that's all. Now I don't even know where to look.
You might ask at the town hall.
I did, and this was his last known address.
I see.
I'm so sorry I disturbed you. Dearest Millicent, the convention is not as stimulating as I had hoped, but things may pick up a bit tomorrow when I read my paper on dislocated ionic particles in a negatively charged nucleus. I thought I would look up a certain Professor Klust, whose monograph impressed me so much, but no one seems to know what became of him. Actually, I may be wrong, but I think there's a conspiracy of silence surrounding him. Just a minute. Someone seems to be knocking on the door. I haven't the faintest notion who it might be, but I shall find out. Yes?
You are Herr Dr. Willis Carstairs?
Yes, but I'm not a doctor of medicine. I have a PhD in physics. I explain this because so many people
You
think
have
that
been inquiring for a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Oh, yes. Won't you come in, Mr.
Kellner.
Herr.
Kellner. Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Danke. Thank you.
Well, now, what can you tell me about Professor Klust?
First, you must tell me why you are so interested.
Oh, certainly. I was doing research on, I suppose you could call it, displacement. Oh, that was quite a while ago, and I'm no longer actively concerned with it.
Displacement?
It's a highly technical and theoretical thing. Are you involved with science in any way, Herr Kellner?
No.
Well, it has to do with the disappearance of matter. At any rate, I came across a monograph by Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust of the University of Munich, written in the 30s.
And?
And what? It seems to me I'm being interrogated.
Oh, you must excuse me. You see, I am his nephew. He's an old man.
Then he is still alive.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's marvelous.
But he's not strong. And so I wish to make sure that those who call him have an interest that is, how would you say, legitimate.
Of course. As I said, at one time I was interested in his specialty, but I've since gone on to other things. And I just happened to be here at a conference. I remembered Professor Klust. Do you suppose I could see him?
Well, yes. Now that you have established your credentials, you'll be most welcome.
Thank you. When might I be able to see him?
Now.
Now?
When one arrives at Professor Klust's age, one does not make long-range appointments.
I suppose not.
Unless you have another engagement.
No. I can think of nothing else I'd rather do.
Then I shall take you to him.
Is it much further?
No.
It's very kind of you to undertake such a long trip.
It will give my uncle pleasure.
I only read that one paper of his, but it showed such brilliance. And I never heard of him before or since. Why isn't Professor Clust better known?
Who can say? Science is perhaps like other fields. You must know how to succeed.
That's true.
And this is his house.
We seem to be in the country.
My uncle needs the air. He always loved Einsamkeit. Aloneness.
Solitude.
Yes. Yeah. Now you shall see him.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's beautiful here. Lovely place to work. Is your uncle still active?
Very much so, yeah. Very much. Please come in. I should like you to meet my cousin, Leopold.
How do you do?
Yes, Leopold.
What is this?
Einmal. No, einmal.
No. What happened? Where am I?
Try this cold compress. You feel better.
Wait. You and that...
Leopold?
Yes, that gorilla.
Please. While Leopold is unable to speak, his hearing is perfect. He doesn't like to be insulted.
What have you done? You brought me here and broken my jaw.
No. Leopold is very scientific. There's no lasting damage. Pain, yes, but for a purpose.
Oh, what purpose? You bring me, you lure me here under false pretenses.
No, you are the one who travels under false. Willis Carstairs.
Me?
This is why it was necessary for Leopold to teach you the rules.
What rules?
That we are serious people. That you must answer at once and truthfully.
Answer what?
The question. Why do you wish to see Professor Franz Wilhelm Clust?
Well, sometimes you read something and you are impressed by the brilliance of the mind that wrote it. Isn't that so?
It would be better if you answered my question instead of asking one of your own.
But that's it. I was very much impressed at the time. It must have been 10... No, it was 12 years ago. And I just never forgot it. That's really all.
We are still, I see, at the very beginning of things. Leopold?
No.
Dr. Carstairs.
What?
You must wake up.
Wake up?
Are you all right?
No, I'm not all right.
Come.
Where? Wait. I know you. You're the woman who answered the door when I asked for Professor Clust.
Yes.
Would you mind telling me just what...
There is no time. You must leave.
Oh, yes, I'm willing to do that.
Good. I have an automobile outside. You can walk?
I can even run if I have to.
Well, then hurry.
Who are you?
I cannot say.
And those men?
I cannot tell you.
And what is this thing about Professor Clust?
I do not know.
Madame, I am grateful to you for getting me out of there. Although for all I know, you're the one who may have got me in there. However, you and I both know you're not telling me the truth.
Let me give you a word of advice. Forget everything that happened tonight.
Forget?
It was only a mistake on everyone's part. Therefore, it is best forgotten.
I was beaten up. Do you expect me just to forget that?
Well, sometimes that is the wisest thing.
Look here, Miss Fräulein or Frau or whatever. There's something going on here that's wrong. That's criminal. I do not intend to make believe it never happened.
You are warned. If you intend to make a fool of yourself, no power on the earth can stop you.
And so, Herr Inspector, you see, I felt it my duty to report this to the police.
Yes, of course. Quite right.
I haven't the foggiest notion what those people are up to. Do you?
It is important first to see if we have all the facts in hand, nicht wahr?
Certainly.
Now then, you are Willis Newton Carstairs, American citizen, doctor of physics, teaching at the University of California.
Yes, yes.
You are attending an international convention of physicists here in München. And on the night of May 21st, on or about 7 p.m. on 1900 hours, you called at 71 Kölnstrasse to inquire as to the whereabouts of a certain Professor Franz Wilhelm Christ.
That's right.
Now then, may I inquire, why do you wish to see this Professor Christ?
If he's still alive, I'd like to discuss some ideas with him. He has a great mind.
Oh, yes?
And if he's dead, I just thought I'd like to chat with some of his associates, or people who knew him. I had no idea it would stir up such a hornet's nest.
Well, you did wise to report the matter. We shall try to find these people and ascertain what is happening here.
But, Inspector, tell me, why should there be this fuss about Professor Klust?
Well, I could not say.
The man was an obscure physicist. Why should the merest mention of his name get me into so much trouble? Hello?
Professor Carstairs?
Yes, this is he.
This is Inspector Mueller of the police.
Oh, yes, Inspector.
Yes, we have your 3 people in custody.
Already? So soon?
Yes. Could you find it convenient to come down to police headquarters?
Of course, Inspector. At once.
Thank you. Ah, Herr Dr. Carstairs, it's so good of you to come. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Now, these 3 people, I trust you know them.
Oh, yes.
We have Fräulein Erika Bauer, we have Werner Kellner, and last but not least, Karl-Heinz Leopold.
Yes.
I have here your deposition, your story, this paper. And also, I have on my desk this paper. It is a deposition sworn to by this lady and these 2 gentlemen.
Yes?
Yes. There seems to be an Unstimmigkeit here, a discrepancy.
A what?
Well, it would seem, Herr Doctor, that they tell me a different story.
A different story? How can that be possible?
Well, they respectfully beg to differ with a distinguished visitor to our country. But they insist that you are not telling the complete truth.
Yes, perhaps we should have known. Things were moving much too smoothly, much too swiftly. Something had to be out of joint somewhere. What is this complete truth that our hero is supposedly not telling? Indeed, what is a complete truth to begin with? Truth is not divisible. A half-truth must eventually become a whole falsehood. But this is philosophy, and right now we're in a police station, and in a foreign country at that. You'd better not miss Act 2. You know how these things go. You have half a dozen witnesses to an event. When you finish collecting testimony, you may very well wind up with a half a dozen different stories. No 2 eyes will see exactly the same sight. No 2 ears will hear exactly the same sound. Sometimes you wonder how it's possible to prove anything at all in this world of ours.
What do you mean they tell a different story, Inspector? I told you what happened.
Herr Kellner, shall you repeat your sworn statement?
Yeah, Inspector. On the night of October 21st, I was in Schanzer's beer garden on Kölnstrasse. I go there to listen to the music and enjoy a glass of beer.
Yes, continue.
The place, it was filled with a crowd. And I noticed this gentleman.
That isn't true. I was never in such a place.
Please, remain silent, Herr Doctor. You have already made your statement. Continue, Kellner.
Yeah, very good. I am standing at the bar next to this gentleman, and he says to me, I could tell he was an American by the way he spoke.
Well, hiya, pal.
Pal?
Buddy. Chum. Comrade.
Ah, comrade. Yeah.
Have a beer.
Thank you. I have one.
Bottoms up, old comrade. Hey, say there, bartender. Another round over here. Hey, listen. Do you know where there's any action around here?
Action?
Hey, I don't mean noise. I mean action. Where a fella can act sociable. Meet people. After all, I'm a guest in this country, huh? I'd like to meet the people, if you know what I mean. I'm a completely respectable guy. Look. See? My card.
Yeah.
Willis Newton Carstairs, Ph.D., University of California. See?
Yeah. I am going to a social gathering of friends. You could call it a party.
Hey, sounds great.
Perhaps you should like to come.
Hey there, old comrade. What are we waiting for? It's a lie.
Now, Herr Doctor...
I never went into that beer garden. I don't talk the way he said I did.
We deal here with a sworn statement.
The entire thing is a tissue of falsehoods.
We shall continue with Herr Kellner's affidavit.
But it isn't true.
Please, Doctor, you must at least have common courtesy.
You cannot place me in a position where
I must insist on silence. Yes, continue, Herr Kellner.
Thank you. And so, this gentleman and myself left the beer garden. It was to be a gathering of intellectual people. Fräulein Bauer here writes poetry, and I thought they would like to meet an American professor. And so I brought him to Fräulein Bauer's apartment. At once, I was sorry, because he behaved very badly.
Hey, who's she?
Fräulein Bauer, may I present Herr Dr. Carstairs?
How do you do?
Everyone I can, baby. Hey, Kellner, old comrade, is she a live one?
I beg your pardon, Herr Doctor.
Come on. Is there anything doing here?
Werner, who is this person?
Hey, don't pull that on me. I know what kind of a joint this is. Come on over here, sweetie.
How dare you?
Herr Doctor, I must ask you to leave. There seems to be a mistake.
What do you say, Erica, baby?
Please, leave this place at once.
Hey, take your hands off.
I must ask you to...
I said get your hands off.
Prince Otto, do something.
Come on, I'll take on the whole pack here.
He was like a madman. It took 4 or 5 men, finally, to subdue him.
Do you actually believe this, Inspector? There isn't a word of truth in it.
Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, do you, either of you, wish to bring charges?
Do they wish to bring charges?
No. True, he behaved in the most swinish manner, but he was drunk.
This affair might do him some damage at home.
Then you are willing to forget?
Yes.
But I'm not willing to forget.
Well, in that case, I shall detain you no longer, Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, and Herr Leopold. Good day.
Good day.
Good day, Herr Dr. Carstairs. And if I may suggest, keep away from strong drink. It can create illusions.
Inspector.
Herr Doctor, the affair is closed.
Closed?
Yes. And consider yourself fortunate to be out of it. So cheaply. Yes, we were informed of the incident, as a matter of course, here at the consulate.
Were you?
It concerned an American citizen.
Why haven't you done anything about it?
My dear fellow, what do you suggest?
In the first place, I suggest you don't call me your dear fellow.
Now, Dr. Carstairs...
Anytime anyone says to you, my dear fellow, it's a sure sign that you're about to be brushed off.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but you're going to do it. In the end, you'll tell me to go home and forget it, won't you?
Now, look here, my dear... Dr. Carstairs...
whose side are you on?
Side? Well, it's obvious what happened. You got drunk. You became obstreperous.
I don't drink enough to get drunk, and I'm never obstreperous.
Well, perhaps not at home, but when a man finds himself in a foreign country, his inhibitions...
I'm telling you the truth.
Dr. Carstairs, if you persist, you'll attract notice in the papers. The word will get home. Things could become very awkward for you.
But I am telling you the truth.
It doesn't matter.
The truth doesn't matter.
Doctor... just give people a chance to believe the worst and they'll do it. It's human nature.
Now, you think about this very carefully, and you will see that I'm really concerned with your best interests. My dear fellow, I really am.
The head of the department is on sabbatical leave, Dr. Carstairs. I am Professor Lisa Lotte-Schmidt. May I help you?
I'm interested in a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust.
Oh, you are going back a long time.
Do I detect a slight tone of disapproval, Professor?
Those days are finished, thankfully. That era is gone. And Klust is dead.
Well, I hadn't expected that he would still be alive.
What is it you wish to know about him?
Some time ago, I had come across a monograph he had written in the 30s on displacement.
Yes.
It had some very original ideas.
However, let us only speak well of the dead.
What are you trying to tell me, Professor?
You say it was written in the 30s, and that is correct. The late 30s. By that time,